Fear. It is obvious that this clear and specific stance has absolutely nothing to do with narrow nationalism of the separatist variety which pits nation against nation and substitutes an artificial and harmful separation for the struggle to achieve a natural social union of toilers in one shared social communion. In our view, national aspirations of a natural, wholesome character, language, customs, culture, etc., can achieve full and fruitful satisfaction only in the union of nationalities rather than in their antagonism. The speedy construction of a new life on libertarian socialist foundations will ineluctably lead to development of the culture peculiar to each nationality. Whenever we Makhnovist insurgents speak of independence of the Ukraine, we ground it in the social and economic plane of the toilers. We proclaim the right of the Ukrainian people, and every other nation, to self-determination, not in the narrow, nationalist sense, but in the sense of the toilers' right to self-determination. We declare that the toiling folk of the Ukraine's towns and countryside have shown everyone through their heroic fight that they do not wish any longer to suffer political power and have no use for it, and that they consciously aspire to a libertarian society. We thus declare that all political power is to be regarded as an enemy and counter-revolutionary. To the very last drop of their blood they will wage a ferocious struggle against it, in defense of their entitlement to self-organization. Quoted by Alexander Skurda, Nestor Makhno Anarchy's Cossack, pages 377-8. So while anarchists unmask nationalism for what it is, we do not disdain the basic struggle for identity and self-management which nationalism diverts. We encourage direct action and the spirit of revolt against all forms of oppression, social, economic, political, racial, sexual, religious and national. By this method, we aim to turn national liberation struggles into human liberation struggles. And while fighting against oppression, we struggle for anarchy, a free confederation of communes based on workplace and community assemblies. A confederation which will place the nation-state, all nation-states, into the dustbin of history where it belongs. This struggle for popular self-determination is, as such, considered to be part of a wider, international movement, for a social revolution cannot be confined to a single isolated country. It is by its very nature international in scope, and so popular movements must link their aspirations and forces with the aspirations and forces of all other countries, and so the only way of arriving at emancipation lies in the fraternity of oppressed peoples in an international alliance of all countries. Bakunin, quoted by Com. Op. Cit. p. 40 and p. 36. And as far as national identity within an anarchist society is concerned, our position is clear and simple. As Bakunin noted with respect to the Polish struggle for national liberation during the last century, anarchists, as adversaries of every state, reject the rights and frontiers called historic. For us Poland only begins, only truly exists there where the laboring masses are and want to be Polish. It ends where, renouncing all particular links with Poland, the masses wish to establish other national links. Quoted by Jean Caroline Com. Op. Cit. p. 43. D.8 What causes militarism and what are its effects? There are three main causes of capitalist militarism. Firstly, there is the need to contain the domestic enemy, the oppressed and exploited sections of the population. As Emma Goldman argued, the military machine is not directed only against the external enemy, it aims much more at the internal enemy. It concerns that element of labor which has learned not to hope for anything from our institutions, that awakened part of the working people which has realized that the war of classes underlies all wars among nations, and that if war is justified at all it is the war against economic dependence and political slavery, the two dominant issues involved in the struggle of the classes. In other words, the nation which is to be protected by a huge military force is not that of the people, but that of the privileged class, the class which robs and exploits the masses, and controls their lives from the cradle to the grave. Red Emma Speaks, p. 352 and p. 348. The second, as noted in the section on imperialism, is that a strong military is necessary in order for a ruling class to pursue an aggressive and expansionist foreign policy in order to defend its interests globally. For most developed capitalist nations, this kind of foreign policy becomes more and more important because of economic forces, i.e., in order to provide outlets for its goods and capital to prevent the system from collapsing by expanding the market continually outward. This outward expansion of, and so competition between, capital needs military force to protect its interests, particularly those invested in other countries, and give it added clout in the economic jungle of the world market. This need has resulted in, for example, hundreds of US bases being placed all over the world to ensure global domination. Chomsky, Failed States, p. 11. The third major reason for militarism is to bolster a state's economy. Capitalist militarism promotes the development of a specially favored group of companies, which includes all those engaged in the manufacture and sale of munitions and in military equipment for personal gain and profit. Goldman, Op. Cit. p. 354. These armaments companies, defense contractors, have a direct interest in the maximum expansion of military production. Since this group is particularly wealthy, it exerts great pressure on government to pursue the type of state intervention and, often, the aggressive foreign policies it wants. As Chomsky noted with respect to the US invasion and occupation of Iraq, empires are costly. Running Iraq is not cheap. Somebody's paying. Somebody's paying the corporations that destroyed Iraq and the corporations that are rebuilding it. In both cases, they're getting paid by the US taxpayer. Those are gifts from US taxpayers to US corporations. The same taxpayers fund the military corporate system of weapons manufacturers and technology companies that bombed Iraq. It's a transfer of wealth from the general population to narrow sectors of the population. Imperial Ambitions, pages 56 to 7. This special relationship between state and big business also has the advantage that it allows the ordinary citizen to pay for industrial research and development. As Noam Chomsky points out in many of his works, the Pentagon system, in which the public is forced to subsidize research and development of high-tech industry through subsidies to defense contractors, is a covert substitute in the US for the overt industrial planning policies of other advanced capitalist nations like Germany and Japan. Government subsidies provide an important way for companies to fund their research and development at taxpayer expense, which often yields spin-offs with great commercial potential as consumer products, e.g. computers. Needless to say, all the profits go to the defense contractors and to the commercial companies who buy licenses to patented technologies from them, rather than being shared with the public, which funded the R&D that made the profits possible. Thus militarism is a key means of securing technological advances within capitalism. It is necessary to provide some details to indicate the size and impact of military spending on the US economy. Since 1945, there have been new industries sparking investment and employment. In most of them, basic research and technological progress were closely linked to the expanding military sector. The major innovation in the 1950s was electronics, which increased its output 15% per year. It was of critical importance in workplace automation, with the federal government providing the bulk of the research and development, R&D, dollars for military-orientated purposes. Infrared instrumentation, pressure and temperature measuring equipment, medical electronics, and thermoelectric energy conversion all benefited from military R&D. By the 1960s, indirect and direct military demand accounted for as much as 70% of the total output of the electronics industry. Feedbacks also developed between electronics and aircraft, the second growth industry of the 1950s. By 1960, IT's annual investment outlays were 5.3 times larger than their 1947-49 level, and over 90% of its output went to the military. Synthetics, plastics and fibers, was another growth industry owing much of its development to military-related projects. Throughout the 1950s and 1960s, military-related R&D, including space, accounted for 40 to 50% of total public and private R&D spending and at least 85% of federal government share. Richard B. Duboff, Accumulation and Power, pages 103 to 4. As another economist notes, it is important to recognize that the role of the U.S. federal government in industrial development has been substantial even in the post-war period, thanks to the large amount of defense-related procurements and R&D spending, which have had enormous spillover effects. The share of the U.S. federal government in total R&D spending, which was only 16% in 1930, remained between one-half and two-thirds during the post-war years. Industries such as computers, aerospace, and the Internet, where the USA still maintains an international edge despite the decline in its overall technological leadership, would not have existed without defense-related R&D funding by the country's federal government. Moreover, the state also plays a crucial role in supporting R&D in the pharmaceutical industry. Ha-Jun Chang, Kicking Away the Ladder, p. 31. Not only this, government spending on road building, initially justified using defense concerns, also gave a massive boost to private capital, and, in the process, totally transformed America into a land fit for car and oil corporations. The cumulative impact of the 1944, 1956, and 1968 Federal Highway Acts allowed $70 billion to be spent on the interstates without the money passing through the Congressional Appropriations Board. The 1956 Act in effect wrote into law the 1932 National Highway Users Conference strategy of General Motors Chairman Alfred P. Sloan to channel gasoline and other motor vehicle-related excise taxes into highway construction. GM also bought up and effectively destroyed public transit companies across America, so reducing competition against private car ownership. The net effect of the state intervention was that by 1963 to 66 one in every 6 business enterprise was directly dependent on the manufacture, distribution, servicing, and the use of motor vehicles. The impact of this process is still evident today both in terms of ecological destruction and in the fact that automobile and oil companies still dominate the top 20 of the Fortune 500. Op. Cit. p. 102. This system, which can be called military Keynesianism, has 3 advantages over socially based state intervention. Firstly, unlike social programs, military intervention does not improve the situation, and thus, hopes, of the majority, who can continue to be marginalized by the system, suffer the discipline of the labor market and feel the threat of unemployment. Secondly, it acts like welfare for the rich, ensuring that while the many are subject to market forces, the few can escape that fate while singing the praises of the free market. And, thirdly, it does not compete with private capital. In fact, it supplements it. Because of the connection between militarism and imperialism, it was natural after World War II that America should become the world's leading military state at the same time that it was becoming the world's leading economic power, and that strong ties developed between government, business, and the armed forces. American military capitalism is described in detail below, but the remarks also apply to a number of other advanced capitalist states. In his farewell address, President Eisenhower warned of the danger posed to individual liberties and democratic processes by the military-industrial complex, which might, he cautioned, seek to keep the economy in a state of continual war readiness simply because it is good business. This echoed the warning which had been made earlier by sociologist C. Wright Mills, in The Power Elite, who pointed out that since the end of World War II the military had become enlarged and decisive to the shape of the entire American economy, and that U.S. capitalism had in fact become a military capitalism. This situation has not substantially changed since Mills wrote, for it is still the case that all U.S. military officers have grown up in the atmosphere of the post-war military-industrial alliance and have been explicitly educated and trained to carry it on. Moreover, many powerful corporations have a vested interest in maintaining this system and will be funding and lobbying politicians and their parties to ensure its continuance. That this interrelationship between corporate power and the state expressed by militarism is a key aspect of capitalism can be seen from the way it survived the end of the Cold War, the expressed rationale for the system. With the Cold War no longer available, it was necessary to reframe pretexts not only for foreign intervention but also for militarist state capitalism at home. The Pentagon budget presented to Congress a few months after the fall of the Berlin Wall remained largely unchanged, but was packaged in a new rhetorical framework, presented in the National Security Strategy of March 1990. One's priority was to support advanced industry in traditional ways, in sharp violation of the free market doctrines proclaimed and imposed on others. The National Security Strategy called for strengthening the defense industrial base, essentially, high-tech industry, with incentives to invest in new facilities and equipment as well as in research and development. As in the past, the costs and risks of the coming phases of the industrial economy were to be socialized, with eventual profits privatized, a form of state socialism for the rich on which much of the advanced U.S. economy relies, particularly since World War II. Failed states, p. 126. This means that U.S. defense businesses, which are among the biggest lobbyists, cannot afford to lose this corporate welfare. Unsurprisingly, they did not. So while many politicians asserted a peace dividend was at hand when the Soviet bloc collapsed, this has not come to pass. Although it is true that some fat was trimmed from the defense budget in the early 1990s, both economic and political pressures have tended to keep the basic military-industrial complex intact, ensuring a state of global war readiness and continuing production of ever more advanced weapons systems into the foreseeable future. Various excuses were used to justify continued militarism, none of them particularly convincing due to the nature of the threat. The first Gulf War was useful, but the quick defeat of Saddam showed how little a threat he actually was. The Iraq invasion of 2003 proved that his regime, while temporarily helpful to the Pentagon, was not enough of a menace to warrant the robust defense budgets of year now given that his military machine had been smashed. This did not, of course, stop the Bush administration spinning the threat and lying to the world about non-existent Iraqi weapons of mass destruction. This is unsurprising, though, given how the Soviet military machine had also been hyped and its threat exaggerated to justify military spending. Other threats to the world's sole superpower such as Cuba, Iran, Libya, and North Korea are equally unconvincing to anyone with a firm grasp of reality. Luckily for the U.S. state, a new enemy appeared in the shape of Islamic terrorism. The terrorist atrocity of 9/11 was quickly used to justify expanding U.S. militarism, and expanding the power of the state and reducing civil liberties. In its wake, various government bureaucracies and corporations could present their wish lists to the politicians and expect them to be passed without real comment, all under the guise of the war on terror. As this threat is so vague and so widespread, it is ideal to justify continuing militarism as well as imperial adventures across the globe. Any state can be attacked simply by declaring it is harboring terrorists. It can also be used to justify attacks on existing enemies, such as Iraq and the other countries in the so-called axis of evil and related states. As such, it was not surprising to hear about the possible Iranian nuclear threat and about the dangers of Iranian influence even while the U.S. military was bogged down in the quagmire of Iraq. While the Bush administration's doctrine of preemptive war, i.e. aggression, may have, as Chomsky noted, broken little new ground and have been standard, but unspoken, U.S. policy from its birth, it does show how militarism will be justified for some time to come. Op. Cit. p. 85 It, and the threat of terrorism which is used to justify it, provides the Pentagon with more arguments for continued high levels of defense spending and military intervention. In a nutshell, then, the trend toward increasing militarism is not likely to be checked as the Pentagon has found a sufficiently dangerous and demonic enemy to justify continued military spending in the style to which it's accustomed. Thus the demands of U.S. military capitalism still take priority over the needs of the people. For example, Holly Sklar points out that Washington, Detroit, and Philadelphia have higher infant death rates than Jamaica or Costa Rica, and that Black America as a whole has a higher infant mortality rate than Nigeria, yet the U.S. still spends less public funds on education than on the military, and more on military bands than on the National Endowment for the Arts. Brave New World Order, Cynthia Peters, ed., Collateral Damage, pages 3 to 46. But of course, politicians continue to maintain that education and social services must be cut back even further because there is no money to fund them. As Chomsky so rightly says, it is sometimes argued that concealing development of high-tech industry under the cover of defense has been a valuable contribution to society. Those who do not share that contempt for democracy might ask what decisions the population would have made if they had been informed of the real options and allowed to choose among them. Perhaps they might have preferred more social spending for health, education, decent housing, a sustainable environment for future generations, and support for the United Nations, international law and diplomacy, as polls regularly show. We can only guess, since fear of democracy barred the option of allowing the public into the political arena, or even informing them about what was being done in their name. Op. Cit. p. 127. Finally, as well as skewing resource allocation and wealth away from the general public, militarism also harms freedom and increases the threat of war. The latter is obvious, as militarism cannot help but feed an arms race as countries hurry to increase their military might in response to the developments of others. While this may be good for profits for the few, the general population have to hope that the outcome of such rivalries do not lead to war. As Goldman noted about the First World War, can be, in part, traced to the cutthroat competition for military equipment. Armies equipped to the teeth with weapons, with highly developed instruments of murder backed by their military interests, have their own dynamic functions. Op. Cit. p. 353. As to freedom, as an institution, the military is based on the unquestioning obedience and loyalty to the government. To quote, as Goldman did, one U.S. general, "The ideal soldier, as Goldman puts it, is a cold-blooded, mechanical, obedient tool of his military superiors, and this position cannot be harmonized with individual liberty. Indeed, and there be anything more destructive of the true genius of liberty than the spirit of unquestioning obedience." Op. Cit. pages 52 to 4. As militarism becomes bigger, this spirit of obedience widens and becomes more dominant in the community. It comes to the fore during periods of war or in the run-up to war, when protest and dissent are equated to treason by those in power and their supporters. The war hysteria and corresponding repression and authoritarianism which repeatedly sweeps so-called free nations shows that militarism has a wider impact than just economic development and wasted resources. As Bakunin noted, where military force prevails, their freedom has to take its leave, especially the freedom and well-being of the working people. The Political Philosophy of Bakunin, pages 221 to 2. D.9 Why does political power become concentrated under capitalism? Under capitalism, political power tends to become concentrated in the executive branch of government, along with a corresponding decline in the effectiveness of parliamentary institutions. As Kropotkin discussed in his account of representative government, parliaments grew out of the struggle of capitalists against the power of centralist monarchies during the early modern period. This meant that the function of parliaments was to check and control the exercise of executive power when it was controlled by another class, namely the aristocracy and landlords. The role of parliaments flourished and reached the peak of their prestige in the struggle against the monarchy and immediately afterwards. With the end of absolute monarchy, legislatures become battlegrounds of contending parties, divided by divergent class and group interests. This reduces their capacity for positive action, particularly when struggle outside Parliament is pressurizing representatives to take some interest in public concerns. The ruling class also needs a strong centralist state that can protect its interests internally and externally and which can ignore both popular demands and the vested interests of specific sections of the dominant economic and social elites in order to pursue policies required to keep the system as a whole going. This means that there will be a tendency for parliaments to give up its prerogatives, building up a centralist and uncontrolled authority in the form of an empowered executive against which, ironically, it had fought against at its birth. This process can be seen clearly in the history of the United States. Since World War II, power has become centralist in the hands of the president to such an extent that some scholars now refer to an imperial presidency, following Arthur Schlesinger's 1973 book of that title. In the UK, Prime Minister Tony Blair has been repeatedly criticised for his presidential form of government, while Parliament has been repeatedly sidetracked. This builds on tendencies which flow back to, at least, the Thatcher government, which started the neoliberal transformation of the UK with its associated rise in inequality, social polarization, and increases in state centralization and authority. Contemporary US presidents' appropriation of congressional authority, especially in matters relating to national security, has paralleled the rise of the United States as the world's strongest and most imperialistic military power. In the increasingly dangerous and interdependent world of the 20th century, the perceived need for a leader who can act quickly and decisively, without possibly disastrous obstruction by Congress, has provided an impetus for ever greater concentration of power in the White House. This concentration has taken place in both foreign and domestic policy, but it has been catalyzed above all by a series of foreign policy decisions in which modern U.S. presidents have seized the most vital of all government powers, the power to make war. For example, President Truman decided to commit troops in Korea without prior congressional approval, while the Eisenhower administration established a system of pacts and treaties with nations all over the globe, making it difficult for Congress to limit the president's deployment of troops according to the requirements of treaty obligations and national security, both of which were left to presidential judgment. The CIA, a secretive agency accountable to Congress only after the fact, was made the primary instrument of U.S. intervention in the internal affairs of other nations for national security reasons. This process of executive control over war reached a peak post 9/11, with Bush's nonsense of a preemptive war and public acknowledgement of a long-standing U.S. policy that the commander-in-chief was authorized to take defensive war measures without congressional approval or UN authorization. And as they have continued to commit troops to war without congressional authorization or genuine public debate, the president's unilateral policy making has spilled over into domestic affairs as well. Most obviously, thanks to Bush I and Clinton, important economic treaties, like GATT and NAFTA, can be rammed through Congress as fast-track legislation, which limits the time allowed for debate and forbids amendments. Thanks to Jimmy Carter, who reformed the senior executive service to give the White House more control over career bureaucrats, and Ronald Reagan, who politicized the upper levels of the executive branch to an unprecedented degree, presidents can now pack government with their spoilsmen and reward partisan bureaucrats. The lack of response by FEMA during the Katrina hurricane is an example of this. Thanks to the first Bush, presidents now have a powerful new technique to enhance presidential prerogatives and erode the intent of Congress even further, namely, signing laws while announcing that they will not obey them. Fifth, thanks also to Bush, yet another new instrument of arbitrary presidential power has been created, the Tsar, a presidential appointee with vague, sweeping charges that overlap with or supersede the powers of department heads. Michael Lind, The Case for Congressional Power, The Out-of-Control Presidency, The New Republic, August 14, 1995. Thus we find administrations bypassing or weakening official government agencies or institutions to implement policies that are not officially permitted. In the US, the Reagan administration's Iran-Contra affair is an example. During that episode, the National Security Council, an arm of the executive branch, secretly funded the Contras, a mercenary counter-revolutionary force in Central America, in direct violation of the Boland Amendment which Congress had passed for the specific purpose of prohibiting such funding. Then there is the weakening of government agencies to the point where they can no longer effectively carry out their mandate. Reagan's tenure in the White House again provides a number of examples. The Environmental Protection Agency, for instance, was for all practical purposes neutralized when employees dedicated to genuine environmental protection were removed and replaced with people loyal to corporate polluters. Such detours around the law are deliberate policy tools that allow presidents to exercise much more actual power than they appear to have on paper. Finally, the president's authority to determine foreign and domestic policy through national security directives that are kept secret from Congress and the American people. Such NSDs cover a virtually unlimited field of actions, shaping policy that may be radically different from what is stated publicly by the White House and involving such matters as interference with First Amendment rights, initiation of activities that could lead to war, escalation of military conflicts, and even the commitment of billions of dollars in loan guarantees, all without congressional approval or even knowledge. President Clinton's use of an executive order to bail out Mexico from its debt crisis after Congress failed to appropriate the money falls right into the authoritarian tradition of running the country by fiat, a process which accelerated with his successor George Bush, in keeping with the general tendencies of Republican administrations in particular. The second Bush took this disdain for democracy and the law even further. His administration has tried to roll back numerous basic liberties and rights as well. He has sought to strip people accused of crimes of rights that date as far back as the Magna Carta in Anglo-American jurisprudence, elimination of presumption of innocence, keeping suspects in indefinite imprisonment, ending trial by impartial jury, restricting access to lawyers and knowledge of evidence and charges against the accused. He has regularly stated when signing legislation that he will assert the right to ignore those parts of laws with which he disagrees. His administration has adopted policies which have ignored the Geneva Convention, labeled as quaint, and publicly tolerated torture of suspects and prisoners of war. That this underlying authoritarianism of politicians is often belied by their words should go without saying, an obvious fact, somehow missed by the mainstream media, which made satire redundant in the case the second Bush. Not that this centralization of powers has bothered the representatives whom are being disempowered by it. Quite the reverse. This is unsurprising, for under a leader which guarantees order, that is to say internal exploitation and external expansion, then the parliament submits to all his caprices and arms him with ever new powers. That is understandable. All government has tendency to become personal, since that is its origin and its essence. It will always search for the man on whom it can unload the cares of government and to whom in turn it will submit. As long as we confide to a small group all the economic, political, military, financial, and industrial prerogatives with which we arm them today, this small group will necessarily be inclined to submit to a single chief. Kropotkin, Op. Cit. p. 128. As such, there are institutional forces at work within the government organizational structure which encourage these tendencies, and as long as they find favor with business interests they will not be challenged. This is a key factor, of course. If increased authoritarianism and concentration of decision-making were actually harming the interests of the economically dominant elite, then more concern would be expressed about them in what passes for public discourse. However, the reduction of democratic processes fits in well with the neoliberal agenda, and, indeed, this agenda dependent on it. As Chomsky notes, democracy reduces to empty form when the votes of the general public votes no impact or role in determining economic and social development. In other words, neoliberal reforms are antithetical to promotion of democracy. They are not designed to shrink the state, as often asserted, but to strengthen state institutions to serve even more than before the needs of the substantial people. This has seen extensive gerrymandering to prevent competition for seats in the House, the most democratic of government institutions and therefore the most worrisome, while Congress has been geared to implementing the pro-business policies and the White House has been reconstructed into top-down systems, in a similar way to that of a corporation. In structure, the political counterpart to a corporation is a totalitarian state. Op. Cit. p. 218, p. 237 and p. 238. The aim is to exclude the general politic from civil society, creating Locke's system of rule by property owners only. As one expert, and critic, on Locke argues in his scheme, the laboring class, being without estate, are subject to, but not full members of civil society, and the right to rule, more accurately, the right to control any government, is given to men of estate only. The working class will be in but not part of civil society in the same way that they are in but not part of a company. The laboring class may do the actual work in a capitalist firm, but they cannot take part in the operation of the company at the same level as the owners. Thus the ideal, classical, liberal state is a joint stock company of owners whose majority decision binds not only themselves but also their employees. C. B. Macpherson, The Political Theory of Possessive Individualism, p. 248, p. 249 and p. 251. The aim of significant sections of the right and the ruling class is to achieve this goal within the context of a nominally democratic state which, on paper, allows significant civil liberties but which, in practice, operates like a corporation. Liberty for the many will be reduced to market forms, the ability to buy and sell, within the rules designed by and for the property owners. Centralist state power within an overall authoritarian social culture is the best way to achieve this aim. It should be stressed that the rise of inequality and centralist state power has came about by design, not by accident. Both trends delight the rich and the right, whose aim has always been to exclude the general population from the public sphere, eliminate taxation on wealth and income derived from owning it, and roll back the limited reforms the general population have won over the years. In his book Post-Conservative America, Kevin Phillips, one of the most knowledgeable and serious conservative ideologues, discusses the possibility of fundamental alterations that he regards as desirable in the U.S. government. His proposals leave no doubt about the direction in which the right wishes to proceed. Governmental power is too diffuse to make difficult and necessary economic and technical decisions, Phillips maintains. Accordingly, the nature of that power must be rethought. Power at the federal level must be augmented, and lodged for the most part in the executive branch. p. 218. He assures us that all the changes he envisions can be accomplished without altering the Constitution. As one moderate British Conservative MP has documented, the free market conservative Thatcher government of the 1980s increased centralization of power and led a sustained assault on local government. One key reason was dislike of opposition which applied to intermediate institutions between the individual and the state. These were despised and disliked because they got in the way of free market forces, and were liable to disagree with Thatcherite policies. Indeed, they simply abolished elected local governments, like the Greater London Council, which were opposed to the policies of the central government. They controlled the rest by removing their power to raise their own funds, which destroyed their local autonomy. The net effect of neoliberal reforms was that Britain became ever more centralist and local government was fragmenting and weakening. Dancing with Dogma, p. 261, p. 262 and p. 269. This reversal of what, traditionally, conservatives and even liberals had argued had its roots in the free market capitalist ideology. For anything is to stand in the way of the free market, and no such fripperies as democratic votes are to be allowed to upset it. The unadulterated free market is unalterable, and those who dislike it or suffer from it must learn to put up with it. In Rousseau's language, they must be forced to be free. As such, there was no paradox to the Thatcherite devotion to both the free market and a strong state, as the establishment of individualism and a free market state is an unbending if not dictatorial venture which demands the prevention of collective action and the submission of dissenting institutions and individuals. Thus rhetoric about liberty and rolling back the state can easily be combined in practice with centralization and the expansion of the state's frontiers. Op. Cit. Pages 273-4 and p. 273. A similar process occurred under Reagan in America. As Chomsky stresses, the anti-democratic thrust has precedence, of course, but is reaching new heights under the current set of reactionary statists who are dedicated warriors. With consistency and passion that approach caricature, their policies serve the substantial people, in fact, an unusually narrow sector of them, and disregard or harm the underlying population and future generations. They are also seeking to use their current opportunities to institutionalize these arrangements, so that it will be no small task to reconstruct a more humane and democratic society. Op. Cit. p. 238 and p. 236. As we noted in section D.1, the likes of Reagan, Thatcher, and Bush do not appear by accident. They and the policies they implement reflect the interests of significant sectors of the ruling elite and their desires. These will not disappear if different, more progressive-sounding, politicians are elected. Nor will the nature of the state machine and its bureaucracy, nor will the workings and needs of the capitalist economy. This helps explains why the distinctions between the two major parties in the US have been, to a large extent, virtually obliterated. Each is controlled by the corporate elite, albeit by different factions within it. Despite many tactical and verbal disagreements, virtually all members of this elite share a basic set of principles, attitudes, ideals, and values. Whether Democrat or Republican, most of them have graduated from the same Ivy League schools, belong to the same exclusive social clubs, serve on the same interlocking boards of directors of the same major corporations, and send their children to the same private boarding schools. C.G. William Domhoff, Who Rules America Now, and C. Wright Mills, The Power Elite. Perhaps most importantly, they share the same psychology, which means that they have the same priorities and interests, namely, those of corporate America. That the Democrats are somewhat more dependent and responsive to progressive working class people, while the Republicans are beholden to the rich and sections of the religious right come election time, should not make us confuse rhetoric with the reality of policies pursued and underlying common assumptions and interests. This means that in the USA there is really only one party, the business party, which wears two different masks to hide its real face from the public. Similar remarks apply to the liberal democratic regimes in the rest of the advanced capitalist states. In the UK, Blair's New Labour has taken over the mantle of Thatcherism and have implemented policies based on its assumptions. Unsurprisingly, it received the backing of numerous right-wing newspapers as well as funding from wealthy individuals. In other words, the UK system has mutated into a more US-style one of two business parties, one of which gets more trade union support than the other. Needless to say, it is unlikely that Labour will be changing its name to Capital unless forced to by the Trading Standards Office, nor does it look likely that the trade union bureaucracy will reconsider their funding, in spite of the fact New Labour simply ignored them when not actually attacking them. The absence of a true opposition party, which itself is a main characteristic of authoritarian regimes, is thus an accomplished fact already, and has been so for many years. Besides the reasons noted above, another cause of increasing political centralization under capitalism is that industrialization forces masses of people into alienated wage slavery, breaking their bonds to other people, to the land, and to tradition, which in turn encourages strong central governments to assume the role of surrogate parent and to provide direction for their citizens in political, intellectual, moral, and even spiritual matters. See Hannah Arendt, The Origins of Totalitarianism. And as Marilyn French emphasizes in Beyond Power, the growing concentration of political power in the capitalist state can also be attributed to the form of the corporation, which is a microcosm of the authoritarian state, since it is based on centralist authority, bureaucratic hierarchy, anti-democratic controls, and lack of individual initiative and autonomy. Thus the millions of people who work for large corporations tend automatically to develop the psychological traits needed to survive and succeed under authoritarian rule, notably, obedience, conformity, efficiency, subservience, and fear of responsibility. The political system naturally tends to reflect the psychological conditions created at the workplace, where most people spend about half their time. Reviewing such trends, Marxist Ralph Miliband concludes that it points in the direction of a regime in which democratic forms have ceased to provide effective constraints upon state power. the distribution of power will become more unequal, and so however strident the rhetoric of democracy and popular sovereignty may be, and despite the populist overtones which politics must now incorporate, the trend is toward the ever greater appropriation of power at the top. Divided societies, p. 166 and p. 204. As such, this reduction in genuine liberty, democracy, and growth in executive power does not flow simply from the intentions of a few bad apples. Rather, they reflect economic developments, the needs of the system as a whole, plus the pressures associated with the way specific institutions are structured and operate, as well as the need to exclude, control and marginalize the general population. Thus, while we can struggle and resist specific manifestations of this process, we need to fight and eliminate their root causes within capitalism and statism themselves if we want to turn them back and, eventually, end them. This increase in centralist and authoritarian rule may not result in obvious elimination of such basic rights as freedom of speech. However, this is due to the success of the project to reduce genuine freedom and democracy rather than its failure. If the general population are successfully marginalized and excluded from the public sphere, i.e. turned into Locke's system of being within but not part of a society, then a legal framework which recognizes civil liberties would still be maintained. That most basic liberties would remain relatively intact and that most radicals will remain unmolested would be a testimony to the lack of power possessed by the public at large in the existing system. That is, countercultural movements need not be a concern to the government until they become broader based and capable of challenging the existing socio-economic order. Only then is it necessary for the repressive, authoritarian forces to work on undermining the movement. So long as there is no effective organizing and no threat to the interests of the ruling elite, people are permitted to say whatever they want. This creates the illusion that the system is open to all ideas, when, in fact, it is not. But, as the decimation of the Wobblies and anarchist movement after the First World War first illustrated, the government will seek to eradicate any movement that poses a significant threat. D.9.1 What is the relationship between wealth polarization and authoritarian government? We have previously noted the recent increase in the rate of wealth polarization, with its erosion of working-class living standards, see section B.7. This process has been referred to by Noam Chomsky as third-worldization. It is appearing in a particularly acute form in the U.S., the richest industrialist nation which also has the highest level of poverty, since it is the most polarized, but the process can be seen in other advanced industrial nations as well, particularly in the UK. As neoliberalism has spread, so has inequality soared. Third world governments are typically authoritarian, since harsh measures are required to suppress rebellions among their impoverished and discontented masses. Hence third-worldization implies not only economic polarization but also increasingly authoritarian governments. As Philip Slater puts it, a large, educated, and alert middle class, i.e. average income earners, has always been the backbone of democracy, and anything that concentrates wealth tends to weaken democratic institutions. A dream deferred, p. 68. This analysis is echoed by left liberal economist James K. Galbraith. As polarization of wages, incomes, and wealth develops, the common interests and common social programs of society fall into decline. We have seen this too, in this country over 30 years, beginning with the erosion of public services and public investments, particularly in the cities, with the assault on the poor and on immigrants and the disabled that led to the Welfare Bill of 1996, and continuing now manufactured crises of Medicare and the Social Security system. The haves are on the march. With growing inequality, so grows their power. And so also diminish the voices of solidarity and mutual reinforcement, the voices of civil society, the voices of a democratic and egalitarian middle class. Created unequal, the crisis in American pay, p. 265. If this is true, then along with increasing wealth polarization in the U.S. we should expect to see signs of growing authoritarianism. This hypothesis is confirmed by numerous facts, including the following: continuing growth of an imperial presidency, concentration of political power, extra-legal operations by the executive branch, e.g. the Iran-Contra scandal, the Grenada and Panama invasions, skyrocketing incarceration rates, more official secrecy and censorship, the rise of the far right, more police and prisons, FBI requests for massive wiretapping capability, and so on. Public support for draconian measures to deal with crime reflect the increasingly authoritarian mood of citizens beginning to panic in the face of an ongoing social breakdown, which has been brought about, quite simply, by ruling class greed that has gotten out of hand, a fact that is carefully obscured by the media. The 911 attacks have been used to bolster these authoritarian trends, as would be expected. One might think that representative democracy and constitutionally guaranteed freedoms would make an authoritarian government impossible in the United States and other liberal democratic nations with similar constitutional protections for civil rights. In reality, however, the declaration of a national emergency would allow the central government to ignore constitutional guarantees with impunity and set up what Hannah Arendt calls invisible government mechanisms, allowing an administration to circumvent constitutional structures while leaving them nominally in place. The erosion of civil liberties and increase in state powers post 9/11 in both the US and UK should show that such concerns are extremely valid. In response to social breakdown or terrorism, voters may turn to Marshall-style leaders, aided by the media. Once elected, and with the support of willing legislatures and courts, administrations could easily create much more extensive mechanisms of authoritarian government than already exist, giving the executive branch virtually dictatorial powers. Such administrations could escalate foreign militarism, further expand the funding and scope of the police, National Guard units, secret police, and foreign intelligence agencies, and authorize more widespread surveillance of citizens as well as the infiltration of dissident political groups, all of which happened in post-9/11 America. There would be a corresponding rise of government secrecy, as popular understanding of the workings of government is not conducive to instilling proper reverence for powerful leaders and their nobility. Chomsky, Failed States, p. 238. These developments would not occur all at once, but so gradually, imperceptibly, and logically, given the need to maintain law and order, that most people would not even be aware that an authoritarian takeover was underway. Indeed, there is substantial evidence that this is already underway in the US. See Friendly Fascism by Bertram Gross for details. We will examine some of the symptoms of growing authoritarianism listed above, again referring primarily to the example of the United States. The general trend has been a hollowing out of even the limited democratic structures associated with representative states in favor of a purely formal appearance of elections which are used to justify ignoring the popular will, authoritarianism, and top-down rule by the executive. While these have always been a feature of the state, and must be, if it is to do its function as we discussed in section B.2, the tendencies are increasing and should be of concern for all those who seek to protect, never mind, expand what human rights and civil liberties we have. While anarchists have no illusions about the nature of even so-called democratic states, we are not indifferent to the form of state we have to endure and how it changes. As Malatesta put it, there is no doubt that the worst of democracies is always preferable, if only from an educational point of view, than the best of dictatorships. Of course, democracy, so-called government of the people, is a lie, but the lie always slightly binds the liar and limits the extent of his arbitrary power. Democracy is a lie, it is oppression and is in reality, oligarchy, that is, government by the few to the advantage of a privileged class. But we can still fight it in the name of freedom and equality, unlike those who have replaced it or want to replace it with something worse. The Anarchist Revolution, p. 77. We must stress that as long as governments exist, then this struggle against authoritarianism will continue. As Kropotkin argued, these tendencies do not depend on individuals, they are inherent in the institution. We must always remember that of its own accord, representative government does not offer real liberties, and it can accommodate itself remarkably well to despotism. Freedoms have to be seized from it, as much as they do from absolute kings, and once they have been gained they must be defended against Parliament as much as they were against a king. Words of a Rebel, p. 137 and p. 123. So we cannot assume that legal rights against and restrictions on state or economic power are enough in themselves. Liberty needs to be continually defended by the mass of the population who cannot leave it to others to act for them. If we want to leave the gates wide open to reaction, Kropotkin put it, we have only to confide our affairs to a representative government. Only extra-parliamentary agitation will stop the state impinging continually on the country's political rights or suppressing them with a strike of the pen. The state must always find itself faced by a mass of people ready to rebel. Op. Cit p. 129 and p. 124. D.9.2 Why is government surveillance of citizens on the increase? Authoritarian governments are characterized by fully developed secret police forces, extensive government surveillance of civilians, a high level of official secrecy and censorship, and an elaborate system of state coercion to intimidate and silence dissenters. All of these phenomena have existed in the U.S. since suppression of the anarchist-inspired No Conscription League and the IWW for its unionizing and anti-war activity. The post-World War I Red Scare and Palmer raids continued this process of wartime jailings and intimidation, combined with the deportation of aliens. The arrest, trial, and subsequent deportation of Alexander Berkman and Emma Goldman is but one example of this war on radicals. Howard Zinn, A People's History of America, pages 363-7. However, since World War II these systems have taken more extreme forms, especially during the 1980s and 2000s. Indeed, one of the most disturbing revelations to emerge from the Iran-Contra affair was the Reagan administration's contingency plan for imposing martial law. Alfonso Chardy, a reporter for the Miami Herald, revealed in July 1987 that Lt. Col. Oliver North, while serving on the National Security Council staff, had worked with the Federal Emergency Management Agency on a plan to suspend the Bill of Rights by imposing martial law in the event of national opposition to a U.S. military invasion abroad. Richard O. Curry, ed., Freedom at Risk, Secrecy, Censorship, and Repression in the 1980s. However, this rise in authoritarian-style government policies is not limited to just possibilities, and so in this section we will examine the operations of the secret police in the USA since the 1950s. First, however, we must stress that these tendencies are hardly US-specific. For example, the secret services in the UK have regularly spied on left-wing groups as well as being heavily involved in undermining the 1984-5 miners' strike. S. Milne, The Enemy Within. The creation of an elaborate U.S. national security apparatus has come about gradually since 1945 through congressional enactments, numerous executive orders and national security directives, and a series of Supreme Court decisions that have eroded First Amendment rights. The policies of the Reagan administration, however, reflected radical departures from the past, as revealed not only by their comprehensive scope but by their institutionalization of secrecy, censorship, and repression in ways that will be difficult, if not impossible, to eradicate. As Richard Curry points out, the Reagan administration's success stems from major structural and technological changes that have occurred in American society during the 20th century, especially the emergence of the modern bureaucratic state and the invention of sophisticated electronic devices that make surveillance possible in new and insidious ways. Op. Cit. p. 4. The FBI has used counter-subversive surveillance techniques and kept lists of people and groups judged to be potential national security threats since the days of the Red Scare in the 1920s. Such activities were expanded in the late 1930s when Franklin Roosevelt instructed the FBI to gather information about fascist and communist activities in the U.S. and to conduct investigations into possible espionage and sabotage. Although for most of the 1920s and 1930s, fascists and fascist sympathizers were, at best, ignored and, at worst, publicly praised, while anti-fascists like anarchist Carol Tresca were spied on and harassed by the authorities. Nunzio Pernicon, Carlo Tresca. FBI Chief J. Edgar Hoover interpreted these directives as authorizing open-ended inquiries into a very broad category of potential subversives, and by repeatedly misinforming a succession of careless or indifferent presidents and attorneys general about the precise scope of Roosevelt's directives, Hoover managed for more than 30 years to elicit tacit executive approval for continuous FBI investigations into an ever-expanding class of political dissidents. Jeffrey R. Stone, the Reagan administration, the First Amendment, and FBI domestic security investigations, Curry, ed. Op. Cit. The advent of the Cold War, ongoing conflicts with the Soviet Union, and fears of the international communist conspiracy provided justification not only for covert CIA operations and American military intervention in countries all over the globe, but also contributed to the FBI's rationale for expanding its domestic surveillance activities. Thus in 1957, without authorization from Congress or any president, Hoover launched a highly secret operation called COINTELPRO. From 1957 to 1974, the Bureau opened investigative files on more than 500,000 subversive Americans. In the course of these investigations, the Bureau, in the name of national security, engaged in widespread wiretapping, bugging, mail openings, and break-ins. Even more insidious was the Bureau's extensive use of informers and undercover operative to infiltrate and report on the activities and membership of subversive political associations ranging from the Socialist Workers' Party to the NAACP to the Medical Committee for Human Rights to a Milwaukee Boy Scout troop. Stone, Op. Cit. p. 274. But COINTELPRO involved much more than just investigation and surveillance. As Chomsky notes, it was one of its major programs of repression and was used to discredit, weaken, and ultimately destroy the New Left and Black radical movements of the 60s and early 70s, i.e. to silence the major sources of political dissent and opposition. Its aim was to disrupt a wide range of popular movements by instigating violence in the ghetto, direct participation in police assassination of a Black Panther organizer, burglaries and harassment of the Socialist Workers' Party over many years, and other methods of defamation and disruption. Necessary Illusions, p. 189. The FBI fomented violence through the use of agents provocateurs and destroyed the credibility of movement leaders by framing them, bringing false charges against them, distributing offensive materials published in their name, spreading false rumors, sabotaging equipment, stealing money, and other dirty tricks. By such means the Bureau exacerbated internal frictions within movements, turning members against each other as well as other groups. For example, during the civil rights movement, while the government was making concessions and verbally supporting the movement, the FBI was harassing and breaking up Black groups. Between 1956 and 1971, the FBI took 295 actions against Black groups as part of COINTELPRO. Zinn, Op. Cit. p. 455. Government documents show the FBI and police involved in creating acrimonious disputes which ultimately led to the breakup of such groups as Students for a Democratic Society, the Black Panther Party, and the Liberation News Service. The Bureau also played a part in the failure of such groups to form alliances across racial, class, and regional lines. The FBI is implicated in the assassination of Malcolm X, who was killed in a factional dispute that the Bureau bragged of having developed in the Nation of Islam. Martin Luther King, Jr., was the target of an elaborate FBI plot to drive him to suicide before he was conveniently killed by a lone sniper. Other radicals were portrayed as communists, criminals, adulterers, or government agents, while still others were murdered in phony shootouts where the only shooting was done by the police. These activities finally came to public attention because of the Watergate investigations, congressional hearings, and information obtained under the Freedom of Information Act, FOIA. In response to the revelations of FBI abuse, Attorney General Edward Levi in 1976 set forth a set of public guidelines governing the initiation and scope of the Bureau's domestic security investigations, severely restricting its ability to investigate political dissidents. The Levi Guidelines, however, proved to be only a temporary reversal of the trend. Although throughout his presidency Ronald Reagan professed to be against the increase of state power in regard to domestic policy, he in fact expanded the power of the national bureaucracy for national security purposes in systematic and unprecedented ways. One of the most significant of these was his immediate elimination of the safeguards against FBI abuse that the Levi Guidelines had been designed to prevent. This was accomplished through two interrelated executive branch initiatives: Executive Order 12333, issued in 1981, and Attorney General William French Smith's Guidelines, which replaced Levi's in 1983. The Smith Guidelines permitted the FBI to launch domestic security investigations if the facts reasonably indicated that groups or individuals were involved in criminal activity. More importantly, however, the new guidelines also authorized the FBI to anticipate or prevent crime. As a result, the FBI could now investigate groups or individuals whose statements advocated criminal activity or indicated an apparent intent to engage in crime, particularly crimes of violence. As Curry notes, the language of the Smith Guidelines provided FBI officials with sufficient interpretative latitude to investigate virtually any group or individual it chose to target, including political activists who opposed the administration's foreign policy. Not surprisingly, under the new guidelines the Bureau immediately began investigating a wide variety of political dissidents, quickly making up for the time it had lost since 1976. Congressional sources show that in 1985 alone the FBI conducted 96 investigations of groups and individuals opposed to the Reagan administration's Central American policies, including religious organizations who expressed solidarity with Central American refugees. Since the 1980s, the state has used the threat of terrorism, both domestic and international, to bolster its means of repression. The aim has been to allow the president, on his own initiative and by his own definition, to declare any person or organization terrorist and so eliminate any rights they may, in theory, have. The 911 attacks were used to pass in effect a wish list, in the form of the Patriot Act, of measures long sought by both the secret state and the right but which they had difficulty in passing previously due to public scrutiny. Post 9/11, as after the Oklahoma bombing, much opposition was muted while those that did raise their voices were dismissed as, at best, naive or, at worst, pro-terrorist. Post 9/11, presidential rulings are considered as conclusive while the Attorney General was handed new enforcement powers, e.g. suspects would be considered guilty unless proven innocent, and the source or nature of the evidence brought against suspects would not have to be revealed if the Justice Department claimed a national security interest in suppressing such facts, as of course it would. Security agencies were given massive new powers to gather information on and act against suspected terrorists, i.e., any enemy of the state, dissident, or critic of capitalism. As intended, the ability to abuse these powers is staggering. They greatly increased the size and funding of the FBI and gave it the power to engage in anti-terrorist activities all over the country, without judicial oversight. Unsurprisingly, during the run-up to the Iraq invasion of 2003, the anti-war movement was targeted with these new powers of surveillance. That the secret state, for example, seriously argued that potential terrorists could exist within Quaker peace groups says it all. Unsurprisingly, given the history of the secret state, the new measures were turned against the left, as COINTELPRO and similar laws were in the past. If, as the Bush administration continually asserted, the terrorists hate the West for our freedoms, rather than their self-proclaimed hatred of U.S. foreign policy, then that government is the greatest appeaser the world has ever seen, not to mention the greatest recruiting agent they ever had. It has done more to undermine freedom and increase state power, along with the threat of terrorism, that the terrorists ever dreamed. However, it would be a mistake to draw the conclusion that it is simply incompetence, arrogance, and ignorance which was at work, tempting as that may be. Rather, there are institutional factors at work as well, a fact that becomes obvious when looking at the history of the secret state and its activities. The fact that such draconian measures were even considered says volumes about the direction in which the US and by implication the other advanced capitalist states are headed. D.9.3 What causes justifications for racism to appear? The tendency towards social breakdown, which is inherent in the growth of wealth polarization, as discussed above, is also producing a growth in racism in the countries affected. As we have seen, social breakdown leads to the increasingly authoritarian government prompted by the need of the ruling class to contain protest and civil unrest among those at the bottom of the wealth pyramid. In the US, those in the lowest economic strata belong mostly to racial minorities, while in several European countries there are growing populations of impoverished minorities from the Third World, often from former colonies. The desire of the more affluent strata to justify their superior economic positions is, as one would expect, causing racially based theories of privilege to become more popular. That racist feelings are gaining strength in America is evidenced by the increasing political influence of the right, whose thinly disguised racism reflects the darkening vision of a growing segment of the conservative community. Further evidence can be seen in the growth of ultra-conservative extremist groups preaching avowedly racist philosophies, such as the Ku Klux Klan, the Aryan Nations, the White Aryan Resistance, and others. See James Ridgway's Blood in the Face, the Ku Klux Klan, Aryan Nations, Nazi skinheads, and the rise of a new white culture. Much the same can be said of Europe, with the growth of parties like the BNP in Britain, the FN in France, and similar organizations elsewhere. Most conservative politicians have taken pains to distance themselves officially from the extreme right. Yet they are dependent on getting votes of those influenced by the right-wing media personalities and the extreme right. This means that this racism cannot help seep into their election campaigns and, unsurprisingly, mainstream conservative politicians have used, and continue to use, code words and innuendo, welfare queens, quotas, etc., to convey a thinly veiled racist message. This allows mainstream right-wingers to exploit the budding racism of lower and middle-class white youths, who must compete for increasingly scarce jobs with desperate minorities who are willing to work at very low wages. As Lorenzo Lomboa Irvin notes, basing themselves on alienated white social forces, the Nazis and Klan are trying to build a mass movement which can hire itself out to the capitalists at the proper moment and assume state power. Fascism is the ultimate authoritarian society when in power, even though it has changed its face to a mixture of crude racism and smoother racism in the modern democratic state. So in addition to the Nazis and the Klan, there are other right-wing forces that have been on the rise. They include ultra-conservative rightist politicians and Christian fundamentalist preachers, along with the extreme right section of the capitalist ruling class itself, small business owners, talk show hosts, along with the professors, economists, philosophers, and others in academia who are providing the ideological weapons for the capitalist offensive against the workers and oppresses people. So not all racists wear sheets. These are the respectable racists, the new right conservatives. The capitalist class has already shown their willingness to use this conservative movement as a smokescreen for an attack on the labor movement, black struggle, and the entire working class. Anarchism and the Black Revolution, p. 18. The expanding popularity of such racist groups in the US is matched by a similar phenomenon in Europe, where xenophobia and a weak economy have propelled extreme right-wing politicians into the limelight on promises to deport foreigners. This poisons the whole mainstream political spectrum, with center and center-left politicians pandering to racism and introducing aspects of the right's agenda under the rhetoric of addressing concerns and raising the prospect that by not doing what the right wants, the right will expand in influence. How legitimizing the right by implementing its ideas is meant to undercut their support is never explained, but the greater evil argument does have its utility for every opportunistic politician, particularly one under pressure from the right-wing media whipping up scare stories about immigration and such like to advance the interests of their wealthy backers. What easier way is there to divert people's anger than onto scapegoats? Anger about bad housing, no housing, boring work, no work, bad wages and conditions, job insecurity, no future, and so on. Instead of attacking the real causes of these, and other, problems, people are encouraged to direct their anger against people who face the same problems just because they have a different skin color or come from a different part of the world. Little wonder politicians and their rich backers like to play the racist card. It diverts attention away from them and the system they run, i.e. the real causes of our problems. Racism, in other words, tries to turn class issues into race issues. Little wonder that sections of the ruling elite will turn to it, as and when required. Their class interests, and, often, their personal bigotry, requires them to do so. A divided working class will never challenge their position in society. This means that justifications for racism appear for two reasons. Firstly, to try and justify the existing inequalities within society, for example, the infamous and highly inaccurate bell curve and related works. Secondly, to divide the working class and divert anger about living conditions and social problems away from the ruling elite and their system onto scapegoats in our own class. After all, for the past 50 years American business has been organizing a major class war, and they needed troops. There are votes after all, and you can't just come before the electorate and say, "Vote for me, I'm trying to screw you." So what they've had to do is appeal to the population on some other grounds. Well, there aren't a lot of other grounds, and everybody picks the same ones: jingoism, racism, fear, religious fundamentalism. These are ways of appealing to people if you're trying to organize a mass base of support for policies that are really intended to crush them. Chomsky, Understanding Power, pages 294-5. Part of the right-wing resurgence in the US and elsewhere has been the institutionalization of the Reagan-Bush brand of conservatism, whose hallmark was the reinstatement, to some degree, of laissez-faire economic policies, and, to an even larger degree, of laissez-faire rhetoric. A free market, Reagan's economic experts argued, necessarily produced inequality, but by allowing unhindered market forces to select the economically fittest and to weed out the unfit, the economy would become healthy again. The wealth of those who survived and prospered in the harsh new climate would ultimately benefit the less fortunate, through a trickle-down effect which was supposed to create millions of new high-paying jobs. All this would be accomplished by deregulating business, reducing taxes on the wealthy, and dismantling or drastically cutting back federal programs designed to promote social equality, fairness, and compassion. The aptly named Laffer curve, although invented without the burden of any empirical research or evidence, alleged to illustrate how cutting taxes actually raises government revenue. When this program of pro-business policies was applied, the results were, unsurprisingly, the opposite of that proclaimed, with wealth flooding upwards and the creation of low-paying, dead-end jobs. The biggest laughers in this scenario were the ruling class, who saw unprecedented gains in wealth at the expense of the rest of us. The Reaganites' doctrine of inequality gave the official seal of approval to ideas of racial superiority that right-wing extremists had used for years to rationalize the exploitation of minorities. If, on average, blacks and Hispanics earn only about half as much as whites, if more than a third of all blacks and a quarter of all Hispanics lived below the poverty line, if the economic gap between whites and non-whites was growing, well, that just proved that there was a racial component in the social Darwinian selection process, showing that minorities deserved their poverty and lower social status because they were less fit. By focusing on individuals, laissez-faire economics hides the social roots of inequality and the effect that economic institutions and social attitudes have on inequality. In the words of left liberal economist James K. Galbraith, what the economists did, in effect, was to reason backward, from the troublesome effect to a cause that would rationalize and justify it. It is the work of the efficient market, they argued, and the fundamental legitimacy of the outcome is not supposed to be questioned. The apologia is a dreadful thing. It has distorted our understanding, twisted our perspective, and crabbed our politics. On the right, as one might expect, the winners on the expanded scale of wealth and incomes are given a reason for self-satisfaction and an excuse for gloating. Their gains are due to personal merit, the application of high intelligence, and the smiles of fortune. Those on the losing side are guilty of sloth, self-indulgence, and whining. Perhaps they have bad culture. Or perhaps they have bad genes. While no serious economist would make that last leap into racist fantasy, the underlying structure of the economist's argument has undoubtedly helped to legitimize, before a larger public, those who promote such ideas. Op. Cit. p. 264. The logical corollary of this social Darwinism is that whites who are less fit, i.e., poor, also deserve their poverty. But philosophies of racial hatred are not necessarily consistent. Thus the ranks of white supremacist organizations have been swollen in recent years by undereducated and underemployed white youths frustrated by a declining industrial labor market and a noticeably eroding social status. Ridgway, Op. Cit. p. 186. Rather than drawing the logical social Darwinian conclusion that they, too, are inferior, they have instead blamed blacks, Hispanics, Asians, and Jews for unfairly taking their jobs. Thus the neo-Nazi skinheads, for example, have been mostly recruited from disgruntled working-class whites below the age of 30. This has provided leaders of right-wing extremist groups with a growing base of potential stormtroopers. Therefore, laissez-faire ideology helps create a social environment in which racist tendencies can increase. Firstly, it does so by increasing poverty, job insecurity, inequality, and so on, which right-wing groups can use to gather support by creating scapegoats in our own class to blame, for example, by blaming poverty on blacks taking our jobs rather than capitalists moving their capital to other, more profitable, countries, or them cutting wages and conditions for all workers. And as we point out in section B.1.4, racism, by dividing the working class, makes poverty and inequality worse and so is self-defeating. Secondly, it abets racists by legitimizing the notions that inequalities in pay and wealth are due to racial differences rather than a hierarchical system which harms all working class people, and uses racism to divide, and so weaken, the oppressed. By pointing to individuals rather than to institutions, organizations, customs, history, and above all power, the relative power between workers and capitalists, citizens and the state, the market power of big business, etc. Laissez-faire ideology points analysis into a dead end as well as apologetics for the wealthy, apologetics which can be, and are, utilized by racists to justify their evil politics. D.10 How does capitalism affect technology? Technology has an obvious effect on individual freedom, in some ways increasing it, in others restricting it. However, since capitalism is a social system based on inequalities of power, it is a truism that technology will reflect those inequalities as it does not develop in a social vacuum. As Bookchin puts it, alongside its positive aspects, technological advance has a distinctly negative, socially regressive side. If it is true that technological progress enlarges the historical potentiality for freedom, it is also true that the bourgeois control of technology reinforces the established organization of society and everyday life. Technology and the resources of abundance furnish capitalism with the means for assimilating large sections of society to the established system of hierarchy and authority. By their centralistic and bureaucratic tendencies, the resource of abundance reinforce the monopolistic, centralistic, and bureaucratic tendencies in the political apparatus. Technology can be used for perpetuating hierarchy, exploitation, and unfreedom. Post-scarcity anarchism, p. 3. No technology evolves and spreads unless there are people who benefit from it and have sufficient means to disseminate it. In a capitalist society, technologies useful to the rich and powerful are generally the ones that spread. This can be seen from capitalist industry, where technology has been implemented specifically to deskill the worker, so replacing the skilled, valued craftsperson with the easily trained and replaced mass worker. By trying to make any individual worker dispensable, the capitalist hopes to deprive workers of a means of controlling the relation between their effort on the job and the pay they receive. In Proudhon's words, the machine, or the workshop, after having degraded the laborer by giving him a master, completes his degeneracy by reducing him from the rank of artisan to that of common workman. System of economical contradictions, p. 202. So, unsurprisingly, technology within a hierarchical society will tend to reinforce hierarchy and domination. Managers/capitalists will select technology that will protect and extend their power and profits, not weaken it. Thus, while it is often claimed that technology is neutral, this is not, and can never be, the case. Simply put, progress within a hierarchical system will reflect the power structures of that system. As sociologist George Reitzer notes, technological innovation under a hierarchical system soon results in increased control and the replacement of human with non-human technology. In fact, the replacement of human with non-human technology is very often motivated by a desire for greater control, which of course is motivated by the need for profit maximization. The great sources of uncertainty and unpredictability in any rationalizing system are people. McDonaldization involves the search for the means to exert increasing control over both employees and customers. The McDonaldization of society, p. 100 for Reitzer, capitalism is marked by the irrationality of rationality, in which this process of control results in a system based on crushing the individuality and humanity of those who live within it. In this process of controlling employees for the purpose of maximizing profit, deskilling comes about because skilled labor is more expensive than unskilled or semi-skilled, and skilled workers have more power over their working conditions and work due to the difficulty in replacing them. Unskilled labor makes it easier to rationalize the production process with methods like Taylorism, a system of strict production schedules and activities based on the amount of time, as determined by management, that workers need to perform various operations in the workplace, thus requiring simple, easily analyzed and timed movements. As companies are in competition, each has to copy the most efficient, i.e. profit maximizing, production techniques introduced by the others in order to remain profitable, no matter how dehumanizing this may be for workers. Thus the evil effects of the division of labor and deskilling becoming widespread. Instead of managing their own work, workers are turned into human machines in a labor process they do not control, instead being controlled by those who own the machines they use. See also Harry Braverman, Labor and Monopoly Capital, The Degradation of Work in the 20th Century. As Max Stirner noted, echoing Adam Smith, this process of deskilling and controlling work means that everyone is to cultivate himself into man. Condemning a man to machine-like labor amounts to the same thing as slavery. Every labor is to have the intent that the man be satisfied. Therefore he must become a master in it too, be able to perform it as a totality. He who in a pin factory only puts on heads, only draws the wire, works, as it were mechanically, like a machine, he remains half-trained, does not become a master, his labor cannot satisfy him, it can only fatigue him. His labor is nothing by itself, has no object in itself, is nothing complete in itself, he labors only into another's hands, and is used, exploited, by this other. The ego and its own, p. 121. Kropotkin makes a similar argument against the division of labor, machine-like labor, in The Conquest of Bread, see chapter 15. The division of labor, as did Proudhon, see chapters 3 and 4 of System of Economical Contradictions. Modern industry is set up to ensure that workers do not become masters of their work but instead follow the orders of management. The evolution of technology lies in the relations of power within a society. This is because the viability of a design is not simply a technical or even economic evaluation but rather a political one. A technology is deemed viable if it conforms to the existing relations of power. David Noble, Progress Without People, p. 63. This process of controlling, restricting, and individualizing labor is a key feature of capitalism. Work that is skilled and controlled by workers is empowering to them in two ways. Firstly, it gives them pride in their work and themselves. Secondly, it makes it harder to replace them or suck profits out of them. Therefore, in order to remove the subjective factor, i.e. individuality and worker control, from the work process, capital needs methods of controlling the workforce to prevent workers from asserting their individuality, thus preventing them from arranging their own lives and work and resisting the authority of the bosses. This need to control workers can be seen from the type of machinery introduced during the Industrial Revolution. According to Andrew Ure, author of Philosophy of Manufactures, a consultant for the factory owners at the time. In the factories for spinning coarse yarn, the mule spinners' skilled workers have abused their powers beyond endurance, domineering in the most arrogant manner over their masters. High wages, instead of leading to thankfulness of temper and improvement of mind, have, in too many cases, cherished pride and supplied funds for supporting refractory spirits in strikes. During a disastrous turmoil of this kind, several of the capitalists had recourse to the celebrated machinists of Manchester to construct a self-acting mule. This invention confirms the great doctrine already propounded, that when capital enlists science in her service, the refractory hand of labor will always be taught docility. Quoted by Noble, Op. Cit. p. 125. Proudhon quotes an English manufacturer who argues the same point. The insubordination of our workmen has given us the idea of dispensing with them. We have made and stimulated every imaginable effort to replace the service of men by tools more docile, and we have achieved our object. Machinery has delivered capital from the oppression of labor. System of Economical Contradictions, p. 189. It is important to stress that technological innovation was not driven by reasons of economic efficiency as such, but rather to break the power of workers at the point of production. Once that was done, initially uneconomic investments could become economically viable. As David Noble summarizes, during the Industrial Revolution, capital invested in machines that would reinforce the system of domination in the workplace, and this decision to invest, which might in the long run render the chosen technique economical, was not itself an economical decision but a political one, with cultural sanction. Op. Cit. p. 6. Needless to say, this use of technology within the class war continued. A similar process was at work in the U.S., where the rise in trade unionism resulted in industrial managers becoming even more insistent that skill and initiative not be left on the shop floor, and that, by the same token, shop floor workers not have control over the reproduction of relevant skills through craft-regulated apprenticeship training. Fearful that skilled shop floor workers would use their scarce resources to reduce their effort and increase their pay, management deemed that knowledge of the shop floor process must reside with the managerial structure. William Lazonick, Organization and Technology in Capitalist Development, p. 273. American managers happily embraced Taylorism, aka scientific management, according to which the task of the manager was to gather into his possession all available knowledge about the work he oversaw and reorganize it. Taylor himself considered the task for workers was to do what they are told to do promptly and without asking questions or making suggestions. Quoted by David Noble, American by Design, p. 268. Taylor also relied exclusively upon incentive pay schemes which mechanically linked pay to productivity and had no appreciation of the subtleties of psychology or sociology, which would have told him that enjoyment of work and creativity is more important for people than just higher pay. Unsurprisingly, workers responded to his schemes by insubordination, sabotage, and strikes, and it was discovered that the time and motion experts frequently knew very little about the proper work activities under their supervision, that often they simply guessed at the optimum rates for given operations. It meant that the arbitrary authority of management has simply been reintroduced in a less apparent form. David Noble, Op. Cit. p. 272. Although, now, the power of management could begin the objectivity of science. Catherine Stone also argues that the transfer of skill from the worker to management was not a response to the necessities of production, but was, rather, a strategy to rob workers of their power by taking knowledge and authority from the skilled workers and creating a management cadre able to direct production. Stone highlights that this descaling process was combined by a divide and rule policy by management based on wage incentives and new promotion policies. This created a reward system in which workers who played by the rules would receive concrete gains in terms of income and status. Over time, such a structure would become to be seen as the natural way to organize work and one which offered them personal advancement, even though, when the system was set up, it was neither obvious nor rational. The job ladders were created just when the skill requirements for jobs in the industry were diminishing as a result of the new technology, and jobs were becoming more and more equal as to the learning time and responsibility involved. The modern structure of the capitalist workplace was created to break workers' resistance to capitalist authority and was deliberately aimed at altering workers' ways of thinking and feeling, which they did by making workers' individual objective self-interests congruent with that of the employers and in conflict with workers' collective self-interest. It was a means of labor discipline and of motivating workers to work for the employer's gain and preventing workers from uniting to take back control of production. Stone notes that the development of the new labor system in the steel industry was repeated throughout the economy in different industries. As in the steel industry, the core of these new labor systems were the creation of artificial job hierarchies and the transfer of skills from workers to the managers. The origins of job structure in the steel industry, pages 123 to 157, Root and Branch, ed. Root and Branch, The Rise of the Workers' Movements, p. 155, p. 153, p. 152 and pages 153 to 4. This process of descaling workers was complemented by other factors: state-protected markets, in the form of tariffs and government orders. The lead in technological innovation came in armaments, where assured government orders justified high fixed cost investments, the use of both political and economic power by American capitalists to eradicate and diffuse workers' attempts to assert shop floor control, and repression, instigated and financed both privately and publicly, to eliminate radical elements and often not so radical elements as well, we must note in the American labor movement. William Lazonick, Competitive Advantage on the Shop Floor, p. 218 and p. 303. Thus state action played a key role in destroying craft control within industry, along with the large financial resources of capitalists compared to workers. Bringing this sorry story up to date, we find many, if not most, American managers are reluctant to develop skills and initiative on the shop floor for the fear of losing control of the flow of work. William Lazonick, Organization and Technology in Capitalist Development, pages 279 to 280. Nor should we forget that many technologies are the product of state aid. For example, in the case of automation, the state, especially the military, has played a central role. Not only has it subsidized extravagant developments that the market could not or refused to bear, but it absorbed excessive costs and thereby kept afloat those competitors who would otherwise have sunk. Op. Cit. p. 83. Given that there is a division of knowledge in society, and, obviously, in the workplace as well, this means that capitalism has selected to introduce a management and technology mix which leads to inefficiency and waste of valuable knowledge, experience, and skills. Thus the capitalist workplace is both produced by and is a weapon in the class struggle and reflects the shifting power relations between workers and employers. The creation of artificial job hierarchies, the transfer of skills away from workers to managers, and technological development are all products of class struggle. Thus technological progress and workplace organization within capitalism have little to do with efficiency and far more to do with profits and power. Capitalism does not utilize a socially natured technology for capitalist ends, Cornelius Castoriadis correctly argued. It has created a capitalist technology, which is by no means neutral. The real intention of capitalist technology is not to develop production for production's sake, it is to subordinate and dominate the producers and to eliminate the human element in productive labor. This means that capitalist technologies will evolve, that there is a process of natural selection, affecting technical inventions as they are applied to industry. Some are preferred to others and will be the ones that fit in with capitalism's basic need to deal with labor power as a measurable, supervisable, and interchangeable commodity. Thus technology will be selected within the framework of its own class rationality. Social and Political Writings, Volume 2, p. 104. This means that while self-management has consistently proven to be more efficient, and empowering, than hierarchical management structures, capitalism actively selects against it. This is because capitalism is motivated purely by increasing the power and profits for the bosses, and both are best done by disempowering workers and empowering bosses, i.e. the maximization of power, even though this concentration of power harms efficiency by distorting and restricting information flow and the gathering and use of widely distributed knowledge within the firm, as in any command economy, as well as having a serious impact on the wider economy and social efficiency. Thus the last refuge of the capitalist or technophile, namely that the productivity gains of technology outweigh the human costs or the means used to achieve them, is doubly flawed. Firstly, disempowering technology may maximize profits, but it need not increase efficient utilization of resources or workers' time, skills, or potential. Secondly, when investment does in fact generate innovation, does such innovation yield greater productivity? After conducting a poll of industry executives on trends in automation, Businessweek concluded in 1982 that there is a heavy backing for capital investment in a variety of labor-saving technologies that are designed to fatten profits without necessarily adding to productive output. David Noble concludes that whenever managers are able to use automation to fatten profits and enhance their authority, by eliminating jobs and extorting concessions and obedience from the workers who remain, without at the same time increasing social product, they appear more than ready to do. David Noble, Progress Without People, pages 86 to 87 and p. 89, as we argue in greater detail later, in section J.5.12, efficiency and profit maximization are two different things, with such deskiling and management control actually reducing efficiency compared to workers' control, but as it allows managers to maximize profits, the capitalist market selects it. Of course, the claim is that higher wages follow increased investment and technological innovation, in the long run, although usually the long run has to be helped to arrive by workers' struggle and protest. Passing aside the question of whether slightly increased consumption really makes up for dehumanizing and uncreative work, we must note that it is usually the capitalist who really benefits from technological change in money terms. For example, between 1920 and 1927, a period when unemployment caused by technology became commonplace, the automobile industry, which was at the forefront of technological change, saw wages rise by 23.7%. Thus, claim supporters of capitalism, technology is in all our interests. However, capital surpluses rose by 192.9% during the same period, 8 times faster. Little wonder wages rose. Similarly, over the last 20 years the USA and many other countries have seen companies downsizing and right-sizing their workforce and introducing new technologies. The result? Simply put, the 1970s saw the start of no-wage growth expansions. Before the early 1970s, real wage growth tracked the growth of productivity and production in the economy overall. After, they ceased to do so. Real wage growth fell sharply below measured productivity growth. James K. Galbraith, Created Unequal, p. 79. So while real wages have stagnated, profits have been increasing as productivity rises and the rich have been getting richer, technology yet again showing whose side it is on. Overall, as David Noble notes, with regards to manufacturing in the early 1990s, U.S. manufacturing industry over the last 30 years has seen the value of capital stock, machinery, relative to labor double, reflecting the trend towards mechanization and automation. As a consequence, the absolute output per hour increased 115%, more than double. But during this same period, real earnings for hourly workers rose only 84%, less than double. Thus, after 3 decades of automation-based progress, workers are now earning less relative to their output than before. That is, they are producing more for less, working more for their boss and less for themselves. Op. Cit. pages 92 to 3. Noble continues. For if the impact of automation on workers has not been ambiguous, neither has the impact on management and those it serves. Labor's loss has been their gain. During the same first 30 years of our age of automation, corporate after-tax profits have increased 450%, more than 5 times the increase in real earnings for workers. Up. CIT, p95. But why? Because labor has the ability to produce a flexible amount of output, use value, for a given wage. Unlike coal or steel, a worker can be made to work more intensely during a given working period, and so technology can be utilized to maximize that effort as well as increasing the pool of potential replacements for an employee by descaling their work, so reducing workers' power to get higher wages for their work. Thus technology is a key way of increasing the power of the boss, which in turn can increase output per worker while ensuring that the workers receive relatively less of that output back in terms of wages. Machines, argued Proudhon, promised us an increase of wealth. They have kept their word, but at the same time endowing us with an increase of poverty. They promised us liberty, but have brought us slavery. Up. CIT, p. 199. But do not get us wrong, technological progress does not imply that we are victims. Far from it, much innovation is the direct result of our resistance to hierarchy and its tools. For example, capitalists turn to Taylorism and scientific management in response to the power of skilled craft workers to control their work and working environment. The famous 1892 Homestead strike, for example, was a direct product of the desire of the company to end the skilled workers' control and power on the shop floor. Such management schemes never last in the long run nor totally work in the short run either, which explains why hierarchical management continues, as does technological descaling. Workers always find ways of using new technology to increase their power within the workplace, undermining management decisions to their own advantage. As left-wing economist William Lazonick puts it, because it is the workers, not managers, who are actually doing the work, access to information on the effort-saving potential of a machine will be asymmetric, giving workers a distinct advantage in determining the pace of work. In addition, workers through their unions will attempt to exert industry-wide control over the relation between effort and pay on newly diffused technology. The resultant relation between effort and earnings will depend on the exercise of social power, not on abstract laws of proportional change. Competitive advantage on the shop floor, pages 66-7. This means that the economic effectiveness of the factory as a mode of work organization did not occur within a social vacuum but depends on the historical evolution of conditions that determined the relative power of capitalists and workers to structure the relation between effort and pay. As such, it is important not to overemphasize the independent influence of technology as opposed to the relations of production in the determination of work organization. Because machinery does change the skill content of work, it can potentially serve as an instrument of social power. How and to what extent it does so, however, depends not only on the nature of the technology but also on the nature of the social environment into which it is introduced. Thus the introduction of machinery into the capitalist labor process is only a necessary, not sufficient, condition for the displacement of worker control over the relation between effort and pay. Lazonick, Op. CIT, p. 52 and p. 63. Needless to say, capitalists have always appealed to the state to help create a suitable social environment. This analysis applies to both the formal and informal organization of workers in workplace. Just as the informal structures and practices of working people evolve over time in response to new technology and practices, so does union organization. In response to Taylorism, factory and other workers created a whole new structure of working class power, a new kind of unionism based on the industrial level. For example, the IWW was formed specifically to create industrial unions, arguing that laborers are no longer classified by difference in trade skill, but the employer assigns them according to the machine which they are attached. These divisions, far from representing differences in skill or interests among the laborers, are imposed by the employers that workers may be pitted against one another and spurred to greater exertion in the shop, and that all resistance to capitalist tyranny may be weakened by artificial distinctions. Quoted by Stone, Op. Cit. p. 157. For this reason, anarchists and syndicalists argued for, and built, industrial unions, one union per workplace and industry, in order to combat these divisions and effectively resist capitalist tyranny. This can be seen in many different countries. In Spain, the CNT, an anarcho-syndicalist union, adopted the Sindicato Único, one union, in 1918, which united all workers of the same workplace in the same union. By uniting skilled and unskilled in a single organization, the union increased their fighting power. In the UK, the shop stewards movement arose during the First World War based on workplace organization, a movement inspired by the pre-war syndicalist revolt and which included many syndicalist activists. This movement was partly in response to the reformist TUC unions working with the state during the war to suppress class struggle. In Germany, the 1919 Near Revolution saw the creation of revolutionary workplace unions and councils, and a large increase in the size of the anarcho-syndicalist union FA, which was organized by industry. This process was not limited to just libertarian unions. In the USA, the 1930s saw a massive and militant union organizing drive by the CIO based on industrial unionism and collective bargaining, inspired, in part, by the example of the IWW and its broad organization of unskilled workers. More recently, workers in the 1960s and 70s responded to the increasing reformism and bureaucratic nature of such unions as the CIO and TUC by organizing themselves directly on the shop floor to control their work and working conditions. This informal movement expressed itself in wildcat strikes against both unions and management, sabotage and unofficial workers' control of production. See John Zerzan's essay Organized Labor and the Revolt Against Work in Elements of Refusal. In the UK, the shop stewards movement revived itself, organizing much of the unofficial strikes and protests which occurred in the 1960s and 70s. A similar tendency was seen in many countries during this period. So in response to new developments in technology and workplace organization, workers developed new forms of resistance which in turn provokes a response by management. Thus technology and its uses are very much a product of the class struggle, of the struggle for freedom in the workplace. With a given technology, workers and radicals soon learn to resist it and, sometimes, use it in ways never dreamed of to resist their bosses and the state, which necessitates a transformation of within technology again to try and give the bosses an upper hand. The use of the Internet, for example, to organize, spread and coordinate information, resistance and struggles is a classic example of this process. See Jason Welling, Net Wars and Activists' Power on the Internet, Scottish Anarchist No. 2 for details. There is always a guerrilla war associated with technology, with workers and radicals developing their own tactics to gain counter-control for themselves. Thus much technological change reflects our power and activity to change our own lives and working conditions. We must never forget that. While some may dismiss our analysis as Luddite, to do so is make technology an idol to be worshipped rather than something to be critically analyzed. Indeed, it would be tempting to argue that worshippers of technological progress are, in effect, urging us not to think and to sacrifice ourselves to a new abstraction like the state or capital. Moreover, such attacks misrepresent the ideas of the Luddites themselves. They never actually opposed all technology or machinery. Rather, they opposed all machinery hurtful to commonality, as a March 1812 letter to a hated manufacturer put it. Rather than worship technological progress, or view it uncritically, the Luddites subjected technology to critical analysis and evaluation. They opposed those forms of machinery that harmed themselves or society. Unlike those who smear others as Luddites, the laborers who broke machines were not intimidated by the modern notion of progress. As John Clark notes, they chose to smash the dehumanizing machinery being imposed on them, rather than submit to domination and degradation in the name of technical progress. The anarchist moment, p. 102. Their sense of right and wrong was not clouded by the notion that technology was somehow inevitable, neutral, or to be worshipped without question. The Luddites did not think that human values, or their own interests, were irrelevant in evaluating the benefits and drawbacks of a given technology and its effects on workers and society as a whole. Nor did they consider their skills and livelihood as less important than the profits and power of the capitalists. In other words, they would have agreed with Proudhon's later comment that machinery plays the leading role in industry, man is secondary, and they acted to change this relationship. Op. Cit. p. 204. The Luddites were an example of working people deciding what their interests were and acting to defend them by their own direct action, in this case opposing technology which benefited the ruling class by giving them an edge in the class struggle. Anarchists follow this critical approach to technology, recognizing that it is not neutral nor above criticism. That this is simply sensible can be seen from the world around us, where capitalism has, to quote Rocker, made work soulless and has lost for the individual the quality of creative joy. By becoming a dreary end in itself, it has degraded man into an eternal galley slave and robbed him of that which is most precious, the inner joy of accomplished work, the creative urge of the personality. The individual feels himself to be only an insignificant element of a gigantic mechanism in whose dull monotone every personal note dies out. He has become the slave of the tool he created. There has been a growth of technology at the expense of human personality. Nationalism and Culture, p. 253 and p. 254. For capital, the source of problems in industry is people. Unlike machines, people can think, feel, dream, hope and act. The evolution of technology must, therefore, reflect the class struggle within society and the struggle for liberty against the forces of authority. Technology, far from being neutral, reflects the interests of those with power. Technology will only be truly our friend once we control it ourselves and modify to reflect human values. This may mean that some forms of technology will have to be written off and replaces by new forms in a free society. Until that happens, most technological processes, regardless of the other advantages they may have, will be used to exploit and control people. Thus Proudhon's comments that in the present condition of society, the workshop with its hierarchical organization, and machinery could only serve exclusively the interests of the least numerous, the least industrious, and the wealthiest class rather than be employed for the benefit of all. Op. Cit. p. 205. While resisting technological progress which is considered harmful to people or the planet, by means up to and including machine breaking, is essential in the here and now, the issue of technology can only be truly solved when those who use a given technology control its development, introduction, and use. The worker will only respect machinery on the day when it becomes his friend, shortening his work, rather than as today, his enemy, taking away jobs, killing workers, in the words of French syndicalist Émile Pouget quoted by David Noble, Op. Cit. p. 15. Little wonder, therefore, that anarchists consider workers' self-management as a key means of solving the problems created by technology. Proudhon, for example, argued that the solution to the problems created by the division of labor and technology could only be solved by association, and by a broad education, by the obligation of apprenticeship, and by the cooperation of all who take part in the collective work. This would ensure that the division of labor can no longer be a cause of degradation for the workman or workwoman. The general idea of the revolution, p. 223. While as far as technology goes, it may not be enough to get rid of the boss, this is a necessary first step. Unless this is done, it will be impossible to transform existing technologies or create new ones which enhance freedom rather than controlling and shaping the worker, or user in general, and enhancing the power and profits of the capitalist. This means that in an anarchist society, technology would have to be transformed and or developed which empowered those who used it, so reducing any oppressive aspects of it. In the words of Cornelius Castoriadis, the conscious transformation of technology will therefore be a central task of a society of free workers. Op. Cit. p. 104. As German anarchist Gustav Landauer stressed, most are completely unaware of how fundamentally the technology of the socialists differs from capitalist technology. Technology will, in a cultured people, have to be directed to the psychology of free people who want to use it. This will happen when the workers themselves determine under what conditions they want to work, step out of capitalism mentally and physically, and cease playing a role in it and begin to be men and women. For Socialism, pages 184-6, Anarchism, Robert Graham, ed. p. 285 and p. 286. Thus most anarchists would agree with Buchan's comment that technology is necessarily liberatory or consistently beneficial to man's development, but we do not believe that man is destined to be enslaved by technology and technological modes of thought. A free society will not want to negate technology precisely because it is liberated and can strike a balance and create a technology for life, a liberatory technology based on human and ecological needs. Op. Cit. p. 43 and p. 80. See section I.4.9 for more discussion on technology within an anarchist society. D.11 Can politics and economics be separated from each other? A key aspect of anarchism is the idea that the political and economic aspects of society cannot be separated. Section D has been an attempt to show how these two aspects of society interact and influence each other. This means that economic liberty cannot be separated from political liberty and vice versa. If working class people are subject to authoritarian political organizations, then their economic liberty will likewise be restricted, and, conversely, if their economic freedoms are limited, then so, too, will their political freedoms. As Proudhon put it, industrial liberty is inseparable from political liberty. Quoted by Alan Ritter, The Political Thought of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, p. 188. Some disagree, arguing that economic liberty is of primary importance. When Milton Friedman died in 2006, for example, many of his supporters parroted his defense of working with the Pinochet regime and noted that Chile had, eventually, become a democracy. For Friedman, this justified his praise for the economic liberty the regime had introduced and rationalized the advice he gave it. For him, Chile provided his earlier assertion that economic freedom is an indispensable means toward the achievement of political freedom. For while Friedman stated that there was an intimate connection between economics and politics, he meant simply that capitalism was required to produce democracy. To use his words, capitalism is a necessary condition for political freedom. Capitalism and Freedom, p. 8 and p. 10. So it should first be stressed that by economic liberty Friedman meant capitalism, and by political liberty he meant representative government and a democratic state. Anarchists would disagree that either of those institutions have much to do with genuine liberty. However, we will ignore this for the moment and take his general point. Sadly, such a position makes little sense. In fact, Friedman's separation of economic and political liberties is simply wrong, as well as having authoritarian implications and lacking empirical basis. The easiest way of showing that statism and capitalism cannot be separated is to look at a country where economic liberty, i.e. free market capitalism, existed but political liberty, i.e. a democratic government with basic human rights, did not. The most obvious example is Pinochet's Chile, an experiment which Friedman praised as an economic miracle shortly before it collapsed. In section C.11 we discuss the Chilean economic miracle at face value, refusing to discuss the issue of whether describing the regime as one of economic liberty could be justified. Rather, we exposed the results of applying what leading ideologues of capitalism have called free market policies on the country. As would be expected, the results were hardly an economic miracle if you were working class. Which shows how little our lives are valued by the elite and their experts. As to be expected with Friedman, the actual experience of implementing his economic dogmas in Chile refuted them. Much the same can be said of his distinction of economic and political liberty. Friedman discussed the Chilean regime in 1991, arguing that Pinochet and the military in Chile were led to adopt free market principles after they took over only because they did not have any other choice. Economic freedom, human freedom, political freedom. This is an interesting definition of free market principles. It seems to be compatible with a regime in which the secret police can seize uppity workers, torture them and dump their bodies in a ditch as a warning to others. For Friedman, the economic and political regimes could be separated. As he put it, I have nothing good to say about the political regime that Pinochet imposed. It was a terrible political regime. The real miracle of Chile is not how well it has done economically. The real miracle of Chile is that a military junta was willing to go against its principles and support a free market regime designed by principled believers in a free market. Op. Cit. How, exactly, could the political regime not impact on the economic one? How is a free market possible if people who make up the labor market are repressed and in fear of their lives? True, the Chilean workers could, as workers in Tsarist Russia, change their jobs without getting permission from political authorities, as Friedman put it, capitalism and freedom, p. 10, however this is only a small part of what anarchists consider to be genuine economic liberty. To see why, it is useful to show a snapshot of what life was like under Friedman's economic liberty for working class people. Once this is done, it is easy to see how incredulous Friedman was being. Peter Wynne gives a good description of what Chile's economic liberty was based on. In the wake of the coup, most of the revolutionary leaders of the textile workers disappeared, some to unmarked graves, jails, or concentration camps, others to exile or the underground resistance. Moreover, when the textile factories resumed production, it was under military administration and with soldiers patrolling the plants. Authoritarian management and industrial discipline were reimposed at the point of a bayonet, and few workers dared to protest. Some feared for their lives or liberty, many more feared for their jobs. Military intelligence officers interrogated the workers one by one, pressing them to inform on each other and then firing those considered to be leftist activists. The dismissals often continued after the mills were returned to their former owners, at first for political reasons or for personal revenge, but, with the recession of 1975, for economic motives as well. The unions, decimated by their leadership losses, intimidated by the repression, and proscribed by military decree from collective bargaining, strikes, or other militant actions, were incapable of defending their members' jobs, wages, or working conditions. With wages frozen and prices rising rapidly, living standards fell precipitously, even for those fortunate enough to keep their jobs. No miracle for us, Peter Wynne, ed., Victims of the Chilean Miracle, Workers and Neoliberalism in the Pinochet Era, 1973 to 2002, p. 131. In the copper mines, hundreds of leftist activists were fired, and many were arrested and tortured. The military exercised a firm control over union leaders and activity within the unions remained dormant until the 1980s. The decade following the military coup was defined by intense repression and a generalist climate of terror and fear. Workers recalled that people who spoke at union meetings were detained, and until 1980 police permission was required to hold a meeting, which was held under police supervision. At work, supervisors and foremen ruled with an authoritarian discipline, while miners reported that spies denounced workers who talked politics or spoke at union meetings to the company administration and police. Thomas Miller Klubach, Class, Community, and Neoliberalism in Chile, Wynne, ed., Op. Cit. p. 214, p. 216 and p. 217. Overall, workers bore the brunt of the repression during the military takeover and throughout the Pinochet regime. The armed forces viewed workers and the level of organization they had achieved under previous governments as the greatest threat to traditional power structure in Chile. Armed troops went after workers in general and union members and leaders in particular with a virulence that contradicted their claim to be stamping out class hatred. As for the relationship between economic and political liberty, the latter was dependent on the end of the former, Fear of repression was clearly essential to the implementation of free market labor policies, but far more pervasive was the fear of unemployment generated by the so-called economic miracle. John Lear and Joseph Collins, working in Chile's free market, pages 10 to 29, Latin American Perspectives, Volume 22, Number 1, pages 12 to 3 and p14. Thus the ready police repression made strikes and other forms of protest both impractical and dangerous. When working-class people did take to the streets after the economic crash of 1982, they were subject to intense state repression as Pinochet cracked down, sending in army troops to curb the demonstrators. According to a report by the Roman Catholic Church, 113 protesters had been killed during social protest, with several thousand detained for political activity and protests between May 1983 and mid-1984. Thousands of strikers were also fired and union leaders jailed. REAC, Op. Cit. p. 70. In fact, the brutal government repression put even the militant copper miners on the defensive. When, the Pinochet era, when, ed. Op. Cit. p. 43, workers were aware that the regime was likely to use the full rigor of the law against workers who acted in defense of their interests. Moreover, even though the arbitrary actions of the secret police diminished in the last years of the dictatorship, they did not disappear, nor did their internalist legacy. Fear of becoming a target of repression still exercised a chilling effect on both workers and their leaders. When, no miracle for us, when, ed. Op. Cit. p. 133. All of which puts into stark light Friedman's 1982 comment that Chile is an even more amazing political miracle. A military regime has supported reforms that sharply reduce the role of the state and replace control from the top with control from the bottom. Quoted by REAC, not so free to choose, p. 37. Clearly Friedman had no idea what he was talking about. While the role of the state was reduced in terms of welfare for the masses, it was obviously massively increased in terms of warfare against them. We will address the control from the bottom nonsense shortly. For anarchists, it is simply common sense that economic liberty cannot exist within an authoritarian state for the mass of the population. In reality, the economic and political regime cannot be so easily compartmentalized. As Malatesta noted, every economic question of some importance automatically becomes a political question. Workers' organizations must therefore, of necessity, adopt a line of action in face of present as well as possible future government action. Enrico Malatesta, His Life and Ideas, pages 130-1. Such common sense is sadly lacking with Friedman, who seriously seems to believe that economic liberty could exist without the freedom of workers to take collective action if they so desired. In other words, the economic miracle Friedman praises was built on the corpses, fears, and backs of working-class people. Unlike Friedman, Chile's workers and bosses know that employers could count on the backing of the military in any conflict with workers. Lear and Collins, Op. Cit. p. 13. As can be seen, Malatesta had a much firmer grasp of the question of liberty than Friedman, as expected, as the latter equals it with capitalism and its hierarchies, while the former spent much of his life in prison and exile trying to increase the freedom of working-class people by fighting the former and the state which maintains them. As we argued in section D.1.4, laissez-faire capitalism does not end statism. Rather, it focuses it on purely defending economic power, i.e. economic liberty for the capitalist class. The example of Chile's economic liberty proves this beyond doubt and shows that the separation of economic and political freedom is impossible and, consequently, both capitalism and the state need to be fought and, ultimately, abolished. D.11.1 What does Chile tell us about the right and its vision of liberty? The key to understanding how Friedman managed to ignore the obvious lack of economic liberty for the bulk of the population under Pinochet lies in remembering that he is a supporter of capitalism. As capitalism is a hierarchical system in which workers sell their liberty to a boss, it comes as no real surprise that Friedman's concern for liberty is selective. Pinochet did introduce free market capitalism, but this meant real liberty only for the rich. For the working class, economic liberty did not exist, as they did not manage their own work nor control their workplaces and lived under a fascist state. The liberty to take economic, never mind political, action in the forms of forming unions, going on strike, organizing go-slows and so on was severely curtailed by the very likely threat of repression. Of course, the supporters of the Chilean miracle and its economic liberty did not bother to question how the suppression of political liberty affected the economy or how people acted within it. They maintained that the repression of labor, the death squads, the fear installed in rebel workers could be ignored when looking at the economy. But in the real world, people will put up with a lot more if they face the barrel of a gun than if they do not. So the claim that economic liberty existed in Chile makes sense only if we take into account that there was only real liberty for one class. The bosses may have been left alone but the workers were not, unless they submitted to authority, capitalist or state. Hardly what most people would term as liberty. Beyond the ideologues of capitalism who term themselves economists, it is generally admitted that the labor market, if it exists, is a somewhat unique market. As labor cannot be separated from its owner, it means that when you buy labor you buy the time, and so liberty, of the individual involved. Rather than be bought on the market all at once, as with a slave, the wage slave's life is bought piecemeal. This is the key to understanding Friedman's nonsensical claims, for never forget that by economic freedom he means capitalism. To understand the difference we need only compare two of Friedman's arguments to the reality of capitalism. Once we do that, then his blindness to Chile's neoliberal dictatorship's impact on genuine economic liberty becomes clear. The most obvious fallacy within his argument is this assertion. A characteristic feature of a free private market is that all parties to a transaction believe that they are going to be better off by that transaction. It is not a zero-sum game in which some can benefit only at the expense of others. It is a situation in which everybody thinks he is going to be better off. Economic freedom, human freedom, political freedom. Who can deny that the worker who sells her liberty to the autocrat of a capitalist firm is going to be better off than one starving to death? As we noted in section B.4.1, Friedman avoids the obvious fact that a capitalist economy is dependent on there being a class of people who have no means of supporting themselves except by selling their labor, i.e. liberty. While full employment will mitigate this dependency, and, as a result, bring the system to crisis, it never goes away. And given that Pinochet's free market regime designed by principled believers in a free market had substantial unemployment, it is unsurprising that the capitalist was better off than the worker as a result. As the experience of the free private market in Chile suggests, workers need to be free to organize without the fear of death squads, otherwise they will be oppressed and exploited by their bosses. By denying that freedom, Pinochet's regime could only be considered free by the ideologues and savants of capitalism. The only positive thing that can be said is that it provided empirical evidence that the ideal neoclassical labor market would increase inequality and exploitation, see section C.11.3. The problem with Friedman's argument is that he fails to recognize the hierarchical nature of capitalism and the limited liberty it produces. This can be seen from Friedman's comparison of military dictatorships to capitalism. Almost all military juntas are adverse to economic freedom for obvious reasons. The military is organized from the top down, the general tells the colonel tells the captain tells the lieutenant, and so on. A market economy is organized from the bottom up, the consumer tells the retailer tells the wholesaler tells the producer, and the producer delivers. The principles underlying a military organization are precisely the reverse of those underlying a market organization. Op. Cit. Obviously, geometry was not Friedman's strong point. A market economy is characterized by horizontal links between workplaces and consumers, not vertical ones. However, the key issue is that the dominant market organization under capitalism is marked by the principles underlying a military organization. To present a more accurate picture than Friedman, In the market organization of a capitalist firm, the boss tells the worker what to do. It is organized from the top down, just as a military junta is. That Friedman ignores the organizational structure which 90% of the population have to operate within for most of their waking hours is significant. It shows how little he understands of capitalism and economic freedom. In Pinochet's Chile, the workplace did become more like a military organization. Without effective unions and basic human rights, the bosses acted like the autocrats they are. Discussing the textile industry, Peter Wynne notes that most mill owners took full advantage of the regime's pro-business labor code. At many mills, sweatshop conditions prevailed, wages were low, and management was authoritarian, even tyrannical. Workers might resent these conditions, but they often felt powerless to oppose them. Informers and the threat of dismissal kept even alienated and discontented workers in line. No miracle for us, Wynne, ed. Op. Cit. p. 132 and pages 132-3. John Lear and Joseph Collins generalize the picture, noting that in wake of the coup, factory owners suddenly had absolute control over their workers and could fire any worker without case. From 1973 through 1978, practically every labor right for organized and unorganized workers was suspended. All tools of collective bargaining, including of course the right to strike, were outlawed. Op. Cit. p. 13. The junta themselves had no illusions about the military-like regime they desired within the workplace, stating in 1974 its intention of imposing authority and discipline in production and labor relations. Quoted by Joseph Collins and John Lear, Chile's Free Market Miracle, A Second Look, p. 27. The reality of life under Pinochet for working-class people should make anyone with sense wary of praising the regime in any way, but Friedman argued that the results were spectacular. Inflation came down sharply. After a transitory period of recession and low output that is unavoidable in the course of reversing a strong inflation, output started to expand, and ever since, the Chilean economy has performed better than any other South American economy. Op. Cit. Of course, by downplaying the deep recession caused by applying his recommended shock treatment policies, Friedman can confuse the high growth resulting from coming out of the boom combined with ready repression on labor with sound economic policies. Strangely, he failed to mention the spectacular recession of 1982 which wiped out the gains of 1976 to 1981. As indicated in section C.11, looking over the whole of the Pinochet period, the results were hardly spectacular, unless you were rich, and the moderate gains were paid for by the working class in terms of longer hours, lower pay, and political and economic oppression. In other words, Friedman and the Chicago Boys provided an appearance of technical respectability to the dreams, greed and power of the landlords and capitalists who made up the Chilean oligarchy. The military simply applied the brutal force required to achieve those goals. As such, there is only an apparent contradiction between political tyranny and economic liberty, not a real one. Repression for the working class and economic liberty for the elite are two sides of the same coin. This should be common sense and, as such, it is nonsensical for the likes of Friedman to support an economic policy while pretending to reject the system of terror it required to implement. After all, economic policies do not occur in a social and political vacuum. They are conditioned by, and at the same time modify, the social and political situation where they are put into practice. Thus there cannot be economic liberty for workers if they expect a visit from the secret police if they talk back to their boss. Yet for Friedman and those like him, there seems to be a lack of awareness of such basic and obvious facts. There is a necessary connection between economic policy, and its outcome, and the socio-political setting in which it is implemented. Friedman exposes the utter hypocrisy of the supporters of capitalism. His myopia about the reality of the regime was expressed in articles which amount to little more than apologetics for the dictatorship. For example, in 1982 he noted in response to the economic problems of the previous year the opposition to the free market policies that had been largely silenced by success is being given full voice. Quoted by Rayak, Op. Cit. pp 63. No mention that the real cause of the silence of the opposition was not the success of policies which had impoverished the working class and enriched the elite but, rather, the expectation of a visit by the secret police. Given that Pinochet had sent murder squads to kill prominent dissidents abroad, Friedman's comments are incredulous, particularly as Allende's former foreign minister, Orlando Letelier, was assassinated in Washington in 1976 by a car bomb. The state terror, the violation of human rights and drastic control and suppression of every form of meaningful dissent is discussed, and often condemned, as something only indirectly linked, or indeed entirely unrelated, to the economic policies that the military imposed. To publicly praise and support the economic policies adopted by the dictatorship while regretting its political regime is simply illogical hypocrisy. However, it does expose the limited nature of the right's concept of liberty as well as its priorities and values. D.11.2 But surely Chile proves that economic freedom creates political freedom? As noted above, Friedman defended his praise for the Pinochet regime by arguing that its economic liberty helped produce the end of the dictatorship. In the words of Friedman, the economic development and the recovery produced by economic freedom in turn promoted the public's desire for a greater degree of political freedom. In Chile, the drive for political freedom, that was generated by economic freedom and the resulting economic success, ultimately resulted in a referendum that introduced political democracy. Now, at long last, Chile has all three things: political freedom, human freedom, and economic freedom. Chile will continue to be an interesting experiment to watch to see whether it can keep all three or whether, now that it has political freedom, that political freedom will tend to be used to destroy or reduce economic freedom. Op. Cit. It is hard to find an account so skewed by ideological blindness as this. The notion that Chile's free market capitalism provided the base for eliminating Pinochet's dictatorship is hard to defend. If it were true, then we would expect Pinochet's rule to be substantially shorter than other military dictatorships in the region. However, this is not the case. For example, Argentina's military junta lasted from 1976 to 1983, 7 years, Peru's 12 years, 1968 to 1980, Uruguay's 12 years, 1973 to 1985, Bolivia's 18 years, 1964 to 1982. Pinochet's lasted 17 years, exceeded by Brazil's 21 years, 1964 to 1985. If Friedman's argument were valid, then Pinochet would have fallen long before the rest. In fact, Chile was one of the last Latin American countries to return to democracy. Nor can it be said that ending of the Pinochet regime was an automatic outcome of economic forces. Rather, it was a product of struggle by ordinary people who took to the streets in the early 1980s to protest in the face of state repression. The regime was subject to popular pressures from below, and these, not capitalism, were the key factor. After all, it was not economic liberty which produced the desire for political freedom. Working class people could remember what political freedom was before it was destroyed in order to create Friedman's economic liberty and tried to recreate it. In the face of state terror, political activists and trade unionists fought the regime. The 1988 referendum Friedman alludes to was the product of this heroic activity, not some abstract economic force. As Kathy Schneider points out, the 1983-86 cycle of protests had set the stage for a negotiated transition to democracy in 1990. These protests, it should be noted, were subject to extreme state repression. One demonstration saw Pinochet send 18,000 troops onto the streets, who shot 129 people, 29 fatally, and tortured some of the 1,000 arrested. Shantytown protest in Pinochet's Chile, p. 194 and p. 165. Peter Wynne, for example, notes the resistance of workers to both the dictatorship and its neoliberal policies, often against great odds and at great risks. In fact, during the Pinochet era, with its repression and restrictions on union activism, Chile's workers displayed great creativity in devising new ways to resist. Nor was this resistance confined to the workplace or workers' issues. It was Chile's workers who first raised the flag of political resistance against the dictatorship in the 1970s and sustained it during the years when political parties were banned. And it was the copper miners who mobilized the social protests and political opposition to the military regime in the 1980s to demand an end to Pinochet's dictatorship and the restoration of democracy and civil liberties. Introduction, Win, ed. Op. Cit. p11. This is confirmed by John Lear and Joseph Collins, who note that during the mid-1980s, unions were fundamental to organizing the national protests that led eventually to the negotiations of the 1988 plebiscite. Op. Cit. p20. This, it should be noted, has always been the case. Political freedoms have never been given by the powers that be but rather won by long struggles by working class people. This has always been the case. As Kropotkin stressed, basic political liberties were extorted from parliament by force, by agitations that threatened to become rebellions. It was by establishing trade unions and practicing strike action despite the edicts of parliament and the hangings that workers won the right to associate and strike in Britain, for example. Words of a Rebel, pages 123-4. To ignore that often heroic struggle shows an ignorance about history which only matches an ignorance about liberty. The history of capitalism is important in this regard. It first developed under absolutist states which used its power to bolster the position of their capitalist class within both national, against the working class, and international markets, against foreign competitors. As we discuss in section F.8, they actively intervened to create the preconditions for generalist wage slavery before becoming a handicap to the rising bourgeoisie. These regimes were generally replaced by liberal states with limited voting rights, which generally lifted the burden of state regulation from the capitalist class. The working class had to fight long and hard to win basic civil liberties and the vote. As Chomsky notes, such progress didn't just happen, it happened through the struggles of the labor movement, and the civil rights movement, and the women's movement, and everything else. It's the popular movements which expanded the domain of freedom of speech and other liberties until it began to be meaningful. Understanding Power, pages 268-9. Once these rights were won, the ruling elite has always turned to fascism to control them once they started to threaten their power and wealth. This obviously applies to Chile. Until the coup of September 11, 1973, Chile had been seen increasing participation of the working class in economic and social decision-making. The coup was, simply, a massive class revenge of the wealthy against a working class which had dared to imagine that another world was possible. Unsurprisingly, given the key role of working class people in the struggle for freedom, worker leaders and activists were central targets of the military regime's state terror, whose goal was to intimidate them into passivity, in large part so that neoliberal policies could be imposed. Peter Wynne, Introduction, Op. Cit. p12. Equally unsurprising, those who had taken to the streets aimed for political freedom in order to end the economic liberty imposed by the regime. This means that Friedman's maxim that economic liberty is required to produce political liberty is a deeply flawed position to take. Not only does it ignore the popular struggles which have always had to be fought to end minority government, it also allows its advocates to justify and work with authoritarian regimes. At best, this position ensures that you will be indifferent to the destruction of political freedom as long as economic liberty, i.e. capitalism, was secured. At worst, it ensures that you would actively support such a destruction as you can justify it in terms of a return to democracy in the long run. Friedman and the Chicago Boys express both ends of that spectrum. That he can comment on the paradox that economic freedom produces political freedom but political freedom may destroy economic freedom in the context of Chile is staggering, as it was the destruction of political freedom that allowed economic freedom, for the rich, to be imposed. Op. Cit. In reality, Chile provides evidence to support the alternative argument that the introduction of free market capitalism requires the elimination or, at best, the reduction of political liberty. In other words, fascism was an ideal political environment to introduce economic liberty because it had destroyed political liberty. Perhaps we should conclude that the denial of political liberty is both necessary and sufficient in order to create, and preserve, free market capitalism. After all, the history of capitalism has been marked by the ruling class overthrowing political liberty when their power was threatened by popular movements. In other words, that Malatesta was right to argue that the capitalists can maintain the struggle in the economic field so long as workers demand small improvements, but as soon as they see their profits seriously diminished and the very existence of their privileges threatened, they appeal to government, and if it is not sufficiently understanding and not strong enough to defend them, they use their own wealth to finance new repressive forces and to set up a new government which will serve them better. Op. Cit. p. 131. Friedman's argument implies that economic liberty is more important than political liberty, so making people less concerned about dictatorships as long as they support the interests of the capitalist class. While the long list of capitalists, conservatives, and right-wing, classical, liberals who supported fascism or fascist-like regimes shows that giving them an ideological prop to justify it is unnecessary, it is hardly wise. Then there is the question of whether Chile does, in fact, have genuine political liberty, i.e. a democratic government. The answer is, not quite. Chile's democracy is a managed one, constrained both by the political legacy of Pinochet's constitution and the threat of military intervention. Significantly, Friedman seems unconcerned about the quality of the post-Pinochet democracy Chile experiences. Simply put, the existence of an electoral regime cannot be confused with democracy or political liberty. It is clear that Pinochet went into the 1988 plebiscite expecting to win, particularly as he tried to rig it like the 1981. According to many reports from members of his cabinet and staff, he was absolutely furious and wanted to annul the results. The popular backlash this would have created ensured he abided by the result. Instead, he ensured that the new governments had to accept his authoritarian constitution and decree laws. In other words, knowing he would be replaced, he immediately took steps to limit the subsequent democratically elected governments as well as remaining as the head of the armed forces. As we discuss below, this obviously ensures the threat of a coup hung over the new governments. This means that post-Pinochet Chile is not your typical democracy. Pinochet became an unelected senator for life after his retirement as armed forces commander in March 1998, and 28% of the Senate is designated, including 4 retired military officers named by the National Security Council. Pinochet also imposed a unique binomial electoral law, in which to elect 2 deputies or senators from the same district, a party or electoral alliance needed to double its opponent's vote, a difficult feat, or else the opponent received an equal number of seats in Congress. This ensured rightist control of the Senate despite a decade of majority victories by the center-left in elections, and so Pinochet's designated senators and undemocratic electoral law continued to frustrate the popular will and limit Chile's restored democracy. The majority could not pass laws without the consent of its rightist opponents. Pinochet used final months as president to decree laws that would hamstring his opponents, even if a majority of the electorate supported them. In addition, any new government was confronted by a judiciary and government bureaucracy packed by Pinochet with his own adherents. Moreover, the right enjoyed a near monopoly of the press and media that grew as the decade advanced. When the Pinochet era, Op. Cit. p. 64 and p. 49. Thus Chile is lumbered with Pinochet's legacy, the authoritarian constitution of 1980, which sought to create a protected democracy under military tutelage. It was written so as to be difficult to amend and designed to handcuff a future opposition government and frustrate popular will. It removed the military from civilian control, while submitting future elected governments to a military-dominated National Security Council with a vague but broad purview. It also banned measures against private property. with some relative minor modifications of some of its most egregious features during the transition to democracy. It remained in effect for the rest of the century and in 2004 was still Chile's fundamental charter. Win. Op. Cit. p. 30. This constitution built upon the work of right-libertarian Friedrich von Hayek and, unsurprisingly, aimed to insulate economic liberty from popular pressures, i.e. to limit and reduce democracy to secure the freedom of capitalism, and, of course, the capitalist class. In addition, the threat of military intervention is always at the forefront of political discussions. For example, on September 11, 1990, Pinochet warned that he would lead another coup if conditions warranted it. In 1993, when investigations into an arms procurement scandal implicated his son, Pinochet ordered combat-ready troops and tanks onto the streets for an exercise. Throughout the Aylwin presidency, Pinochet maintained an army shadow cabinet that acted as a political pressure group. Unsurprisingly, the first post-Pinochet government often backed down in practice for the sake of social peace or out of fear of endangering the transition to democracy. As a result, Aylwin was unable to fulfill his promises of constitutional and institutional reforms that would reverse Pinochet's authoritarian legacy. This was because the new government thought that the coup and dictatorship reflected the decision of business elites to call in the military, because they could not protect their core interests under Chile's radicalized democracy. The lesson that they drew was that to avoid its repetition in the 1990s it was necessary to reassure business that its interests would be protected. Win. Op. Cit. p. 50 and p. 53. The limited nature of Chile's democracy was seen in 1998, when Pinochet was arrested in Britain in regard of a warrant issued by a Spanish judge for the murders of Spanish citizens during his regime. Commentators, particularly those on the right, stressed that Pinochet's arrest could undermine Chile's fragile democracy by provoking the military. In other words, Chile is only a democracy insofar as the military let it be. Of course, few commentators acknowledged the fact that this meant that Chile was not, in fact, a democracy after all. All of which explains why subsequent governments have only tinkered with the free market policies introduced by Pinochet. They have dared not reverse them, not due to their popular nature but to the obvious fact that recent Chilean history shows that progressive politicians and their supporters have something to fear besides losing an election. Unsurprisingly, workers' socio-economic aspirations were postponed in the interest of not jeopardizing the transition, and their expectations of labor law reform were sacrificed on the same altar. Win. Introduction. Win. ed. Op. Cit. p. 10. While 2002 saw the election of the first socialist president since Allende, it is unlikely that Chile will experience anything beyond minor reforms. The legacy of fear and political restrictions will ensure that the ruling class will have little to fear from political liberty being used by politicians to curb their power and wealth. Then there is the social legacy of 17 years of dictatorship. As one expert on Latin America, Kathy Scheider, noted in 1993, the transformation of the economic and political system under Pinochet has had a profound impact on the worldview of the typical Chilean, with most having little contact with other workers or with their neighbors, and only limited time with their family. Their exposure to political or labor organizations is minimal. They lack either the political resources or the disposition to confront the state. The fragmentation of opposition communities has accomplished what brute military repression could not. It has transformed Chile, both culturally and politically, from a country of active participatory grassroots communities, to a land of disconnected, apolitical individuals. The cumulative impact of this change is such that we are unlikely to see any concerted challenge to the current ideology in the near future. Quoted by Noam Chomsky, World Orders, Old and New, p. 184. In such circumstances, political liberty can be reintroduced, as no one is in a position to effectively use it. In addition, Chileans live with the memory that challenging the state in the near past resulted in a fascist dictatorship murdering thousands of people, as well as repeated and persistent violations of human rights by the junta, not to mention the existence of anti-Marxist death squads. For example, in 1986 Amnesty International accused the Chilean government of employing death squads. P. Gunson, A. Thompson, G. Chamberlain, Op. Cit. p. 86. According to one human rights group, the Pinochet regime was responsible for 11,536 human rights violations between 1984 and 1988 alone. Calculation of Comité Nacional de Defensa de los Derechos del Pueblo, reported in Fortin, September 23, 1988. These facts that would have a strongly deterrent effect on people contemplating the use of political liberty to actually change the status quo in ways that the military and economic elites did not approve of. This does not mean, of course, that the Chilean people are not resisting oppression and exploitation and rebuilding their organizations, simply that using free speech, striking and other forms of social action is more difficult. That is, protects and increases the power, wealth, and authority of the employer and state over their wage slaves goes without saying it was what was intended. As Kropotkin pointed out years ago, freedom of press, and all the rest, are only respected if the people do not make use of them against the privileged classes. But the day the people begin to take advantage of them to undermine those privileges, then the so-called liberties will be cast overboard. Op. Cit. p. 42. Chile is a classic example of this, a bloody example which helps deter genuine democracy in that country decades later. Section E. What do anarchists think causes ecological problems? This section of the FAQ expands upon Section D.4, what is the relationship between capitalism and the ecological crisis, in which we indicated that since capitalism is based upon the principle of grow or die, a green capitalism is impossible. By its very nature, capitalism must expand, creating new markets, increasing production and consumption, and so invading more ecosystems, using more resources, and upsetting the interrelations and delicate balances that exist with ecosystems. We have decided to include a separate section on this to stress how important green issues are to anarchism and what a central place ecology has in modern anarchism. Anarchists have been at the forefront of ecological thinking and the green movement for decades. This is unsurprisingly, as many key concepts of anarchism are also key concepts in ecological thought. In addition, the ecological implications of many anarchist ideas, such as decentralization, integration of industry and agriculture, and so forth, has meant that anarchists have quickly recognized the importance of ecological movements and ideas. Murray Bookchin in particular has placed anarchist ideas at the center of green debate, as well as bringing out the links anarchism has with ecological thinking. His eco-anarchism, which he called social ecology, was based on emphasizing the social nature of the ecological problems we face. In such classic works as Post-Scarcity Anarchism, Toward an Ecological Society and the Ecology of Freedom, he has consistently argued that humanity's domination of nature is the result of domination within humanity itself. However, anarchism has always had an ecological dimension. As Peter Marshall notes in his extensive overview of ecological thought, ecologists find in Proudhon two of their most cherished social principles, federalism and decentralization. He stands as an important forerunner of the modern ecological movement for his stress on the close communion between humanity and nature, for his belief in natural justice, for his doctrine of federalism, and for his insight that liberty is the mother and not the daughter of order. Nature's Web, p. 307 and p. 308. For Proudhon, a key problem was that people viewed the land as something which enables them to levy a certain revenue each year. Gone is the deep feeling for nature. People no longer love the soil. Landowners sell it, lease it, divide it into shares, prostitute it, bargain with it, and treat it as an object of speculation. Farmers torture it, violate it, exhaust it, and sacrifice it to their impatient desire for gain. They never become one with it. We have lost our feeling for nature. Selected writings of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, p. 261. Other precursors of eco-anarchism can be found in Peter Kropotkin's writings. For example, in his classic work Fields, Factories, and Workshops, Kropotkin argued the case for small is beautiful 70 years before E. F. Schumacher coined the phrase, advocating a harmonious balance between agriculture and industry. Instead of the concentration of large factories in cities, he called for economic as well as social decentralization, believing that diversity is the best way to organize production by mutual cooperation. He favored the scattering of industry throughout the country and the integration of industry and agriculture at the local level. His vision of a decentralist commonwealth based on an integration of agriculture and industry as well as manual and intellectual work has obvious parallels with much modern green thought, as does his stress on the need for appropriate levels of technology and his recognition that the capitalist market distorts the development, size, and operation of technology and industry. Through his investigations in geography and biology, Kropotkin discovered species to be interconnected with each other and with their environment. Mutual Aid is the classic source book on the survival value of cooperation within species, which Kropotkin regarded as an important factor of evolution, arguing that those who claim competition within and between species is the chief or only factor have distorted Darwin's work. All this ensures that Kropotkin is a great inspiration to the modern ecological movement. Marshall, Op. Cit. p. 311 and p. 312. As well as Kropotkin's work, special note must be made of French anarchist Elie Reclus. As Clark and Martin note, Reclus introduced a strongly ecological dimension into the tradition of anarchist and libertarian social theory. He made a powerful contribution to introducing this more ecological perspective into anarchist thought, of looking beyond the project of planetary domination and attempting to restore humanity to its rightful place within, rather than above, nature. Reclus, much more than Kropotkin, introduced into anarchist theory themes that were later developed in social ecology and eco-anarchism. John P. Clark and Camille Martin, ed., Anarchy, Geography, Modernity, p. 19. For example, in 1866 Reclus argued as follows. Wild nature is so beautiful. Is it really necessary for man, in seizing it, to proceed with mathematical precision in exploiting each new conquered domain and then mark his possession with vulgar constructions and perfectly straight boundaries? If this continues to occur, the harmonious contrasts that are one of the beauties of the earth will soon give way to depressing uniformity. The question of knowing which of the works of man serves to beautify and which contributes to the degradation of external nature can seem pointless to so-called practical minds. Nevertheless, it is a matter of the greatest importance. Humanity's development is most intimately connected with the nature that surrounds it. A secret harmony exists between the earth and the peoples whom it nourishes, and when reckless societies allow themselves to meddle with that which creates the beauty of their domain, they always end up regretting it. Quoted by Clark and Martin, Op. Cit. pages 125-6. Man, Reclus says, can find beauty in the intimate and deeply seated harmony of his work with that of nature. Like the eco-anarchists a century later, he stressed the social roots of our environmental problems, arguing that a complete union of man with nature can only be effected by the destruction of the frontiers between castes as well as between peoples. He also indicated that the exploitation of nature is part and parcel of capitalism, for it matters little to the industrialist, whether he blackens the atmosphere with fumes, or contaminates it with foul-smelling vapors. Since nature is so often desecrated by speculators precisely because of its beauty, Reclus argued, it is not surprising that farmers and industrialists, in their own exploitative endeavors, fail to consider whether they contribute to defacing the land. The capitalist is concerned not with making his work harmonious with the landscape. Quoted by Clark and Martin, Op. Cit. p. 28, p. 30, p. 124 and p. 125. Few modern-day eco-anarchists would disagree. So, while a specifically ecological anarchism did not develop until the revolutionary work done by Murray Bookchin from the 1950s onwards, anarchist theory has had a significant proto-green content since at least the 1860s. What Bookchin and writers like him did was to make anarchism's implicit ecological aspects explicit, a work which has immensely enriched anarchist theory and practice. In addition to pointing out the key role ecology plays within anarchism, this section is required to refute some commonly proposed solutions to the ecological problems we face. While it is wonderful that green ideas have becoming increasingly commonplace, the sad fact is that many people have jumped on the green bandwagon whose basic assumptions and practices are deeply anti-ecological. Thus we find fascists expounding on their environmental vision or defenders of capitalism proposing ecological solutions based on expanding private property rights. Similarly, we find the notion of green consumerism raised as viable means of greening the planet, rather than as an addition to social struggle, or a focus on symptoms, such as population growth, rather than root causes. This section refutes many such flawed suggestions. A key concept to remember in our discussion is that between environmentalism and ecology. Following Bookchin, eco-anarchists contrast their ideas with those who seek to reform capitalism and make it more green, a position they term environmentalism rather than ecology. The latter focus on specific issues like air and water pollution while ignoring the social roots of the problems they are trying to solve. In other words, their outlook rests on an instrumental, almost engineering approach to solving ecological dislocations. To all appearances, they wanted to adapt the natural world to the needs of the existing society and its exploitative, capitalist imperatives by way of reforms that minimize harm to human health and well-being. The much-needed goals of formulating a project for radical social change and for cultivating a new sensibility toward the natural world tended to fall outside the orbit of their practical concerns. Eco-anarchists, while supporting such partial struggles, stress that these problems originate in a hierarchical, class, and today, competitive capitalist system that nourishes a view of the natural world as a mere agglomeration of resources for human production and consumption. The ecology of freedom, pages 15 to 6. This means that while some kind of environmentalism may be possible under capitalism or some other authoritarian system, an ecological approach is impossible. Simply put, the concerns of ecology cannot be squeezed into a hierarchical perspective or private property. Just as an ecosystem cannot be commanded, divided, and enclosed, nor can a truly ecological vision. Attempts to do so will impoverish both. As we discuss in the next section, for anarchists the root cause of our ecological problems is hierarchy in society compounded by a capitalist economy. For anarchists, the notion of an ecological capitalism is, literally, impossible. Libertarian socialist Takis Fotopoulos has argued that the main reason why the project of greening capitalism is just a utopian dream lies in a fundamental contradiction that exists between the logic and dynamic of the growth economy, on the one hand, and the attempt to condition this dynamic with qualitative interests on the other. Development or Democracy, pages 57 to 92, Society and Nature, number 7, p. 82. Green issues, like social ones, are inherently qualitative in nature and, as such, it is unsurprising that a system based on profit would ignore them. Under capitalism, ethics, nature, and humanity all have a price tag. And that price tag is God. This is understandable as every hierarchical social system requires a belief system. Under feudalism, the belief system came from the church, whereas under capitalism, it pretends to come from science, whose biased practitioners, usually funded by the state and capital, are the new priesthood. Like the old priesthoods, only those members who produce objective research become famous and influential, objective research being that which accepts the status quo as natural and produces what the elite want to hear, i.e. apologetics for capitalism and elite rule will always be praised as objective and scientific regardless of its actual scientific and factual content, the infamous bell curve and Malthus's law of population being classic examples. More importantly, capitalism needs science to be able to measure and quantify everything in order to sell it. This mathematical faith is reflected in its politics and economics, where quantity is more important than quality, where 5 votes are better than 2 votes, where $5 is better than $2. And like all religions, capitalism needs sacrifice. In the name of free enterprise, economic efficiency, stability and growth. It sacrifices individuality, freedom, humanity, and nature for the power and profits of the few. Understanding the social roots of the problems we face is the key. Many Greens attack what they consider the wrong ideas of modern society, its materialistic values, and counterpose new ideas, more in tune with a green society. This approach, however, misses the point. Ideas and values do not just happen, but are the product of a given set of social relationships and the struggles they produce. This means that it is not just a matter of changing our values in a way that places humanity in harmony with nature, important though that is, but also of understanding the social and structural origins of the ecological crisis. Ideas and values do need to be challenged, but unless the authoritarian social relationships, hierarchy, and inequalities in power, i.e. what produces these values and ideas, are also challenged and, more importantly, changed, an ecological society is impossible. So unless other Greens recognize that this crisis did not develop in a social vacuum and is not the fault of people, as opposed to people in a hierarchical society, little can be done to root out the systemic causes of the problems that we and the planet face. Besides its alliance with the ecology movement, eco-anarchism also finds allies in the feminist and peace movements, which it regards, like the ecology movement, as implying the need for anarchist principles. Thus eco-anarchists think that global competition between nation-states is responsible not only for the devouring of nature but is also the primary cause of international military tensions, as nations seek to dominate each other by military force or the threat thereof. As international competition becomes more intense and weapons of mass destruction spread, the seeds are being sown for catastrophic global warfare involving nuclear, chemical, and/or biological weapons. Because such warfare would be the ultimate ecological disaster, eco-anarchism and the peace movement are but two aspects of the same basic project. Similarly, eco-anarchists recognize that domination of nature and male domination of women have historically gone hand in hand, so that ecofeminism is yet another aspect of eco-anarchism. Since feminism, ecology, and peace are key issues of the Green movement, anarchists believe that many Greens are implicitly committed to anarchism, whether they realize it or not, and hence that they should adopt anarchist principles of direct action rather than getting bogged down in trying to elect people to state offices. Here we discuss some of the main themes of eco-anarchism and consider a few suggestions by non-anarchists about how to protect the environment. In section E.1, we summarize why anarchists consider why a green society cannot be a capitalist one, and vice versa. Section E.2 presents a short overview of what an ecological society would be like. Section E.3 refutes the false capitalist claim that the answer to the ecological crisis is to privatize everything, while Section E.4 discusses why capitalism is anti-ecological and its defenders, invariably, anti-green. Then we indicate why green consumerism is doomed to failure in Section E.5 before, in Section E.6, refuting the myth that population growth is a cause of ecological problems rather than the effect of deeper issues. Obviously, these are hardly the end of the matter. Some tactics popular in the Green movement are shared by others and we discuss these elsewhere. For example, the issue of electing Green parties to power will be addressed in Section J.2.4, surely voting for radical parties will be effective, and so will be ignored here. The question of single-issue campaigns, like CND and Friends of the Earth, will be discussed in Section J.1.4. Remember that eco-anarchists, like all anarchists, take a keen interest in many other issues and struggles, and just because we do not discuss something here does not mean we are indifferent to it. For anarchists, unless we resolve the underlying contradictions within society, which stem from domination, hierarchy, and a capitalist economy, ecological disruption will continue and grow, putting our Earth in increasing danger. We need to resist the system and create new values based on quality, not quantity. We must return the human factor to our alienated society before we alienate ourselves completely off the planet. Peter Marshall's Nature's Web presents a good overview of all aspects of green thought over human history from a libertarian perspective, including excellent summaries of such anarchists as Proudhon, Kropotkin, and Bookchin, as well as libertarian socialist William Morris and his ecologically balanced Utopia News from Nowhere. E.1 What are the root causes of our ecological problems? The dangers associated with environmental damage have become better known over the last few decades. In fact, awareness of the crisis we face has entered into the mainstream of politics. Those who assert that environmental problems are minor or non-existent have, thankfully, become marginalist, effectively, a few cranks and so-called scientists funded by corporations and right-wing think tanks. Both politicians and corporations have been keen to announce their green credentials. Which is ironic, as anarchists would argue that both the state and capitalism are key causes for the environmental problems we are facing. In other words, anarchists argue that pollution and the other environmental problems we face are symptoms. The disease itself is deeply embedded in the system we live under and need to be addressed alongside treating the more obvious results of that deeper cause. Otherwise, to try and eliminate the symptoms by themselves can be little more than a minor palliative and, fundamentally, pointless, as they will simply keep reappearing until their root causes are eliminated. For anarchists, as we noted in section A.3.3, the root causes for our ecological problems lie in social problems. Bookchin uses the terms first nature and second nature to express this idea. First nature is the environment while second nature is humanity. The latter can shape and influence the former, for the worse or for the better. How it does so depends on how it treats itself. A decent, sane, and egalitarian society will treat the environment it inhabits in a decent, sane and respective way. A society marked by inequality, hierarchies, and exploitation will trend its environment as its members treat each other. Thus all our notions of dominating nature stem from the very real domination of human by human. The domination of human by human preceded the notion of dominating nature. Indeed, human domination of human gave rise to the very idea of dominating nature. This means, obviously, that it is not until we eliminate domination in all its forms, that we will really create a rational, ecological society. Remaking society, p. 44. By degrading ourselves, we create the potential for degrading our environment. This means that anarchists emphasize that ecological degradation is, in great part, a product of the degradation of human beings by hunger, material insecurity, class rule, hierarchical domination, patriarchy, ethnic discrimination, and competition. Bookchin, The Future of the Ecology Movement, pages 1-20, Which Way for the Ecology Movement, p. 17. This is unsurprising, for nature, as every materialist knows, is not something merely external to humanity. We are a part of nature. Consequently, in dominating nature we not only dominate an external world, we also dominate ourselves. John Clark, The Anarchist Moment, p. 114. We cannot stress how important this analysis is. We cannot ignore the deep-seated division in society that came into existence with hierarchies and classes. To do so means placing young people and old, women and men, poor and rich, exploited and exploiters, people of color and whites all on a par that stands completely at odds with social reality. Everyone, in turn, despite the different burdens he or she is obliged to bear, is given the same responsibility for the ills of our planet. Be they starving Ethiopian children or corporate barons, all people are held to be equally culpable in producing present ecological problems. These become desocialized, and so this perspective sidesteps the profoundly social roots of present-day ecological dislocations and deflects innumerable people from engaging in a practice that could yield effective social change. It easily plays into the hands of a privileged stratum who are only too eager to blame all the human victims of an exploitative society for the social and ecological ills of our time. The Ecology of Freedom, p. 33. Thus, for eco-anarchists, hierarchy is the fundamental root cause of our ecological problems. Hierarchy, Notes Bookchin includes economic class and even gives rise to class society historically, but it goes beyond this limited meaning imputed to a largely economic form of stratification. It refers to a system of command and obedience in which elites enjoy varying degrees of control over their subordinates without necessarily exploiting them. Ecology of Freedom, p. 68. Anarchism, he stressed, anchored ecological problems for the first time in hierarchy, not simply in economic classes. Remaking Society, p. 155. Needless to say, the forms of hierarchy have changed and evolved over the years. The anarchist analysis of hierarchies goes well beyond economic forms of exploitation into cultural forms of domination that exist in the family, between generations and sexes, among ethnic groups, in institutions of political, economic, and social management, and very significantly, in the way we experience reality as a whole, including nature and non-human life forms. Op. Cit. p. 46. This means that anarchists recognize that ecological destruction has existed in most human societies and is not limited just to capitalism. It existed, to some degree, in all hierarchical pre-capitalist societies and, of course, in any hierarchical post-capitalist ones as well. However, as most of us live under capitalism today, anarchists concentrate our analysis to that system and seek to change it. Anarchists stress the need to end capitalism simply because of its inherently anti-ecological nature. The history of civilization has been a steady process of estrangement from nature that has increasingly developed into outright antagonism. Our society faces a breakdown not only of its values and institutions, but also of its natural environment. This problem is not unique to our times, but previous environmental destruction pales before the massive destruction of the environment that has occurred since the days of the Industrial Revolution, and especially since the end of the Second World War. The damage inflicted on the environment by contemporary society encompasses the entire world. The exploitation and pollution of the earth has damaged not only the integrity of the atmosphere, climate, water resources, soil, flora, and fauna of specific regions, but also the basic natural cycles on which all living things depend. Bookchin, Ecology of Freedom, p. 411 and p. 83. This has its roots in the grow or die nature of capitalism we discussed in section D.4. An ever-expanding capitalism must inevitably come into collision with a finite planet and its fragile ecology. Firms whose aim is to maximize their profits in order to grow will happily exploit whoever and whatever they can to do so. As capitalism is based on exploiting people, can we doubt that it will also exploit nature? It is unsurprising, therefore, that this system results in the exploitation of the real sources of wealth, namely nature and people. It is as much about robbing nature as it is about robbing the worker. To quote Murray Bookchin, any attempt to solve the ecological crisis within a bourgeois framework must be dismissed as chimerical. Capitalism is inherently anti-ecological. Competition and accumulation constitute its very law of life, a law, summarized in the phrase, production for the sake of production. Anything, however hallowed or rare, has its price and is fair game for the marketplace. In a society of this kind, nature is necessarily treated as a mere resource to be plundered and exploited. The destruction of the natural world, far being the result of mere hubristic blunders, follows inexorably from the very logic of capitalist production. Post-scarcity anarchism, pages 8-9. So, in a large part, environmental problems derive from the fact that capitalism is a competitive economy, guided by the maxim grow or die. This is its very law of life, for unless a firm expands, it will be driven out of business or taken over by a competitor. Hence the capitalist economy is based on a process of growth and production for their own sake. No amount of moralizing or pietizing, stresses Bookchin, can alter the fact that rivalry at the most molecular base of society is a bourgeois law of life. Accumulation to undermine, buy out, or otherwise absorb or outwit a competitor is a condition for existence in a capitalist economic order. This means a capitalistic society based on competition and growth for its own sake must ultimately devour the natural world, just like an untreated cancer must ultimately devour its host. Personal intentions, be they good or bad, have little to do with this unrelenting process. An economy that is structured around the maxim, grow or die, must necessarily pit itself against the natural world and leave ecological ruin in its wake as it works its way through the biosphere. Remaking Society, p. 93 and p. 15. This means that good intentions and ideals have no bearing on the survival of a capitalist enterprise. There is a very simple way to be moral in the capitalist economy, namely, to commit economic suicide. This helps explain another key anti-ecological tendency within capitalism, namely the drive to externalize costs of production, i.e., pass them on to the community at large, in order to minimize private costs and so maximize profits and so growth. As we will discuss in more detail in section E.3, capitalism has an inbuilt tendency to externalize costs in the form of pollution as it rewards the kind of short-term perspective that pollutes the planet in order to maximize the profits of the capitalist. This is also driven by the fact that capitalism's need to expand also reduces decision-making from the quantitative to the qualitative. In other words, whether something produces a short-term profit is the guiding maxim of decision-making, and the price mechanism itself suppresses the kind of information required to make ecologically informed decisions. As Bookchin summarizes, capitalism has made social evolution hopelessly incompatible with ecological evolution. Ecology of Freedom, p. 14. It lacks a sustainable relation to nature, not due to chance, ignorance or bad intentions, but due to its very nature and workings. Fortunately, as we discussed in section D.1, capitalism has rarely been allowed to operate for long entirely on its own logic. When it does, counter-tendencies develop to stop society being destroyed by market forces and the need to accumulate money. Opposition forces always emerge, whether these are in the form of state intervention or in social movements aiming for reforms or more radical social change. The former tends to be the result of the latter, but not always. Both force capitalism to moderate its worst tendencies. However, state intervention is, at best, a short term. This is because the state is just as much a system of social domination, oppression, and exploitation as capitalism. Which brings us to the next key institution which anarchists argue needs to be eliminated in order to create an ecological society, the state. If, as anarchists argue, the oppression of people is the fundamental reason for our ecological problems, then it logically follows that the state cannot be used to either create and manage an ecological society. It is a hierarchical, centralist, top-down organization based on the use of coercion to maintain elite rule. It is, as we stressed in section B.2, premised on the monopolization of power in the hands of a few. In other words, it is the opposite of commonly agreed ecological principles such as freedom to develop, decentralization and diversity. As Bookchin put it, the notion that human freedom can be achieved, much less perpetuated, through a state of any kind is monstrously oxymoronic, a contradiction in terms. This is because statist forms are based on centralization, bureaucratization, and the professionalization of power in the hands of elite bodies. This flows from its nature, for one of its essential functions is to confine, restrict, and essentially suppress local democratic institutions and initiatives. It has been organized to reduce public participation and control, even scrutiny. The Ecological Crisis, Socialism, and the Need to Remake Society, pages 1-10, Society and Nature, Volume 2, Number 3, p. 8 and p. 9. If the creation of an ecological society requires individual freedom and social participation, and it does, then the state by its very nature and function excludes both. The state's centralist nature is such that it cannot handle the complexities and diversity of life. No administrative system is capable of representing a community or, for that matter, an ecosystem, argues James C. Scott, except through a heroic and greatly schematized process of abstraction and simplification. It is not simply a question of capacity. It is also a question of purpose. State agents have no interest, nor should they, in describing an entire social reality. Their abstractions and simplifications are disciplined by a small number of objectives. This means that the state is unable to effectively handle the needs of ecological systems, including human ones. Scott analyses various large-scale state schemes aiming at social improvement and indicates their utter failure. This failure was rooted in the nature of centralist systems. He urges us to consider the kind of human subject for whom all these benefits were being provided. This subject was singularly abstract. The state was planning for generic subjects who needed so many square feet of housing space, acres of farmland, liters of clean water, and units of transportation, and so much food, fresh air, and recreational space. Standardist citizens were uniform in their needs and even interchangeable. What is striking, of course, is that such subjects have, for purposes of the planning exercise, no gender, no tastes, no history, no values, no opinions or original ideas, no traditions, and no distinctive personalities to contribute to the enterprise. The lack of context and particularity is not an oversight, it is the necessary first premise of any large-scale planning exercise. To the degree that the subjects can be treated as standardist units, the power of resolution in the planning exercise is enhanced. The same logic applies to the transformation of the natural world. Seeing like a state, pages 22-3 and p. 346. A central power reduces the participation and diversity required to create an ecological society and tailor humanity's interaction with the environment in a way which respects local conditions and ecosystems. In fact, it helps create ecological problems by centralizing power at the top of society, limiting and repressing the freedom of individuals, communities, and peoples, as well as standardizing and so degrading complex societies and ecosystems. As such, the state is just as anti-ecological as capitalism is, as it shares many of the same features. As Scott stresses, capitalism is just as much an agency of homogenization, uniformity, grids, and heroic simplification as the state is, with the difference being that, for capitalists, simplification must pay. A market necessarily reduces quality to quantity via the price mechanism and promotes standardization. In markets, money talks, not people. The conclusions that can be drawn from the failures of modern projects of social engineering are as applicable to market-driven standardization as they are to bureaucratic homogeneity. Op. Cit. p. 8. In the short term, the state may be able to restrict some of the worst excesses of capitalism. This can be seen from the desire of capitalists to fund parties which promise to deregulate an economy, regardless of the social and environmental impact of so doing. However, the interactions between these two anti-ecological institutions are unlikely to produce long-term environmental solutions. This is because while state intervention can result in beneficial constraints on the anti-ecological and anti-social dynamics of capitalism, it is always limited by the nature of the state itself. As we noted in section B.2.1, the state is an instrument of class rule and, consequently, extremely unlikely to impose changes that may harm or destroy the system itself. This means that any reform movement will have to fight hard for even the most basic and common sense changes, while constantly having to stop capitalists ignoring or undermining any reforms actually passed which threaten their profits and the accumulation of capital as a whole. This means that counterforces are always set into motion by ruling class, and even sensible reforms, such as anti-pollution laws, will be overturned in the name of deregulation and profits. Unsurprisingly, eco-anarchists, like all anarchists, reject appeals to state power, as this invariably legitimates and strengthens the state, with the result that it disempowers the people. They note that ecology movements that enter into parliamentary activities not only legitimate state power at the expense of popular power, they also are obligated to function within the state and must play the game, which means that they must shape their priorities according to predetermined rules over which they have no control. This results in an ongoing process of degeneration, a steady devolution of ideals, practices, and party structures in order to achieve very little in arresting environmental decay. Remaking Society, p. 161, p. 162 and p. 163. The fate of numerous green parties across the world supports that analysis. That is why anarchists stress the importance of creating social movements based on direct action and solidarity as the means of enacting reforms under a hierarchical society. Only when we take a keen interest and act to create and enforce reforms will they stand any chance of being applied successfully. If such social pressure does not exist, then any reform will remain a dead letter and ignored by those seeking to maximize their profits at the expense of both people and planet. As we discuss in Section J, this involves creating alternative forms of organization like federations of community assemblies, see Section J.5.1, and industrial unions, see Section J.5.2. Given the nature of both a capitalist economy and the state, this makes perfect sense. In summary, the root cause of our ecological problems lies in hierarchy within humanity, particularly in the form of the state and capitalism. Capitalism is a grow-or-die system which cannot help destroy the environment, while the state is a centralist system which destroys the freedom and participation required to interact with ecosystems. Based on this analysis, anarchists reject the notion that all we need do is get the state to regulate the economy, as the state is part of the problem as well as being an instrument of minority rule. Instead, we aim to create an ecological society and end capitalism, the state, and other forms of hierarchy. This is done by encouraging social movements which fight for improvements in the short term by means direct action, solidarity, and the creation of popular libertarian organizations. E.1.1 Is industry the cause of environmental problems? Some environmentalists argue that the root cause of our ecological crisis lies in industry and technology. This leads them to stress that industrialism is the problem and that needs to be eliminated. An extreme example of this is primitivism, see Section A.3.9, although it does appear in the works of deep ecologists and liberal Greens. However, most anarchists are unconvinced and agree with Bookchin when he noted that cries against technology and industrial society are two very safe, socially natural targets against which even the bourgeoisie can inveigh in Earth Day celebrations, as long as minimal attention is paid to the social relations in which the mechanization of society is rooted. Instead, ecology needs a confrontational stance toward capitalism and hierarchical society in order to be effective and fix the root causes of our problems. The Ecology of Freedom, p. 54. Claiming that industrialism rather than capitalism is the cause of our ecological problems allowed Greens to point to both the West and the so-called socialist countries and draw out what was common to both, i.e. terrible environmental records and a growth mentality. In addition, it allowed Green parties and thinkers to portray themselves as being above the old conflicts between socialism and capitalism, hence the slogan neither right nor left, but in front. Yet this position rarely convinced anyone, as any serious Green thinker soon notes that the social roots of our environmental problems need to be addressed, and that brings Green ideas into conflict with the status quo. It is no coincidence that many on the right dismiss Green issues as nothing more than a form of socialism or, in America, liberalism. However, by refusing to clearly indicate opposition to capitalism, this position allowed many reactionary ideas, and people, to be smuggled into the Green movement, the population myth being a prime example. As for industrialism exposing the similarities between capitalism and Stalinism, it would have been far better to do as anarchists had done since 1918 and call the USSR and related regimes what they actually were, namely state capitalism. Some Greens, like many defenders of capitalism, point to the terrible ecological legacy of the Stalinist countries of Eastern Europe and elsewhere. For supporters of capitalism, this was due to the lack of private property in these systems, while, for Greens, it showed that environmental concerns were above both capitalism and socialism. Needless to say, by capitalism anarchists mean both private and state forms of that system. As we argued in section B.3.5, under Stalinism the state bureaucracy controlled and so effectively owned the means of production. As under private capitalism, an elite monopolies decision-making and aimed to maximize their income by oppressing and exploiting the working class. Unsurprisingly, they had as little consideration first nature, the environment, as they had for second nature, humanity, and dominated, oppressed, and exploited both, just as private capitalism does. As Bookchin emphasized, the ecological crisis stems not only from private property but from the principle of domination itself, a principle embodied in institutional hierarchies and relations of command and obedience which pervade society at many different levels. Thus, without changing the most molecular relationships in society, notably, those between men and women, adults and children, whites and other ethnic groups, heterosexuals and gays, the list, in fact, is considerable, society will be riddled by domination even in a socialistic, classless and non-exploitative form. It would be infused by hierarchy even as it celebrated the dubious virtues of people's democracies, socialism and the public ownership of natural resources, and as long as hierarchy persists, as long as domination organizes humanity around a system of elites, the project of dominating nature will continue to exist and inevitably lead our planet to ecological extinction. Toward an Ecological Society, p. 76. Given this, the real reasons for why the environmental record of Stalinist regimes were worse than private capitalism can easily be found. Firstly, any opposition was more easily silenced by the police state, and so the ruling bureaucrats had far more leeway to pollute than in most Western countries. In other words, a sound environment requires freedom, the freedom of people to participate and protest. Secondly, such dictatorships can implement centralist, top-down planning which renders their ecological impact more systematic and widespread. James C. Scott explores this at great length in his excellent book Seeing Like a State. Fundamentally, though, there is no real difference between private and state capitalism. That this is the case can be seen from the willingness of capitalist firms to invest in, say, China in order to take advantage of their weaker environmental laws and regulations plus the lack of opposition. It can also be seen from the gutting of environmental laws and regulation in the West in order to gain competitive advantages. Unsurprisingly, laws to restrict protest have been increasingly passed in many countries as they have embraced the neoliberal agenda, with the Thatcher regime in the UK and its successors trailblazing this process. The centralization of power which accompanies such neoliberal experiments reduces social pressures on the state and ensures that business interests take precedence. As we argued in section D.10, the way that technology is used and evolves will reflect the power relations within society. Given a hierarchical society, we would expect a given technology to be used in repressive ways regardless of the nature of that technology itself. Bookchin points to the difference between the Iroquois and the Inca. Both societies used the same forms of technology, but the former was a fairly democratic and egalitarian federation while the latter was a highly despotic empire. As such, technology does not fully or even adequately account for the institutional differences between societies. The ecology of freedom, p. 331. This means that technology does not explain the causes for ecological harm, and it is possible to have an anti-ecological system based on small-scale technologies. Some of the most dehumanizing and centralist social systems were fashioned out of very small technologies, but bureaucracies, monarchies, and military forces turned these systems into brutalizing cudgels to subdue humankind and, later, to try to subdue nature. To be sure, a large-scale techniques will foster the development of an oppressively large-scale society, but every warped society follows the dialectic of its own pathology of domination, irrespective of the scale of its techniques. It can organize the small into the repellent as surely as it can imprint an arrogant sneer on the faces of the elites who administer it. Unfortunately, a preoccupation with technical size, scale, and even artistry deflects our attention away from the most significant problems of techniques, notably, its ties with the ideals and social structures of freedom. Bookchin, Op. Cit. Pages 325-6. In other words, small-scale technology will not transform an authoritarian society into an ecological one. Nor will applying ecologically friendly technology to capitalism reduce its drive to grow at the expense of the planet and the people who inhabit it. This means that technology is an aspect of a wider society rather than a socially neutral instrument which will always have the same, usually negative, results. As Bookchin stressed, A liberatory technology presupposes liberatory institutions, a liberatory sensibility requires a liberatory society. By the same token, artistic crafts are difficult to conceive without an artistically crafted society, and the inversion of tools is impossible with the radical inversion of all social and productive relationships. Op. Cit. Pages 328-9. Finally, it should be stressed that attempts to blame technology or industry for our ecological problems have another negative effect than just obscuring the real causes of those problems and turning attention away from the elites who implement specific forms of technology to further their aims. It also means denying that technology can be transformed and new forms created which can help produce an ecologically balanced society. The knowledge and physical instruments for promoting a harmonization of humanity with nature and of human with human are largely at hand or could easily be devised. Many of the physical principles used to construct such patently harmful facilities as conventional power plants, energy-consuming vehicles, surface mining equipment, and the like could be directed to the construction of small-scale solar and wind energy devices, efficient means of transportation, and energy-saving shelters. Bookchin, Op. Cit. p. 83. We must understand that the very idea of dominating first nature has its origins in the domination of human by human, otherwise we will lose what little understanding we have of the social origin of our most serious ecological problems. If this happens, then we cannot solve these problems, as it will grossly distort humanity's potentialities to play a creative role in non-human as well as human development. For the human capacity to reason conceptually, to fashion tools and devise extraordinary technologies can all be used for the good of the biosphere, not simply for harming it. What is of pivotal importance in determining whether human beings will creatively foster the evolution of first nature or whether they will be highly destructive to non-human and human beings alike is precisely the kind of society we establish, not only the kind of sensibility we develop. Op. Cit. p. 34. E.1.2 What is the difference between environmentalism and ecology? As we noted in section A.3.3, eco-anarchists contrast ecology with environmentalism. The difference is important as it suggests both a different analysis of where our ecological problems come from and the best way to solve them. As Bookchin put it, by environmentalism I propose to designate a mechanistic, instrumental outlook that sees nature as a passive habitat composed of objects such as animals, plants, minerals, and the like that must merely be rendered more serviceable for human use. Within this context, very little of a social nature is spared from the environmentalists' vocabulary. Cities become urban resources and their inhabitants human resources. Environmentalism tends to view the ecological project for attaining a harmonious relationship between humanity and nature as a truce rather than a lasting equilibrium. The harmony of the environmentalists centers around the development of new techniques for plundering the natural world with minimal disruption of the human habitat. Environmentalism does not question the most basic premise of the present society, notably, that humanity must dominate nature. Rather, it seeks to facilitate that notion by developing techniques for diminishing the hazards caused by the reckless despoliation of the environment. The Ecology of Freedom, p. 86. So eco-anarchists call the position of those who seek to reform capitalism and make it more green environmentalism rather than ecology. The reasons are obvious, as environmentalists focus on specific issues like air and water pollution while ignoring the social roots of the problems they are trying to solve. In other words, their outlook rests on an instrumental, almost engineering approach to solving ecological dislocations. To all appearances, they wanted to adapt the natural world to the needs of the existing society and its exploitative, capitalist imperatives by way of reforms that minimize harm to human health and well-being. The much-needed goals of formulating a project for radical social change and for cultivating a new sensibility toward the natural world tended to fall outside the orbit of their practical concerns. Eco-anarchists, while supporting such partial structures, stress that these problems originate in a hierarchical, class, and today, competitive capitalist system that nourishes a view of the natural world as a mere agglomeration of resources for human production and consumption. Op. Cit. Pages 15 to 6. This is the key. As environmentalism does not bring into question the underlying notion of the present society that man must dominate nature, it cannot present anything other than short-term solutions for the various symptoms of the underlying problem. Moreover, as it does not question hierarchy, it simply adjusts itself to the status quo. Thus liberal environmentalism is so hopelessly ineffectual because it takes the present social order for granted and is mired in the paralyzing belief that a market society, privately owned property, and the present-day bureaucratic nation-state cannot be changed in any basic sense. Thus, it is the prevailing order that sets the terms of any compromise or trade-off, and so the natural world, including oppressed people, always loses something piece by piece, until everything is lost in the end. As long as liberal environmentalism is structured around the social status quo, property rights always prevail over public rights and power always prevails over powerlessness. Be it a forest, wetlands, or good agricultural soil, a developer who owns any of these resources usually sets the terms on which every negotiation occurs and ultimately succeeds in achieving the triumph of wealth over ecological considerations. Bookchin, Remaking Society, p. 15. This means that a truly ecological perspective seeks to end the situation where a few govern the many, not to make the few nicer. As Chomsky once noted on the issue of corporate social responsibility, he could not discuss the issue as such because he did not accept some of its presuppositions, specifically with regard to the legitimacy of corporate power, as he did not see any justification for concentration of private power then in the political domain. Both would act in a socially responsible way as benevolent despots when social strife, disorder, protest, etc., induce them to do so for their own benefit. He stressed that in a capitalist society socially responsible behavior would be penalized quickly, in that competitors, lacking such social responsibility, would supplant anyone so misguided as to be concerned with something other than private benefit. This explains why real capitalist systems have always been required to safeguard social existence in the face of the destructive forces of private capitalism by means of substantial state control. However, the central questions are not addressed, but rather begged when discussing corporate social responsibility. Language and Politics, p. 275. Ultimately, the key problem with liberal environmentalism, as with liberalism in general, is that it tends, by definition, to ignore class and hierarchy. The "we are all in this together" kind of message ignores that most of decisions that got us into our current ecological and social mess were made by the rich, as they have control over resources and power structures, both private and public. It also suggests that getting us out of the mess must involve taking power and wealth back from the elite, if for no other reason because working class people do not, by themselves, have the resources to solve the problem. Moreover, the fact is the ruling class do not inhabit quite the same polluted planet as everyone else. Their wealth protects them, to a large degree, to the problems that they themselves have created and which, in fact, they owe so much of that wealth to. Little wonder, then, they deny there is a serious problem. They have access to a better quality of life, food, and local environment. No toxic dumps and motorways are near their homes or holiday retreats. Of course, this is a short-term protection, but the fate of the planet is a long-term abstraction when compared to the immediate returns on one's investments. So it is not true to say that all parts of the ruling class are in denial about the ecological problems. A few are aware, but many more show utter hatred towards those who think the planet is more important than profits. This means that such key environmentalist activities such as education and lobbying are unlikely to have much effect. While these may produce some improvements in terms of our environmental impact, it cannot stop the long-term destruction of our planet, as the ecological crisis is systemic and not a matter of misinformation, spiritual insensitivity, or lack of moral integrity. The present social illness lies not only in the outlook that pervades the present society, it lies above all in the very structure and law of life in the system itself, in its imperative, which no entrepreneur or corporation can ignore without facing destruction: growth, and still more growth. Murray Bookchin, The Ecological Crisis, Socialism, and the Need to Remake Society, pages 1 to 10, Society and Nature, Volume 2, Number 3, pages 2 to 3. This can only be ended by ending capitalism, not by appeals to consumers to buy eco-friendly products or to capitalists to provide them. Accumulation is determined not by the good or bad intentions of the individual bourgeois, but by the commodity relationship itself. It is not the perversity of the bourgeois that creates production for the sake of production, but the very market nexus over which he presides and to which he succumbs. It requires a grotesque self-deception, or worse, an act of ideological social deception, to foster the belief that this society can undo its very law of life in response to ethical arguments or intellectual persuasion. Toward an Ecological Society, p. 66. Sadly, much of what passes for the green movement is based on this kind of perspective. At worst, many environmentalists place their hopes on green consumerism and education. At best, they seek to create green parties to work within the state to pass appropriate regulations and laws. Neither option gets to the core of the problem, namely a system in which there are oppressive human beings who literally own society and others who are owned by it. Until society can be reclaimed by an undivided humanity that will use its collective wisdom, cultural achievements, technological innovations, scientific knowledge, and innate creativity for its own benefit and for that of the natural world, all ecological problems will have their roots in social problems. Bookchin, Remaking Society, p. 39. E.2 What do eco-anarchists propose instead of capitalism? Given what eco-anarchists consider to be the root cause of our ecological problems, as discussed in the last section, it should come as no surprise that they think that the current ecological crisis can only be really solved by eliminating those root causes, namely by ending domination within humanity and creating an anarchist society. So here we will summarize the vision of the free society eco-anarchists advocate before discussing the limitations of various non-anarchist proposals to solve environmental problems in subsequent sections. However, before so doing, it is important to stress that eco-anarchists consider it important to fight against ecological and social problems today. Like all anarchists, they argue for direct action and solidarity to struggle for improvements and reforms under the current system. This means that eco-anarchism supports every effort to conserve the environment in the here and now. The key difference between them and environmentalists is that eco-anarchists place such partial struggles within a larger context of changing society as a whole. The former is part of waging a delaying action against the rampant destruction of the environment. The other is a create movement to totally revolutionize the social relations of humans to each other and of humanity to nature. Murray Bookchin, Toward an Ecological Society, p. 43. This is one of the key differences between an ecological perspective and an environmental one, a difference discussed in section E.1.2. Finding ways to resist capitalism's reduction of the living world to resources and commodities and its plunder of the planet, our resistance to specific aspects of an ecocidal system, are merely a starting point in the critique of the whole system and of a wider struggle for a better society. As such, our outline of an ecological society, or ecotopia, is not meant to suggest an indifference to partial struggles and reforms within capitalism. It is simply to indicate why anarchists are confident that ending capitalism and the state will create the necessary preconditions for a free and ecologically viable society. This perspective flows from the basic insight of eco-anarchism, namely that ecological problems are not separate from social ones. As we are part of nature, it means that how we interact and shape with it will be influenced by how we interact and shape ourselves. As Reclus put it, every people gives, so to speak, new clothing to the surrounding nature. By means of its fields and roads, by its dwelling and every manner of construction, by the way it arranges the trees and the landscape in general, the populace expresses the character of its own ideals. If it really has a feeling for beauty, it will make nature more beautiful. If, on the other hand, the great mass of humanity should remain as it is today, crude, egoistic and inauthentic, it will continue to mark the face of the earth with its wretched traces. Thus will the poet's cry of desperation become a reality: where can I flee? Nature itself has become hideous. In order to transform how we interact with nature, we need to transform how we interact with each other. Fortunately, Reckless notes, a complete alliance of the beautiful and the useful is possible. Quoted by Clark and Martin, eds, Anarchy, Geography, Modernity, p. 125 and p. 28. Over a century later, Murray Bookchin echoed this insight. The views advanced by anarchists were deliberately called social ecology to emphasize that major ecological problems have their roots in social problems that go back to the very beginnings of patricentric culture itself. The rise of capitalism, with a law of life based on competition, capital accumulation, and limitless growth, brought these problems ecological and social to an acute point, indeed, one that was unprecedented in any prior epoch of human development. Capitalist society, by recycling the organized world into an increasingly inanimate, inorganic assemblage of commodities, was destined to simplify the biosphere, thereby cutting across the grain of natural evolution with its ages-long thrust towards differentiation and diversity. To reverse this trend, capitalism had to be replaced by an ecological society based on non-hierarchical relationships, decentralist communities, eco-technologies like solar power, organic agriculture, and humanly scaled industries, in short, by face-to-face democratic forms of settlement economically and structurally tailored to the ecosystems in which they were located. Remaking Society, pages 154-5. The vision of an ecological society rests on the obvious fact that people can have both positive and negative impacts on the environment. In current society, there are vast differences and antagonisms between privileged whites and people of color, men and women, rich and poor, oppressor and oppressed. Remove those differences and antagonisms and our interactions with ourselves and nature change radically. In other words, there is a vast difference between free, non-hierarchical, class, and stateless societies on the one hand, and hierarchical, class-ridden, statist, and authoritarian ones, and how they interact with the environment. Given the nature of ecology, it should come as no surprise that social anarchists have been at the forefront of eco-anarchist theory and activism. It would be fair to say that most eco-anarchists, like most anarchists in general, envision an ecotopia based on communist anarchist principles. This does not mean that individualist anarchists are indifferent to environmental issues, simply that most anarchists are unconvinced that such solutions will actually end the ecological crisis we face. Certain of the proposals in this section are applicable to individualist anarchism, for example, the arguments that cooperatives will produce less growth and be less likely to pollute. However, others are not. Most obviously, arguments in favor of common ownership and against the price mechanism are not applicable to the market-based solutions of individualist anarchism. It should also be pointed out that much of the eco-anarchist critique of capitalist approaches to ecological problems are also applicable to individualist and mutualist anarchism as well, particularly the former, as the latter does recognize the need to regulate the market. While certain aspects of capitalism would be removed in an individualist anarchism, such as massive inequalities of wealth, capitalist property rights as well as direct and indirect subsidies to big business, it still has the informational problems associated with markets as well as a growth orientation. Here we discuss the typical eco-anarchist view of a free ecological society, namely one rooted in social anarchist principles. Eco-anarchists, like all consistent anarchists, advocate workers' self-management of the economy as a necessary component of an ecologically sustainable society. This usually means society-wide ownership of the means of production and all productive enterprises self-managed by their workers, as described further in section I.3. This is a key aspect of making a truly ecological society. Most Greens, even if they are not anarchists, recognize the pernicious ecological effects of the capitalist grow or die principle, but unless they are also anarchists, they usually fail to make the connection between that principle and the hierarchical form of the typical capitalist corporation. The capitalist firm, like the state, is centralist, top-down and autocratic. These are the opposite of what an ecological ethos would suggest. In contrast, eco-anarchists emphasize the need for socially owned and worker self-managed firms. This vision of cooperative rather than hierarchical production is a common position for almost all anarchists. Communist and non-communist social anarchists, like mutualists and collectivists, propose cooperative workplaces but differ in how best to distribute the products produced. The former urge the abolition of money and sharing according to need, while the latter see income related to work and surpluses are shared equally among all members. Both of these systems would produce workplaces which would be under far less pressure toward rapid expansion than the traditional capitalist firm, as individualist anarchism aims for the abolition of rent, profit, and interested, too, will have less expansive workplaces. The slower growth rate of cooperatives has been documented in a number of studies, which show that in the traditional capitalist firm, owners and executives' percentage share of profits greatly increases as more employees are added to the payroll. This is because the corporate hierarchy is designed to facilitate exploitation by funneling a disproportionate share of the surplus value produced by workers to those at the top of the pyramid. See section C.2. Such a design gives ownership and management a very strong incentive to expand, since, other things being equal, their income rises with every new employee hired. David Schweikart, Against Capitalism, pages 153-4. Hence the hierarchical form of the capitalist corporation is one of the main causes of runaway growth as well as social inequality and the rise of big business and oligopoly in the so-called free market. By contrast, in an equal share worker cooperative, the addition of more members simply means more people with whom the available pie will have to be equally divided, a situation that immensely reduces the incentive to expand. Thus a libertarian socialist economy will not be under the same pressure to grow. Moreover, when introducing technological innovations or facing decline for goods, a self-managed workplace would be more likely to increase leisure time among producers rather than increase workloads or reduce numbers of staff. This means that rather than produce a few big firms, a worker-controlled economy would tend to create an economy with more small and medium-sized workplaces. This would make integrating them into local communities and ecosystems far easier, as well as making them more easily dependent on green sources of energy. Then there are the other ecological advantages to workers' self-management beyond the relative lack of expansion of specific workplaces and the decentralization this implies. These are explained well by market socialist David Schweikart. To the extent that emissions affect the workers directly on the job, as they often do, we can expect a self-managed firm to pollute less. Workers will control the technology, it will not be imposed on them from without. To the extent that emissions affect the local community, they are likely to be less severe, for two reasons. Firstly, workers, unlike capitalist owners, will necessarily live nearby, and so the decision-makers will bear more of the environmental costs directly. Second, a self-managed firm will not be able to avoid local regulation by running away, or threatening to do so. The great stick that a capitalist firm holds over the head of a local community will be absent. Hence absent will be the macro phenomenon of various regions of the country trying to compete for firms by offering a better business climate, i.e. fewer environmental restrictions. Op. Cit. p. 145. For an ecological society to work, it requires the active participation of those doing productive activity. They are often the first to be affected by industrial pollution and have the best knowledge of how to stop it happening. As such, workplace self-management is an essential requirement for a society which aims to life in harmony with its surrounds, and with itself, as a key aspect of social unfreedom would be eliminated in the form of wage slavery. For these reasons, libertarian socialism based on producer cooperatives is essential for the type of economy necessary to solve the ecological crisis. These all feed directly into the green vision, as ecology points to the necessity of decentralization, diversity in natural and social systems, human-scale technology, and an end to the exploitation of nature. John Clark, The Anarchist Moment, p. 115. This can only be achieved on a society which bases itself on workers' self-management, as this would facilitate the decentralization of industries in ways which are harmonious with nature. So far, all forms of social anarchism are in agreement. However, eco-anarchists tend to be communist anarchists and oppose both mutualism and collectivism. This is because workers' ownership and self-management places the workers of an enterprise in a position where they can become a particularistic interest within their community. This may lead to these firms acting purely in their own narrow interests and against the local community. They would be, in other words, outside of community input and be solely accountable to themselves. This could lead to a situation where they become collective capitalists with a common interest in expanding their enterprises, increasing their profits and even subjecting themselves to irrational practices to survive in the market, i.e., harming their own wider and long-term interests as market pressures have a distinct tendency to produce a race to the bottom. See section I.1.3 for more discussion. This leads most eco-anarchists to call for a confederal economy and society in which communities will be decentralized and freely give of their resources without the use of money. As a natural complement to workplace self-management, eco-anarchists propose communal self-management. So, although it may have appeared that we focus our attention on the economic aspects of the ecological crisis and its solution, this is not the case. It should always be kept in mind that all anarchists see that a complete solution to our many ecological and social problems must be multidimensional, addressing all aspects of the total system of hierarchy and domination. This means that only anarchism, with its emphasis on the elimination of authority in all areas of life, goes to the fundamental root of the ecological crisis. The eco-anarchist argument for direct, participatory, democracy is that effective protection of the planet's ecosystems requires that all people are able to take part at the grassroots level in decision-making that affects their environment, since they are more aware of their immediate ecosystems and more likely to favor stringent environmental safeguards than politicians, state bureaucrats, and the large, polluting special interests that now dominate the representative system of government. Moreover, real change must come from below, not from above, as this is the very source of the social and ecological problems that we face, as it divests individuals, communities, and society as a whole of their power, indeed right, to shape their own destinies, as well as draining them of their material and spiritual resources, i.e., the thoughts, hopes and dreams of people. Simply put, it should be hardly necessary to explore in any great depth the sound ecological and social reasons for decentralizing decision-making power to the grassroots of society, i.e. to the people who have to live with the decisions being reached. The decentralist nature of anarchism would mean that any new investments and proposed solutions to existing problems would be tailored to local conditions. Due to the mobility of capital, laws passed under capitalism to protect the environment have to be created and implemented by the central government to be effective. Yet the state, as discussed in section E.1, is a centralist structure unsuited to the task of collecting and processing the information and knowledge required to customize decisions to local ecological and social circumstances. This means that legislation, precisely due to its scope, cannot be finely tuned to local conditions, and so can generate local opposition, particularly if whipped up by corporate front organizations. In an eco-anarchist society, decentralization would not have the threat of economic power hanging over it, and so decisions would be reached which reflected the actual local needs of the population. As they would be unlikely to want to pollute themselves or their neighbors, eco-anarchists are confident that such local empowerment will produce a society which lives with, rather than upon, the environment. Thus eco-communities, or eco-communes, are a key aspect of an ecotopia. Eco-communes, Bookchin argued, will be networked confederally through ecosystems, bioregions, and biomes, and be artistically tailored to their naturally surrounding. We can envision that their squares will be interlaced by streams, their places of assembly surrounded by groves, their physical contours respected and tastefully landscaped, their soils nurtured caringly to foster plant variety for ourselves, our domestic animals, and wherever possible the wildlife they may support on their fringes. They would be decentralized and scaled to human dimensions, using recycling as well as integrating solar, wind, hydraulic, and methane-producing installations into a highly variegated pattern for producing power. Agriculture, aquaculture, stock raising, and hunting would be regarded as crafts, an orientation that we hope would be extended as much as possible to the fabrication of use values of nearly all kinds. The need to mass-produce goods in highly mechanized installations would be vastly diminished by the community's overwhelming emphasis on quality and permanence. The ecology of freedom, p. 444. This means that local communities will generate social and economic policies tailored to their own unique ecological circumstances, in cooperation with others. It is important to stress that eco-communes do not imply supporting local self-sufficiency and economic autarky as values in themselves. Decisions that have regional impact are worked out by confederations of local assemblies, so that everybody affected by a decision can participate in making it. Such a system would be self-sufficient, as workplace and community participation would foster creativity, spontaneity, responsibility, independence, and respect for individuality, the qualities needed for a self-management to function effectively. Just as hierarchy shapes those subject to it in negative ways, participation would shape us in positive ways which would strengthen our individuality and enrich our freedom and interaction with others and nature. That is not all. The communal framework would also impact on how industry would develop. It would allow eco-technologies to be prioritized in terms of R&D and subsidized in terms of consumption. No more would green alternatives and eco-technologies be left unused simply because most people cannot afford to buy them, nor would their development be underfunded simply because a capitalist sees little profit from it or a politician cannot see any benefit from it. It also means that the broad outlines of production are established at the community assembly level while they are implemented in practice by smaller collective bodies which also operate on an egalitarian, participatory, and democratic basis. Cooperative workplaces form an integral part of this process, having control over the production process and the best way to implement any general outlines. It is for these reasons that anarchists argue that common ownership combined with a use rights-based system of possession is better for the environment, as it allows everyone the right to take action to stop pollution, not simply those who are directly affected by it. As a framework for ecological ethics, the communal system envisioned by social anarchists would be far better than private property and markets in protecting the environment. This is because the pressures that markets exert on their members would not exist, as would the perverse incentives which reward antisocial and anti-ecological practices. Equally, the anti-ecological centralization and hierarchy of the state would be ended and replaced with a participatory system which can take into account the needs of the local environment and utilize the local knowledge and information that both the state and capitalism suppresses. Thus, a genuine solution to the ecological crisis presupposes communes, i.e., participatory democracy in the social sphere. This is a transformation that would amount to a political revolution. However, as Bakunin continually emphasized, a political revolution of this nature cannot be envisioned without a socio-economic revolution based on workers' self-management. This is because the daily experience of participatory decision-making, non-authoritarian modes of organization, and personalistic human relationships would not survive if those values were denied during working hours. Moreover, as mentioned above, participatory communities would be hard-pressed to survive the pressure that big business would subject them to. Needless to say, the economic and social aspects of life cannot be considered in isolation. For example, the negative results of workplace hierarchy and its master-servant dynamic will hardly remain there. Given the amount of time that most people spend working, the political importance of turning it into a training ground for the development of libertarian values can scarcely be overstated. As history has demonstrated, political revolutions that are not based upon social changes and mass psychological transformation, that is, by a deconditioning from the master/slave attitudes absorbed from the current system, result only in the substitution of new ruling elites for the old ones, e.g. Lenin becoming the new Tsar and Communist Party apparatchiks becoming the new aristocracy. Therefore, besides having a slower growth rate, worker cooperatives with democratic self-management would lay the psychological foundations for the kind of directly democratic political system necessary to protect the biosphere. Thus, green libertarian socialism is the only proposal radical enough to solve the ecological crisis. Ecological crises become possible only within the context of social relations which weaken people's capacities to fight an organized defense of the planet's ecology and their own environment. This means that the restriction of participation in decision-making processes within hierarchical organizations such as the state and capitalism firms help create environmental along with social problems by denying those most affected by a problem the means of fixing it. Needless to say, hierarchy within the workplace is a prerequisite to accumulation and so growth, while hierarchy within a community is a prerequisite to defend economic and social inequality as well as minority rule. As the disempowered become indifferent to community and social issues they have little or no say in. Both combine to create the basis of our current ecological crisis and both need to be ended. Ultimately, a free nature can only begin to emerge when we live in a fully participatory society which itself is free of oppression, domination, and exploitation. Only then will we be able to rid ourselves of the idea of dominating nature and fulfill our potential as individuals and be a creative force in natural as well social evolution. That means replacing the current system with one based on freedom, equality, and solidarity. Once this is achieved, social life will yield a sensitive development of human and natural diversity, falling together into a well-balanced harmonious whole. Ranging from community through region to entire continents, we will see a colorful differentiation of human groups and ecosystems, each developing its unique potentialities and exposing members of the community to a wide spectrum of economic, cultural, and behavioral stimuli. Falling within our purview will be an exciting, often dramatic, variety of communal forms here marked by architectural and industrial adaptations to semi-arid ecosystems, there to grasslands, elsewhere by adaptation to forested areas. We will witness a creative interplay between individual and group, community and environment, humanity and nature. Bookchin, Post-Scarcity Anarchism, p. 39. So, to conclude, in place of capitalism, eco-anarchists favor ecologically responsible forms of libertarian socialism, with an economy based on the principles of complementarily with nature, decentralization, where possible and desirable, of large-scale industries, reskilling of workers, and a return to more artisan-like modes of production, the use of eco-technologies and ecologically friendly energy sources to create green products, the use of recycled and recyclable raw materials and renewable resources, the integration of town and country, industry and agriculture, the creation of self-managed eco-communities which exist in harmony with their surroundings, and self-managed workplaces responsive to the wishes of local community assemblies and labor councils in which decisions are made by direct democracy and coordinated, where appropriate and applicable, from the bottom up in a free federation. Such a society would aim to develop the individuality and freedom of all its members in order to ensure that we end the domination of nature by humanity by ending domination within humanity itself. This is the vision of a green society put forth by Murray Bookchin. To quote him, "We must create an ecological society not merely because such a society is desirable but because it is direly necessary. We must begin to live in order to survive. Such a society involves a fundamental reversal of all the trends that marked the historic development of capitalist technology and bourgeois society: the minute specialization or machines and labor, the concentration of resources and people in gigantic industrial enterprises and urban entities, the stratification and bureaucratization of life, the divorce of town from country, the objectification of nature and human beings. In my view, this sweeping reversal means that we must begin to decentralize our cities and establish entirely new eco-communities that are artistically molded to the ecosystems in which they are located. Such an eco-community would heal the split between town and country, indeed, between mind and body by fusing intellectual with physical work, industry with agriculture in a rotation or diversification of vocational tasks. An eco-community would be supported by a new kind of technology or eco-technology, one composed of flexible, versatile machinery whose productive applications would emphasize durability and quality, toward an ecological society, pages 68 to 9. Lastly, we need to quickly sketch out how anarchists see the change to an ecological society happening, as there is little point having an aim if you have no idea how to achieve it. As noted above, eco-anarchists, like all anarchists, do not counterpose an ideal utopia to existing society but rather participate in current ecological struggles. Moreover, we see that struggle itself as the link between what is and what could be. This implies, at minimum, a two-pronged strategy of neighborhood movements and workplace organizing as a means of both fighting and abolishing capitalism. These would work together, with the former targeting, say, the disposal of toxic wastes and the latter stopping the production of toxins in the first place. Only when workers are in a position to refuse to engage in destructive practices or produce destructive goods can lasting ecological change emerge. Unsurprisingly, modern anarchists and anarcho-syndicalists have been keen to stress the need for a green syndicalism which addresses ecological as well as economical exploitation. The ideas of community and industrial unionism are discussed in more detail in section J.5 along with other anarchist tactics for social change. Needless to say, such organizations would use direct action as their means of achieving their goals, see section J.2. It should be noted that some of Buchan's social ecologist followers advocate, like him, green standing in local elections as a means to create a counterpower to the state. As we discuss in section J.5.14, this strategy, called libertarian municipalism, finds few supporters in the wider anarchist movement. This strategy flows, of course, into the structures of an ecological society. As we discuss in section I.2.3, anarchists argue that the framework of a free society will be created in the process of fighting the existing one. Thus the structures of an eco-anarchist society, i.e. eco-communes and self-managed workplaces, will be created by fighting the ecocidal tendencies of the current system. In other words, like all anarchists, eco-anarchists seek to create the new world while fighting the old one. This means what we do now is, however imperfect, an example of what we propose instead of capitalism. That means we act in an ecological fashion today in order to ensure that we can create an ecological society tomorrow. For more discussion of how an anarchist society would work, see section I. We will discuss the limitations of various proposed solutions to the environmental crisis in the following sections. E.3 Can private property rights protect the environment? Environmental issues have become increasingly important over the decades. When Murray Bookchin wrote his first works on our ecological problems in the 1950s, he was only one of a small band. Today, even right-wing politicians have to give at least some lip service to environmental concerns while corporations are keen to present their green credentials to the general public, even if they do not, in fact, have any. As such, there has been a significant change. This is better late than never, considering that the warnings made by the likes of Bookchin in the 1950s and 1960s have come true to a threateningly worrying degree. Sadly, eco-anarchist solutions are still ignored, but that is unsurprising as they go to the heart of the ecological problem, namely domination within humanity as the precondition for the domination of nature and the workings of the capitalist economy. It is hardly likely that those who practice and benefit from that oppression and exploitation will admit that they are causing the problems. Hence the need to appear green in order to keep a fundamentally anti-green system going. Of course, some right-wingers are totally opposed to ecological issues. They seriously seem to forget without a viable ecology, there would be no capitalism. Ayn Rand, for example, dismissed environmental concerns as being anti-human and had little problem with factory chimneys belching smoke into the atmosphere. Her fondness for chimneys and skyscrapers would have made Freud reach for his notepad. As Bob Black once noted, Rand remarked that she worshipped smokestacks. For her, they not only stood for, they were the epitome of human accomplishment. She must have meant it since she was something of a human smokestack herself. She was a chain smoker, as were the other rationals in her entourage. In the end she abolished her own breathing, she died of lung cancer. Smokestack lightning, friendly fire, p. 62. The fate of this guru of capitalism is a forewarning for our collective one if we ignore the environment and our impact on it. The key to understanding why so many on the right are dismissive of ecological concerns is simply that ecology cannot be squeezed into their narrow individualistic property-based politics. Ecology is about interconnectedness, about change and interaction, about the sources of life and how we interact with them and they with us. Moreover, ecology is rooted in the quality of life and goes not automatically view quantity as the key factor. As such, the notion that more is better does not strike the ecologist as, in itself, a good thing. The idea that growth is good as such is the principle associated with cancer. Ecology also destroys the individualistic premise of capitalist economics. It exposes the myth that the market ensures everyone gets exactly what they want, for if you consume eco-friendly products but others do not, then you are affected by their decisions as the environmental impact affects all. Equally, the notion that the solution to GM crops should letting the market decide fails to take into account that such crops spread into local ecosystems and contaminate whole areas, not to mention the issue of corporate power enclosing another part of the commons. The market solution in this case would result in everyone, to some degree, consuming GM crops eventually. None of this can be fitted into the capitalist ideology. However, while vocal irrational anti-green perspectives lingers on in some sections of the right, particularly those funded by the heaviest polluters, other supporters of capitalism have considered the problems of ecological destruction in some degree. Some of this is, of course, simply greenwashing, i.e., using PR and advertising to present a green image while conducting business as usual. Some of it is funding think tanks which use green-sounding names, imagery, and rhetoric to help pursue a decidedly anti-ecological practice and agenda. Some of it is, to some degree, genuine. Al Gore's campaign to make the world aware of the dangers of climate change is obviously sincere and important work, although it is fair to point out the lack of green policies being raised during his 2000 presidential election campaign and the poverty of his proposed solutions and means of change. Nicola Stern's 2006 report on climate change produced for the UK government is another example, and it gives an insight into the mentality of such environmentalists. The report did produce quite an impact, plus its dismissal by the usual suspects. The key reason for that was, undoubtedly, due to it placing a money sum on the dangers of environmental disruption. Such is capitalism. People and planet can go to the dogs, but any threat to profits must be acted upon. As the British PM at the time put it, any climate change bill must be fully compatible with the interests of businesses and consumers as well. Which is ironic, as it is the power of money which is causing the bulk of the problems we face. Which is what we will discuss here, namely whether private property can be used to solve our environmental problems. Liberal environmentalists base their case on capitalist markets aided with some form of state intervention. Neoliberal and right-libertarian environmentalists base their case purely on capitalist markets and reject any role for the state bar that of defining and enforcing private property rights. Both, however, assume that capitalism will remain and tailor their policies around it. Anarchists question that assumption, particularly given, as we discussed in section E.1, the fundamental reason why capitalism cannot be green is its irrational grow or die dynamic. However, there are other aspects of the system which contribute to capitalism bringing ecological crisis sooner rather than later. These flow from the nature of private property and the market competition it produces. This discussion, we should stress, ignores such factors as economic power, which will be addressed in section E.3.2. The market itself causes ecological problems for two related reasons: externalities and the price mechanism. It is difficult making informed consumption decisions under capitalism because rather than provide enough information to make informed decisions, the market hinders the flow of relevant information and suppresses essential knowledge. This is particularly the case with environmental information and knowledge. Simply put, we have no way of knowing from a given price the ecological impact of the products we buy. One such area of suppressed information is that involving externalities. This is a commonly understood problem. The market actively rewards those companies which inflict externalities on society. This is the routine and regular harms caused to others, workers, consumers, communities, the environment. These are termed externalities in the coolly technical jargon of economics, and the capitalist company is an externalizing machine, and it is no exaggeration to say that the corporation's built-in compulsion to externalize its costs is at the root of many of the world's social and environmental ills. Joel Bacon, The Corporation, p. 60 and p. 61. The logic is simple: by externalizing, imposing, costs on others, be it workers, customers, or the planet, a firm can reduce its costs and make higher profits. Thus firms have a vested interest in producing externalities. To put it crudely, pollution pays while ecology costs. Every pound a business spends on environmental protections is one less in profits. As such, it makes economic sense to treat the environment like a dump and externalize costs by pumping raw industrial effluent into the atmosphere, rivers, and oceans. The social cost of so doing weighs little against the personal profits that result from inflicting diffuse losses onto the general public. Nor should we discount the pressure of market forces in this process. In order to survive on the market, firms may have to act in ways which, while profitable in the short run, are harmful in the long term. For example, a family-owned farm may be forced to increase production using environmentally unsound means simply in order to avoid bankruptcy. As well as economic incentives, the creation of externalities flows from the price mechanism itself. The first key issue, as green economist E. F. Schumacher stressed, is that the market is based on total quantification at the expense of qualitative differences, for private enterprise is not concerned with what it produces but only what it gains from production. This means that the judgment of economics is an extremely fragmentary judgment, out of the large number of aspects which in real life have to be seen and judged together before a decision can be taken. Economics supplies only one: whether a thing yields a profit to those who undertake it or not. Small is beautiful, p. 215 and p. 28. This leads to a simplistic decision-making perspective. Everything becomes crystal clear after you have reduced reality to one only of its thousand aspects. You know what to do whatever produces profits, you know what to avoid whatever reduces them or makes a loss. And there is at the same time a perfect measuring rod for the degree of success or failure. Let no one befog the issue by asking whether a particular action is conducive to the wealth and well-being of society, whether it leads to moral, aesthetic, or cultural enrichment. Simply find out whether it pays. Op. Cit. p. 215. This means that key factors in decision-making are, at best, undermined by the pressing need to make profits or, at worst, simply ignored as a handicap. So in the marketplace, for practical reasons, innumerable qualitative distinctions which are of vital importance for man and society are suppressed, they are not allowed to surface. Thus the reign of quantity celebrates its greatest triumphs in the market. This feeds the drive to externalize costs, as it is based on a definition of cost which excludes all free goods, that is to say, the entire God-given environment, except for those parts of it that have been privately appropriated. This means that an activity can be economic although it plays hell with the environment, and that a competing activity, if at some cost it protects and conserves the environment, will be uneconomic. To summarize, it is inherent in the methodology of economics to ignore man's dependence on the natural world. Op. Cit. p. 30 and p. 29. Ultimately, should our decision-making be limited to a single criteria, namely whether it makes someone a profit? Should our environment be handed over to a system which bases itself on confusing efficient resource allocation with maximizing profits in an economy marked by inequalities of wealth and, consequently, on unequal willingness and ability to pay? In other words, biodiversity, ecosystem stability, clean water and air, and so forth only become legitimate social goals when the market places a price on them sufficient for a capitalist to make money from them. Such a system can only fail to achieve a green society simply because ecological concerns cannot be reduced to one criteria, The discipline of economics achieves its formidable resolving power by transforming what might otherwise be considered qualitative matters into quantitative issues with a single metric and, as it were, a bottom line, profit or loss. James C. Scott, Seeing Like a State, p. 346. This is particularly the case when even economists admit that the market undersupplies public goods, of which a clean and aesthetically pleasing environment is the classic example. Markets may reflect, to some degree, individual consumer preferences distorted by income distribution, but they are simply incapable of reflecting collective values. A clean environment and spectacular views are inherently collective goods and cannot be enclosed. As a result, capitalists will be unlikely to invest in such projects as they cannot make everyone who uses them pay for the privilege. Then there is the tendency for the market to undermine and destroy practical and local knowledge on which truly ecological decisions need to be based. Indigenous groups, for example, have accumulated an enormous body of knowledge about local ecological conditions and species which are ignored in economic terms or eliminated by competition with those with economic power. Under markets, in other words, unarticulated knowledge of soil conditions and biodiversity which have considerable value for long-term sustainability is usually lost when it meets agribusiness. Practical knowledge, i.e. local and tacit knowledge which James C. Scott terms métis, is being destroyed and replaced by standardist formulas legible from the center, and this is virtually inscribed in the activities of both the state and large-scale bureaucratic capitalism. The logic animating the project is one of control and appropriation. Local knowledge, because it is dispersed and relatively autonomous, is all but unappropriable. The reduction or, more utopian still, the elimination of métis and the local control it entails are preconditions, in the case of the state, of administrative order and fiscal appropriation and, in the case of the large capitalism firm, of worker discipline and profit. Op. Cit. Pages 335-6. Green socialist John O'Neill provides a similar analysis. Far from fostering the existence of practical and local knowledge, the spread of markets often appears to do the opposite. The growth of global markets is associated with the disappearance of knowledge that is local and practical, and the growth of abstract codifiable information. The market as a mode of coordination appears to foster forms of abstract codifiable knowledge. The knowledge of weak and marginal actors in markets, such as peasant and marginalist indigenous communities, tends to be lost to those who hold market power. The epistemic value of knowledge claims bear no direct relation to their market value. Local and often unarticulated knowledge of soil conditions and crop varieties that have considerable value for long-term sustainability of agriculture has no value in markets and hence is always liable to loss when it comes into contact with oil-based agricultural technologies of those who do have market power. The undermining of local practical knowledge in market economies has also been exacerbated by the global nature of both markets and large corporate actors who require knowledge that is transferable across different cultures and contexts and hence abstract and codifiable. Finally, the demand for commensurability and calculability runs against the defense of local and practical knowledge. This is not just a theoretical problem but one with real institutional embodiments. The market encourages a spirit of calculability. That spirit is the starting point for the algorithmic account of practical reason which requires explicit common measures for rational choice and fails to acknowledge the existence of choice founded upon practical judgment. More generally, it is not amicable to forms of knowledge that are practical, local, and uncodifiable. Markets, Deliberation, and Environment, pages 192-3. Thus the market tends to replace traditional forms of agriculture and working practices, and the complex knowledge and expertises associated with both, with standardist techniques which aim to extract as much profit in the short term as possible by concentrating power into the hands of management and their appointed experts. That they cannot even begin to comprehend the local conditions and practical knowledge and skills required to effectively use the resources available in a sustainable manner should go without saying. Unfortunately, the economic clout of big business is such that it can defeat traditional forms of knowledge in the short term. The long-term effect of such exploitation is usually considered someone else's problem. So, given this analysis, it comes as no surprise to anarchists that private property has not protected the environment. In fact, it is one of the root causes of our ecological problems. Markets hide the ecological and health information necessary for environmentally sound decisions. Ultimately, environmental issues almost always involve value judgments, and the market stops the possibility of producing a public dialogue in which these values can be discussed and enriched. Instead, it replaces this process by an aggregation of existing preferences, shaped by economic pressures and necessity, skewed in favor of this generation's property owners. An individual's interest, like that of the public as a whole, is not something which exists independently of the decision-making processes used, but rather is something which is shaped by them. Atomistic processes focused on a simplistic criteria will produce simplistic decisions which have collectively irrational results. Collective decision-making based on equal participation of all will produce decisions which reflect all the concerns of all affected in a process which will help produce empowered and educated individuals along with informed decisions. Some disagree. For these, the reason why there is environmental damage is not due to too much private property but because there is too little. This perspective derives from neoclassical and related economic theory, and it argues that ecological harm occurs because environmental goods and bads are unpriced. They come free, in other words. This suggests that the best way to protect the environment is to privatize everything and to create markets in all areas of life. This perspective, needless to say, is entirely the opposite of the standard eco-anarchist one, which argues that our environmental problems have their root in market mechanisms, private property, and the behavior they generate. As such, applying market norms even more rigorously and into areas of life that were previously protected from markets will tend to make ecological problems worse, not better. As would be expected, the pro-property perspective is part of the wider turn to free, market capitalism since the 1970s. With the apparent success of Thatcherism and Reaganism, at least for the people who count under capitalism, i.e. the wealthy, and the fall of Stalinism in the Eastern Bloc, the 1980s and 1990s saw a period of capitalist triumphantism. This led to an increase in market-based solutions to every conceivable social problem, regardless of how inappropriate and/or insane the suggestions were. This applies to ecological issues as well. The publication of Free Market Environmentalism by Terry L. Anderson and Donald R. Leal in 1991 saw ideas previously associated with the right-libertarian fringe become more mainstream and, significantly, supported by corporate interests and the think tanks and politicians they fund. Some see it as a deliberate plan to counteract a growing ecological movement which aims to change social, political, and economic structures in order to get at the root cases of our environmental problems. Activist Sarah Diamond suggested that some far-sighted corporations are finding that the best bulwark against anti-corporation environmentalism is the creation and promotion of an alternative model called free market environmentalism. Free Market Environmentalism, Z Magazine, December 1991. Whatever the case, the net effect of this reliance on markets is to depoliticize environmental debates, to transform issues which involve values and affect many people into ones in which the property owner is given priority and where the criteria for decision-making becomes one of profit and loss. It means, effectively, ending debates over why ecological destruction happens and what we should do about it, and accepting the assumptions, institutions, and social relationships of capitalism as a given, as well as privatizing yet more of the world and handing it over to capitalists. Little wonder it is being proposed as an alternative by corporations concerned about their green image. At the very least, it is fair to say that the corporations who punt free market environmentalism as an alternative paradigm for environmental policy making are not expecting to pay more by internalizing their costs by so doing. As with market fundamentalism in general, private property-based environmentalism appears to offer solutions simply because it fails to take into account the reality of any actual capitalist system. The notion that all we have to do is let markets work ignores the fact that any theoretical claim for the welfare superiority of free market outcomes falls when we look at any real capitalist market. Once we introduce, say, economic power, imperfect competition, public goods, externalities or asymmetric information, then the market quickly becomes a god with feet of clay. This is what we will explore in the rest of this section, while the next section will discuss a specific example of how laissez-faire capitalism cannot be ecological as proved by one of its most fervent ideologues. Overall, anarchists feel we have a good case on why it is unlikely that private property can protect the environment. E.3.1 Will privatizing nature save it? No, it will not. To see why, it is only necessary to look at the arguments and assumptions of those who advocate such solutions to our ecological problems. The logic behind the notion of privatizing the planet is simple. Many of our environmental problems stem, as noted in the last section, from externalities. According to the market advocates, this is due to there being unowned resources, for if someone owned them, they would sue whoever or whatever was polluting them. By means of private property and the courts, pollution would end. Similarly, if an endangered species or ecosystem were privatized, then the new owners would have an interest in protecting them if tourists, say, were willing to pay to see them. Thus the solution to environmental problems is simple. Privatize everything and allow people's natural incentive to care for their own property take over. Even on this basic level, there are obvious problems. Why assume that capitalist property rights are the only ones, for example? However, the crux of the problem is clear enough. This solution only works if we assume that the resources in question make their owners a profit, or if they are willing and able to track down the polluters. Neither assumption is robust enough to carry the weight that capitalism places on our planet's environment. There is no automatic mechanism by which capitalism will ensure that environmentally sound practices will predominate. In fact, the opposite is far more likely. At its most basic, the underlying rationale is flawed. It argues that it is only by giving the environment a price can we compare its use for different purposes. This allows the benefits from preserving a forest to be compared to the benefits of cutting it down and building a shopping center over it. Yet by benefits it simply means economic benefits, i.e. whether it is profitable for property owners to do so, rather than ecologically sensible. This is an important difference. If more money can be made in turning a lake into a toxic waste dump, then, logically, its owners will do so. Similarly, if timber prices are not rising at the prevailing profit or interest rate, then a self-interested firm will seek to increase its profits and cut down its trees as fast as possible, investing the returns elsewhere. They may even sell such cleared land to other companies to develop. This undermines any claim that private property rights and environmental protection go hand in hand. As Glenn Albrecht argues, such a capitalist solution to environmental problems is only likely to be effective in protecting species or ecosystems which are commercially important only if the commercial value of that species or ecosystem exceeds that of other potential sources of income that could be generated from the same natural capital that the species inhabits. If, for example, the conservation of species for ecotourism generates income which is greater than that which could be gained by using their habit for the growing of cash crops, then the private property rights of the owners of the habitat will effectively protect those species. However, this model becomes progressively less plausible when we are confronted with rare but commercially unimportant species or ecosystems versus very large development proposals that are inconsistent with their continual existence. The less charismatic the species, the more unattractive the ecosystem, the more likely it will be that the development proposal will proceed. The rights of developers will eventually win out over species and ecosystems, since biodiversity itself has no right to exist, and even if it did, the clash of rights between an endangered species and multinational capital would be a very uneven contest. Ethics, Anarchy, and Sustainable Development, pages 95 to 118, Anarchist Studies, Volume 2, Number 2, pages 104 to 5. So the conservation of endangered species or ecosystems is not automatically achieved using the market. This is especially the case when there is little, or no, economic value in the species or ecosystem in question. The most obvious example is when there is only a limited profit to be made from a piece of land by maintaining it as the habitat of a rare species. If any alternative economic uses for that land yields a greater profit, then that land will be developed. Moreover, if a species loses its economic value as a commodity, then the property owners will become indifferent to its survival. Prices change, and so an investment which made sense today may not look so good tomorrow. So if the market price of a resource decreases, then it becomes unlikely that its ecological benefits will outweigh its economic ones. Overall, regardless of the wider ecological importance of a specific ecosystem or species, it is likely that their owner will prioritize short-term profits over environmental concerns. It should go without saying that threatened or endangered ecosystems and species will be lost under a privatized regime, as it relies on the willingness of profit-oriented companies and individuals to take a loss in order to protect the environment. Overall, advocates of market-based environmentalism need to present a case that all plants, animals, and ecosystems are valuable commodities in the same way as, say, fish are. While a case for market-based environmentalism can be made by arguing that fish have a market price and, as such, owners of lakes, rivers, and oceans would have an incentive to keep their waters clean in order to sell fish on the market, the same cannot be said of all species and habitats. Simply put, not all creatures, plants, and ecosystems with an ecological value will have an economic one as well. Moreover, markets can send mixed messages about the environmental policies which should be pursued. This may lead to overinvestment in some areas and then a slump. For example, rising demand for recycled goods may inspire an investment boom which, in turn, may lead to oversupply and then a crash, with plants closing as the price falls due to increased supply. Recycling may then become economically unviable, even though it remains ecologically essential. In addition, market prices hardly provide an accurate signal regarding the correct level of ecological demands in a society, as they are constrained by income levels and reflect the economic pressures people are under. Financial security and income level play a key role, for in the market not all votes are equal. A market-based allocation of environmental goods and bads does not reflect the obvious fact the poor may appear to value environmental issues less than the wealthy in this scheme simply because their preferences, as expressed in the market, are limited by lower budgets. Ultimately, market demand can change without the underlying demand for a specific good changing. For example, since the 1970s, the real wages of most Americans have stagnated while inequality has soared. As a result, fewer households can afford to go on holidays to wilderness areas or buy more expensive ecologically friendly products. Does that imply that the people involved now value the environment less simply because they now find it harder to make ends meet? Equally, if falling living standards force people to take jobs with dangerous environmental consequences, does then really provide an accurate picture of people's desires? It takes a giant leap of faith, in the market, to assume that falling demand for a specific environmental good implies that reducing environmental damage has become less valuable to people. Economic necessity may compel people to act against their best impulses, even strongly felt natural values. An obvious example is that during recessions people may be more willing to tolerate greenhouse gas emissions simply because they need the work. Nor can it be claimed that all the relevant factors in ecological decision-making can take the commodity form, i.e. be given a price. This means that market prices do not, in fact, actually reflect people's environmental values. Many aspects of our environment simply cannot be given a market price. How can you charge people to look at beautiful scenery? Then there is the issue of how to charge a price which reflects the demand of people who wish to know that, say, the rainforest or wilderness exists and is protected, but who will never visit either. Nor are future generations taken into account by a value that reflects current willingness to pay and might not be consistent with long-term welfare or even survival. And how do you factor in the impact a cleaner environment has on protecting or extending human lives? Surely a healthy environment is worth much more than simply lost earnings and the medical bills and cleanup activities saved. At best, you could factor this in by assuming that the wage premium of workers in dangerous occupations reflects it, but a human life is, surely, worth more than the wages required to attract workers into dangerous working conditions. Wages are not an objective measure of the level of environmental risks workers are willing to tolerate, as they are influenced by the overall state of the economy, the balance of class power, and a whole host of other factors. Simply put, fear of unemployment and economic security will ensure that workers tolerate jobs that expose them and their communities to high levels of environmental dangers. Economic necessity drives decisions in the so-called free market. Given a choice between clean air and water and having a job, many people would choose the latter simply because they have to in order to survive. These factors can only be ignored, which means that environmental values cannot be treated like commodities and market prices cannot accurately reflect environmental values. The key thing to remember is that the market does not meet demand, it meets effective demand, i.e. demands backed up with money. Yet people want endangered species and ecosystems protected even if there is no effective demand for them on the market, nor could be. We will return to this critical subject in the next section. Then there are the practicalities of privatizing nature. How, for example, do we privatize the oceans? How do we privatize whales and sharks in order to conserve them? How do we know if a whaling ship kills your whale? And what if your shark feeds on my fish? From whom do we buy these resources in the first place? What courts must be set up to assess and try crimes and define damages? Then there are the costs of defining and enforcing private rights by means of the courts. This would mean individual case-by-case adjudications which increase transaction costs. Needless to say, such cases will be influenced by the resources available to both sides. Moreover, the judiciary is almost always the least accountable and representative branch of the state, and so turning environmental policy decisions over to them will hardly ensure that public concerns are at the foremost of any decision. Such a move would also help undermine trial by jury, as juries often tend to reward sizable damages against corporations in such cases, a factor corporations are all too aware of. This brings us to the problem of actually proving that the particles of a specific firm has inflicted a specific harm on a particular person and their property. Usually, there are multiple firms engaging in polluting the atmosphere, and it would be difficult, if not impossible, to legally establish the liability of any particular firm. How to identify which particular polluter caused the smog which damaged your lungs and garden? Is it an individual company? A set of companies? All companies? Or is it transportation? In which case, is it the specific car which finally caused your cancer, or a specific set of car uses? Or all car users? Or is it the manufacturers for producing such dangerous products in the first place? Needless to say, even this possibility is limited to the current generation. Pollution afflicts future generations as well, and it is impossible for their interests to be reflected in court, for future harm is not the question, only present harm counts. Nor can non-human species or ecosystems sue for damage, only their owners can, and, as noted above, they may find it more profitable to tolerate, or even encourage, pollution than sue. Given that non-owners cannot sue as they are not directly harmed, the fate of the planet will rest in the hands of the property-owning class, and so the majority are effectively dispossessed of any say over their environment beyond what their money can buy. Transforming ecological concerns into money ensures a monopoly by the wealthy few. In other words, the environment is assumed to be something that can be valued, in a similar way that everything else is assigned a value within the market economy. However, apart from the fact that there is no way to put an objective value on most of the elements that constitute the environment, since they affect a subjective par excellence factor, i.e. the quality of life, the solution suggested implies the extension of the marketization process to the environment itself. In other words, it implies the assignment of a market value to the environment, so that the effects of growth onto it are internalized. The outcome of such a process is easily predictable: the environment will either be put under the control of the economic elites that control the market economy, in case an actual market value be assigned to it, or the state, in case an imputed value is only possible. In either case, not only the arrest of the ecological damage is at least doubtful, but the control over nature by elites who aim to dominate it using green prescriptions this time is perpetuated. Takis Fotopoulos, Development or Democracy, pages 57 to 92, Society and Nature, number 7, pages 79 to 80. Another key problem with using private property in regard to environmental issues is that they are almost always reactive, almost never proactive. Thus the pollution needs to have occurred before court actions are taken, as strict liability generally provides after-the-fact compensation for injuries received. If someone does successfully sue for damages, the money received can hardly replace an individual or species or ecosystem. At best, it could be argued that the threat of being sued will stop environmentally damaging activities, but there is little evidence that this works. If a company concludes that the damages incurred by court action is less than the potential profits to be made, then they will tolerate the possibility of court action, particularly if they feel that potential victims do not have the time or resources available to sue. This kind of decision was most infamously done by General Motors when it designed its Malibu car. The company estimated that the cost of court-awarded damages per car was less than ensuring that the car did not explode during certain kinds of collision, and so allowed people to die in fuel-fed fires rather than alter the design. Unfortunately for GM, the jury was horrified. On appeal, the damages were substantially reduced. Joel Bacon, The Corporation, pages 61 to 5. So this means that companies seeking to maximize profits have an incentive to cut safety costs on the assumption that the risk of so doing will be sufficiently low to make it worthwhile, and that any profits generated will more than cover the costs of any trial and damages imposed. As eco-anarchist David Watson noted in regards to the Prudhoe Bay disaster, it should go without saying that Exxon and its allies don't try their best to protect the environment or human health. Capitalist institutions produce to accumulate power and wealth, not for any social good. Predictably, in order to cut costs, Exxon steadily dismantled what emergency safeguards it had throughout the 1980s, pointing to environmental studies showing a major spill as so unlikely that preparation was unnecessary. So when the inevitable came crashing down, the response was complete impotence and negligence. Against the mega machine, P57 as such, it cannot be stressed too much that the only reason companies act any different, if and when they do, is because outside agitators, people who understand and cared about the planet and people more than they did about company profits, eventually forced them to. So given all this, it is clear that privatizing nature is no guarantee that environmental problems will be reduced. In fact, it is more likely to have the opposite effect. Even its own advocates suggest that their solution may produce more pollution than the current system of state regulation. Terry L. Anderson and Donald R. Lill put it this way: if markets produce too little clean water because dischargers do not have to pay for its use, then political solutions are equally likely to produce too much clean water because those who enjoy the benefits do not pay the cost. Just as pollution externalities can generate too much dirty air, political externalities can generate too much water storage, clear-cutting, wilderness, or water quality. Free market environmentalism emphasizes the importance of market process in determining optimal amounts of resource use. Free market environmentalism, p. 23. What kind of environmentalism considers the possibility of too much clean air and water? This means, ironically, that from the perspective of free market environmentalism, that certain ecological features may be overprotected as a result of the influence of non-economic goals and priorities. Given that this model is proposed by many corporate-funded think tanks, it is more than likely that their sponsors think there is too much clean air and water, too much wilderness and too much environmental goods. In other words, the optimal level of pollution is currently too low, as it doubtful that corporations are seeking to increase their costs of production by internalising even more externalities. Equally, we can be sure that too much pollution is where the company polluting the water has to pay too much to clean up the mess they make. It involves a judgment that costs to the company are somehow synonymous with costs to the community and therefore can be weighed against benefits to the community. Such measures grant the highest decision-making power over environmental quality to those who currently make production decisions. A market system gives power to those most able to pay. Corporations and firms, rather than citizens or environmentalists, will have the choice about whether to pollute, and pay the charges or buy credits to do so. Sharon Beder, Global Spin, p. 104. The surreal notion of too much clean environment does indicate another key problem with this approach, namely its confusion of need and demand with effective demand. The fact is that people may desire a clean environment, but they may not be able to afford to pay for it on the market. In a similar way, there can be too much food while people are starving to death simply because people cannot afford to pay for it. There is no effective demand for food, but an obvious pressing need. Much the same can be said of environment goods. A lack of demand for a resource today does not mean it is not valued by individuals, nor does it mean that it will not be valued in the future. However, in the short-term focus produced by the market, such goods will be long gone, replaced by more profitable investments. The underlying assumption is that a clean environment is a luxury which we must purchase from property owners rather than a right we have as human beings. Even if we assume the flawed concept of self-ownership, the principle upon which defenders of capitalism tend to justify their system, the principle should be that our ownership rights in our bodies excludes it being harmed by the actions of others. In other words, a clean environment should be a basic right for all. Privatizing the environment goes directly against this basic ecological insight. The state's environmental record has often been terrible, particularly as its bureaucrats have been influenced by private interest groups when formulating and implementing environmental policies. The state is far more likely to be captured by capitalist interests than by environmental groups or even the general community. Moreover, its bureaucrats have all too often tended to weight the costs and benefits of specific projects in such a way as to ensure that any really desired ones will go ahead, regardless of what local people want or what the environmental impact will really be. Such projects, needless to say, will almost always have powerful economic interests behind them and will seek to ensure that development which fosters economic growth is pursued. This should be unsurprising. If we assume, as market advocates do, that state officials seek to further their own interests, then classes with the most economic wealth are most likely to be able to do that the best. That the state will reflect the interests of those with most private property and marginalize the property less should, therefore, come as no surprise. Yet the state is not immune to social pressure from the general public or the reality of environmental degradation. This is proved, in its own way, by the rise of corporate PR, lobbying and think tanks into multi-million-pound industries. So while the supporters of the market stress its ability to change in the face of consumer demand, their view of the alternatives is extremely static and narrow. They fail, unsurprisingly, to consider the possibility of alternative forms of social organization. Moreover, they also fail to mention that popular struggles can influence the state by means of direct action. For them, state officials will always pursue their own private interests, irrespective of popular pressures and social struggles, or, for that matter, the impact of corporate lobbying. While it is possible that the state will favor specific interests and policies, it does not mean that it cannot be forced to consider wider ones by the general public, until such time as it can be abolished, of course. As we discussed in section D.1.5, the fact the state can be pressured by the general public is precisely why certain of its secondary functions have been under attack by corporations and the wealthy, a task which their well-funded think tanks provide the rationales for. If all this is the case, and it is, then why expect cutting out the middle person by privatizing nature to improve matters? By its own logic, therefore, privatizing nature is hardly going to produce a better environment, as it is unlikely that corporations would fund policies which would result in more costs for themselves and less access to valuable natural resources. As free market environmentalism is premised on economic solutions to ecological problems and assumes that economic agents will act in ways which maximize their own benefit, such an obvious conclusion should come naturally to its advocates. For some reason, it does not. Ultimately, Privatizing nature rests on the ridiculous notion that a clean environment is a privilege which we must buy rather than a right. Under free market environmentalism, private property is assumed to be the fundamental right while there is no right to a clean and sustainable environment. In other words, the interests of property owners are considered the most important factor and the rest of us are left with the possibility of asking them for certain environmental goods which they may supply if they make a profit from so doing. This prioritization and categorization is by no means obvious and uncontroversial. Surely the right to a clean and livable environment is more fundamental than those associated with property. If we assume this, then the reduction of pollution, soil erosion, and so forth are not goods for which we must pay but rather rights to which we are entitled. In other words, protecting species and ecosystem as well as preventing avoidable deaths and illnesses are fundamental issues which simply transcend the market. Being asked to put a price on nature and people is, at best, meaningless, or, at worst, degrading. It suggests that the person simply does not understand why these things are important. But why should we be surprised? After all, private property bases itself on the notion that we must buy access to land and other resources required for a fully human life. Why should a clean environment and a healthy body be any different? Yet again, we see the derived rights, namely private property, trumping the fundamental base right, namely the right of self-ownership, which should automatically exclude harm by pollution. That this happens so consistently should not come as too great a surprise, given that the theory was invented to justify the appropriation of the fruits of the worker's labor by the property owner, see section B.4.2. Why should we be surprised that this is now being used to appropriate the rights of individuals to a clean environment and turn it into yet another means of expropriating them from their birthrights? E.3.2 How does economic power contribute to the ecological crisis? So far in this section we have discussed why markets fail to allocate environmental resources. This is due to information blocks and costs, lack of fully internalized prices, externalities, and the existence of public goods. Individual choices are shaped by the information available to them about the consequences of their actions, and the price mechanism blocks essential aspects of this, and so information is usually partial at best within the market. Worse, it is usually distorted by advertising and the media as well as corporate and government spin and PR. Local knowledge is undermined by market power, leading to unsustainable practices to reap maximum short-term profits. Profits as the only decision-making criteria also leads to environmental destruction, as something which may be ecologically essential may not be economically viable. All this means that the price of a good cannot indicate its environmental impact, and so that market failure is pervasive in the environmental area. Moreover, capitalism is as unlikely to produce their fair distribution of environmental goods any more than any other good or resource due to differences in income and so demand, particularly as it takes the existing distribution of wealth as the starting point. The reality of our environmental problems provides ample evidence for this analysis. During this discussion we have touched upon another key issue, namely how wealth can affect how environmental and other externalities are produced and dealt with in a capitalist system. Here we extend our critique by addressing an issue we have deliberately ignored until now, namely the distribution and wealth and its resulting economic power. The importance of this factor cannot be stressed too much, as market advocates at best downplay it or, at worst, ignore it or deny it exists. However, it plays the same role in environmental matters as it does in, say, evaluating individual freedom within capitalism. Once we factor in economic power, the obvious conclusion is the market-based solutions to the environment will result in, as with freedom, people selling it simply to survive under capitalism, as we discussed in section B.4, for example. It could be argued that strictly enforcing property rights so that polluters can be sued for any damages made will solve the problem of externalities. If someone suffered pollution damage on their property which they had not consented to, then they could issue a lawsuit in order to get the polluter to pay compensation for the damage they have done. This could force polluters to internalize the costs of pollution, and so the threat of lawsuits can be used as an incentive to avoid polluting others. While this approach could be considered as part of any solution to environmental problems under capitalism, the sad fact is it ignores the realities of the capitalist economy. The key phrase here is not consented to, as it means that pollution would be fine if the others agree to it, in return, say, for money. This has obvious implications for the ability of capitalism to reduce pollution. For just as working class people consent to hierarchy within the workplace in return for access to the means of life, so too would they consent to pollution. In other words, the notion that pollution can be stopped by means of private property and lawsuits ignores the issue of class and economic inequality. Once these are factored in, it soon becomes clear that people may put up with externalities imposed upon them simply because of economic necessity and the pressure big business can inflict. The first area to discuss is inequalities in wealth and income. Not all economic actors have equal resources. Corporations and the wealthy have far greater resources at their disposal and can spend millions of pounds in producing PR and advertising, propaganda, fighting court cases, influencing the political process, funding experts and think tanks, and, if need be, fighting strikes and protests. Companies can use a mix of cover-up, publicity campaigns and legal maneuvers to continue operations unimpeded. They can go to court to try and block more stringent pollution controls. David Watson, Against the Mega Machine, p. 56. Also, while, in principle, the legal system offers equal protection to all, in reality, wealthy firms and individuals have more resources than members of the general public. This means that they can employ large numbers of lawyers and draw out litigation procedures for years, if not decades. This can be seen around us today. Unsurprisingly, the groups which bear a disproportionate share of environmental burdens are the poorest ones. Those at the bottom of the social hierarchy have less resources available to fight for their rights. They may not be aware of their rights in specific situations and not organized enough to resist. This, of course, explains why companies spend so much time attacking unions and other forms of collective organization which change that situation. Moreover, as well as being less willing to sue, those on lower income may be more willing to be bought off due to their economic situation. After all, tolerating pollution in return for some money is more tempting when you are struggling to make ends meet. Then there is the issue of effective demand. Simply put, allocation of resources on the market is based on money and not need. If more money can be made in, say, meeting the consumption demands of the West rather than the needs of local people, then the market will efficiently allocate resources away from the latter to the former regardless of the social and ecological impact. Take the example of biofuels, which have been presented by some as a means of fueling cars in a less environmentally destructive way. Yet this brings people and cars into direct competition over the most efficient, i.e. most profitable, use of land. Unfortunately, effective demand is on the side of cars, as their owners usually live in the developed countries. This leads to a situation where land is turned from producing food to producing biofuels, the net effect of which is to reduce supply of food, increase its price, and so produce an increased likelihood of starvation. It also gives more economic incentive to destroy rainforests and other fragile ecosystems in order to produce more biofuel for the market. Green socialist John O'Neill simply states the obvious. The treatment of efficiency as if it were logically independent of distribution is at best misleading, for the determination of efficiency already presupposes a given distribution of rights. A specific outcome is always relative to an initial starting point. If property rights are changed, so also is what is efficient. Hence, the opposition between distributional and efficiency criteria is misleading. Existing costs and benefits themselves are the product of a given distribution of property rights. Since costs are not independent of rights, they cannot guide the allocation of rights. Different initial distributions entail differences in whose preferences are to count. Environmental conflicts are often about who has rights to environment goods, and hence who is to bear the costs and who is to bear the benefits. Hence, environmental policy and resource decision-making cannot avoid making normative choices which include questions of resource distribution and the relationships between conflicting rights claims. The monetary value of a negative externality depends on social institutions and distributional conflicts willing to pay measures, actual or hypothetical, consider preferences of the higher income groups as more important than those of lower ones. If the people damaged are poor, the monetary measure of the cost of damage will be lower. The poor sell cheap. Markets, Deliberation, and Environment, pages 58 to 9. Economic power also impacts on the types of contracts people make. It does not take too much imagination to envision the possibility that companies may make signing waivers that release it from liability a condition for working there. This could mean, for example, a firm would invest, or threaten to move production, only on condition that the local community and its workers sign a form waiving the firm of any responsibility for damages that may result from working there or from its production process. In the face of economic necessity, the workers may be desperate enough to take the jobs and sign the waivers. The same would be the case for local communities, who tolerate the environmental destruction they are subjected to simply to ensure that their economy remains viable. This already happens, with some companies including a clause in their contracts which states the employee cannot join a union. Then there is the threat of legal action by companies. Every year, records Green Sharon Better, thousands of Americans are sued for speaking out against governments and corporations. Multi-million-dollar lawsuits are being filed against individual citizens and groups for circulating petitions, writing to public officials, speaking at, or even just attending, public meetings, organizing a boycott and engaging in peaceful demonstrations. This trend has spread to other countries and the intent is the same, to silence opposition and undermine campaigns. This tactic is called a SLAP, for strategic lawsuits against public participation, and is a civil court action which does not seek to win compensation but rather aims to harass, intimidate, and distract their opponents. They win the political battle, even when they lose the court case, if their victims and those associated with them stop speaking out against them. This is an example of economic power at work, for the cost to a firm is just part of doing business but could bankrupt an individual or environmental organization. In this way, the legal system best serves those who have large financial resources at their disposal, as such cases take an average of 3 years to be settled, and even if the person sued wins, can cost tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Emotional stress, disillusionment, diversion of time and energy, and even divisions within families, communities, and groups can also result. Global Spin, pages 63 to 7. A SLAP usually deters those already involved from continuing to freely participate in debate and protest, as well as deterring others from joining in. The threat of a court case in the face of economic power usually ensures that SLAPs do not go to trial, and so its objective of scaring off potential opponents usually works quickly. The reason can be seen from the one case in which a SLAP backfired, namely the McLibel trial. After successfully forcing apologies from major UK media outlets like the BBC, Channel 4 and The Guardian by threatening legal action for critical reporting of the company, McDonald's turned its attention to the small eco-anarchist group London Greenpeace, which is not affiliated with Greenpeace International. This group had produced a leaflet called "What's Wrong with McDonald's?" and the company sent spies to its meetings to identify people to sue. 2 of the anarchists refused to be intimidated and called McDonald's bluff. Representing themselves in court, the 2 unemployed activists started the longest trial in UK history. After 3 years and a cost of around £10 million, the trial judge found that some of the claims were untrue. Significantly, McDonald's had successfully petitioned the judge not to have a jury for the case, arguing that the issues were too complex for the public to understand. While the case was a public relations disaster for the company, McDonald's keeps going as before, using the working practices exposed in the trial, and remains one of the world's largest corporations, confident that few people would have the time and resources to fight SLAPPs, although the corporation may now think twice before suing anarchists. Furthermore, companies are known to gather lists of known troublemakers. These black lists of people who could cause companies trouble, i.e., by union organizing or suing employers over property rights issues, would often ensure employee loyalty, particularly if new jobs need references. Underwage labor, causing one's employer problems, can make one's current and future position difficult. Being blacklisted would mean no job, no wages, and little chance of being re-employed. This would be the result of continually suing in defense of one's property rights, assuming, of course, that one had the time and money necessary to sue in the first place. Hence, working class people are a weak position to defend their rights under capitalism due to the power of employers both within and without the workplace. All these are strong incentives not to rock the boat, particularly if employees have signed a contract ensuring that they will be fired if they discuss company business with others, lawyers, unions, media, etc. Economic power producing terrible contracts does not affect just labor, it also affects smaller capitalists as well. As we discussed in section C.4, rather than operating efficiently to allocate resources within perfect competition, any real capitalist market is dominated by a small group of big companies who make increased profits at the expense of their smaller rivals. This is achieved, in part, because their size gives such firms significant influence in the market, forcing smaller companies out of business or into making concessions to get and maintain contracts. The negative environmental impact of such a process should be obvious. For example, economic power places immense pressures towards monoculture in agriculture. In the UK, the market is dominated by a few big supermarkets. Their suppliers are expected to produce fruits and vegetables which meet the requirements of the supermarkets in terms of standardized products which are easy to transport and store. The large-scale nature of the operations ensure that farmers across Britain, indeed, the world, have to turn their farms into suppliers of these standardized goods, and so the natural diversity of nature is systematically replaced by a few strains of specific fruits and vegetables over which the consumer can pick. Monopolization of markets results in the monoculture of nature. This process is at work in all capitalist nations. In American, for example, the centralized purchasing decisions of the large restaurant chains and their demand for standardized products have given a handful of corporations an unprecedented degree of power over the nation's food supply, obliterating regional differences, and spreading identical stores throughout the country. The key to a successful franchise can be expressed in one word: uniformity. This has resulted in the industrialization of food production, with the fast food chains now standing atop a huge food industrial complex that has gained control of American agriculture. Large multinationals dominate one commodity market after another. The fast food chains' vast purchasing power and their demand for a uniform product have encouraged fundamental changes in how cattle are raised, slaughtered, and processed into ground beef. These changes have made meat packing into the most dangerous job in the United States. And the same meat industry practices that endanger these workers have facilitated the introduction of deadly pathogens into America's hamburger meat. Eric Schlosser, Fast Food Nation, p. 5 and pages 8 to 9. Award-winning journalist Eric Schlosser has presented an excellent insight in this centralized and concentrated food industrial complex in his book Fast Food Nation. Schlosser, of course, is not alone in documenting the fundamentally anti-ecological nature of the capitalism and how an alienated society has created an alienated means of feeding itself. As a non-anarchist, he does fail to draw the obvious conclusion, namely abolish capitalism, but his book does present a good overview of the nature of the process at work and what drives them. Capitalism has created a world where even the smell and taste of food is mass-produced, as the industrialization of agriculture and food processing has led to the product. It is hard to call it food, becoming bland and tasteless, and so chemicals are used to counteract the effects of producing it on such a scale. It is standardized food for a standardized society. As he memorably notes, millions of people at that very moment were standing at the same counter, ordering the same food from the same menu, food that tasted everywhere the same. The Orwellian world of modern corporate capitalism is seen in all its glory. A world in which the industry group formed to combat occupational safety and health administration regulation is called the Alliance for Workplace Safety, and where the processed food's taste has to have the correct mouthfeel. Unsurprisingly, the executives of these companies talk about the very essence of freedom, and yet their corporation's first commandant is that only production counts. The employee's duty is to follow orders. Period. In this irrational world, technology will solve all our problems, even the ones it generates itself. For example, faced with the serious health problems generated by the industrialization of meat processing, the meatpacking industry advocated yet more technology to solve the problems caused by the existing technology. Rather than focusing on the primary causes of meat contamination, they proposed irradiating food. Of course, the firms involved want to replace the word irradiation with the phrase cold pasteurization due to the public being unhappy with the idea of their food being subject to radiation. All this is achievable due to the economic power of fewer and fewer firms imposing costs onto their workers, their customers, and, ultimately, the planet. The next obvious factor associated with economic power are the pressures associated with capital markets and mobility. Investors and capitalists are always seeking the maximum return, and given a choice between lower profits due to greater environmental regulation and higher profits due to no such laws, the preferred option will hardly need explaining. After all, the investor is usually concerned with the returns they get in their investment, not in its physical condition nor in the overall environmental state of the planet, which is someone else's concern. This means that investors and companies' interest is in moving their capital to areas which return most money, not which have the best environmental impact and legacy. Thus, the mobility of capital has to be taken into account. This is an important weapon in ensuring that the agenda of business is untroubled by social concerns and environmental issues. After all, if the owners and managers of capital consider that a state's environmental laws too restrictive, then it can simply shift investments to states with a more favorable business climate. This creates significant pressures on communities to minimize environmental protection, both in order to retain existing business and attract new ones. Let us assume that a company is polluting a local area. It is usually the case that capitalist owners rarely live near the workplaces they own, unlike workers and their families. This means that the decision makers do not have to live with the consequences of their decisions. The free market capitalist argument would be, again, that those affected by the pollution would sue the company. We will assume that concentrations of wealth have little or no effect on the social system, which is a highly unlikely assumption, but never mind. Surely, if local people did successfully sue, the company would be harmed economically directly, in terms of the cost of the judgment, indirectly in terms of having to implement new, eco-friendly processes. Hence the company would be handicapped in competition, and this would have obvious consequences for the local, and wider, economy. This gives the company an incentive to simply move to an area that would tolerate the pollution if it were sued or even threatened with a lawsuit. Not only would existing capital move, but fresh capital would not invest in an area where people stand up for their rights. This, the natural result of economic power, would be a big stick over the heads of the local community. And when combined with the costs and difficulties in taking a large company to court, it would make suing an unlikely option for most people. That such a result would occur can be inferred from history, where we see that multinational firms have moved production to countries with little or no pollution laws, and that court cases take years, if not decades, to process. This is the current situation on the international market, where there is competition in terms of environment laws. Unsurprisingly, industry tends to move to countries which tolerate high levels of pollution, usually because of authoritarian governments which, like the capitalists themselves, simply ignore the wishes of the general population. Thus we have a market in pollution laws which, unsurprisingly, supplies the ability to pollute to meet the demand for it. This means that developing countries are nothing but a dumping ground and pool of cheap labor for capitalist corporations. Obsolete technology is shipped there along with the production of chemicals, medicines, and other products banned in the developed world. Labor is cheap, there are few if any safety standards, and costs are cut. But the formula of cost-benefit still stands: the costs are simply borne by others, by the victims of Union Carbide, Dow, and Standard Oil. David Watson, Op. Cit. p. 44. This, it should be noted, makes perfect economic sense. If an accident happened and the poor actually managed to successfully sue the company, any payments will reflect their loss of earnings, i.e., not very much. As such, there are other strong economic reasons for doing this kind of pollution exporting. You can estimate the value of production lost because of ecological damage and the value of earnings lost through its related health problems as well as healthcare costs. This makes it more likely that polluting industries will move to low-income areas or countries where the costs of pollution are correspondingly less, particularly compared to the profits made in selling the products in high-income areas. Rising incomes make such goods as safety, health, and the environment more valuable as the value of life is, for working people, based on their wages. Therefore, we would expect pollution to be valued less when working-class people are affected by it. In other words, toxic dumps will tend to cluster around poorer areas as the costs of paying for the harm done will be much less. The same logic underlies the arguments of those who suggest that third world countries should be dumping grounds for toxic industrial waste since life is cheap there. This was seen in early 1992 when a memo that went out under the name of the then chief economist of the World Bank, Lawrence Summers, was leaked to the press. Discussing the issue of dirty industries, the memo argued that the World Bank should be encouraging more migration of the dirty industries to less developed countries and provided 3 reasons. Firstly, the measurements of the costs of health-impairing pollution depends on the foregone earnings from increased morbidity and mortality, and so pollution should be done in the country with the lowest cost, which will be the country with the lowest wages. Secondly, that underpopulated countries in Africa are vastly underpolluted. Their air quality is probably vastly inefficiently low compared to Los Angeles or Mexico City. Thirdly, the demand for a clean environment for aesthetic and health reasons is likely to have very high income elasticity. Concern over pollution-related illness would be higher in a country where more children survive to get them. Also, much of the concern over industrial atmosphere discharge is about visibility impairing particulates. Clearly, trade in goods that embody aesthetic pollution concerns could be welfare enhancing. While production is mobile, the consumption of pretty air is a non-tradable. The memo notes the economic logic behind dumping a load of toxic waste in the lowest wage country is impeccable, and we should face up to that, and ends by stating that the problem with the arguments against all of these proposals for more pollution in the third world could be turned around and used more or less effectively against every bank proposal for liberalization. The Economist, August 2, 1992. While Summers accepted the criticism for the memo, it was actually written by Lant Pritchett, a prominent economist at the bank. Summers claimed he was being ironic and provocative. The Economist, unsurprisingly, stated his economics was hard to answer while criticizing the language used. This was because clean growth may slower than allowing pollution to occur, and this would stop helping millions of people in the third world to escape their poverty. 15/02/1992. So not only is poisoning the poor with pollution is economically correct, it is in fact required by morality. Ignoring the false assumption that growth, any kind of growth, always benefits the poor, and the utter contempt shown for both those poor themselves and our environment, what we have here is the cold logic that drives economic power to move location to maintain its right to pollute our common environment. Economically, it is perfectly logical, but, in fact, totally insane. This helps explain why making people think like an economist takes so many years of indoctrination within university walls, and why so few achieve it. Economic power works in other ways as well. A classic example of this at work can be seen from the systematic destruction of public transport systems in America from the 1930s onwards. See David St. Clair's The Motorization of American Cities for a well-researched account of this. These systems were deliberately bought by automotive, General Motors, oil, and tire corporations in order to eliminate a less costly, both economically and ecologically, competitor to the automobile. This was done purely to maximize sales and profits for the companies involved, yet it transformed the way of life in scores of cities across America. It is doubtful that if environmental concerns had been considered important at the time that they would have stopped this from happening. This means that individual consumption decisions will be made within a market whose options can be limited simply by a large company buying out and destroying alternatives. Then there is the issue of economic power in the media. This is well understood by corporations, who fund PR, think tanks and experts to counteract environmental activism and deny, for example, that humans are contributing to global warming. Thus we have the strange position that only Americans think that there is a debate on the causes of global warming rather than a scientific consensus. The actions of corporate-funded experts and PR have ensured that particular outcome. As Sharon Beder recounts in her book Global Spin, The Corporate Assault on Environmentalism, a large amount of money is being spent on sophisticated techniques to change the way people think about the environment, what causes the problems we face and what we can and should do about it. Compared to the resources of environmental and green organizations, it is unsurprising that this elaborate multi-billion-pound industry has poisoned public debate on such a key issue for the future of humanity by propaganda and disinformation. Having substantial resources available means that the media can be used to further an anti-green agenda and dominate the debate, at least for a while. Take, as an example, The Skeptical Environmentalist, a book by Bjørn Lomborg, a political scientist and professor of statistics at the University of Aarhus in Denmark. When it was published in 2001, it caused a sensation with its claims that scientists and environmental organizations were making, at best, exaggerated and, at worst, false claims about the world's environmental problems. His conclusion was Panglossian in nature, namely that there was not that much to worry about and we can continue as we are. That, of course, was music to the ears of those actively destroying the environment, as it reduces the likelihood that any attempt will be made to stop them. Unsurprisingly, the book was heavily promoted by the usual suspects and, as a result, received significant attention from the media. However, the extremely critical reviews and critiques it subsequently produced from expert scientists on the issues Lomborg discussed were less prominently reviewed in the media, if at all. That critics of the book argued that it was hardly an example of good science based on objectivity, understanding of the underlying concepts, appropriate statistical methods and careful peer review goes without saying. Sadly, the fact that numerous experts in the fields Lomborg discussed showed that his book was seriously flawed, misused data and statistics and marred by flawed logic and hidden value judgments was not given anything like the same coverage, even though this information is far more important in terms of shaping public perception. Such works and their orchestrated media blitz provides those with a vested interest in the status quo with arguments that they should be allowed to continue their anti-environmental activities and agenda. Moreover, it takes up the valuable time of those experts who have to debunk the claims rather than do the research needed to understand the ecological problems we face and propose possible solutions. As well as spin and propaganda aimed at adults, companies are increasingly funding children's education. This development implies obvious limitations on the power of education to solve ecological problems. Companies will hardly provide teaching materials or fund schools which educate their pupils on the real causes of ecological problems. Unsurprisingly, a 1998 study in the U.S. by the Consumers Union found that 80% of teaching material provided by companies was biased and provided students with incomplete or slanted information that favored its sponsors' products and views. Schlosser, Op. Cit. p. 55. The more dependent a school is on corporate funds, the less likely it will be to teach its students the necessity to question the motivations and activities of business. That business will not fund education which it perceives as anti-business should go without saying. As Sharon Beder summarizes, the infiltration of school curricula through banning some texts and offering corporate-based curriculum material and lesson plans in their place can conflict with educational objectives, and also with the attainment of an undistorted understanding of environmental problems. Op. Cit. pages 172-3. This indicates the real problem of purely educational approaches to solving the ecological crisis, namely that the ruling elite controls education, either directly or indirectly. This is to be expected, as any capitalist elite must control education because it is an essential indoctrination tool needed to promote capitalist values and to train a large population of future wage slaves in the proper habits of obedience to authority. Thus capitalists cannot afford to lose control of the educational system. And this means that such schools will not teach students what is really necessary to avoid ecological disaster, namely the dismantling of capitalism itself. And we may add, alternative schools, organized by libertarian unions and other associations, which used libertarian education to produce anarchists, would hardly be favored by companies and so be effectively blacklisted, a real deterrent to their spreading through society. Why would a capitalist company employ a graduate of a school who would make trouble for them once employed as their wage slave? Finally, needless to say, the combined wealth of corporations and the rich outweighs that of even the best funded environmental group or organization, or even all of them put together. This means that the idea of such groups buying, say, rainforest is unlikely to succeed, as they simply do not have the resources needed. They will be outbid by those who wish to develop wilderness regions. This is particularly the case once we accept the framework of economic self-interest assumed by market theory. This implies that organizations aiming to increase the income of individuals will be better funded than those whose aim is to preserve the environment for future generations. As recent developments show, companies can and do use that superior resources to wage a war for hearts and minds in all aspects of society, staring in the schoolroom. Luckily, no amount of spin can nullify reality or the spirit of freedom, and so this propaganda war will continue as long as capitalism does. In summary, market solutions to environmental problems under capitalism will always suffer from the fact that real markets are marked by economic inequalities and power. E.3.3 Can capitalism's focus on short-term profitability deal with the ecological crisis? No, a word, no. This is another key problem associated with capitalism's ability to deal with the ecological crisis it helps create. Due to the nature of the market, firms are forced to focus on short-term profitability rather than long-term survival. This makes sense. If a company does not make money now, it will not be around later. This, obviously, drives the creation of externalities discussed in previous sections. Harmful environmental effects such as pollution, global warming, ozone depletion, and destruction of wildlife habitat are not counted as costs of production in standard methods of accounting because they are borne by everyone in the society. This gives companies a strong incentive to ignore such costs, as competition forces firms to cut as many costs as possible in order to boost short-term profits. To give an obvious example, if a firm has to decide between installing a piece of costly equipment which reduces its pollution and continuing as it currently is, then it is more likely to do the latter. If the firm does invest, then its costs are increased and it will lose its competitive edge compared to its rivals who do not make a similar investment. The rational decision is, therefore, not to invest, particularly if by externalizing costs it can increase its profits or market share by cutting prices. In other words, the market rewards the polluters, and this is a powerful incentive to maximize such activities. The market, in other words, provides incentives to firms to produce externalities as part their drive for short-term profitability. While this is rational from the firm's position, it is collectively irrational as the planet's ecology is harmed. The short-term perspective can also be seen by the tendency of firms to underinvest in developing risky new technologies. This is because basic research, which may take years, if not decades, to develop, and most companies are unwilling to take on that burden. Unsurprisingly, most advanced capitalist countries see such work funded by the state. As we noted in section D.8, over 50% of total R&D funding has been provided by the federal state in the USA. Moreover, the state has provided markets for such products until such time as markets have appeared for them in the commercial sector. Thus capitalism, by itself, will tend to underinvest in long-term projects. In a competitive system you do short-term planning only. Let's take corporate managers, where there's no real confusion about what they're doing. They are maximizing profit and market share in the short term. In fact, if they were not to do that, they would no longer exist. Let's be concrete. Suppose that some automobile company, say General Motors, decides to devote their resources to planning for something that will be profitable 10 years from now. Suppose that's where they divert their resources. They want to think in some long-term conception of market dominance. Their rivals are going to maximizing profit and power in the short term, and they're going to take over the market, and General Motors won't be in business. That's true for the owners and also for the managers. The managers want to stay managers. They can fight off hostile takeover bids, they can keep from being replaced, as long as they contribute to short-term profitability. As a result, long-term considerations are rarely considered in competitive systems. Noam Chomsky, Language and Politics, p. 598. This does not mean that firms will not look into future products nor do research and development. Many do, particularly if helped by the state. Nor does it imply that some industries do not have a longer-term perspective. It simply shows that such activity is not the normal state of affairs. Moreover, any such long-term perspective is rarely more than a decade, while an ecological perspective demands much more than this. This also applies to agriculture, which is increasingly being turned into agribusiness as small farmers are being driven out of business. Short-termism means that progress in agriculture is whatever increases the current yield of a crop, even if means destroying the sources of fertility in the long run in order to maintain current fertility by adding more and more chemicals, which run off into rivers, seep into the water table and end up in the food itself. This kind of irrational short-term behavior also afflicts capital markets as well. The process works in the same way Chomsky highlights. Suppose there are 3 companies, X, Y, and Z, and suppose that company X invests in the project of developing a non-polluting technology within 10 years. At the same time, its competitors, Y and Z, will be putting their resources into increasing profits and market share in the coming days and months and over the next year. During that period, Company X will be unable to attract enough capital from investors to carry out its plans, since investors will flock to the companies that are most immediately profitable. This means that the default position under capitalism is that the company, or country, with the lowest standards enjoys a competitive advantage, and drags down the standards of other companies, or countries. Sometimes, though, capital markets experience irrational bubbles. During the dot-com boom of the 1990s, investors did plow money into internet startups and losses were tolerated for a few years in the expectation of high profits in the near future. When that did not happen, the stock market crashed and investors turned away from that market in droves. If something similar happened to eco-technologies, the subsequent aftermath may mean that funding essential for redressing our interaction with the environment would not be forthcoming until the memories of the crash had disappeared in the next bubble frenzy. Besides, thanks to compound interest, benefits far in the future have a very small present value. If $1 were left in a bank at 5% annual interest, it would be worth more than $2 million after 300 years. So if it costs $1 today to prevent ecological damage worth $2 million in the 24th century, then economic theory argues that our descendants would be better off with us putting that $1 in the bank. This would suggest that basing our responsibility to future generations on economics may not be the wisest course. The supporter of capitalism may respond by arguing that business leaders are as able to see long-term negative environmental effects as the rest of us. But this is to misunderstand the nature of the objection. It is not that business leaders as individuals are any less able to see what's happening to the environment. It is that if they want to keep their jobs, they have to do what the system requires, which is to concentrate on what is most profitable in the short term. Thus, if the president of Company X has a mystical experience of oneness with nature and starts diverting profits into pollution control while the presidents of Y and Z continue with business as usual, the stockholders of Company X will get a new president who is willing to focus on short-term profits like Y and Z. As Joel Bacon stresses, managers of corporations have a legal duty to put shareholders' interests above all others. Corporate social responsibility is thus illegal, at least when it is genuine. Ones which choose social and environmental goals over profits, who try and act morally, are, in fact, immoral, as their role in both the economy and economic ideology is to make as much money as possible for shareholders. The Corporation, pages 36-7 and p34. In general, then, if one company tries to devote resources to develop products or processes that are ecologically responsible, they will simply be undercut by other companies which are not doing so, assuming such products or processes are more expensive, as they generally are, as the costs are not inflicted on other people and the planet. While some products may survive in small niche markets which reflect the fact that many people are willing and able to pay more to protect their world, in general they will not be competitive in the market, and so the ecologically damaging products will have the advantage. In other words, capitalism has a built-in bias toward short-term gain, and this bias, along with its inherent need for growth, means the planet will continue its free fall toward ecological disaster so long as capitalism exists. This suggests that attempts to address ecological problems like pollution and depletion of resources by calling for public education are unlikely to work. While it is true that this will raise people's awareness to the point of creating enough demand for environment-friendly technologies and products that they will be profitable to produce, it does not solve the problem that the costs involved in doing such research now cannot be met by a possible future demand. Moreover, the costs of such technology can initially be quite high, and so the effective demand for such products may not be sufficient. For example, energy-saving light bulbs have been around for some time but have been far more expensive than traditional ones. This means that for those on lower incomes who would, in theory, benefit most from lower energy bills cannot afford them. Thus their short-term income constraints undermine long-term benefits. Even if the research is completed, the market itself can stop products being used. For example, the ability to produce reasonably inexpensive solar photovoltaic power cells has existed for some time. The problem is that they are currently very expensive, and so there is a limited demand for them. This means that no capitalist wants to risk investing in factory large enough to take advantage of the economies of scale possible. The net effect is that short-term considerations ensure that a viable eco-technology has been marginalized. This means that no amount of education can countermand the effects of market forces and the short-term perspective they inflict on us all. If faced with a tight budget and relatively expensive ecological products and technology, consumers and companies may be forced to choose the cheaper, ecologically unfriendly product to make ends meet or survive in the market. Under capitalism, we may be free to choose, but the options are usually lousy choices, and not the only ones potentially available in theory. This is a key problem with green consumerism. See section E.5. The short-termism of capitalism has produced, in effect, a system which is a massive pyramid scheme that will collapse somewhere down the line when all the major players have already retired from the game. Of course, when the last of these hustlers cash in their chips, there won't be any place left to retire to. David Watson, Op. CIT, p. 57. E.4 Can laissez-faire capitalism protect the environment? In a word, no. Here we explain why, using as our example the arguments of a leading right-libertarian. As discussed in the last section, there is plenty of reason to doubt the claim that private property is the best means available to protect the environment. Even in its own terms, it does not do so, and this is compounded once we factor in aspects of any real capitalist system which are habitually ignored by supporters of that system, most obviously, economic power derived from inequalities of wealth and income. Rather than the problem being too little private property, our environmental problems have their source not in a failure to apply market principles rigorously enough, but in their very spread into more and more aspects of our lives and across the world. That capitalism simply cannot have an ecological nature can be seen from the work of right-libertarian Murray Rothbard, an advocate of extreme laissez-faire capitalism. His position is similar to that of other free market environmentalists. As pollution can be considered as an infringement of the property rights of the person being polluted, then the solution is obvious. Enforce absolute property rights and end pollution by suing anyone imposing externalities on others. According to this perspective, only absolute private property, i.e. a system of laissez-faire capitalism, can protect the environment. This viewpoint is pretty much confined to the right-libertarian defenders of capitalism and those influenced by them. However, given the tendency of capitalists to appropriate right-libertarian ideas to bolster their power, much of Rothbard's assumptions and arguments have a wider impact and, as such, it is useful to discuss them and their limitations. The latter is made extremely easy, as Rothbard himself has indicated why capitalism and the environment simply do not go together. While paying lip service to environmental notions, his ideas, both in theory and in practice, are inherently anti-green, and his solutions, as he admitted himself, unlikely to achieve their limited goals. Rothbard's argument seems straightforward enough and, in theory, promises the end of pollution. Given the problems of externalities, of companies polluting our air and water resources, he argued that their root lie not in capitalist greed, private property, or the market rewarding antisocial behavior, but by the government refusing to protect the rights of private property. The remedy is simple: privatize everything, and so owners of private property would issue injunctions and pollution would automatically stop. For example, if there were absolute private property rights in rivers and seas, their owners would not permit their pollution. If private firms were able to own the rivers and lakes, then anyone dumping garbage would promptly be sued in the courts for their aggression against private property and would be forced by the courts to pay damages and to cease and desist from any further aggression. Thus, only private property rights will ensure an end to pollution invasion of resources. Only because rivers are unowned is there no owner to rise up and defend his precious resource from attack. For a New Liberty, p. 255. The same applies to air pollution. The remedy against air pollution is therefore crystal clear. The remedy is simply for the courts to return to their function of defending person and property rights against invasion, and therefore to enjoin anyone from injecting pollutants into the air. The argument against such an injunctive prohibition against pollution that it would add to the costs of industrial production is as reprehensible as the pre-Civil War argument that the abolition of slavery would add to the costs of growing cotton, and therefore abolition, however morally correct, was impractical. For this means that the polluters are able to impose all of the high costs of pollution upon those whose lungs and property rights they have been allowed to invade with impunity. Op. Cit. p. 259. This is a valid point. Regulating or creating markets for emissions means that governments tolerate pollution and so allows capitalists to impose its often high costs onto others. The problem is that Rothbard's solution cannot achieve this goal as it ignores economic power. Moreover, this argument implies that the consistent and intellectually honest right-libertarian would support a zero-emissions environmental policy. However, as we discuss in the next section, Rothbard, like most right-libertarians, turned to various legalisms like provable harm and ideological constructs to ensure that this policy would not be implemented. In fact, he argued extensively on how polluters could impose costs on other people under his system. First, however, we need to discuss the limitations of his position before discussing how he later reprehensibly refuted his own arguments. Then in section E.4.2 we will indicate how his own theory cannot support the privatization of water or the air nor the preservation of wilderness areas. Needless to say, much of the critique presented in section E.3 is also applicable here, and so we will summarize the key issues in order to reduce repetition. As regards the issue of privatizing natural resources like rivers, the most obvious issue is that Rothbard ignores one major point: why would the private owner be interested in keeping it clean? What if the rubbish dumper is the corporation that owns the property? Why not just assume that the company can make more money turning the lakes and rivers into dumping sites, or trees into junk mail? This scenario is no less plausible. In fact, it is more likely to happen in many cases, as there is a demand for such dumps by wealthy corporations who would be willing to pay for the privilege. So to claim that capitalism will protect the environment is just another example of free market capitalists trying to give the reader what he or she wants to hear. In practice, the idea that extending property rights to rivers, lakes, and so forth, if possible, will stop ecological destruction all depends on the assumptions used. Thus, for example, if it is assumed that ecotourism will produce more income from a wetland than draining it for cash crops, then, obviously, the wetlands are saved. If the opposite assumption is made, the wetlands are destroyed. But, of course, the supporter of capitalism will jump in and say that if dumping were allowed, this would cause pollution, which would affect others who would then sue the owner in question. Maybe is the answer to this claim, for there are many circumstances where a lawsuit would be unlikely to happen. For example, what if the locals are slum dwellers and cannot afford to sue? What if they are afraid that their landlords will evict them if they sue, particularly if the landlords also own the polluting property in question? What if many members of the affected community work for the polluting company and stand to lose their jobs if they sue? All in all, this argument ignores the obvious fact that resources are required to fight a court case and to make and contest appeals. In the case of a large corporation and a small group of even average income families, the former will have much more time and resources to spend in fighting any lawsuit. This is the case today, and it seems unlikely that it will change in any society marked by inequalities of wealth and power. In other words, Rothbard ignores the key issue of economic power. Rothbard appears to assume that the courts will be as accessible to the victims of pollution as to the owner of the factory. Yet it is not unlikely that the owner's resources will far exceed those of his victims. Given this disparity, it is not at all clear that persons who suffer the costs of pollution will be able to bear the price of relief. Rothbard's proposal ignores a critical variable: power. This is not surprising. Libertarians are inclined to view power and market as antithetical terms. In Rothbard's discussion, the factor owner has no power over those who live near the factory. If we define power as comparative advantage under restricted circumstances, however, we can see that he can exercise that power by stretching out the litigation until his opponent's financial resources are exhausted. In what is perhaps a worst-case example, though by no means an unrealistic scenario, the owner of an industry on which an entire community depends for its livelihood may threaten to relocate unless local residents agree to accept high levels of pollution. In this instance, the threat is merely an announcement by the owner that he will move his property, as is his right, unless the people of the community freely assent to his conditions. There is no reason to believe that all such persons would seek injunctive relief. Some might be willing to tolerate the pollution if the factory owner would provide compensation. In short, the owner could pay to pollute. This solution ignores the presence of power in the market. It is unlikely that the buyers and sellers of pollution will be on an equal footing. Stephen L. Newman, Liberalism at Wit's End, pages 121-2. There is strong reason to believe that some people may tolerate pollution in return for compensation, as, for example, a poor person may agree to let someone smoke in their home in return for $100 or accept a job in a smoke-filled pub or bar in order to survive in the short term regardless of the long-term danger of lung cancer. As such, it is always possible that, due to economic necessity in an unequal society, that a company may pay to be able to pollute. As we discussed in section E.3.2, the demand for the ability to pollute freely has seen a shift in industries from the West to developing nations due to economic pressures and market logic. Questions of intergenerational equity and/or justice also arise in the context of industrial activity which is clearly life-threatening or seriously diminishes the quality of life. Pollution of the air, water, soil, and food in a way that threatens human health is obviously not sustainable, yet it is characteristic of much industrial action. The greatest burden of the life and health-threatening byproducts of industrial processes falls on those least able to exercise options that provide respite. The poor have risks to health imposed on them while the wealthy can afford to purchase a healthy lifestyle. In newly industrializing countries, the poorest people are often faced with no choice in living close to plants which present a significant threat to the local population. With the international trend toward moving manufacturing industry to the cheapest sources of labor, there is an increasing likelihood that standards in occupational health and safety will decline and damage to human and environmental health will increase. Glenn Albrecht, Ethics, Anarchy, and Sustainable Development, pages 95 to 118, Anarchist Studies, Volume 2, Number 2, pages 107 to 8. The tragedy at Bhopal in India is testimony to this process. This should be unsurprising, as there is a demand for the ability to pollute from wealthy corporations, and this has resulted in many countries supplying it. This reflects the history of capitalism within the so-called developed countries as well. As Rothbard laments, factory smoke and many of its bad effects have been known ever since the Industrial Revolution, known to the extent that the American courts, during the late and as far back as the early 19th century, made the deliberate decision to allow property rights to be violated by industrial smoke. To do so, the courts had to and did systematically change and weaken the defenses of property rights embedded in Anglo-Saxon common law. The courts systematically altered the law of negligence and the law of nuisance to permit any air pollution which was not unusually greater than any similar manufacturing firm, one that was not more extensive than the customary practice of polluters. Op. Cit. p. 257. Left-wing critic of right-libertarianism Alan Hayworth points out the obvious by stating that in this remarkably wonderfully self-contradictory passage, we are invited to draw the conclusion that private property must provide the solution to the pollution problem from an account of how it clearly did not. In other words, 19th century America, which for many right-libertarians is a kind of golden era of free market capitalism, saw a move from an initial situation of well-defended property rights to a later situation where greater pollution was tolerated. This means that private property cannot provide a solution to the pollution problem. Anti-libertarianism, p. 113. It is likely, as Hayworth points out, that Rothbard and other free marketeers will claim that the 19th century capitalist system was not pure enough, that the courts were motivated to act under pressure from the state, which in turn was pressured by powerful industrialists. But can it be purified by just removing the government and privatizing the courts, relying on a so-called free market for justice? The pressure from the industrialists remains, if not increases, on the privately owned courts trying to make a living on the market. Indeed, the whole concept of private courts competing in a free market for justice becomes absurd once it is recognized that those with the most money will be able to buy the most justice, as is largely the case now. Also, this faith in the courts ignores the fact suing would only occur after the damage has already been done. It's not easy to replace ecosystems and extinct species. And if the threat of court action had a deterrent effect, then pollution, murder, stealing and a host of other crimes would long ago have disappeared. To paraphrase Hayworth, the characteristically free market capitalist argument that if X were privately owned, Y would almost certainly occur, is just wishful thinking. Equally, it would be churlish to note that this change in the law, like so many others, was an essential part of the creation of capitalism in the first place. As we discuss in section F.8, capitalism has always been born of state intervention, and the toleration of pollution was one of many means by which costs associated with creating a capitalist system were imposed on the general public. This is still the case today, with, for example, The Economist magazine happily arguing that the migration of dirty industries to the Third World is desirable as there is a trade-off between growth and pollution control. Inflicting pollution on the poorest sections of humanity is, of course, in their own best interests. As the magazine put it, if clean growth means slower growth, as it sometimes will, its human cost will be lives blighted by a poverty that would otherwise have been mitigated. That is why it is wrong for the World Bank or anybody else to insist upon rich country standards of environmental practices in developing countries. When a trade-off between cleaner air and less poverty has to be faced, most poor countries will rightly want to tolerate more pollution than rich countries do in return for more growth. Pollution and the poor, The Economist, 15/02/1992, that poor countries are just as state, class, and hierarchy afflicted as rich country ones, and so it is not the poor who will be deciding to tolerate pollution in return for higher profits, to use the correct word rather than the economically correct euphemism. Rather, it will be inflicted upon them by the ruling class which runs their country. That members of the elite are willing to inflict the costs of industrialization on the working class in the form of pollution is unsurprising to anyone with a grasp of reality and how capitalism develops and works. It should be noted that the magazine expounded this particular argument to defend the infamous Lawrence Summers memo discussed in section E.3.2. Finally, let us consider what would happen if Rothbard's schema could actually be applied. It would mean that almost every modern industry would be faced with lawsuits over pollution. This would mean that the costs of product would soar, assuming production continued at all. It is likely that faced with demands that industry stop polluting, most firms would simply go out of business, either due to the costs involved in damages or simply because no suitable non-polluting replacement technology exists, as Rothbard here considers all forms of pollution as an affront to property rights. This also applies to transport. In other words, pure capitalism would necessitate the end of industrial society. While such a prospect may be welcomed by some deep ecologists and primitivists, few others would support such a solution to the problems of pollution. Within a decade of his zero emissions argument, however, Rothbard had changed his position and presented a right-libertarian argument which essentially allowed the polluters to continue business as usual, arguing for a system which, he admitted, would make it nearly impossible for individuals to sue over pollution damage. As usual, given a choice between individual freedom and capitalism, Rothbard chose the latter. As such, as Rothbard himself proves beyond reasonable doubt, the extension of private property rights will be unable to protect the environment. We discuss this in the next section. E.4.1 Will laissez-faire capitalism actually end pollution? No, it will not. In order to show why, we need only quote Murray Rothbard's own arguments. It is worth going through his arguments to see exactly why pure capitalism simply cannot solve the ecological crisis. As noted in the last section, Rothbard initially presented an argument that free market capitalism would have a zero emissions policy. Within a decade, he had substantially changed his tune in an article for the right-libertarian think tank the Cato Institute. Perhaps this change of heart is understandable once you realize that most free market capitalist propagandists are simply priests of a religion convenient to the interests of the people who own the marketplace. Rothbard founded the think tank which published this article along with industrialist Charles Cook in 1977. Cook companies are involved in the petroleum, chemicals, energy, minerals, fertilizers industries as well as many others. To advocate a zero-pollution policy would hardly be in the Institute's enlightened self-interest, as its backers would soon be out of business, along with industrial capitalism as a whole. Rothbard's defense of the right to pollute is as ingenious as it is contradictory to his original position. As will be discussed in section F.4, Rothbard subscribes to a homesteading theory of property, and he utilizes this not only to steal the actual physical planet, the land, from this and future generations, but also our, and their, right to a clean environment. He points to more sophisticated and modern forms of homesteading which can be used to homestead pollution rights. If, for example, a firm is surrounded by unowned land, then it can pollute to its heart's content. If anyone moves to the area, then the firm only becomes liable for any excess pollution over this amount. Thus firms can be said to have homestead the pollution easement of a certain degree and type. He points to an exemplary court case which rejected the argument of someone who moved to an industrial area and then sued to end pollution. As the plaintiff had voluntarily moved to the area, she had no cause for complaint. In other words, polluters can simply continue to pollute under free market capitalism. This is particularly the case as Clean Air Acts would not exist in libertarian legal theory, such an act being illegitimate and itself invasive and a criminal interference with the property rights of non-criminals. Law, Property Rights, and Air Pollution, pages 55 to 99, Cato Journal, Volume 2, Number 1, p. 77, p. 79 and p. 89. In the last section, we showed how Rothbard had earlier argued that the solution to pollution was to privatize everything. Given that rivers, lakes, and seas are currently unowned, this implies that the current levels of pollution would be the initial homestead level, and so privatization will not, in fact, reduce pollution at all. At best, it may stop pollution getting worse, but even this runs into the problem that pollution usually increases slowly over time and would be hard to notice and much harder to prove which incremental change produced the actual quantitative change. Which leads to the next, obvious, problem. According to Rothbard, you can sue provided that the polluter has not previously established a homestead easement, prove strict causality from the actions of the defendant, beyond a reasonable doubt, and identify those who actually commit the deed, i.e. the employees involved, not the company. Op. Cit. p. 87. Of course, how do you know and prove that a specific polluter is responsible for a specific environmental or physical harm? It would be near impossible to identify which company contributed which particles to the smog which caused pollution-related illnesses. Polluters, needless to say, have the right to buy off a suit, which would be a handy tool for wealthy corporations in an unequal society to continue polluting, as economic necessity may induce people to accept payment in return for tolerating it. Turning to the pollution caused by actual products, such as cars, Rothbard argues that libertarian sic principle requires a return to privity, a situation where the manufacturers of a product are not responsible for any negative side effects when it is used. In terms of transport pollution, the guilty polluter should be each individual car owner and not the automobile manufacturer, who is not responsible for the actual tort and the actual emission. This is because the manufacturer does not know how the car will be used. Rothbard gives an example that it may not be driven but was bought mainly for aesthetic contemplation by the car owner. He admits that the situation for plaintiffs against auto emissions might seem hopeless under libertarian law. Rest assured, though, as the roads would be privately owned, then the owner of the road could be sued for the emissions going into the lungs or airspace of other citizens, and so would be liable for pollution damage. This would be much more feasible than suing each individual car owner for the minute amount of pollutants he might be responsible for. Op. Cit. p. 90 and p. 91. The problems with this argument should be obvious. Firstly, roads are currently unowned under the right-libertarian perspective. They are owned by the state, which has no right to own anything. This means, as Rothbard has already suggested, any new road owners would have already created a homesteading right to pollute. After all, who would buy a road if they expected to be sued by so doing? Secondly, it would be extremely difficult to say that specific emissions from a specific road caused the problems, and Rothbard stresses that there must be proof beyond reasonable doubt. Road owners as well as capitalist firms which pollute will, like the tobacco industry, be heartened to read that statistical correlation cannot establish causation, certainly not for a rigorous legal proof of guilt or harm. After all, many smokers never get lung cancer, and many lung cancer sufferers have never smoked. Op. Cit. p. 92 and p. 73. So if illnesses cluster around, say, roads or certain industries, then this cannot be considered as evidence of harm caused by the pollution they produce. Then there is the question of who is responsible for the damage inflicted. Here Rothbard runs up against the contradictions within wage labor. Capitalism is based on the notion that a person's liberty/labor can be sold/alienated to another who can then use it as they see fit. This means that, for the capitalist, the worker has no claim on the products and services that labor has produced. Strangely, according to Rothbard, this alienation of responsibility suddenly is rescinded when that sold labor commits an action which has negative consequences for the employer. Then it suddenly becomes nothing to do with the employer, and the laborer becomes responsible for their labor again. Rothbard is quite clear that he considers that the owners of businesses are not responsible for their employees' action. He gives the example of an employer who hires an incompetent worker and suffers the loss of his wages as a result. However, there appears to be no legitimate reason for forcing the employer to bear the additional cost of his employees' tortious behavior. For a corporation does not act, only individuals act, and each must be responsible for his own actions and those alone. He notes that employers are sued because they generally have more money than employees, so that it becomes more convenient to stick the wealthier class with the liability. Op. Cit. P76 and P75. This ignores the fact that externalities are imposed on others in order to maximize the profits of the corporation. The stockholders directly benefit from the tortious behavior of their wage slaves. For example, if a manager decides to save £1 million by letting toxic waste damage to occur, to then the owners benefit by a higher return on their investment. To state that is the manager who must pay for any damage means that the owners of a corporation or business are absolved for any responsibility for the actions of those hired to make money for them. In other words, they accumulate the benefits in the form of more income but not the risks or costs associated with, say, imposing externalities onto others. That the wealthier class would be happy to see such a legal system should go without saying. The notion that as long as the tort is committed by the employee in the course of furthering, even only in part, his employer's business, then the employer is also liable is dismissed as a legal concept so at war with libertarianism, individualism, and capitalism, and suited only to a pre-capitalist society. Op. Cit. P74 and P75. If this principle is against individualism, then it is simply because capitalism violates individualism. What Rothbard fails to appreciate is that the whole basis of capitalism is that it is based on the worker selling his time/liberty to the boss. As Mark Layer puts it in his excellent biography of Bakunin, the primary element of capitalism is wage labor. It is this that makes capitalism what it is. The employer owns and controls the coffee shop or factory where production takes place and determines who will be hired and fired and how things will be produced. That's what it means to be a boss. Workers produce goods or services for their employer. Everything they produce on the job belongs to the capitalist. Workers have no more right to the coffee or cars they produce than someone off the street. Their employer, protected by law and by the apparatus of the state, owns all they produce. The employer then sells the goods that have been produced and gives the workers a portion of the value they have created. Capitalists and workers fight over the precise amounts of this portion, but the capitalist system is based on the notion that the capitalist owns everything that is produced and controls how everything is produced. Bakunin, The Creative Passion, p. 26. This is clearly the case when a worker acts in a way which increases profits without externalities. The most obvious case is when workers produce more goods than they receive back in wages, i.e. the exploitation at the heart of capitalism. See section C.2. Why should that change when the action has an externality? While it may benefit the boss to argue that he should gain the profits of the worker's actions but not the costs, it hardly makes much logical sense. The labor sold becomes the property of the buyer, who is then entitled to appropriate the produce of that labor. There is no reason for this to suddenly change when the product is a negative rather than a positive. It suggests that the worker has sold both her labor and its product to the employer unless it happens to put her employer in court, then it suddenly becomes hers again. And we must note that it is Rothbard's own arguments which are suited only to a pre-capitalist society. As David Ellerman notes, the slave was considered a piece of property under the law unless he or she committed a crime. Once that had occurred, the slave became an autonomous individual in the eyes of the law and, as a result, could be prosecuted as an individual rather than his owner. This exposed a fundamental inconsistency in a legal system that treats the same individual as a thing in normal work and legally as a person when committing a crime. Much the same applies to wage labor as well. When an employee commits a negligent tort, then the tortious servant emerges from the cocoon of non-responsibility metamorphosed into a responsible human agent. In other words, the employee is said to have stepped outside the employee's role. Property and Contract in Economics, p. 125, p. 128 and p. 133. Rothbard's argument is essentially the same as that of the slave owner, with the boss enjoying the positive fruits of their wage slaves' activities but not being responsible for any negative results. So, to summarize, we have a system which will allow pollution to continue as this right has been homesteaded while, at the same, making it near impossible to sue individual firms for their contribution to the destruction of the earth. Moreover, it rewards the owners of companies for any externalities inflicted while absolving them of any responsibility for the actions which enriched them. And Rothbard asserts that private ownership can solve many externality problems. The key problem is, of course, that for Rothbard the overriding factor in air pollution law, as in other parts of the law, should be libertarian and property rights principles rather than, say, stopping the destruction of our planet or even defending the right of individuals not to die of pollution-related diseases. Op. Cit. p91 and p99 Rothbard shows that for the defender of capitalism, given a choice between property and planet/people, the former will always win. To conclude, Rothbard provides more than enough evidence to disprove his own arguments. This is not a unique occurrence. As discussed in the next section, he does the same as regards owning water and air resources. E.4.2 Can wilderness survive under laissez-faire capitalism? No. This conclusion comes naturally from the laissez-faire capitalist defense of private property as expounded by Murray Rothbard. Moreover, ironically, he also destroys his own arguments for ending pollution by privatizing water and air. For Rothbard, labor is the key to turning unowned natural resources into private property. As he put it, before the homesteader, no one really used and controlled and hence owned the land. The pioneer, or homesteader, is the man who first brings the valueless unused natural objects into production and use. The Ethics of Liberty, p. 49. Starting with the question of wilderness, a topic close to many eco-anarchists and other ecologists' hearts, we run into the usual problems and self-contradictions which befalls right-libertarian ideology. Rothbard states clearly that libertarian theory must invalidate any claim to ownership of land that has never been transformed from its natural state. He presents an example of an owner who has left a piece of his legally owned land untouched. If another person appears who does transform the land, it becomes justly owned by another and the original owner cannot stop her, and should the original owner use violence to prevent another settler from entering this never used land and transforming it into use, they also become a criminal aggressor. Rothbard also stresses that he is not saying that land must continually be in use to be valid property. Op. Cit. pages 63 to 64. This is unsurprising, as that would justify landless workers seizing the land from landowners during a depression and working it themselves, and we cannot have that now, can we? Now, where does that leave wilderness? In response to ecologists who oppose the destruction of the rainforest, many supporters of capitalism suggest that they put their money where their mouth is and buy rainforest land. In this way, it is claimed, rainforest will be protected. See section B.5 for why such arguments are nonsense. As ecologists desire the rainforest because it is wilderness, they are unlikely to transform it by human labor. It's precisely that they want to stop. From Rothbard's arguments, it is fair to ask whether logging companies have a right to transform the virgin wilderness owned by ecologists. After all, it meets Rothbard's criteria, it is still wilderness. Perhaps it will be claimed that fencing off land transforms it, hardly what you imagine mixing labor with to mean, but never mind, but that allows large companies and rich individuals to hire workers to fence in vast tracts of land, and recreate the land monopoly by a libertarian route. But as discussed in section F.4.1, fencing off land does not seem to imply that it becomes property in Rothbard's theory. And, of course, fencing in areas of rainforest disrupts the local ecosystem. Animals cannot freely travel, for example, which, again, is what ecologists desire to stop. Would Rothbard have accepted a piece of paper as transforming land? We doubt it. After all, in his example the wilderness owner did legally own it, and so most ecologists will have a hard time in pure capitalism. Wilderness is just not an option. Moreover, Rothbard's homesteading theory actually violates his support for unrestricted property rights. What if a property owner wants part of her land to remain wilderness? Their desires are violated by the homesteading theory, unless, of course, fencing things off equals transforming them, which it apparently does not. How can companies provide wilderness holidays to people if they have no right to stop settlers, including large companies, homesteading that wilderness? Then there is the question of wild animals. Obviously, they can only become owned by either killing them or by domesticating them, the only possible means of mixing your labor with them. Does it mean that someone only values, say, a polar bear when they kill it or capture it for a zoo? At best, it could be argued that wilderness would be allowed if the land was transformed first, then allowed to return to the wild. This flows from Rothbard's argument that there is no requirement that land continue to be used in order for it to continue to be a person's property. As he stresses, our libertarian sick theory holds that land needs only be transformed once to pass into private ownership. Op. Cit. p. 65. This means that land could be used and then allowed to fall into disuse, for the important thing is that once labor is mixed with the natural resources, it remains owned in perpetuity. However, destroying wilderness in order to recreate it is simply an insane position to take, as many ecosystems are extremely fragile and will not return to their previous state. Moreover, this process takes a long time, during which access to the land will be restricted to all but those the owner consents to. And, of course, where does Rothbard's theory leave hunter-gatherer or nomad societies? They use the resources of the wilderness, but they do not transform them. In this case you cannot easily tell if virgin land is empty or being used. If a group of nomads find it's traditionally used, but natural, oasis appropriated by a homesteader, what are they to do? If they ignore the homesteader's claims, he can call upon the police, public or private, to stop them, and then, in true Rothbardian fashion, the homesteader can refuse to supply water to them unless they pay for the privilege. And if the history of the United States and other colonies are anything to go by, such people will become criminal aggressors and removed from the picture. As such, it is important to stress the social context of Rothbard's Lockean principles. As John O'Neill notes, Locke's labor theory of property was used not only to support enclosing common land in England but also as a justification for stealing the land of indigenous populations across the world. For example, the appropriation of America is justified by its being brought into the world of commence and hence cultivation. The Lockean account of the vast wilderness of America as land uncultivated and unshaped by the pastoral activities of the indigenous population formed part of the justification of the appropriation of native land. Markets, Deliberation, and Environment, p. 119. That the native population was using the land was irrelevant, as Rothbard himself noted. As he put it, the Indians laid claim to vast reaches of land which they hunted but which they did not transform by cultivation. Conceived in Liberty, Volume 1, p. 187. This meant that the bulk of Indian claimed land was not settled and transformed by the Indians, and so settlers were at least justified in ignoring vague, abstract claims. The Indian hunting-based claims were dubious. Op. Cit. Volume 2, p. 54 and p. 59. The net outcome, of course, was that the vague, abstract Indian claims to hunting lands were met with the concrete use of force to defend the newly appropriated, i.e. stolen, land, force which quickly reached the level of genocide. So unless people bestowed some form of transforming labor over the wilderness areas, then any claims of ownership are unsubstantiated. At most, tribal people and nomads could claim the wild animals they killed and the trails that they cleared. This is because a person would have to use the land, to cultivate it in some way, before he could be asserted to own it. This cultivation is not limited to tilling the soil but also includes clearing it for a house or pasture or caring for some plots of timber. Man, Economy, and State, with Power and Market, p. 170. Thus game preserves or wilderness areas could not exist in a pure capitalist society. This has deep ecological implications, as it automatically means the replacement of wild, old-growth forests with, At best, managed ones. These are not an equivalent in ecological terms even if they have approximately the same number of trees. As James C. Scott stresses, old-growth forests, polycropping, and agriculture with open-pollinated land races may not be as productive, in the short run, as single-species forests and fields or identical hybrids. But they are demonstrably more stable, more self-sufficient, and less vulnerable to epidemics and environmental stress. Every time we replace natural capital, such as wild fish stocks or old-growth forests, with what might be termed cultivated natural capital, such as fish farms or tree plantations, we gain ease of appropriation and in immediate productivity, but at the cost of more maintenance expenses and less redundancy, resiliency, and stability. Other things being equal, the less diverse the cultivated natural capital, the more vulnerable and non-sustainable it becomes. The problem is that in most economic systems, the external costs, in water or air pollution, for example, or the exhaustion of non-renewable resources, including a reduction in biodiversity, accumulate long before the activity becomes unprofitable in a narrow profit and loss sense. Seeing like a state, p. 353. Forests which are planned as a resource are made ecologically simplistic in order to make them economically viable, i.e., to reduce the costs involved in harvesting the crop. They tend to be monocultures of one type of tree, and conservationists note that placing all eggs in one basket could prompt an ecological disaster. A palm oil monoculture which replaces rainforest to produce biofuel, for example, would be unable to support the rich diversity of wildlife as well as leaving the environment vulnerable to catastrophic disease. Meanwhile, local people dependent on the crop could be left high and dry if it fell out of favor on the global market. To summarize, capitalism simply cannot protect wilderness and, by extension, the planet's ecology. Moreover, it is no friend to the indigenous population who use but do not transform their local environment. It should also be noted that underlying assumption behind this and similar arguments is that other cultures and ways of life, like many ecosystems and species, are simply not worth keeping. While lip service is made to the notion of cultural diversity, the overwhelming emphasis is on universalizing the capitalist model of economic activity, property rights, and way of life, and a corresponding ignoring of the role state power played in creating these as well as destroying traditional customs and ways of life. Such a model for development means the replacement of indigenous customs and communitarian-based ethics by a commercial system based on an abstract individualism with a very narrow vision of what constitutes self-interest. These new converts to the international order would be forced, like all others, to survive on the capitalist market. With vast differences in wealth and power such markets have, it is likely that the net result would simply be that new markets would be created out of the natural capital in the developing world, and these would soon be exploited. As an aside, we must note that Rothbard fails to realize, and this comes from his worship of capitalism and his Austrian economics, is that people value many things which do not, indeed cannot, appear on the market. He claims that wilderness is valueless unused natural objects, for it people valued them, they would use, i.e. transform them. But unused things may be of considerable value to people, wilderness being a classic example. And if something cannot be transformed into private property, does that mean people do not value it? For example, people value community, stress-free working environments, meaningful work. If the market cannot provide these, does that mean they do not value them? Of course not. See Juliet Shore's The Overworked American on how working people's desire for shorter working hours was not transformed into options on the market. So it should be remembered that in valuing impacts on nature, there is a difference between use values, i.e. income from commodities produced by a resource, and non-use values, i.e., the value placed on the existence of a species or wilderness. The former are usually well defined, but often small, while the latter are often large, but poorly defined. For example, the Exxon Valdez oil spill in Alaska resulted in losses to people who worked and lived in the affected area of an estimated $300 million. However, the existence value of the area to the American population was $9 billion. In other words, the amount that American households were reportedly willing to pay to prevent a similar oil spill in a similar area was 30 times larger. Yet this non-use value cannot be taken into account in Rothbard's schema, as nature is not considered a value in itself but merely a resource to be exploited. Which brings us to another key problem with Rothbard's argument: he simply cannot justify the appropriation of water and atmosphere by means of his own principles. To show why, we need simply consult Rothbard's own writings on the subject. Rothbard has a serious problem here. As noted above, he subscribed to a Lockean vision of property. In this schema, property is generated by mixing labor with unowned resources. Yet you simply cannot mix your labor with water or air. In other words, he is left with a system of property rights which cannot, by their very nature, be extended to common goods like water and air. Let us quote Rothbard on this subject. It is true that the high seas, in relation to shipping lanes, are probably inappropriable, because of their abundance in relation to shipping routes. This is not true, however, of fishing rights. Fish are definitely not available in unlimited quantities, relatively to human wants. Therefore, they are appropriable. In a free society, fishing rights to the appropriate areas of oceans would be owned by the first users of these areas and then usable or saleable to other individuals. Ownership of areas of water that contain fish is directly analogous to private ownership of areas of land or forests that contain animals to be hunted. Water can definitely be marked off in terms of latitudes and longitudes. These boundaries, then, would circumscribe the area owned by individuals, in the full knowledge that fish and water can move from one person's property to another. Man, Economy and State, with Power and Market, pages 173-4. In a footnote to this surreal passage, he added that it is rapidly becoming evident that air lanes for planes are becoming scarce and, in a free society, would be owned by first users. So, travelers crossing the sea gain no property rights by doing so, but those traveling through the air do. Why this should be the case is hard to explain, as, logically, both acts transform the commons by labor in exactly the same manner, i.e. not at all. Why should fishing result in absolute property rights in oceans, seas, lakes, and rivers? Does picking a fruit give you property rights in the tree or the forest it stands in? Surely, at best, it gives you a property right in the fish and fruit. And what happens if area of water is so polluted that there are no fish? Does that mean that this body of water is impossible to appropriate? How does it become owned? Surely it cannot, and so it will always remain a dumping ground for waste. Looking at the issue of land and water, Rothbard asserts that owning water is directly analogous to owning land for hunting purposes. Does this mean that the landowner who hunts cannot bar travelers from their land? Or does it mean that the sea owner can bar travelers from crossing their property? Ironically, as shown above, Rothbard later explicitly rejected the claims of Native Americans to own their land because they hunted animals on it. The same, logically, applies to his arguments that bodies of water can be appropriated. Given that Rothbard is keen to stress that labor is required to transform land into private property, his arguments are self-contradictory and highly illogical. It should also be stressed that here Rothbard nullifies his criteria for appropriating private property. Originally, only labor being used on the resource can turn it into private property. Now, however, the only criteria is that it is scarce. This is understandable, as fishing and traveling through the air cannot remotely be considered mixing labor with the resource. It is easy to see why Rothbard produced such self-contradictory arguments over the years, as each one was aimed at justifying and extending the reach of capitalist property rights. Thus the Indians' hunting claims could be rejected, as these allowed the privatizing of the land, while the logically identical fishing claims could be used to allow the privatization of bodies of water. Logic need not bother the ideologue when he's seeking ways to justify the supremacy of the ideal, capitalist private property, in this case. Finally, since Rothbard, falsely, claims to be an anarchist, it is useful to compare his arguments to that of Proudhon's. Significantly, in the founding work of anarchism, Proudhon presented an analysis of this issue directly opposite to Rothbard's. Let us quote the founding father of anarchism on this important matter. A man who should be prohibited from walking in the highways, from resting in the fields, from taking shelter in caves, from lighting fires, from picking berries, from gathering herbs and boiling them in a bit of baked clay, such a man could not live. Consequently, the earth, like water, air, and light, is a primary object of necessity which each has a right to use freely, without infringing another's right. Why, then, is the earth appropriated? An economist assures us that it is because it is not infinite. The land is limited in amount. Then, it ought to be appropriated. It would seem, on the contrary, that he ought to say, then it ought not to be appropriated. Because, no matter how large a quantity of air or light anyone appropriates, no one is damaged thereby, there always remains enough for all. With the soil, it is very different. Lay hold who will, or who can, of the sun's rays, the passing breeze, or the sea's billows, he has my consent, and my pardon for his bad intentions. But let any living man dare to change his right of territorial possession into the right of property, and I will declare war upon him, and wage it to the death. What is property? p. 106. Unlike Locke, who at least paid lip service to the notion that the commons can be enclosed when there is enough and as good left for others to use, Rothbard turned this onto its head. In his Lockean schema, a resource can be appropriated only when it is scarce, i.e. there is not enough and as good left for others. Perhaps it comes as no surprise that Rothbard rejects the Lockean proviso, and essentially argues that Locke was not a consistent Lockean, as his work is riddled with contradictions and inconsistencies and have been expanded and purified by his followers. The Ethics of Liberty, p. 22. Rothbard is aware of what is involved in accepting the Lockean proviso, namely the existence of private property. Locke's proviso may lead to the outlawry of all private property of land, since one can always say that the reduction of available land leaves everyone else worse off up. Cit. p. 240. The proviso does imply the end of capitalist property rights, which is why Rothbard, and other right-libertarians, reject it, while failing to note that Locke himself simply assumed that the invention of money transcended this limitation. C.B. Macpherson, The Political Theory of Individualism, pages 203-20. As we discussed in section B.3.4, it should be stressed that this limitation is considered to be transcended purely in terms of material wealth rather than its impact on individual liberty or dignity, which, surely, should be of prime concern for someone claiming to favor liberty. What Rothbard failed to understand that Locke's proviso of apparently limiting appropriation of land as long as there was enough and as good for others was a ploy to make the destruction of the commons palatable to those with a conscience or some awareness of what liberty involves. This can be seen from the fact this limitation could be transcended at all. In the same way, Locke justified the exploitation of labor by arguing that it was the property of the worker who sold it to their boss. See section B.4.2 for details. By getting rid of the proviso, Rothbard simply exposes this theft of our common birthright in all its unjust glory. It is simple. Either you reject the proviso and embrace capitalist property rights, and so allow one class of people to be dispossessed and another empowered at their expense, or you take it seriously and reject private property in favor of possession and liberty. Anarchists, obviously, favor the latter option. Thus Proudhon. Water, air, and light are common things, not because they are inexhaustible, but because they are indispensable, and so indispensable that for that very reason nature has created them in quantities almost infinite, in order that their plentifulness might prevent their appropriation. Likewise the land is indispensable to our existence, consequently a common thing, consequently unsusceptible of appropriation, but land is much scarcer than the other elements, therefore its use must be regulated, not for the profit of a few, but in the interest and for the security of all. In a word, equality of rights is proved by equality of needs. Now, equality of rights, in the case of a commodity which is limited in amount, can be realized only by equality of possession. From whatever point we view this question of property, provided we go to the bottom of it, we reach equality. Op. Cit. p. 107. To conclude, it would be unfair to simply quote Keynes' evaluation of one work by von Hayek, another leading Austrian economist, namely that it is an extraordinary example of how, starting with a mistake, a remorseless logician can end up in Bedlam. This is only partly true, as Rothbard's account of property rights in water and air is hardly logical, although it is remorseless once we consider its impact when applied in an unequal and hierarchical society. That this nonsense is in direct opposition to the anarchist perspective on this issue should not come as a surprise any more than its incoherence. As we discuss in section F, Rothbard's claims to being an anarchist are as baseless as his claim that capitalism will protect the environment. E.5 Can ethical consumerism stop the ecological crisis? No. At best, it can have a limited impact in reducing environmental degradation and so postpone the ecological crisis. At worst, it could accelerate that crisis by creating new markets and thus increasing growth. Before discussing why, and just so there is no misunderstanding, we must stress that anarchists fully recognize that using recycled or renewable raw materials, reducing consumption, and buying ecologically friendly products and technologies are very important. As such, we would be the last to denounce such a thing. But such measures are of very limited use as solutions to the ecological problems we face. At best they can only delay, not prevent, capitalism's ultimate destruction of the planet's ecological base. Green consumerism is often the only thing capitalism has to offer in the face of mounting ecological destruction. Usually it boils down to nothing more than slick advertising campaigns by big corporate polluters to hype band-aid measures such as using a few recycled materials or contributing money to a wildlife fund, which are showcased as concern for the environment while off-camera the pollution and devouring of non-renewable resources goes on. They also engage in greenwashing, in which companies lavishly fund PR campaigns to paint themselves green without altering their current polluting practices. This means that apparently green companies and products actually are not. Many firms hire expensive public relations firms and produce advertisements to paint a false image of themselves as being ecologically friendly, i.e. perform greenwashing. This indicates a weakness of market economies. They hinder, even distort, the flow of information required for consumers to make informed decisions. The market does not provide enough information for consumers to determine whether a product is actually green or not. It just gives them a price supplemented by, often deliberately misleading, advertising designed to manipulate the consumer and present an appropriate corporate image. Consumers have to rely on other sources, many of which are minority journals and organizations and so difficult to find, to provide them with the accurate information required to counter the power and persuasion of advertising and the work of PR experts. This helps explain why, for example, large agribusiness firms are now attempting, like Soviet commissars, to stifle criticism of their policies by means of veggie libel laws. These laws, which in 2001 had been passed in 13 American states, backed by agribusiness, make it illegal to criticize agricultural commodities in a manner inconsistent with reasonable scientific evidence. The whole concept of veggie libel laws is probably unconstitutional. Nevertheless, these laws remain on the books. Eric Schlosser, Fast Food Nation, p. 266. We should not discount the impact of PR experts in shaping the way people see the world or decide to consume. A lot of resources are poured into corporate public relations in order to present a green image. In the perverse world of corporate public relations, note critics John Stauber and Sheldon Rampton, propagandizing and lobbying against environmental protection is called environmental or green PR. Greenwashing is a more accurate pejorative now commonly used to describe the ways that polluters employ deceptive PR to falsely paint themselves an environmentally responsible public image. Today a virulent, pro-industry, anti-environmentalism is on the rise. PR experts, are waging and winning a war against environmentalists on behalf of corporate clients in the chemical, energy, food, automobile, forestry, and mining industries. A significant amount of cash is spent, an estimated $1 billion a year by the mid-1990s, on the services of anti-environmental PR professionals and on greenwashing their corporate image. Toxic sludge is good for you, p. 125. See the chapter called Silencing Spring in Stauber's and Rampton's book Toxic Sludge is Good for You, for a good summary of this use of PR firms. Even apparently ecologically friendly firms like The Body Shop can present a false image of what they do. For example, journalist John Entine investigated that company in 1994 and discovered that only a minuscule fraction of its ingredients came from Trade Not Aid, a program claimed to aid developing countries. Entine also discovered that the company also used many outdated, off-the-shelf product formulas filled with non-renewable petrochemicals as well as animal-tested ingredients. When Entine contacted the company, he received libel threats and it hired a PR company to combat his story. Stauber and Rampton, Op. Cit. Pages 74-5. This highlights the dangers of looking to consumerism to solve ecological problems. As Entine argued, The Body Shop is a corporation with the privileges and power in society as all others. Like other corporations, it makes products that are unsustainable, encourages consumerism, uses non-renewable materials, hires giant PR and law firms, and exaggerates its environment policies. If we are to become a sustainable society, it is crucial that we have institutions that are truly sustainable. The Body Shop has deceived the public by trying to make us think that they are a lot further down the road to sustainability than they really are. We should, no longer, lioness The Body Shop and others who claim to be something they are not. Quoted by Stauber and Rampton, Op. Cit. p. 76. Even ignoring the distorting influence of advertising and corporate paid PR, the fundamental issue remains of whether consumerism can actually fundamentally influence how business works. One environmental journalist puts the arguments well in his excellent book on fast food, From the Industrialization of Farming, to the Monopolization of Food Processing, to the Standardization of Food Consumption. As he puts, corporations will sell free-range, organic, grass-fed hamburgers if you demand it. They will sell whatever sells at a profit. Eric Schlosser, Op. Cit. p. 269. He complements this position by suggesting various regulations and some role for trade unions. Which, of course, is true. It is equally true that we are not forced to buy any specific product, which is why companies spend so much in convincing us to buy their products. Yet even ignoring the influence of advertising, it is unlikely that using the market will make capitalism nicer. Sadly, the market rewards the antisocial activities that Schlosser and other environmentalists chronicle. As he himself notes, the low price of a fast food hamburger does not reflect its real cost. The profits of the fast food chains have been made possible by the losses imposed on the rest of society. Op. Cit. p. 261. This means that the idea that by using the market we can reform capitalism is flawed simply because even good companies have to make a profit and so will be tempted to cut costs, inflict them on third parties, such as workers, consumers, and the planet. The most obvious form of such externalities is pollution. Such antisocial and anti-ecological behavior makes perfect business sense as prices fall when costs are passed on to others in the form of externalities. Thus firms which employ debt slaves in sweatshops while polluting the atmosphere in a third-world dictatorship will have lower costs and so prices than those employing unionized workers under eco-friendly regulations. The amazing thing is that being concerned about such issues is considered as a flaw in economics. In fact, seeking the lowest price and ignoring the social and ecological impact of a product is considered virtuousness by the market and by economists for, as green economist E. F. Schumacher pointed out, if a buyer refused a good bargain because he suspected that the cheapness of the goods in question stemmed from exploitation or other despicable practices, except theft, he would be open to criticism of behaving uneconomically, which is viewed as nothing less than a fall from grace. Economists and others are wont to treat such eccentric behavior with derision if not indignation. The religion of economics has its own code of ethics, and the first commandment is to behave economically. Small is beautiful, p30, and, of course, such a consumer would face numerous competitors who will happily take advantage of such activities. Then there is the issue of how the market system hides much more information than it gives, a factor we will return to in section I.1.2. Under the price system, customers have no way of knowing the ecological, or social, impact of the products they buy. All they have is a price, and that simply does not indicate how the product was produced and what costs were internalised in the final price and which were externalised. Such information, unsurprisingly, is usually supplied outside the market by ecological activists, unions, customer groups, and so on. Then there is the misinformation provided by the companies themselves in their adverts and PR campaigns. The skillfully created media images of advertising can easily swamp the efforts of these voluntary groups to inform the public of the facts of the social and environmental costs of certain products. Besides, any company has the threat of court action to silence their critics, as the cost in money, resources, energy, and time to fight for free speech in court is an effective means to keep the public ignorant about the dark side of capitalism. This works the other way too. Simply put, a company has no idea whether you not buying a product is based on ethical consumption decisions or whether it is due to simple dislike of the product. Unless there is an organized consumer boycott, i.e. a collective campaign, then the company really has no idea that it is being penalized for its anti-ecological and/or anti-social actions. Equally, corporations are so interlinked that it can make boycotts ineffective. For example, unless you happen to read the business section on the day McDonald's bought a sizable share in Pret-A-Manger, you would have no idea that going there instead of McDonald's would be swelling the former's profits. Ultimately, the price mechanism does not provide enough information for the customer to make an informed decision about the impact of their purchase and, by reducing prices, actively rewards the behavior Schlosser condemns. After all, what is now organic production was just the normal means of doing it. The pressures of the market, the price mechanism so often suggested as a tool for change, ensured the industrialization of farming which so many now rightly condemn. By reducing costs, market demand increased for the cheaper products, and these drove the other, more ecologically and socially sound, practices out of business. Which feeds into the issue of effective demand and income limitations. The most obvious problem is that the market is not a consumer democracy, as some people have more votes than others. In fact, the world's richest people have more votes than the poorest billions, combined. Those with the most votes, i.e. money, will hardly be interested in changing the economic system which placed them in that position. Similarly, those with the least votes will be more willing to buy ecologically destructive products simply to make ends meet rather than any real desire to do so. In addition, one individual's decision not to buy something will easily be swamped by others seeking the best deal, i.e. the lowest prices, due to economic necessity or ignorance. Money, quantity, counts in the market, not values, quality. Then there is the matter of sourcing of secondary products. After all, most products we consume are made up of a multitude of other goods, and it is difficult, if not impossible, to know where these component parts come from. Thus we have no real way of knowing whether your latest computer has parts produced in sweatshops in third world countries, nor would a decision not to buy it be communicated that far back down the market chain. In fact, the company would not even know that you were even thinking about buying a product unless you used non-market means to inform them, and then they may simply dismiss an individual as a crank. So the notion that consumerism can be turned to pressurizing companies is deeply flawed. This is not to suggest that we become unconcerned about how we spend our money. Far from it. Buying greener products rather than the standard one does have an impact. It just means being aware of the limitations of green consumerism, particularly as a means of changing the world. Rather, we must look to changing how goods are produced. This applies, of course, to shareholder democracy as well. Buying shares in a firm rarely results in a majority at the annual meetings, nor, even if it did, does it allow an effective say in the day-to-day decisions management makes. Thus green consumerism is hindered by the nature of the market, how the market reduces everything to price and so hides the information required to make truly informed decisions on what to consume. Moreover, it is capable of being used to further ecological damage by the use of PR to paint a false picture of the companies and their environmental activities. In this way, the general public think things are improving while the underlying problems remain, and, perhaps, get worse. Even assuming companies are honest and do minimize their environmental damage, they cannot face the fundamental cause of the ecological crisis in the grow or die principle of capitalism. Green firms need to make profits, accumulate capital, and grow bigger, nor do they address the pernicious role of advertising or the lack of public control over production and investment under capitalism. Hence it is a totally inadequate solution. As Green Sharon Better notes, green marketing aims at increasing consumption, not reducing it. Many firms seek to capitalize on new markets created by rising environmental consciousness, with such trends prompting a surge of advertisements and labels claiming environmental benefits. Green imagery was used to sell products, and caring for the environment became a marketing strategy and was a way of redirecting a willingness to spend less into a willingness to buy green products. This means that firms can expand their market share to include consumers that want green products. Since manufacturers still make environmentally damaging products and retailers still sell non-green products on shelves next to green ones, it is evident that green marketing is merely a way of expanding sales. If they were genuinely concerned to protect the environment, they would replace the unsound products with sound ones, not just augment their existing lines. Moreover, green marketing does not necessarily mean green products, but false and misleading claims can be hard for consumers to detect, while the most cynical marketers simply use environmental imagery to conjure up the impression that a product is good for the environment without making any real claims at all. Ultimately, green consumerism reduces people to consumers. Their power to influence society is reduced to their purchasing power. It does not deal with issues such as economic growth on a finite planet, the power of transnational corporations, and the way power is structured in our society. Global Spin, pages 176-80. Andrew Watson sums up green consumerism very eloquently as follows. Green consumerism, which is largely a cynical attempt to maintain profit margins, does not challenge capital's ecocidal accumulation, but actually facilitates it by opening a new market. All products, no matter how green, cause some pollution, use some resources and energy, and cause some ecological disturbance. This would not matter in a society in which production was rationally planned, but in an exponentially expanding economy, production, however green, would eventually destroy the Earth's environment. Ozone-friendly aerosols, for example, still use other harmful chemicals, create pollution in their manufacture, use, and disposal, and use large amounts of resources and energy. Of course, up to now, the green pretensions of most companies have been exposed largely as presenting an acceptably green image, with little or no substance. The market is presented as the savior of the environment. Environmental concern is commodified and transformed into ideological support for capitalism. Instead of raising awareness of the causes of the ecological crisis, green consumerism mystifies them. The solution is presented as an individual act rather than as the collective action of individuals struggling for social change. The corporations laugh all the way to the bank. From Green to Red, pages 9-10. Ethical consumerism, like ethical investment, is still based on profit-making, the extraction of surplus value from others. This is hardly ethical, as it cannot challenge the inequality in exchange and power that lies at the heart of capitalism, nor the authoritarian social relationships it creates. Therefore it cannot really undermine the ecologically destructive nature of capitalism. In addition, since capitalism is a world system, companies can produce and sell their non-green and dangerous goods elsewhere. Many of the products and practices banned or boycotted in developed countries are sold and used in developing ones. For example, Agent Orange, used as to defoliate forests during the Vietnam War by the US, is used as an herbicide in the Third World, as is DDT. Agent Orange contains one of the most toxic compounds known to humanity and was responsible for thousands of deformed children in Vietnam. Ciba-Geigy continued to sell Antirovioform, a drug which caused blindness and paralysis in at least 10,000 Japanese users of it, in those countries that permitted it to do so. Many companies have moved to developing countries to escape the stricter pollution and labor laws in the developed countries. Neither does green consumerism question why it should be the ruling elites within capitalism that decide what to produce and how to produce it. Since these elites are driven by profit considerations, if it is profitable to pollute, pollution will occur. Moreover, green consumerism does not challenge the essential capitalist principle of consumption for the sake of consumption, nor can it come to terms with the fact that demand is created, to a large degree, by suppliers, specifically by advertising agencies that use a host of techniques to manipulate public tastes, as well as using their financial clout to ensure that negative, i.e. truthful, stories about companies' environmental records do not surface in the mainstream media. Because ethical consumerism is based wholly on market solutions to the ecological crisis, it is incapable even of recognizing a key root cause of that crisis, namely the atomizing nature of capitalism and the social relationships it creates. Atomist individuals, soloists, cannot change the world, and voting on the market hardly reduces their atomization. As Murray Bookchin argues, tragically, these millions of soloists have surrendered their social power, indeed, their very personalities, to politicians and bureaucrats who live in a nexus of obedience and command in which they are normally expected to play subordinate roles. Yet this is precisely the immediate cause of the ecological crisis of our time, a cause that has its historic roots in the market society that engulfs us. Toward an ecological society, p81 this means that fighting ecological destruction today must be a social movement rather than one of individual consumption decisions or personalistic transformation. These can go on without questioning the ecocidal drive of capitalism, which will insidiously simplify the biosphere, making due allowances for wilderness reserves and theme parks, steadily reduce the organic to the inorganic and the complex to the simple, and convert soil into sand, all at the expense of the biosphere's integrity and viability. The state will still be an ever-present means for keeping oppressed people at bay and will manage whatever crises emerge as best it can. Ultimately, society will tend to become more and more authoritarian, public life will atrophy. Bookchin, The Future of the Ecology Movement, pages 1-20, Which Way for the Ecology Movement, p14. All this is not to suggest that individual decisions on what to consume are irrelevant, far from it. Nor are consumer boycotts a waste of time. If organized into mass movements and linked to workplace struggle, they can be very effective. It is simply to point out that individual actions, important as they are no solution to social problems. Thus Bookchin. The fact is that we are confronted by a thoroughly irrational social system, not simply by predatory individuals who can be won over to ecological ideas by moral arguments, psychotherapy, or even the challenges of a troubled public to their products and behavior. One can only commend the individuals who, by virtue of their consumption habits, recycling activities, and appeals for a new sensibility, undertake public activities to stop ecological degradation. Each surely does his or her part. But it will require a much greater effort and organized, clearly conscious, and forward-looking political movement to meet the basic challenges posed by our aggressively anti-ecological society. Yes, we as individuals should change our lifestyles as much as possible, but it is the utmost short-sightedness to believe that that is all or even primarily what we have to do. We need to restructure the entire society, even as we engage in lifestyle changes and single-issue struggles against pollution, nuclear power plants, the excessive use of fossil fuels, the destruction of soil, and so forth. We must have a coherent analysis of the deep-seated hierarchical relationships and systems of domination, as well as class relationships and economic exploitation, that degrade people as well as the environment. The Ecological Crisis, Socialism, and the Need to Remake Society, pages 1 to 10, Society and Nature, Volume 2, Number 3, p. 4. Using the capitalist market to combat the effects produced by that same market is no alternative. Until capitalism and the state are dismantled, solutions like ethical consumerism will be about as effective as fighting a forest fire with a water pistol. Such solutions are doomed to failure because they promote individual responses to social problems, problems that by their very nature require collective action, and deal only with the symptoms, rather than focusing on the cause of the problem in the first place. Real change comes from collective struggle, not individual decisions within the marketplace which cannot combat the cancerous growth principle of the capitalist economy. As such, ethical consumerism does not break from the logic of capitalism and so is doomed to failure. E.6 What is the population myth? The idea that population growth is the key cause of ecological problems is extremely commonplace. Even individuals associated with such radical green groups as Earth First have promoted it. It is, however, a gross distortion of the truth. Capitalism is the main cause of both overpopulation and the ecological crisis. Firstly, we should point out that all the doomsday prophets of the population bomb have been proved wrong time and time again. The dire predictions of Thomas Malthus, the originator of the population myth, have not come true, yet neo-Malthusians continue to mouth his reactionary ideas. In fact, Malthus wrote his infamous essay on the principles of population, which inflicted his law of population onto the world in response to the anarchist William Godwin and other social reformers. In other words, it was explicitly conceived as an attempt to prove that social stratification, and so the status quo, was a law of nature and that poverty was the fault of the poor themselves, not the fault of an unjust and authoritarian socio-economic system. As such, the theory was created with political goals in mind and as a weapon in the class struggle. As an aside, it should be noted that Darwin argued his theory of natural selection was the doctrine of Malthus applied to the whole animal and vegetable kingdom. Quoted by Peter Marshall, Nature's Web, p. 320. In other words, anarchism, indirectly, inspired the theory of evolution. Perhaps unsurprisingly, in the form of social Darwinism, this was also used against working class people and social reform. As Kropotkin summarized, Malthus' work was pernicious in its influence. It summed up ideas already current in the minds of the wealth-possessing minority and arose to combat the ideas of equality and liberty awakened by the French and American revolutions. Malthus asserted against Godwin that no equality is possible, that the poverty of the many is not due to institutions, but is a natural law. This meant he thus gave the rich a kind of scientific argument against the ideas of equality. However, it was simply a pseudo-scientific assertion which reflected the secret desires of the wealth-possessing classes and not a scientific hypothesis. This is obvious as technology has ensured that Malthus's fears are groundless while they are continually repeated. Fields, Factories, and Workshops Tomorrow, p. 77, p. 78 and p. 79. That the theory was fundamentally ideological in nature can be seen from Malthus himself. It is interesting to note that in contrast, and in direct contradiction to his population theory, as an economist Malthus was worried about the danger of overproduction within a capitalist economy. He was keen to defend the landlords from attacks by Ricardo and had to find a reason for their existence. To do this, he attacked Say's law, the notion that overproduction was impossible in a free market economy. Utilizing the notion of effective demand, he argued that capitalist saving caused the threat of overproduction and it was the landlord's luxury consumption which made up the deficit in demand this caused and ensured a stable economy. As Marxist David McNally points out, the whole of this argument is completely at odds with the economic analysis of his essay on population. According to that, the chronic danger which confronts society is underproduction of food relative to people. In his economics book, The World is Threatened by Overproduction. Rather than there being too little supply relative to demand, there is now too little demand relative to supply. In fact, Malthus even went so far as to argue for the poor to be employed in building roads and public works. No mention of excess population there, which indicates well the ideological nature of his overpopulation theory. As McNally shows, it was the utility of Malthus's practical conclusions in his essay on the principles of population for fighting the poor law and the right to subsistence, i.e. welfare provisions, which explained his popularity. He made classical economics an open enemy of the working class. The Malthusian Moment, Political Economy versus Popular Radicalism, pages 62 to 103, Against the Market, p. 85 and p. 91. So it is easy to explain the support Malthus and his assertions got in spite of the lack of empirical evidence and the self-contradictory utterances of its inventor. Its support rests simply in its utility as a justification for the inhuman miseries inflicted upon the British people by its ruling class of aristocrats and industrialists was the only reason why it was given the time of day. Similarly today, its utility to the ruling class ensures that it keeps surfacing every so often, until forced to disappear again once the actual facts of the case are raised. That the population myth, like genetic justifications for race, class and gender-based oppression, keeps appearing over and over again, even after extensive evidence has disproved it, indicates its usefulness to the ideological guardians of the establishment. Neo-Malthusianism basically blames the victims of capitalism for their victimization, criticizing ordinary people for breeding or living too long, thus ignoring, at best, or justifying, usually, privilege the social root of hunger. To put it simply, the hungry are hungry because they are excluded from the land or cannot earn enough to survive. In Latin America, for example, 11% of the population was landless in 1961, by 1975 it was 40%. Approximately 80% of all Third World agricultural land is owned by 3% of landowners. As anarchist George Bradford stresses, Malthusians do not consider the questions of land ownership, the history of colonialism, and where social power lies. So when the poor demand their rights, the Malthusians see political instability growing from population pressure. Woman's freedom, key to the population question, p. 77. Bookchin makes a similar critique. The most sinister feature about Neo-Malthusianism is the extent to which it actively deflects us from dealing with the social origins of our ecological problems, indeed, the extent to which it places the blame for them on the victims of hunger rather than those who victimize them. Presumably, if there is a population problem and famine in Africa, it is the ordinary people who are to blame for having too many children or insisting on living too long, an argument advanced by Malthus nearly 2 centuries ago with respect to England's poor. The viewpoint not only justifies privilege, it fosters brutalization and degrades the Neo-Malthusians even more than it degrades the victims of privilege. The population myth, pages 30 to 48, Which Way for the Ecology Movement, p. 34. Increased population is not the cause of landlessness, it is the result of it. If a traditional culture, its values, and its sense of identity are destroyed, population growth rates increase dramatically. As in 17th and 18th century Britain, peasants in the Third World are kicked off their land by the local ruling elite, who then use the land to produce cash crops for export while their fellow country people starve. Like Ireland during the potato famine, the Third World nations most affected by famine have also been exporters of food to the developed nations. Malthusianism is handy for the wealthy, giving them a scientific excuse for the misery they cause so they can enjoy their blood money without remorse. It is unwise for Greens to repeat such arguments. It's a betrayal of the entire message of social ecology to ask the world's poor to deny themselves access to the necessities of life on grounds that involve long-range problems of ecological dislocation, the shortcomings of high technology, and very specious claims of natural shortages in materials, while saying nothing at all about the artificial scarcity engineered by corporate capitalism. The Ecology of Freedom, p. 350. In a country that is being introduced to the joys of capitalism by state intervention, the usual means by which traditional cultures and habits are destroyed to create a natural system of liberty, population soon explodes as a result of the poor social and economic conditions in which people find themselves. In the inner-city ghettos of the First World, social and economic conditions similar to those of the Third World give rise to similarly elevated birth rates. When ghetto populations are composed mostly of minorities, as in countries like the US, higher birth rates among the minority poor provides a convenient extra excuse for racism, proving that the affected minorities are inferior because they lack self-control, are mere animals obsessed with procreation, etc. Much the same was said of Irish Catholics in the past and, needless to say, such an argument ignores the fact that slum dwellers in, for example, Britain during the Industrial Revolution were virtually all white but still had high birth rates. Population growth, far from being the cause of poverty, is in fact a result of it. There is an inverse relationship between per capita income and the fertility rate. As poverty decreases, so do the population rates. When people are ground into the dirt by poverty, education falls, women's rights decrease, and contraception is less available. Having children then becomes virtually the only survival means, with people resting their hopes for a better future in their offspring. Therefore, social conditions have a major impact on population growth. In countries with higher economic and cultural levels, population growth soon starts to fall off. Today, for example, much of Europe has seen birth rates fall beyond the national replacement rate. This is the case even in Catholic countries, which one would imagine would have religious factors encouraging large families. To be clear, we are not saying that overpopulation is not a very serious problem. Obviously, population growth cannot be ignored or solutions put off until capitalism is eliminated. We need to immediately provide better education and access to contraceptives across the planet, as well as raising cultural levels and increasing women's rights in order to combat overpopulation, in addition to fighting for land reform, union organizing, and so on. Overpopulation only benefits the elite by keeping the cost of labor low. This was the position of the likes of Emma Goldman and other radicals of her time. Many working-class radicals accepted the logic that excessive numbers were what kept the poor in their misery. During the 19th century there were courageous attempts to disseminate birth control information, both to promote lower population and to make it possible for women to control their own reproductivity and escape male domination. Birth control was the province of feminism, radical socialism, and anarchism. Bradford, Op. Cit. p. 69. Unlike many neo-Malthusians, Goldman was well aware that social reasons explained why so many people went hungry. As she put it, if the masses of people continue to be poor and the rich grow ever richer, it is not because the earth is lacking in fertility and richness to supply the need of an excessive race, but because the earth is monopolized in the hands of the few to the exclusion of the many. She noted that the promotion of large families had vested interests behind it, although working-class people have learned to see in large families a millstone around their necks, deliberately imposed upon them by the reactionary forces in society, because a large family paralyzes the brain and benumbs the muscles of the masses. The worker continues in the rut, compromises and cringes before his master, just to earn barely enough to feed the many little mouths. He dare not join a revolutionary organization, he dare not go on strike, he dare not express an opinion. The social aspects of birth control, anarchy. An anthology of Emma Goldman's Mother Earth, p. 135 and pages 136-7. This support for birth control, it should be stressed, resulted in Goldman being arrested. Malthus, like many of his followers, opposed contraception as immoral, preferring to let the poor starve as a natural method of keeping numbers down. For him, only misery, poverty, famine, disease, and war would keep population from expanding beyond the carrying capacity of the land. Bradford, Op. Cit. p. 69. Unsurprisingly, Goldman linked the issue of birth control to that of women's liberation, arguing that I never will acquiesce or submit to authority, nor will I make peace with a system which degrades woman to a mere incubator and which fattens on her innocent victims. I now and here declare war upon this system. The key problem was that woman has been on her knees before the altar of duty imposed by God, by capitalism, by the state, and by morality for ages. Once that changed, the issue of population would solve itself, for after all it is woman whom is risking her health and sacrificing her youth in the reproduction of the race. Surely she ought to be in a position to decide how many children she should bring into world, whether they should be brought into the world by the man she loves and because she wants the child, or should be born in hatred and loathing. Op. Cit. p. 140 and p. 136. Other anarchists have echoed this analysis. George Bradford, for example, correctly notes that the way out of the ecological crisis lies in the practical opening toward freedom of self-expression and selfhood for women that is the key to the destruction of hierarchy. In other words, women's freedom and well-being are at the center of the resolution to the population problem, and that can only be faced within the larger social context. That means real participation in social decision-making, real health concerns, access to land, and the overthrow of patriarchal domination. Op. Cit. p. 68 and p. 82. Bookchin makes the same point, noting that population growth rates have fallen in developed countries because of the freedom that women have acquired over recent decades to transcend the role that patriarchy assigned to them as mere reproductive factories. The Future of the Ecology Movement, pages 1-20, Which Way for the Ecology Movement, p. 19. This means that an increase of freedom will solve the population question. Sadly, many advocates of neo-Malthusianism extend control over people from women to all. The advocates of the population myth, as well as getting the problem wrong, also, usually, suggest very authoritarian solutions, for example, urging an increase in state power with a Bureau of Population Control to police society and ensure that the state enters the bedroom and our most personal relationships. Luckily for humanity and individual freedom, since they misconceive the problem, such big brother solutions are not required. So, it must be stressed the population explosion is not a neutral theory, and its invention reflected class interests at the time and continual use since then is due to its utility to vested interests. We should not be fooled into thinking that overpopulation is the main cause of the ecological crisis, as this is a strategy for distracting people from the root cause of both ecological destruction and population growth today, namely, the capitalist economy and the inequalities and hierarchical social relationships it produces. As such, those who stress the issue of population numbers get it backward. Poverty causes high birth rates as people gamble on having large families so that some children will survive in order to look after the parents in their old age. Eliminate economic insecurity and poverty, then people have less children. Some Greens argue that it is impossible for everyone to have a high standard of living, as this would deplete available resources and place too much pressure on the environment. However, their use of statistics hides a sleight of hand which invalidates their argument. As Bookchin correctly argues, consider the issue of population and food supply in terms of mere numbers and we step on a wild merry-go-round that does not support neo-Malthusian predictions of a decade ago, much less a generation ago. Such typically neo-Malthusian stunts as determining the per capita consumption of steel, oil, paper, chemicals, and the like of a nation by dividing the total tonnage of the latter by the national population, such that every man, woman, and child is said to consume a resultant quantity, gives us a picture that is blatantly false and functions as a sheer apologia for the upper classes. The steel that goes into a battleship, the oil that is used to fuel a tank, and the paper that is covered by ads hardly depicts the human consumption of materials. Rather, it is stuff consumed by all the pentagons of the world that help keep a grow-or-die economy in operation, goods, I may add, whose function is to destroy and whose destiny is to be destroyed. The Population Myth, pages 30-48, Which Way for the Ecology Movement, pages 34-5. Focusing on averages, in other words, misses out the obvious fact we live in a highly unequal societies which results in a few people using many resources. To talk about consumption and not to wonder how many Rolls Royces and mansions the average person uses means producing skewed arguments. Equally, it is possible to have more just societies with approximately the same living standards with significantly less consumption of resources and less pollution and waste produced. We need only compare America with Europe to see this. One could point out, for example, that Europeans enjoy more leisure time, better health, less poverty, less inequality, and thus more economic security, greater intergenerational economic mobility, better access to high-quality social services like healthcare and education, and manage to do it all in a far more environmentally sustainable way. Europe generates about half the CO2 emissions for the same level of GDP, compared to the US. In fact, even relatively minor changes in how we work can have significant impact. For example, two economists at the Center for Economic and Policy Research produced a paper comparing US and European energy consumption and related it to hours worked. They concluded that if Americans chose to take advantage of their high level of productivity by simply shortening the work week or taking longer holidays rather than producing more, there would follow a number of benefits. Specifically, if the US followed Western Europe in terms of work hours, then not only would workers find themselves with 7 additional weeks of time off, the US would consume some 20% less energy, and if the saving was directly translated into lower carbon emissions, then it would have emitted 3% less carbon dioxide in 2002 than in 1990. This level of emissions is only 4% above the negotiated target of the Kyoto Protocol. If Europe following IMF orthodoxy and increased working hours, this would have a corresponding negative impact on energy use and emissions, not to mention quality of life. David Resnick and Mark Weiss brought, are shorter work hours good for the environment? Of course, any such choice is influenced by social institutions and pressures and, as such, part of a wider social struggle for change. In other words, we must question the underlying assumption of the neo-Malthusians that society and technology are static and that the circumstances that produced historic growth and consumption rates will remain unchanged. This is obviously false, since humanity is not static. To quote Bookchin again, by reducing us to studies of line graphs, bar graphs, and statistical tables, the neo-Malthusians literally freeze reality as it is. Their numerical extrapolations do not construct any reality that is new, they mere extend, statistic by statistic, what is basically old and given. We are taught to accept society, behavior, and values as they are, not as they should be or even could be. This procedure places us under the tyranny of the status quo and divests us of any ability to think about radically changing the world. I have encountered very few books or articles written by neo-Malthusians that question whether we should live under any kind of money economy at all, any statist system of society, or be guided by profit-oriented behavior. There are books and articles aplenty that explain how to become a morally responsible banker, entrepreneur, landowner, developer, or, for all I know, arms merchant. But whether the whole system called capitalism, forgive me, be it corporate in the West or bureaucratic in the East, must be abandoned if we are to achieve an ecological society is rarely discussed. Op. Cit. p. 33. It is probably true that an American living standard is not possible for the population of the world at its present level. After all, the US consumes 40% of the world's resources to support only 5% of its population. For the rest of the world to enjoy that kind of standard of living, we would require the resources of multiple Earths. Ultimately, anything which is not renewable is exhaustible. The real question is, when will it be exhausted? How? Why? And by whom? As such, it is important to remember that this standard of living is a product of an hierarchical system which produces an alienated society in which consumption for the sake of consumption is the new god. In a grow-or-die economy, production and consumption must keep increasing to prevent economic collapse. This need for growth leads to massive advertising campaigns to indoctrinate people with the capitalist theology that more and more must be consumed to find happiness, salvation, producing consumerist attitudes that feed into an already present tendency to consume in order to compensate for doing boring, pointless work in a hierarchical workplace. Unless a transformation of values occurs that recognizes the importance of living as opposed to consuming, the ecological crisis will get worse. It is impossible to imagine such a radical transformation occurring under capitalism, and so a key aim of eco-anarchists is to encourage people to consider what they need to live enriched, empowering, and happy lives rather than participate in the rat race capitalism produces. Even if you do win, you remain a rat. Nor it cannot be denied that developments like better healthcare, nutrition, and longer lifespans contribute to overpopulation and are made possible by industry. But to see such developments as primary causes of population growth is to ignore the central role played by poverty, the disruption of cultural patterns, and the need for cheap labor due to capitalism. There are always elevated birth rates associated with poverty, whether or not medical science improves significantly, for example, during the early days of capitalism. Industrialism is in fact a term used by liberal Greens, even when they call themselves deep, who do not want to admit that the ecological crisis cannot be solved without the complete overthrow of capitalism, pretending instead that the system can become green through various band-aid reforms. Controlling population growth is always a key item on such liberals' agendas, taking the place of eliminating capitalism, which should be the centerpiece. Population control is substituted for social justice, and the problem is actually aggravated by the Malthusian cure, points out feminist Betsy Hartman. Quoted by Bradford, Op. Cit. p. 77. After all, there is enough food to feed the world's population, but its distribution reflects inequalities in wealth, power, and effective demand. This is most obviously seen when food is exported from famine areas, as there is no effective demand for it there, a sadly regular occurrence. The myth that population increases in places like the Sudan, for example, result in famine can only survive if we ignore the notorious fact that the Sudanese could easily feed themselves if they were not forced by the American-controlled World Bank and International Monetary Fund to grow cotton instead of grains. Bookchin, Remaking Society, p. 11. Hence the importance of class analysis and an awareness of hierarchy. We can hardly talk of our resources when those resources are owned by a handful of giant corporations. Equally, we cannot talk about our industrial impact on the planet when the decisions of industry are made by bosses and most of us are deliberately excluded from the decision-making process. While it makes sense for the ruling elite to ignore such key issues, it's counterproductive for radicals to do so and blame people or their numbers for social and environmental problems. The most striking feature of such way of thinking is not only that it closely parallels the way of thinking that is found in the corporate world. What is more serious is that it serves to deflect our attention from the role society plays in producing ecological breakdown. If people as a species are responsible for environmental dislocations, these dislocations cease to be the result of social dislocations. A mythic humanity is created irrespective of whether we are talking about oppressed minorities, women, third world people, or people in the first world, in which everyone is brought into complicity with powerful corporate elites in producing environmental dislocations. In this way, the social roots of ecological problems are shrewdly obscured. We can dismiss or explain away hunger, misery, or illness as natural checks that are imposed on human beings to retain the balance of nature. We can comfortably forget that much of the poverty and hunger that afflicts the world has its origins in the corporate exploitation of human beings and nature in agribusiness and social oppression. Op. Cit. pages 9 to 10. Looking at population numbers simply misses the point. As Murray Bookchin argues, this arithmetic mentality which disregards the social context of demographics is incredibly short-sighted. Once we accept without any reflection or criticism that we live in a grow-or-die capitalistic society in which accumulation is literally a law of economic survival and competition is the motor of progress, anything we have to say about population is basically meaningless. The biosphere will eventually be destroyed whether 5 billion or 50 million live on the planet. Competing firms in a dog-eat-dog market must outproduce each other if they are to remain in existence. They must plunder the soil, remove the earth's forests, kill off its wildlife, pollute its air and waterways, not because their intentions are necessarily bad, although they usually are, but because they must simply survive. Only a radical restructuring of society as a whole, including its anti-ecological sensibilities, can remove this all-commanding social compulsion. The Population Myth, pages 30 to 48, Op. Cit. p. 34. A sane society would not be driven by growth for the sake of growth and would aim to reduce production by reducing the average working week to ensure both an acceptable standard of living plus time to enjoy it. So it is not a case that the current industrial system is something we need to keep. Few anarchists consider a social revolution as simply expropriating current industry and running it more or less as it is now. While expropriating the means of life is a necessary first step, it is only the start of a process in which we transform the way we interact with nature, which, of course, includes people. To conclude, as Bradford summarizes, the salvation of the marvelous green planet, our Mother Earth, depends on the liberation of women and children, and men from social domination, exploitation, and hierarchy. They must go together. Op. Cit. p. 68. By focusing attention away from the root causes of ecological and social disruption, i.e. capitalism and hierarchy, and onto their victims, the advocates of the population myth do a great favor to the system that creates mindless growth. Hence the population myth will obviously find favor with ruling elites, and this, as opposed to any basis for the myth in scientific fact, will ensure its continual reappearance in the media and education. Section F is anarcho-capitalism, a type of anarchism. Anyone who has followed political discussion on the net has probably come across people calling themselves libertarians but arguing from a right-wing, pro-capitalist perspective. For most people outside of North America, this is weird, as the term libertarian is almost always used in conjunction with socialist or communist, particularly in Europe and, it should be stressed, historically in America. In the US, though, the right has partially succeeded in appropriating the term libertarian for itself. Even stranger is that a few of these right-wingers have started calling themselves anarchists in what must be one of the finest examples of an oxymoron in the English language, anarcho-capitalist. Arguing with fools is seldom rewarded, but to let their foolishness to go unchallenged risks allowing them to deceive those who are new to anarchism. This is what this section of the FAQ is for, to show why the claims of these anarchist capitalists are false. Anarchism has always been anti-capitalist, and any anarchism that claims otherwise cannot be part of the anarchist tradition. It is important to stress that anarchist opposition to the so-called capitalist anarchists do not reflect some kind of debate within anarchism, as many of these types like to pretend, but a debate between anarchism and its old enemy, capitalism. In many ways this debate mirrors the one between Peter Kropotkin and Herbert Spencer, an English capitalist minimal statist, at the turn of the 19th century, and, as such, it is hardly new. At that time, people like Spencer tended to call themselves liberals while, as Bookchin noted, libertarian was a term created by 19th century European anarchists, not by contemporary American right-wing proprietarians. The Ecology of Freedom, p. 57. David Goodway concurs, stating that libertarian has been frequently employed by anarchists as an alternative name for our politics for over a century. However, the situation has been vastly complicated in recent decades with the rise of extreme right-wing laissez-faire philosophy, and its advocates' adoption of the words libertarian and libertarianism. It has therefore now become necessary to distinguish between their right libertarianism and the left libertarianism of the anarchist tradition. Anarchist Seeds Beneath the Snow, p. 4. This appropriation of the term libertarian by the right not only has bred confusion, but also protest, as anarchists have tried to point out the obvious, namely that capitalism is marked by authoritarian social relationships, and so there are good reasons for anarchism being a fundamentally anti-capitalist socio-political theory and movement. That a minority of the right libertarians have also tried to appropriate anarchist to describe their authoritarian politics is something almost all anarchists reject and oppose. That the vast majority of anarchists reject the notion of anarcho-capitalism as a form of anarchism is an inconvenient fact for its supporters. Rather than address this, they generally point to the fact that some academics state that anarcho-capitalism is a form of anarchism and include it in their accounts of our movement and ideas. That some academics do this is true, but irrelevant. What counts is what anarchists think anarchism is. To place the opinions of academics above that of anarchists implies that anarchists know nothing about anarchism, that we do not really understand the ideas we advocate but academics do. Yet this is the implication. As such, the near universal rejection of anarcho-capitalism as a form of anarchism within anarchist circles is significant. However, it could be argued that as a few anarchists, usually individualist ones, but not always, do admit anarcho-capitalism into our movement, that this, very small, minority shows that the majority are sectarian. Again, this is not convincing, as some individuals in any movement will hold positions which the majority reject and which are, sometimes, incompatible with the basic principles of the movement. Proudhon's sexism and racism are obvious examples. Equally, given that anarchists and anarcho-capitalists have fundamentally different analyses and goals, it is hardly sectarian to point this out. Being sectarian in politics means prioritizing differences and rivalries with politically close groups. Some scholars do note the difference. For example, Jeremy Jennings, in his excellent overview of anarchist theory and history, argues that it is hard not to conclude that these ideas, anarcho-capitalism with roots deep in classical liberalism, are described as anarchist only on the basis of a misunderstanding of what anarchism is. Anarchism, Contemporary Political Ideologies, Roger Eatwell and Anthony Wright, eds. p. 142. Barbara Goodwin reaches a similar conclusion, noting that the anarcho-capitalists' true place is in the group of right-wing libertarians, not in anarchism. For W. Heil, condemning absolutely state coercion, they tacitly condone the economic and interpersonal coercion which would prevail in a totally laissez-faire society. Most anarchists share the egalitarian ideal with socialists. Anarcho-capitalists abhor equality and socialism equally. Using Political Ideas, p. 138. Sadly, these seem to be the minority in academic circles, as most are happy to discuss right-libertarian ideology as a subclass of anarchism in spite of there being so little in common between the two. Their inclusion does really seem to derive from the fact that anarcho-capitalists call themselves anarchists and the academics take this at face value. Yet, as one anarchist notes, having a completely fluid definition of anarchism allows for anyone and anything to be described as such, no matter how authoritarian and antisocial. Benjamin Frank's Mortal Kombat, pages 4-6, A Touch of Class, number 1, p. 5. Also, given that many academics approach anarchism from what could be termed the dictionary definition methodology rather than as a political movement approach, there is a tendency for anarcho-capitalist claims to be taken at face value. As such, it is useful to stress that anarchism is a social movement with a long history, and while its adherents have held divergent views, it has never been limited to simply opposition to the state, i.e. the dictionary definition. The anarcho-capitalist argument that it is a form of anarchism hinges on using the dictionary definition of anarchism and/or anarchy. They try to define anarchism as being opposition to government, and nothing else. Of course, many, if not most, dictionaries define anarchy as chaos or disorder, but we never see anarcho-capitalists use those particular definitions. Moreover, and this should go without saying, dictionaries are hardly politically sophisticated and their definitions rarely reflect the wide range of ideas associated with political theories and their history. Thus the dictionary definition of anarchism will tend to ignore its consistent views on authority, exploitation, property, and capitalism, ideas easily discovered if actual anarchist texts are read. And for this strategy to work, a lot of inconvenient history and ideas from all branches of anarchism must be ignored. From individualists like Tucker to communists like Kropotkin, and considered anarchism as part of the wider socialist movement. Therefore anarcho-capitalists are not anarchists in the same sense that rain is not dry. Significantly, the inventor of the term anarcho-capitalism, Murray Rothbard had no impact on the anarchist movement even in North America. His influence, unsurprisingly, was limited to the right, particularly in so-called libertarian circles. The same can be said of anarcho-capitalism in general. This can be seen from the way Rothbard is mentioned in Paul Nacibre's bibliography on anarchist thinkers. This is an academic book, a reference for libraries. Rothbard is featured, but the context is very suggestive. The book includes Rothbard in a section titled On the Margins of Anarchist Theory. His introduction to the Rothbard section is worth quoting. Either the inclusion or the omission of Rothbard as an anarchist is likely, in one quarter or another, to be viewed as contentious. Here, his anarcho-capitalism is treated as marginal, since, while there are linkages with the tradition of individualist anarchism, there is a dislocation between the mutualism and communitarianism of that tradition and the free market theory, deriving from Ludwig von Mises and Friedrich von Hayek, that underpins Rothbard's political philosophy, and places him in the modern libertarian tradition. Anarchist Thinkers and Thought, p. 133. This is important, for while Rothbard, like other anarcho-capitalists, appropriates some aspects of individualist anarchism, he does so in a highly selective manner and places what he does take into an utterly different social environment and political tradition. So while there are similarities between both systems, there are important differences, as we will discuss in detail in section G, along with the anti-capitalist nature of individualist anarchism, i.e. those essential bits which Rothbard and his followers ignore or dismiss. Needless to say, Nacibre does not include anarcho-capitalism in his discussion of anarchist schools of thought in the bibliography's introduction. Of course, we cannot stop the anarcho-capitalists using the words anarcho, anarchism, and anarchy to describe their ideas. The democracies of the West could not stop the Chinese Stalinist state calling itself the People's Republic of China. Nor could the Social Democrats stop the fascists in Germany calling themselves National Socialists. Nor could the Italian anarcho-syndicalists stop the fascists using the expression National Syndicalism. This does not mean their names reflected their content. China is a dictatorship, not a democracy. The Nazis were not socialists. Capitalists made fortunes in Nazi Germany because it crushed the labor movement, and the Italian fascist state had nothing in common with anarcho-syndicalist ideas of decentralist, from the bottom-up unions and the abolition of the state and capitalism. It could be argued, and it has, that the previous use of a word does not preclude new uses. Language changes and, as such, it is possible for a new kind of anarchism to develop which has little, or no, similarities with what was previously known as anarchism. Equally, it could be said that new developments of anarchism have occurred in the past which were significantly different from old versions, for example, the rise of communist forms of anarchism in opposition to Proudhon's anti-communist mutualism. Both arguments are unconvincing. The first just makes a mockery of the concept of language and breeds confusion. If people start calling black white, it does not make it so. Equally, to call an ideology with little in common with a known and long-established socio-political theory and movement the same name simply results in confusion. No one takes, say, fascists seriously when they call their parties democratic, nor would we take Trotskyists seriously if they started to call themselves libertarians, as some have started to do. The second argument fails to note that developments within anarchism built upon what came before and did not change its fundamental, socialistic, basis. Thus communist and collectivist anarchism are valid forms of anarchism because they built upon the key insights of mutualism rather than denying them. A related defense of anarcho-capitalism as a form of anarchism is the suggestion that the problem is one of terminology. This argument is based on noting that anarcho-capitalists are against actually existing capitalism, and so we must distinguish between free market capitalism and state capitalism. The two are as different as day and night. Rothbard, The Logic of Action 2, p. 185. It would be churlish indeed to point out that the real difference is that one exists while the other has existed only in Rothbard's head. Yet point it out we must, for the simple fact is that not only do anarcho-capitalists use the word anarchism in an unusual way, i.e. in opposition to what has always been meant by the term, they also use the word capitalism in a like manner, i.e., to refer to something that has never existed. It should go without saying that using words like capitalism and anarchism in ways radically different to traditional uses cannot help but provoke confusion. Yet is it a case that anarcho-capitalists have simply picked a bad name for their ideology? Hardly, as its advocates will quickly rush to defend exploitation, non-labor income, and capitalist property rights as well as the authoritarian social structures produced with them. Moreover, as good capitalist economists, the notion of an economy without interest, rent, and profit is considered highly inefficient and so unlikely to develop. As such, their ideology is rooted in a perspective and an economy marked by wage labor, landlords, banking and stock markets, and so hierarchy, oppression and exploitation, i.e. a capitalist one. So they have chosen their name well, as it shows in clear light how far they are from the anarchist tradition. As such, almost all anarchists would agree with longtime anarchist activist Donald Ruum's comment that self-styled anarcho-capitalists, not to be confused with anarchists of any persuasion, simply want the state abolished as a regulator of capitalism, and government handed over to capitalists. They are wrongly self-styled anarchists because they do not oppose capitalist oppression, while genuine anarchists are extreme libertarian socialists. What is anarchism? P7, pages 12 to 13, and P10, as we stress in section F.1. Anarcho-capitalists do not oppose the hierarchies and exploitation associated with capitalism, wage labor and landlordism, and, consequently, have no claim to the term anarchist. Just because someone uses a label, it does not mean that they support the ideas associated with that label, and this is the case with anarcho-capitalism. Its ideas are at odds with the key ideas associated with all forms of traditional anarchism, even individualist anarchism, which is often claimed, usually by anarcho-capitalists, as being a forefather of the ideology. We are covering this topic in an anarchist FAQ for 3 reasons. Firstly, the number of libertarian and anarcho-capitalists on the net means that those seeking to find out about anarchism may conclude that they are anarchists as well. Secondly, unfortunately, some academics and writers have taken their claims of being anarchists at face value and have included their ideology in general accounts of anarchism. The better academic accounts do note that anarchists generally reject the claim. These 2 reasons are obviously related, and hence the need to show the facts of the matter. The last reason is to provide other anarchists with arguments and evidence to use against anarcho-capitalism and its claims of being a new form of anarchism. So this section of the FAQ does not, as we noted above, represent some kind of debate within anarchism. It reflects the attempt by anarchists to reclaim the history and meaning of anarchism from those who are attempting to steal its name. However, our discussion also serves 2 other purposes. Firstly, critiquing right libertarian theories allows us to explain anarchist ones at the same time and indicate why they are better. Secondly, and more importantly, it shares many of the same assumptions and aims of neoliberalism. This was noted by Bob Black in the early 1980s, when a wing of the Reaganist right, obviously appropriated, with suspect selectivity, such libertarian themes as deregulation and voluntarism. Ideologues indignate that Reagan has travestied their principles. Tough shit. I notice that it's their principles, not mine, that he found suitable to travesty. The Libertarian as Conservative, pages 141 to 8, The Abolition of Work and Other Essays, pages 141 to 2. This was echoed by Noam Chomsky 2 decades later when he stated that nobody takes right-wing libertarianism seriously, as everybody knows that a society that worked by its principles would self-destruct in 3 seconds. The only reason why some people in the ruling elite pretend to take it seriously is because you can use it as a weapon in the class struggle. Understanding Power, p. 200, as neoliberalism is being used as the ideological basis of the current attack on the working class. Critiquing anarcho-capitalism also allows us to build theoretical weapons to use to resist this attack and aid our side in the class war. The results of the onslaught of free, R, market capitalism along with anarchist criticism of anarcho-capitalism has resulted in some anarcho-capitalists trying to rebrand their ideology as market anarchism. This, from their perspective, has two advantages. Firstly, it allows them to co-opt the likes of Tucker and Spooner, and, sometimes, even Proudhon, into their family tree as all these supported markets, while systematically attacking capitalism. Secondly, it allows them to distance their ideology from the grim reality of neoliberalism and the results of making capitalism more free market. Simply put, going on about the benefits of free market capitalism while freer market capitalism is enriching the already wealthy and oppressing and impoverishing the many is hard going. Using the term market anarchism to avoid both the reality of anarchism's anti-capitalist core and the reality of the freer market capitalism they have helped produce makes sense in the marketplace of ideas. The term blackwashing seems appropriate here. The fact is that however laudable its stated aims, anarcho-capitalism is deeply flawed due to its simplistic nature and is easy to abuse on behalf of the economic oligarchy that lurks behind the rhetoric of economic textbooks in that special case so ignored by economists, namely reality. Anarchism has always been aware of the existence of free market capitalism, particularly its extreme, minimal state, wing, and has always rejected it. As we discuss in section F.7, anarchists from Proudhon onwards have rejected it, and, significantly, vice versa. As academic Alan Carter notes, anarchist concern for equality as a necessary precondition for genuine freedom is one very good reason for not confusing anarchists with liberals or economic libertarians, in other words, for not lumping together everyone who is in some way or another critical of the state. It is why calling the likes of Nozick anarchists is highly misleading. Some notes on anarchism, pages 141-5, Anarchist Studies, Volume 1, Number 2, p. 143. So anarchists have evaluated free market capitalism and rejected it as non-anarchist since the birth of anarchism, and so attempts by anarcho-capitalism to say that their system is anarchist flies in the face of this long history of anarchist analysis. That some academics fall for their attempts to appropriate the anarchist label for their ideology is down to a false premise. It is judged to be anarchism largely because some anarcho-capitalists say they are anarchists and because they criticize the state. Peter Sabatini, Social Anarchism, Number 23, p. 100. More generally, we must stress that most, if not all, anarchists do not want to live in a society just like this one but without state coercion and the initiation of force. Anarchists do not confuse freedom with the right to govern and exploit others, nor with being able to change masters. It is not enough to say we can start our own cooperative business in such a society. We want the abolition of the capitalist system of authoritarian relationships, not just a change of bosses or the possibility of little islands of liberty within a sea of capitalism, islands which are always in danger of being flooded and our freedom destroyed. Thus, in this section of the FAQ, we analyze many anarcho-capitalist claims on their own terms, for example, the importance of equality in the market, or why replacing the state with private defense firms is simply changing the name of the state rather than abolishing it, but that does not mean we desire a society nearly identical to the current one. Far from it, we want to transform this society into one more suited for developing and enriching individuality and freedom. Finally, we dedicate this section of the FAQ to those who have seen the real face of free market capitalism at work, the working men and women, anarchist or not, murdered in the jails and concentration camps or on the streets by the hired assassins of capitalism. For more discussion on this issue, see the appendix Anarchism and Anarcho-Capitalism. F.1 Are anarcho-capitalists really anarchists? In a word, no. While anarcho-capitalists obviously try to associate themselves with the anarchist tradition by using the word anarcho or by calling themselves anarchists, their ideas are distinctly at odds with those associated with anarchism. As a result, any claims that their ideas are anarchist or that they are part of the anarchist tradition or movement are false. Anarcho-capitalists claim to be anarchists because they say that they oppose government. As noted in the last section, they use a dictionary definition of anarchism. However, this fails to appreciate that anarchism is a political theory. As dictionaries are rarely politically sophisticated things, this means that they fail to recognize that anarchism is more than just opposition to government, it is also marked opposition to capitalism, i.e. exploitation and private property. Thus, opposition to government is a necessary but not sufficient condition for being an anarchist. You also need to be opposed to exploitation and capitalist private property. As anarcho-capitalists do not consider interest, rent, and profits, i.e. capitalism, to be exploitative nor oppose capitalist property rights, they are not anarchists. Part of the problem is that Marxists, like many academics, also tend to assert that anarchists are simply against the state. It is significant that both Marxists and anarcho-capitalists tend to define anarchism as purely opposition to government. This is no coincidence, as both seek to exclude anarchism from its place in the wider socialist movement. This makes perfect sense from the Marxist perspective, as it allows them to present their ideology as the only serious anti-capitalist one around. Not to mention, associating anarchism with anarcho-capitalism is an excellent way of discrediting our ideas in the wider radical movement. It should go without saying that this is an obvious and serious misrepresentation of the anarchist position, as even a superficial glance at anarchist theory and history shows that no anarchist limited their critique of society simply at the state. So while academics and Marxists seem aware of the anarchist opposition to the state, they usually fail to grasp the anarchist critique applies to all other authoritarian social institutions and how it fits into the overall anarchist analysis and struggle. They seem to think the anarchist condemnation of capitalist private property, patriarchy, and so forth are somehow superfluous additions rather than a logical position which reflects the core of anarchism. Critics have sometimes contended that anarchist thought, and classical anarchist theory in particular, has emphasized opposition to the state to the point of neglecting the real hegemony of economic power. This interpretation arises, perhaps, from a simplistic and overdrawn distinction between the anarchist focus on political domination and the Marxist focus on economic exploitation. There is abundant evidence against such a thesis throughout the history of anarchist thought. John P. Clark and Camille Martin, Anarchy, Geography, Modernity, p. 95. Sorekla simply stated the obvious when he wrote that the anti-authoritarian critique to which the state is subjected applies equally to all social institutions. Quoted by Clark and Martin, Op. Cit. p. 140. Proudhon, Bakunin, Kropotkin, Goldman, and so on would all agree with that. While they all stressed that anarchism was against the state, they quickly moved on to present a critique of private property and other forms of hierarchical authority. So while anarchism obviously opposes the state, sophisticated and developed anarchist theory proceeds further. It does not stop with the criticism of political organization, but goes on to investigate the authoritarian nature of economic inequality and private property, hierarchical economic structures, traditional education, the patriarchal family, class and racial discrimination, and rigid sex and age roles, to mention just a few of the more important topics. For the essence of anarchism is, after all, not the theoretical opposition to the state, but the practical and theoretical struggle against domination. John Clark, The Anarchist Moment, p. 128 and p. 70. This is also the case with individualist anarchists whose defense of certain forms of property did stop them criticizing key aspects of capitalist property rights. As Jeremy Jennings notes, the point to stress is that all anarchists, and not only those wedded to the predominant 20th century strain of anarchist communism, have been critical of private property to the extent that it was a source of hierarchy and privilege. He goes on to state that anarchists like Tucker and Spooner agreed with the proposition that property was legitimate only insofar as it embraced no more than the total product of individual labor. Anarchism, Contemporary Political Ideologies, Roger Eatwell and Anthony Wright, eds. p. 132. This is acknowledged by the likes of Rothbard, who had to explicitly point out that his position on such subjects was fundamentally different, i.e., at odds, with individualist anarchism. As such, it would be fair to say that most anarcho-capitalists are capitalists first and foremost. If aspects of anarchism do not fit with some element of capitalism, they will reject that element of anarchism rather than question capitalism. Rothbard's selective appropriation of the individualist anarchist tradition is the most obvious example of this. This means that right-libertarians attach the anarcho prefix to their ideology because they believe that being against government intervention is equivalent to being an anarchist, which flows into their use of the dictionary definition of anarchism. That they ignore the bulk of the anarchist tradition should prove that there is hardly anything anarchistic about them at all. They are not against authority, hierarchy, or the state, they simply want to privatize them. Ironically, this limited definition of anarchism ensures that anarcho-capitalism is inherently self-refuting. This can be seen from leading anarcho-capitalist Murray Rothbard. He thundered against the evil of the state, arguing that it arrogates to itself a monopoly of force, of ultimate decision-making power, over a given territorial area. In and of itself, this definition is unremarkable. That a few people, an elite of rulers, claim the right to rule others must be part of any sensible definition of the state or government. However, the problems begin for Rothbard when he notes that obviously, in a free society, Smith has the ultimate decision-making power over his own just property, Jones over his, etc. The Ethics of Liberty, p. 170 and p. 173. The logical contradiction in this position should be obvious, but not to Rothbard. It shows the power of ideology, the ability of mere words, the expression private property, to turn the bad, ultimate decision-making power over a given area, into the good, ultimate decision-making power over a given area. Now, this contradiction can be solved in only one way: the users of the given area are also its owners. In other words, a system of possession, or occupancy and use, as favored by anarchists. However, Rothbard is a capitalist and supports private property, non-labor income, wage labor, capitalists, and landlords. This means that he supports a divergence between ownership and use, and this means that this ultimate decision-making power extends to those who use, but do not own, such property, i.e. tenants and workers. The statist nature of private property is clearly indicated by Rothbard's words: the property owner in an anarcho-capitalist society possesses the ultimate decision-making power over a given area, which is also what the state has currently. Rothbard has, ironically, proved by his own definition that anarcho-capitalism is not anarchist. Of course, it would be churlish to point out that the usual name for a political system in which the owner of a territory is also its ruler is, in fact, monarchy. Which suggests that while anarcho-capitalism may be called anarcho-statism, a far better term could be anarcho-monarchism. In fact, some anarcho-capitalists have made explicit this obvious implication of Rothbard's argument. Hans Hermann Hoppe is one. Hoppe prefers monarchy to democracy, considering it the superior system. He argues that the monarch is the private owner of the government, all the land and other resources are owned by him. Basing himself on Austrian economics, what else, and its notion of time preference, he concludes that the monarch will, therefore, work to maximize both current income and the total capital value of his estate. Assuming self-interest, his planning horizon will be far-sighted and exploitation be far more limited. Democracy, in contrast, is a publicly owned government, and the elected rulers have use of resources for a short period only and not their capital value. In other words, they do not own the country and so will seek to maximize their short-term interests, and the interests of those they think will elect them into office. In contrast, Bakunin stressed that if anarchism rejects democracy, it was hardly in order to reverse it but rather to advance it, in particular to extend it via the great economic revolution, without which every right is but an empty phrase and a trick. He rejected wholeheartedly the camp of aristocratic reaction. The Basic Bakunin, p. 87. However, Hoppe is not a traditional monarchist. His ideal system is one of competing monarchies, a society which is led by a voluntarily acknowledged natural elite, a nobilitas naturalis comprised of families with long-established records of superior achievement, farsightedness, and exemplary personal conduct. This is because a few individuals quickly acquire the status of an elite, and their inherent qualities will more likely than not be passed on within a few noble families. The sole problem with traditional monarchies was with monopoly, not with elites or nobility. In other words, the king monopolized the role of judge, and their subjects could not turn to other members of the noble class for services. The Political Economy of Monarchy and Democracy and the Idea of a Natural Order, pages 94 to 121, Journal of Libertarian Studies, Volume 11, Number 2, p. 118 and p. 119. Which simply confirms the anarchist critique of anarcho-capitalism, namely that it is not anarchist. This becomes even more obvious when Hoppe helpfully expands on the reality of anarcho-capitalism. In a covenant concluded among proprietor and community tenants for the purpose of protecting their private property, no such thing as a right to free, unlimited, speech exists, not even to unlimited speech on one's own tenant property. One may say innumerable things and promote almost any idea under the sun, but naturally no one is permitted to advocate ideas contrary to the very purpose of the covenant of preserving private property, such as democracy and communism. There can be no tolerance towards Democrats and Communists in a libertarian social order. They will have to be physically separated and expelled from society. Likewise, in a covenant founded for the purpose of protecting family and kin, there can be no tolerance toward those habitually promoting lifestyles incompatible with this goal. They, the advocates of alternative, non-family and kin-centered lifestyles such as, for instance, individual hedonism, parasitism, nature-environment worship, homosexuality, or communism, will have to be physically removed from society, too, if one is to maintain a libertarian order. Democracy, the God that failed, p. 218. Thus the proprietor has power/authority over his tenants and can decree what they can and cannot do, excluding anyone whom they consider as being subversive, in the tenant's own interests, of course. In other words, the autocratic powers of the boss are extended into all aspects of society, all under the mask of advocating liberty. Sadly, the preservation of property rights destroys liberty for the many. Hoppe states clearly that for the anarcho-capitalist the natural outcome of the voluntary transactions between various private property owners is decidedly non-egalitarian, hierarchical, and elitist. The Political Economy of Monarchy and Democracy and the Idea of a Natural Order, Op. Cit. p. 118. Unsurprisingly, Chomsky argued that right-wing libertarianism has no objection to tyranny as long as it is private tyranny. In fact it, like other contemporary ideologies, reduces to advocacy of one or another form of illegitimate authority, quite often real tyranny. Chomsky on Anarchism, p. 235 and p. 181. As such, it is hard not to conclude that anarcho-capitalism is little more than a play with words. It is not anarchism but a cleverly designed and worded surrogate for elitist, autocratic conservatism. Nor is too difficult to conclude that genuine anarchists and libertarians, of all types, would not be tolerated in this so-called libertarian social order. Some anarcho-capitalists do seem dimly aware of this glaringly obvious contradiction. Rothbard, for example, does present an argument which could be used to solve it, but he utterly fails. He simply ignores the crux of the matter, that capitalism is based on hierarchy and, therefore, cannot be anarchist. He does this by arguing that the hierarchy associated with capitalism is fine as long as the private property that produced it was acquired in a just manner. Yet in so doing he yet again draws attention to the identical authority structures and social relationships of the state and property. As he puts it, if the state may be said to properly own its territory, then it is proper for it to make rules for everyone who presumes to live in that area. It can legitimately seize or control private property because there is no private property in its area, because it really owns the entire land surface. So long as the state permits its subjects to leave its territory, then, it can be said to act as does any other owner who sets down rules for people living on his property. Op. Cit. p. 170. Obviously Rothbard argues that the state does not justly own its territory. He asserts that our homesteading theory of the creation of private property suffices to demolish any such pretensions by the state apparatus, and so the problem with the state is that it claims and exercises a compulsory monopoly of defense and ultimate decision-making over an area larger than an individual's justly acquired property. Op. Cit. p. 171 and p. 173. There are four fundamental problems with his argument. First, it assumes his homesteading theory is a robust and libertarian theory, but neither is the case, see section F.4.1. Second, it ignores the history of capitalism. Given that the current distribution of property is just as much the result of violence and coercion as the state, his argument is seriously flawed. It amounts to little more than an immaculate conception of property unrelated to reality. Third, even if we ignore these issues and assume that private property could be and was legitimately produced by the means Rothbard assumes, it does not justify the hierarchy associated with it, as current and future generations of humanity have, effectively, been excommunicated from liberty by previous ones. If, as Rothbard argues, property is a natural right and the basis of liberty, then why should the many be excluded from their birthright by a minority? In other words, Rothbard denies that liberty should be universal. He chooses property over liberty while anarchists choose liberty over property. Fourthly, it implies that the fundamental problem with the state is not, as anarchists have continually stressed, its hierarchical and authoritarian nature, but rather the fact that it does not justly own the territory it claims to rule. Even worse, the possibility that private property can result in more violations of individual freedom, at least for non-proprietors, than the state of its citizens was implicitly acknowledged by Rothbard. He uses as a hypothetical example a country whose king is threatened by a rising libertarian movement. The king responds by employing a cunning stratagem, namely he proclaims his government to be dissolved, but just before doing so he arbitrarily parcels out the entire land area of his kingdom to the ownership of himself and his relatives. Rather than taxes, his subjects now pay rent, and he can regulate the lives of all the people who presume to live on his property as he sees fit. Rothbard then asks, now what should be the reply of the libertarian rebels to this pert challenge? If they are consistent utilitarians, they must bow to this subterfuge, and resign themselves to living under a regime no less despotic than the one they had been battling for so long. Perhaps, indeed, more despotic, for now the king and his relatives can claim for themselves the libertarians' very principle of the absolute right of private property, an absoluteness which they might not have dared to claim before. Op. Cit. p. 54. It should go without saying that Rothbard argues that we should reject this cunning stratagem as a con, as the new distribution of property would not be the result of just means. However, he failed to note how his argument undermines his own claims that capitalism can be libertarian. As he himself argues, not only does the property owner have the same monopoly of power over a given area as the state, it is more despotic as it is based on the absolute right of private property. And remember, Rothbard is arguing in favor of anarcho-capitalism. If you have unbridled capitalism, you will have all kinds of authority, you will have extreme authority. Chomsky, Understanding Power, p. 200. The fundamental problem is that Rothbard's ideology blinds him to the obvious, namely that the state and private property produce identical social relationships. Ironically, he opines the theory that the state owns its territory makes the state, as well as the king in the Middle Ages, a feudal overlord, who at least theoretically owned all the land in his domain, without noticing that this makes the capitalist or landlord a king and a feudal overlord within anarcho-capitalism. Op. Cit. p. 171. One group of Chinese anarchists pointed out the obvious in 1914. As anarchism takes opposition to authority as its essential principle, Anarchists aim to sweep away all the evil systems of present society which have an authoritarian nature, and so our ideal society would be without landlords, capitalists, leaders, officials, representatives, or heads of families. Quoted by Arif Derlich, Anarchism in the Chinese Revolution, p. 131. Only this, the elimination of all forms of hierarchy, political, economic, and social, would achieve genuine anarchism, a society without authority, anarchy. In practice, private property is a major source of oppression and authoritarianism within society. There is little or no freedom subject to a landlord or within capitalist production. As Bakunin noted, the worker sells his person and his liberty for a given time. In stark contrast to anarchists, anarcho-capitalists have no problem with landlords and factory fascism, i.e. wage labor, a position which seems highly illogical for a theory calling itself libertarian. If it were truly libertarian, it would oppose all forms of domination, not just statism. Those who reject authoritarianism will require nobody permission to breathe. The libertarian is not grateful to get permission to reside anywhere on his own planet and denies the right of anyone to screen off bits of it for their own use or rule. Stuart Christie and Albert Meltzer, Floodgates of Anarchy, p. 31. This illogical and self-contradictory position flows from the anarcho-capitalist definition of freedom as the absence of coercion and will be discussed in section F.2 in more detail. The ironic thing is that anarcho-capitalists implicitly prove the anarchist critique of their own ideology. Of course, the anarcho-capitalist has another means to avoid the obvious, namely the assertion that the market will limit the abuses of the property owners. If workers do not like their ruler, then they can seek another. Thus capitalist hierarchy is fine as workers and tenants consent to it. While the logic is obviously the same, it is doubtful that an anarcho-capitalist would support the state just because its subjects can leave and join another one. As such, this does not address the core issue, the authoritarian nature of capitalist property, see section A.2.14. Moreover, this argument completely ignores the reality of economic and social power. Thus the consent argument fails because it ignores the social circumstances of capitalism which limit the choice of the many. Anarchists have long argued that, as a class, workers have little choice but to consent to capitalist hierarchy. The alternative is either dire poverty or starvation. Anarcho-capitalists dismiss such claims by denying that there is such a thing as economic power. Rather, it is simply freedom of contract. Anarchists consider such claims as a joke. To show why, we need only quote, yet again, Rothbard on the abolition of slavery and serfdom in the 19th century. He argued, correctly, that the bodies of the oppressed were freed, but the property which they had worked and eminently deserved to own, remained in the hands of their former oppressors. With economic power thus remaining in their hands, the former lords soon found themselves virtual masters once more of what were now free tenants or farm laborers. The serfs and slaves had tasted freedom, but had been cruelly derived of its fruits. Op. Cit. p. 74. To say the least, anarchists fail to see the logic in this position. Contrast this with the standard anarcho-capitalist claim that if market forces, voluntary exchanges, result in the creation of tenants or farm laborers, then they are free. Yet laborers dispossessed by market forces are in exactly the same social and economic situation as the ex-serfs and ex-slaves. If the latter do not have the fruits of freedom, neither do the former. Rothbard sees the obvious economic power in the latter case, but denies it in the former. Ironically, Rothbard dismissed economic power under capitalism in the same work. Op. Cit. pages 221-2. It is only Rothbard's ideology that stops him from drawing the obvious conclusion: identical economic conditions produce identical social relationships, and so capitalism is marked by economic power and virtual masters. The only solution is for anarcho-capitalists to simply say that the ex-serfs and ex-slaves were actually free to choose and, consequently, Rothbard was wrong. It might be inhuman, but at least it would be consistent. Rothbard's perspective is alien to anarchism. For example, as individualist anarchist William Bailey noted, under capitalism there is a class system marked by a dependent industrial class of wage workers and a privileged class of wealth monopolizers, each becoming more and more distinct from the other as capitalism advances. This has turned property into a social power, an economic force destructive of rights, a fertile source of injustice, a means of enslaving the dispossessed. He concluded, under this system equal liberty cannot obtain. Bailey notes that the modern industrial world under capitalistic conditions have arisen under the regime of status, and so law-made privileges. However, it seems unlikely that he would have concluded that such a class system would be fine if it had developed naturally or the current state was abolished while leaving that class structure intact. The individualist anarchists, p. 121 as we discuss in section G.4, individualist anarchists like Tucker and Yarrows ended up recognizing that even the freest competition had become powerless against the enormous concentrations of wealth associated with corporate capitalism. Therefore anarchists recognize that free exchange or consent in unequal circumstances will reduce freedom as well as increasing inequality between individuals and classes. As we discuss in section F.3, inequality will produce social relationships which are based on hierarchy and domination, not freedom. As Noam Chomsky put it, anarcho-capitalism, in my opinion, is a doctrinal system which, if ever implemented, would lead to forms of tyranny and oppression that have few counterparts in human history. There isn't the slightest possibility that its, in my view, horrendous, ideas would be implemented, because they would quickly destroy any society that made this colossal error. The idea of free contract between the potentate and his starving subject is a sick joke, perhaps worth some moments in an academic seminar exploring the consequences of, in my view, absurd, ideas, but nowhere else. Noam Chomsky on Anarchism, interview with Tom Lane, December 23, 1996. Clearly, then, by its own arguments anarcho-capitalism is not anarchist. This should come as no surprise to anarchists. Anarchism, as a political theory, was born when Proudhon wrote What is Property? Specifically to refute the notion that workers are free when capitalist property forces them to seek employment by landlords and capitalists. He was well aware that in such circumstances property violates equality by the rights of exclusion and increase, and freedom by despotism, and has perfect identity with robbery. He, unsurprisingly, talks of the proprietor, to whom the worker has sold and surrendered his liberty. For Proudhon, anarchy was the absence of a master, of a sovereign, while proprietor was synonymous with sovereign, for he imposes his will as law, and suffers neither contradiction nor control. This meant that property engenders despotism, as each proprietor is sovereign lord within the sphere of his property. What is property? p. 251, p. 130, p. 264 and pages 266-7. It must also be stressed that Proudhon's classic work is a lengthy critique of the kind of apologetics for private property Rothbard espouses to salvage his ideology from its obvious contradictions. So, ironically, Rothbard repeats the same analysis as Proudhon but draws the opposite conclusions and expects to be considered an anarchist. Moreover, it seems equally ironic that anarcho-capitalism calls itself anarchist while basing itself on the arguments that anarchism was created in opposition to. As shown, anarcho-capitalism makes as much sense as anarcho-statism, an oxymoron, a contradiction in terms. The idea that anarcho-capitalism warrants the name anarchist is simply false. Only someone ignorant of anarchism could maintain such a thing. While you expect anarchist theory to show this to be the case, the wonderful thing is that anarcho-capitalism itself does the same. Little wonder Bob Black argues that to demonize state authoritarianism while ignoring identical albeit contract-consecrated subservient arrangements in the large-scale corporations which control the world economy is fetishism at its worst. The Libertarian as Conservative, The Abolition of Work and Other Essays, pages 142. Left liberal Stephen L. Newman makes the same point. The emphasis right-wing libertarians place on the opposition of liberty and political power tends to obscure the role of authority in their worldview. The authority exercised in private relationships, however, in the relationship between employer and employee, for instance, meets with no objection. This reveals a curious insensitivity to the use of private authority as a means of social control. Comparing public and private authority, we might well ask of the right-wing libertarians, when the price of exercising one's freedom is terribly high, what practical difference is there between the commands of the state and those issued by one's employer? Though admittedly the circumstances are not identical, telling disgruntled employers that they are always free to leave their jobs seems no different in principle from telling political dissidents that they are free to emigrate. Liberalism at Wit's End, pages 45 to 46. As Bob Black pointed out, right libertarians argue that one can at least change jobs. But you can't avoid having a job, just as under statism one can at least change nationalities, but you can't avoid subjection to one nation state or another. But freedom means more than the right to change masters. Op. Cit. p. 147. The similarities between capitalism and statism are clear, and so why anarcho-capitalism cannot be anarchist. To reject the authority, the ultimate decision-making power, of the state and embrace that of the property owner indicates not only a highly illogical stance but one at odds with the basic principles of anarchism. This wholehearted support for wage labor and capitalist property rights indicates that anarcho-capitalists are not anarchists because they do not reject all forms of anarchy. They obviously support the hierarchy between boss and worker, wage labor, and landlord and tenant. Anarchism, by definition, is against all forms of anarchy, including the hierarchy generated by capitalist property. To ignore the obvious anarchy associated with capitalist property is highly illogical, and trying to dismiss one form of domination as flowing from just property while attacking the other because it flows from unjust property is not seeing the wood for the trees. In addition, we must note that such inequalities in power and wealth will need defending from those subject to them. Anarcho-capitalists recognize the need for private police and courts to defend property from theft, and anarchists add, to defend the theft and despotism associated with property. Due to its support of private property, and thus authority, anarcho-capitalism ends up retaining a state in its anarchy, namely a private state whose existence its proponents attempt to deny simply by refusing to call it a state, like an ostrich hiding its head in the sand. As one anarchist so rightly put it, anarcho-capitalists simply replace the state with private security firms, and can hardly be described as anarchists as the term is normally understood. Brian Morris, Global Anti-Capitalism, pages 170-6, Anarchist Studies, Volume 14, Number 2, p. 175. As we discuss more fully in section F.6, this is why anarcho-capitalism is better described as private state capitalism, as there would be a functional equivalent of the state and it would be just as skewed in favor of the propertied elite as the existing one, if not more so. As Albert Meltzer put it, common sense shows that any capitalist society might dispense with a state, but it could not dispense with organized government, or a privatized form of it, if there were people amassing money and others working to amass it for them. The philosophy of anarcho-capitalism dreamed up by the libertarian New Right, has nothing to do with anarchism as known by the anarchist movement proper. It is a lie. Patently unbridled capitalism needs some force at its disposal to maintain class privileges, either from the state itself or from private armies. What they believe in is in fact a limited state, that is, one in which the state has one function, to protect the ruling class, does not interfere with exploitation, and comes as cheap as possible for the ruling class. The idea also serves another purpose, a moral justification for bourgeois consciences in avoiding taxes without feeling guilty about it. Anarchism, Arguments for and Against, p. 50. For anarchists, this need of capitalism for some kind of state is unsurprising. For anarchy without socialism seems equally as impossible to us as socialism without anarchy, for in such a case it could not be other than the domination of the strongest, and would therefore set in motion right away the organization and consolidation of this domination, that is to the constitution of government. Errico Malatesta, His Life and Ideas, p. 148. Because of this, the anarcho-capitalist rejection of the anarchist critique of capitalism and our arguments on the need for equality, they cannot be considered anarchists or part of the anarchist tradition. To anarchists it seems bizarre that anarcho-capitalists want to get rid of the state but maintain the system it helped create and its function as a defender of the capitalist class's property and property rights. In other words, to reduce the state purely to its function as, to use Malatesta's apt word, the gendarme of the capitalist class is not an anarchist goal. Thus anarchism is far more than the common dictionary definition of no government. It also entails being against all forms of anarchy, including those generated by capitalist property. This is clear from the roots of the word anarchy. As we noted in section A.1, the word anarchy means no rulers or contrary to authority. As Rothbard himself acknowledges, the property owner is the ruler of their property and, therefore, those who use it. For this reason anarcho-capitalism cannot be considered as a form of anarchism. A real anarchist must logically oppose the authority of the property owner along with that of the state. As anarcho-capitalism does not explicitly, or implicitly, for that matter, call for economic arrangements that will end wage labor and usury, it cannot be considered anarchist or part of the anarchist tradition. While anarchists have always opposed capitalism, anarcho-capitalists have embraced it, and due to this embrace their anarchy will be marked by relationships based upon subordination and hierarchy, such as wage labor, not freedom. Little wonder that Proudhon argued that property is despotism. It creates authoritarian and hierarchical relationships between people in a similar way to statism. Their support for free market capitalism ignores the impact of wealth and power on the nature and outcome of individual decisions within the market. See sections F.2 and F.3 for further discussion. Furthermore, any such system of economic and social power will require extensive force to maintain it, and the anarcho-capitalist system of competing defense firms will simply be a new state, enforcing capitalist power, property rights, and law. Thus the anarcho-capitalist and the anarchist have different starting positions and opposite ends in mind. Their claims to being anarchists are bogus simply because they reject so much of the anarchist tradition as to make what little they do pay lip service to non-anarchist in theory and practice. Little wonder Peter Marshall said that few anarchists would accept the anarcho-capitalists into the anarchist camp, since they do not share a concern for economic equality and social justice. As such, anarcho-capitalists, even if they do reject the state, might therefore best be called right-wing libertarians rather than anarchists. Demanding the impossible, p. 565. F.2 What do anarcho-capitalists mean by freedom? For anarcho-capitalists, the concept of freedom is limited to the idea of freedom from. For them, freedom means simply freedom from the initiation of force, or the non-aggression against anyone's person and property. Murray Rothbard, For a New Liberty, p. 23. The notion that real freedom must combine both freedom to and freedom from is missing in their ideology, as is the social context of the so-called freedom they defend. Before continuing, it is useful to quote Alan Hayworth when he notes that in fact, it is surprising how little close attention the concept of freedom receives from libertarian writers. Once again, anarchy, state, and utopia is a case in point. The word freedom doesn't even appear in the index. The word liberty appears, but only to refer the reader to the Wilt Chamberlain passage. In a supposedly libertarian work, this is more than surprising. It is truly remarkable. Anti-libertarianism, p. 95. Why this is the case can be seen from how the right-libertarian defines freedom. In right-libertarian and anarcho-capitalist ideology, freedom is considered to be a product of property. As Murray Rothbard puts it, the libertarian defines the concept of freedom or liberty as a condition in which a person's ownership rights in his body and his legitimate material property rights are not invaded, are not aggressed against. Freedom and unrestricted property rights go hand in hand. Op. Cit. p.41. This definition has some problems, however. In such a society, one cannot, legitimately, do anything with or on another's property if the owner prohibits it. This means that an individual's only guaranteed freedom is determined by the amount of property that he or she owns. This has the consequence that someone with no property has no guaranteed freedom at all, beyond, of course, the freedom not to be murdered or otherwise harmed by the deliberate acts of others. In other words, a distribution of property is a distribution of freedom, as the right-libertarians themselves define it. It strikes anarchists as strange that an ideology that claims to be committed to promoting freedom entails the conclusion that some people should be more free than others. Yet this is the logical implication of their view, which raises a serious doubt as to whether anarcho-capitalists are actually interested in freedom at all. Looking at Rothbard's definition of liberty quoted above, we can see that freedom is actually no longer considered to be a fundamental, independent concept. Instead, freedom is a derivative of something more fundamental, namely the legitimate rights of an individual, which are identified as property rights. In other words, given that anarcho-capitalists and right-libertarians in general consider the right to property as absolute, it follows that freedom and property become one and the same. This suggests an alternative name for the right libertarian, namely propertarian. And, needless to say, if we do not accept the right libertarian's view of what constitutes legitimate rights, then their claim to be defenders of liberty is weak. Another important implication of this liberty as property concept is that it produces a strangely alienated concept of freedom. Liberty, as we noted, is no longer considered absolute, but a derivative of property, which has the important consequence that you can sell your liberty and still be considered free by the ideology. This concept of liberty is usually termed self-ownership. But, to state the obvious, I do not own myself, as if were an object somehow separable from my subjectivity. I am myself, see section B.4.2. However, the concept of self-ownership is handy for justifying various forms of domination and oppression, for by agreeing, usually under the force of circumstances, we must note, to certain contracts, an individual can sell, or rent out, themselves to others, for example, when workers sell their labor power to capitalists on the free market. In effect, self-ownership becomes the means of justifying treating people as objects, ironically, the very thing the concept was created to stop. As anarchist L. Susan Brown notes, the moment an individual sells labor power to another, he/she loses self-determination and instead is treated as a subjectless instrument for the fulfillment of another's will. The politics of individualism, p. 4. Given that workers are paid to obey, you really have to wonder which planet Murray Rothbard was on when he argued that a person's labor service is alienable, but his will is not, and that he cannot alienate his will, more particularly his control over his own mind and body. He contrasts private property and self-ownership by arguing that physical property owned by a person is alienable. I can give away or sell to another person my shoes, my house, my car, my money, etc. But there are certain vital things which, in natural fact and in the nature of man, are inalienable. His will and control over his own person are inalienable. The Ethics of Liberty, p. 40, p. 135 and pages 134-5. Yet labor services are unlike the private possessions Rothbard lists as being alienable. As we argued in section B.1, a person's labor services and will cannot be divided. If you sell your labor services, you also have to give control of your body and mind to another person. If a worker does not obey the commands of her employer, she is fired. That Rothbard denied this indicates a total lack of common sense. Perhaps Rothbard would have argued that as the worker can quit at any time, she does not really alienate their will. This seems to be his case against slave contracts, see section F.2.2. But this ignores the fact that between the signing and breaking of the contract and during work hours, and perhaps outside work hours, if the boss has mandatory drug testing or will fire workers who attend union or anarchist meetings or those who have an unnatural sexuality and so on, the worker does alienate his will and body. In the words of Rudolf Rocker, under the realities of the capitalist economic form, there can be no talk of a right over one's own person, for that ends when one is compelled to submit to the economic dictation of another if he does not want to starve. Anarcho-syndicalism, p. 10. Ironically, the rights of property, which are said to flow from an individual's self-ownership of themselves, becomes the means, under capitalism, by which self-ownership of non-property owners is denied. The foundational right, self-ownership, becomes denied by the derivative right, ownership of things. To treat others and oneself as property, argues L. Susan Brown, objectifies the human individual, denies the unity of subject and object and is a negation of individual will. And destroys the very freedom one sought in the first place. The liberal belief in property, both real and in the person, leads not to freedom but to relationships of domination and subordination. Op. Cit. p. 3. Under capitalism, a lack of property can be just as oppressive as a lack of legal rights because of the relationships of domination and subjection this situation creates. That people consent to this hierarchy misses the point. As Alexander Berkman put it, the law says your employer does not steal anything from you, because it is done with your consent. You have agreed to work for your boss for certain pay, he to have all that you produce. But did you really consent? When the highwayman holds his gun to your head, you turn your valuables over to him. You consent all right, but you do so because you cannot help yourself, because you are compelled by his gun. Are you not compelled to work for an employer? Your need compels you just as the highwayman's gun. You must live. You can't work for yourself. The factories, machinery, and tools belong to the employing class, so you must hire yourself out to that class in order to work and live. Whatever you work at, whoever your employer may be, it always comes to the same, you must work for him. You can't help yourself. You are compelled. What is anarchism? p. 11. Due to this class monopoly over the means of life, workers, usually, are at a disadvantage in terms of bargaining power. There are more workers than jobs, see section c.9. Within capitalism there is no equality between owners and the dispossessed, and so property is a source of power. To claim that this power should be left alone or is fair is to the anarchists, preposterous. Once a state has been established, and most of the country's capital privatized, the threat of physical force is no longer necessary to coerce workers into accepting jobs, even with low pay and poor conditions. To use right-libertarian Ayn Rand's term, initial force has already taken place, by those who now have capital against those who do not. In other words, if a thief died and willed his ill-gotten gain to his children, would the children have a right to the stolen property? Not legally. So if property is theft, to borrow Proudhon's quip, and the fruit of exploited labor is simply legal theft, then the only factor giving the children of a deceased capitalist a right to inherit the booty is the law, the state. As Bakunin wrote, ghosts should not rule and oppress this world, which belongs only to the living. Jeff Drawn, Between Anarchism and Libertarianism. Or, in other words, right libertarianism fails to meet the charge that normal operations of the market systematically places an entire class of persons, wage earners, in circumstances that compel them to accept the terms and conditions of labor dictated by those who offer work. While it is true that individuals are formally free to seek better jobs or withhold their labor in the hope of receiving higher wages, in the end their position in the market works against them. They cannot live if they do not find employment. When circumstances regularly bestow a relative disadvantage on one class of persons in their dealings with another class, members of the advantaged class have little need of coercive measures to get what they want. Stephen L. Newman, Liberalism at Wit's End, p. 130. Eliminating taxation does not end oppression, in other words. As Tolstoy put it, in Russia serfdom was only abolished when all the land had been appropriated. When land was granted to the peasants, it was burdened with payments which took the place of the land slavery. In Europe, taxes that kept the people in bondage began to be abolished only when the people had lost their land, were unaccustomed to agricultural work, and, quite dependent on the capitalists. They abolish the taxes that fall on the workers, only because the majority of the people are already in the hands of the capitalists. One form of slavery is not abolished until another has already replaced it. The slavery of our times, p. 32. So Rothbard's argument, as well as being contradictory, misses the point, and the reality of capitalism. Yes, if we define freedom as the absence of coercion, then the idea that wage labor does not restrict liberty is unavoidable, but such a definition is useless. This is because it hides structures of power and relations of domination and subordination. As Carol Pateman argues, the contract in which the worker allegedly sells his labor power is a contract in which, since he cannot be separated from his capacities, he sells command over the use of his body and himself. To sell command over the use of oneself for a specified period, is to be an unfree laborer. The characteristics of this condition are captured in the term wage slave. The sexual contract, p. 151. In other words, contracts about property in the person inevitably create subordination. Anarcho-capitalism defines this source of unfreedom away, but it still exists and has a major impact on people's liberty. For anarchists, freedom is better described as self-government or self-management, to be able to govern one's own actions, if alone, or to participate in the determination of joint activity, if part of a group. Freedom, to put it another way, is not an abstract legal concept, but the vital concrete possibility for every human being to bring to full development all their powers, capacities, and talents which nature has endowed them. A key aspect of this is to govern one's own actions when within associations, self-management. If we look at freedom this way, we see that coercion is condemned, but so is hierarchy, and so is capitalism, for during working hours people are not free to make their own plans and have a say in what affects them. They are order takers, not free individuals. It is because anarchists have recognized the authoritarian nature of capitalist firms that they have opposed wage labor and capitalist property rights along with the state. They have desired to replace institutions structured by subordination with institutions constituted by free relationships, based, in other words, on self-management, in all areas of life, including economic organizations. Hence Proudhon's argument that the workmen's associations are full of hope, both as a protest against the wage system, and as an affirmation of reciprocity, and that their importance lies in their denial of the rule of capitalists, money lenders, and governments. The General Idea of the Revolution, pages 98 to 99. Unlike anarchists, the anarcho-capitalist account of freedom allows an individual's freedom to be rented out to another while maintaining that the person is still free. It may seem strange that an ideology proclaiming its support for liberty sees nothing wrong with the alienation and denial of liberty, but, in actual fact, it is unsurprising. After all, contract theory is a theoretical strategy that justifies subjection by presenting it as freedom, and has turned a subversive proposition that we are born free and equal into a defense of civil subjection. Little wonder, then, that contract creates a relation of subordination and not of freedom. Carol Pateman, Op. Cit. p. 39 and p. 59. Little wonder, then, that Colin Ward argued that, as an anarchist, he is by definition, a socialist, and that W. Orker's control of industrial production is the only approach compatible with anarchism. Talking Anarchy, p. 25 and p. 26. Ultimately, any attempt to build an ethical framework starting from the abstract individual, as Rothbard does with his legitimate rights method, will result in domination and oppression between people, not freedom. Indeed, Rothbard provides an example of the dangers of idealist philosophy that Bakunin warned about when he argued that while materialism denies free will and ends in the establishment of liberty, idealism, in the name of human dignity, proclaims free will, and on the ruins of every liberty founds authority. God and the State, p. 48. That this is the case with anarcho-capitalism can be seen from Rothbard's wholehearted support for wage labor, landlordism, and the rules imposed by property owners on those who use, but do not own, their property. Rothbard, basing himself on abstract individualism, cannot help but justify authority over liberty. This, undoubtedly, flows from the right liberal and conservative roots of his ideology. Individualist anarchist Sean Wilbar once defined Wikipedia as the most successful modern experiment in promoting obedience to authority as freedom. However, Wikipedia pales into insignificance compared to the success of liberalism, in its many forms, in doing precisely that. Whether politically or economically, liberalism has always rushed to justify and rationalize the individual subjecting themselves to some form of hierarchy. That anarcho-capitalism does this under the name anarchism is deeply insulting to anarchists. Overall, we can see that the logic of the right-libertarian definition of freedom ends up negating itself because it results in the creation and encouragement of authority, which is an opposite of freedom. For example, as Ayn Rand pointed out, man has to sustain his life by his own effort. The man who has no right to the product of his effort has no means to sustain his life. The man who produces while others dispose of his product, is a slave. The Ayn Rand Lexicon, Objectivism from A to Z, pages 388-9. But, as was shown in section C.2, capitalism is based on, as Proudhon put it, workers working for an entrepreneur who pays them and keeps their products, and so is a form of theft. Thus, by libertarian capitalism's own logic, capitalism is based not on freedom, but on wage, slavery, for interest, profit, and rent are derived from a worker's unpaid labor, i.e. others dispose of his sick product. Thus it is debatable that a right-libertarian or anarcho-capitalist society would have less unfreedom or authoritarianism in it than actually existing capitalism. In contrast to anarchism, anarcho-capitalism, with its narrow definitions, restricts freedom to only a few areas of social life and ignores domination and authority beyond those aspects. As Peter Marshall points out, their definition of freedom is entirely negative. It calls for the absence of coercion but cannot guarantee the positive freedom of individual autonomy and independence. Demanding the impossible, p. 564. By confining freedom to such a narrow range of human action, anarcho-capitalism is clearly not a form of anarchism. Real anarchists support freedom in every aspect of an individual's life. In short, as French anarchist Elise Reclus put it, there is an abyss between two kinds of society, one of which is constituted freely by men of goodwill, based on a consideration of their common interests, and another which accepts the existence of either temporary or permanent masters to whom its members owe obedience. Quoted by Clark and Martin, Anarchy, Geography, Modernity, p. 62. In other words, when choosing between anarchism and capitalism, anarcho-capitalists pick the latter and call it the former. F.2.1 How does private property affect freedom? The right-libertarian either does not acknowledge or dismisses as irrelevant the fact that the absolute right of private property may lead to extensive control by property owners over those who use, but do not own, property, such as workers and tenants. Thus a free market capitalist system leads to a very selective and class-based protection of rights and freedoms. For example, under capitalism, the freedom of employers inevitably conflicts with the freedom of employees. When stockholders or their managers exercise their freedom of enterprise to decide how their company will operate, they violate their employees' right to decide how their laboring capacities will be utilized, and so under capitalism the property rights of employers will conflict with and restrict the human right of employees to manage themselves. Capitalism allows the right of self-management only to the few, not to all. Or, alternatively, capitalism does not recognize certain human rights as universal, which anarchism does. This can be seen from Austrian economist W. Duncan Reike's defense of wage labor. While referring to intra-firm labor markets as hierarchies, Reike, in his best ex cathedra tone, states that here is nothing authoritarian, dictatorial, or exploitative in the relationship. Employees order employers to pay them amounts specified in the hiring contract just as much as employers order employees to abide by the terms of the contract. Markets, Entrepreneurs, and Liberty, p. 136 and p. 137. Given that the terms of contract involve the worker agreeing to obey the employer's orders and that they will be fired if they do not, it's pretty clear that the ordering that goes on in the intra-firm labor market is decidedly one way. Bosses have the power, workers are paid to obey. And this begs the question, if the employment contract creates a free worker, why must she abandon her liberty during work hours? Ricci actually recognizes this lack of freedom in a roundabout way when he notes that employees in a firm at any level in the hierarchy can exercise an entrepreneurial role. The area within which that role can be carried out increases the more authority the employee has. Op. Cit. p. 142, which means workers are subject to control from above, which restricts the activities they are allowed to do, and so they are not free to act, make decisions, participate in the plans of the organization, to create the future and so forth within working hours. And it is strange that while recognizing the firm as a hierarchy, Ricci tries to deny that it is authoritarian or dictatorial, as if you could have a hierarchy without authoritarian structures or an unelected person in authority who is not a dictator. His confusion is shared by Austrian guru Ludwig von Mises, who asserted that the entrepreneur and capitalist are not irresponsible autocrats because they are unconditionally subject to the sovereignty of the consumer, while, on the next page, admitting there was a managerial hierarchy which contains the average subordinate employee. Human Action, p. 809 and p. 810. It does not enter his mind that the capitalist may be subject to some consumer control while being an autocrat to their subordinated employees. Again, we find the right-libertarian acknowledging that the capitalist managerial structure is a hierarchy and workers are subordinated while denying it is autocratic to the workers. Thus we have free workers within a relationship distinctly lacking freedom, a strange paradox. Indeed, if your personal life were as closely monitored and regulated as the work life of millions of people across the world, you would rightly consider it the worst form of oppression and tyranny. Somewhat ironically, right-wing liberal and free market economist Milton Friedman contrasted central planning involving the use of coercion, the technique of the army or the modern totalitarian state, with voluntary cooperation between individuals, the technique of the marketplace, as two distinct ways of coordinating the economic activity of large groups, millions, of people. Capitalism and Freedom, p. 13. However, this misses the key issue of the internal nature of the company. As right-libertarians themselves note, the internal structure of a capitalist company is hierarchical. Indeed, the capitalist company is a form of central planning and so shares the same technique as the army. As Peter Drucker noted in his History of General Motors, here is a remarkably close parallel between General Motors' scheme of organization and those of the two institutions most renowned for administrative efficiency, that of the Catholic Church and that of the modern army. Quoted by David Engler, Apostles of Greed, p. 66. Thus capitalism is marked by a series of totalitarian organizations. Dictatorship does not change much, nor does it become less fascistic when discussing economic structures rather than political ones. To state the obvious, the employment contract, like the marriage contract, is not an exchange. Both contracts create social relations that endure over time, social relations of subordination. Carol Pateman, The Sexual Contract, p. 148. Perhaps Ricci, like most right-libertarians, will maintain that workers voluntarily agree, consent, to be subject to the boss's dictatorship. He writes that each will only enter into the contractual agreement known as a firm if each believes he will be better off thereby. The firm is simply another example of mutually beneficial exchange. Op. Cit. p. 137. However, this does not stop the relationship being authoritarian or dictatorial, and so exploitative as it is highly unlikely that those at the top will not abuse their power. Representing employment relations as voluntary agreement simply mystifies the existence and exercise of power within the organization so created. As we argue further in the section F.3, in a capitalist society workers have the option of finding a job or facing abject poverty and/or starvation. Little wonder, then, that people voluntarily sell their labor and consent to authoritarian structures. They have little option to do otherwise. So, within the labor market, workers can and do seek out the best working conditions possible, but that does not mean that the final contract agreed is freely accepted and not due to the force of circumstances, that both parties have equal bargaining power when drawing up the contract, or that the freedom of both parties is ensured. Which means to argue, as right-libertarians do, that freedom cannot be restricted by wage labor because people enter into relationships they consider will lead to improvements over their initial situation totally misses the point. As the initial situation is not considered relevant, their argument fails. After all, agreeing to work in a sweatshop 14 hours a day is an improvement over starving to death, but it does not mean that those who so agree are free when working there or actually want to be there. They are not, and it is the circumstances, created and enforced by the law, i.e., the state, that have ensured that they consent to such a regime. Given the chance, they would desire to change that regime but cannot, as this would violate their boss's property rights and they would be repressed for trying. So the right-wing libertarian right is interested only in a narrow concept of freedom, rather than in freedom or liberty as such. This can be seen in the argument of Ayn Rand that freedom, in a political context, means freedom from government coercion. It does not mean freedom from the landlord, or freedom from the employer, or freedom from the laws of nature which do not provide men with automatic prosperity. It means freedom from the coercive power of the state and nothing else. Capitalism, the unknown ideal, p. 192. By arguing in this way, right-libertarians ignore the vast number of authoritarian social relationships that exist in capitalist society and, as Rand does here, imply that these social relationships are like the laws of nature. However, if one looks at the world without prejudice but with an eye to maximizing freedom, the major coercive institutions are the state and capitalist social relationships, and the latter relies on the former. It should also be noted that, unlike gravity, the power of the landlord and boss depends on the use of force. Gravity does not need policemen to make things fall. The right libertarian, then, far from being a defender of freedom, is in fact a keen defender of certain forms of authority. As Kropotkin argued against a forerunner of right-libertarianism. The modern individualism initiated by Herbert Spencer is, like the critical theory of Proudhon, a powerful indictment against the dangers and wrongs of government, but its practical solution of the social problem is miserable, so miserable as to lead us to inquire if the talk of no force be merely an excuse for supporting landlord and capitalist domination. Act for yourselves, p. 98. To defend the freedom of property owners is to defend authority and privilege, in other words, statism. So, in considering the concept of liberty as freedom from, it is clear that by defending private property, as opposed to possession, the anarcho-capitalist is defending the power and authority of property owners to govern those who use their property. And also, we must note, defending all the petty tyrannies that make the work lives of so many people frustrating, stressful and unrewarding. Anarchism, by definition, is in favor of organizations and social relationships which are non-hierarchical and non-authoritarian. Otherwise, some people are more free than others. Failing to attack hierarchy leads to massive contradiction. For example, since the British Army is a volunteer one, it is an anarchist organization. Ironically, it can also allow a state to appear libertarian, as that, too, can be considered voluntary arrangement as long as it allows its subjects to emigrate freely. So equating freedom with capitalist property rights does not protect freedom, in fact it actively denies it. This lack of freedom is only inevitable as long as we accept capitalist private property rights. If we reject them, we can try and create a world based on freedom in all aspects of life, rather than just in a few. F.2.2 Do libertarian capitalists support slavery? Yes. It may come as a surprise to many people, but right-libertarianism is one of the few political theories that justifies slavery. For example, Robert Nozick asks whether a free system would allow the individual to sell himself into slavery, and he answers, I believe that it would. Anarchy, State, and Utopia, p. 371. While some right-libertarians do not agree with Nozick, there is no logical basis in their ideology for such disagreement. This can be seen from anarcho-capitalist Walter Block, who, like Nozick, supports voluntary slavery. As he puts it, if I own something, I can sell it, and should be allowed by law to do so. If I can't sell, then, and to that extent, I really don't own it. Thus agreeing to sell yourself for a lifetime is a bona fide contract which, if abrogated, theft occurs. He critiques those other right-wing libertarians, like Murray Rothbard, who oppose voluntary slavery as being inconsistent to their principles. Block, in his words, seeks to make a tiny adjustment which strengthens libertarianism by making it more internally consistent. He argues that his position shows that contract, predicated on private property, can reach to the furthest realms of human interaction, even to voluntary slave contracts. Towards a libertarian theory of inalienability, a critique of Rothbard, Barnett, Smith, Kinsella, Gordon, and Epstein, pages 39 to 85, Journal of Libertarian Studies, Volume 17, Number 2, p. 44, p. 48, p. 82 and p. 46. So the logic is simple: you cannot really own something unless you can sell it. Self-ownership is one of the cornerstones of laissez-faire capitalist ideology. Therefore, since you own yourself, you can sell yourself. This defense of slavery should not come as a surprise to anyone familiar with classical liberalism. An elitist ideology, its main rationale is to defend the liberty and power of property owners and justify unfree social relationships, such as government and wage labor, in terms of consent. Nozick and Block just takes it to its logical conclusion. This is because his position is not new but, as with so many other right-libertarian ones, can be found in John Locke's work. The key difference is that Locke refused the term slavery and favored drudgery as, for him, slavery mean a relationship between a lawful conqueror and a captive where the former has the power of life and death over the latter. Once a compact is agreed between them, an agreement for a limited power on the one side, and obedience on the other, slavery ceases. As long as the master could not kill the slave, then it was drudgery. Like Nozick, he acknowledges that men did sell themselves, but, it is plain, this was only to drudgery, not to slavery, for, it is evident, the person sold was not under an absolute, arbitrary, despotical power, for the master could not have power to kill him, at any time, whom, at a certain time, he was obliged to let go free out of his service. Locke, Second Treatise of Government, Section 24. In other words, voluntary slavery was fine, but just call it something else. Not that Locke was bothered by involuntary slavery. He was heavily involved in the slave trade. He owned shares in the Royal Africa Company, which carried on the slave trade for England, making a profit when he sold them. He also held a significant share in another slave company, the Bahama Adventurers. In the Second Treatise, Locke justified slavery in terms of captives taken in a just war, a war waged against aggressors. Section 85 that, of course, had nothing to do with the actual slavery Locke profited from. Slave raids were common, for example. Nor did his liberal principles stop him suggesting a constitution that would ensure that every freeman of Carolina shall have absolute power and authority over his Negro slaves. The Constitution itself was typically autocratic and hierarchical, designed explicitly to avoid erecting a numerous democracy. The Works of John Locke, Volume X, p. 196. So the notion of contractual slavery has a long history within right-wing liberalism, although most refuse to call it by that name. It is of course simply embarrassment that stops many right-libertarians calling a spade a spade. They incorrectly assume that slavery has to be involuntary. In fact, historically, voluntary slave contracts have been common. David Ellerman's Property and Contract in Economics has an excellent overview. Any new form of voluntary slavery would be a civilized form of slavery and could occur when an individual would agree to sell their lifetime's labor to another, as when a starving worker would agree to become a slave in return for food. In addition, the contract would be able to be broken under certain conditions. Perhaps in return for breaking the contract, the former slave would have pay damages to his or her master for the labor. Their master would lose a sizable amount no doubt, and such a payment could result in debt slavery, which is the most common form of civilized slavery. Such damages may be agreed in the contract as a performance bond or conditional exchange. In summary, right-libertarians are talking about civilized slavery, or, in other words, civil slavery, and not forced slavery. While some may have reservations about calling it slavery, they agree with the basic concept that since people own themselves, they can sell themselves, that is, sell their labor for a lifetime rather than piecemeal. We must stress that this is no academic debate. Voluntary slavery has been a problem in many societies and still exists in many countries today, particularly third world ones where bonded labor, i.e. where debt is used to enslave people, is the most common form. With the rise of sweatshops and child labor in many developed countries such as the USA, voluntary slavery, perhaps via debt and bonded labor, may become common in all parts of the world, an ironic, if not surprising, result of freeing the market and being indifferent to the actual freedom of those within it. Some right-libertarians are obviously uneasy with the logical conclusion of their definition of freedom. Murray Rothbard, for example, stressed the unenforceability, in libertarian theory, of voluntary slave contracts. Of course, other libertarian theorists claim the exact opposite, so libertarian theory makes no such claim, but never mind. Essentially, his objection revolves around the assertion that a person cannot, in nature, sell himself into slavery and have the sale enforced, for this would mean that his future will over his own body was being surrendered in advance, and that if a laborer remains totally subservient to his master's will voluntarily, he is not yet a slave since his submission is voluntary. However, as we noted in section F.2, Rothbard's emphasis on quitting fails to recognize the actual denial of will and control over one's own body that is explicit in wage labor. It is this failure that pro-slave contract libertarians stress. They consider the slave contract as an extended wage contract. Moreover, a modern slave contract would likely take the form of a performance bond, on which Rothbard laments about its unfortunate suppression by the state. In such a system, the slave could agree to perform X years' labor or pay their master substantial damages if they fail to do so. It is the threat of damages that enforces the contract, and such a contract, Rothbard does agree, is enforceable. Another means of creating slave contracts would be conditional exchange, which Rothbard also supports. As for debt bondage, that too seems acceptable. He surreally notes that paying damages and debts in such contracts is fine, as money, of course, is alienable, and so forgets that it needs to be earned by labor which, he asserts, is not alienable. The Ethics of Liberty, pages 134 to 135, p. 40, pages 136 to 9, p. 141 and p. 138. It should be noted that the slavery contract cannot be null and void because it is unenforceable, as Rothbard suggests. This is because the doctrine of specific performance applies to all contracts, not just to labor contracts. This is because all contracts specify some future performance. In the case of the lifetime labor contract, then it can be broken as long as the slave pays any appropriate damages. As Rothbard puts it elsewhere, if A has agreed to work for life for B in exchange for 10,000 grams of gold, he will have to return the proportionate amount of property if he terminates the arrangement and ceases to work. Man, Economy and State, Volume I, p. 441. This is understandable, as the law generally allows material damages for breached contracts, as does Rothbard in his support for the performance bond and conditional exchange. Needless to say, having to pay such damages, either as a lump sum or over a period of time, could turn the worker into the most common type of modern slave, the debt slave. and it is interesting to note that even Murray Rothbard is not against the selling of humans. He argued that children are the property of their parents who can, bar actually murdering them by violence, do whatever they please with them, even sell them on a flourishing free child market. The ethics of liberty, p. 102, combined with a wholehearted support for child labor. After all, the child can leave its parents if it objects to working for them. Such a free child market could easily become a child slave market, with entrepreneurs making a healthy profit selling infants and children or their labor to capitalists, as did occur in 19th century Britain. Unsurprisingly, Rothbard ignores the possible nasty aspects of such a market in human flesh, such as children being sold to work in factories, homes, and brothels. But this is besides the point. Of course, this theoretical justification for slavery at the heart of an ideology calling itself libertarianism is hard for many right-libertarians to accept, and so they argue that such contracts would be very hard to enforce. This attempt to get out of the contradiction fails simply because it ignores the nature of the capitalist market. If there is a demand for slave contracts to be enforced, then companies will develop to provide that service, and it would be interesting to see how two protection firms, one defending slave contracts and another not, could compromise and reach a peaceful agreement over whether slave contracts were valid. Thus we could see a so-called free society producing companies whose specific purpose was to hunt down escaped slaves, i.e. individuals in slave contracts who have not paid damages to their owners for freedom. Of course, perhaps Rothbard would claim that such slave contracts would be outlawed under his general libertarian law code, but this is a denial of market freedom. If slave contracts are banned, then surely this is paternalism, stopping individuals from contracting out their labor services to whom and however long they desire. You cannot have it both ways. So, ironically, an ideology proclaiming itself to support liberty ends up justifying and defending slavery. Indeed, for the right-libertarian, the slave contract is an exemplification, not the denial, of the individual's liberty. How is this possible? How can slavery be supported as an expression of liberty? Simple, right-libertarian support for slavery is a symptom of a deeper authoritarianism, namely their uncritical acceptance of contract theory. The central claim of contract theory is that contract is the means to secure and enhance individual freedom. Slavery is the antithesis to freedom, and so, in theory, contract and slavery must be mutually exclusive. However, as indicated above, some contract theorists, past and present, have included slave contracts among legitimate contracts. This suggests that contract theory cannot provide the theoretical support needed to secure and enhance individual freedom. As Carol Pateman argues, contract theory is primarily about a way of creating social relations constituted by subordination, not about exchange. Rather than undermining subordination, contract theorists justify modern subjection. Contract doctrine has proclaimed that subjection to a master, a boss, a husband, is freedom. The sexual contract, p. 40 and p. 146. The question central to contract theory, and so right libertarianism, is not are people free, as one would expect, but are people free to subordinate themselves in any manner they please? A radically different question, and one only fitting to someone who does not know what liberty means. Anarchists argue that not all contracts are legitimate, and no free individual can make a contract that denies his or her own freedom. If an individual is able to express themselves by making free agreements, then those free agreements must also be based upon freedom internally as well. Any agreement that creates domination or hierarchy negates the assumptions underlying the agreement and makes itself null and void. In other words, voluntary government is still government, and a defining characteristic of an anarchy must be, surely, no government and no rulers. This is most easily seen in the extreme case of the slave contract. John Stuart Mill stated that such a contract would be null and void. He argued that an individual may voluntarily choose to enter such a contract, but in so doing he abdicates his liberty, he forgoes any future use of it beyond that single act. He therefore defeats, in his own case, the very purpose which is the justification of allowing him to dispose of himself, the principle of freedom cannot require that he should be free not to be free. It is not freedom, to be allowed to alienate his freedom. He adds that these reasons, the force of which is so conspicuous in this particular case, are evidently of far wider application. Quoted by Pateman, Op. Cit. Pages 171-2. And it is such an application that defenders of capitalism fear. Mill did in fact apply these reasons wider and unsurprisingly became a supporter of a market syndicalist form of socialism. If we reject slave contracts as illegitimate, then, logically, we must also reject all contracts that express qualities similar to slavery, i.e. deny freedom, including wage slavery. Given that, as David Ellerman points out, the voluntary slave and the employee cannot in fact take their will out of their intentional actions so that they could be employed by the master or employer, we are left with the rather implausible assertion that a person can vacate his or her will for 8 or so hours a day for weeks, months, or years on end, but cannot do so for a working lifetime. Property and Contract in Economics, p. 58. This is Rothbard's position. The implications of supporting voluntary slavery is quite devastating for all forms of right-wing libertarianism. This was proven by Ellerman when he wrote an extremely robust defense of it under the pseudonym J. Fillmore, called The Libertarian Case for Slavery, first published in the Philosophical Forum, 14, 1982. This classic rebuttal takes the form of proof by contradiction, or reductio ad absurdum, whereby he takes the arguments of right libertarianism to their logical end and shows how they reach the memorably conclusion that the time has come for liberal economic and political thinkers to stop dodging this issue and to critically re-examine their shared prejudices about certain voluntary social institutions. This critical process will inexorably drive liberalism to its only logical conclusion. Libertarianism that finally lays the true moral foundation for economic and political slavery. Ellerman shows how, from a right-libertarian perspective, there is a fundamental contradiction in a modern liberal society for the state to prohibit slave contracts. He notes that there seems to be a basic shared prejudice of liberalism that slavery is inherently involuntary, so the issue of genuinely voluntary slavery has received little scrutiny. The perfectly valid liberal argument that involuntary slavery is inherently unjust is thus taken to include voluntary slavery, in which case, the argument, by definition, does not apply. This has resulted in an abridgment of the freedom of contract in modern liberal society. Thus it is possible to argue for a civilized form of contractual slavery. J. Fillmore, Op. Cit. So accurate and logical was Ellerman's article that many of its readers were convinced it was written by a right-libertarian, including, we have to say, us. One such writer was Carol Pateman, who correctly noted that here is a nice historical irony here. In the American South, slaves were emancipated and turned into wage laborers, and now American contractarians argue that all workers should have the opportunity to turn themselves into civil slaves. Op. Cit. p. 63. The aim of Ellerman's article was to show the problems that employment, wage labor, presents for the concept of self-government and how contract need not result in social relationships based on freedom. As Fillmore put it, a New York thorough and decisive critique of voluntary slavery or constitutional non-democratic government would carry over to the employment contract, which is the voluntary contractual basis for the free market free enterprise system. Such a critique would thus be a reductio ad absurdum. As contractual slavery is an extension of the employer-employee contract, he shows that the difference between wage labor and slavery is the time scale rather than the principle or social relationships involved. Op. Cit. This explains why the early workers' movement called capitalism wage slavery and why anarchists still do. It exposes the unfree nature of capitalism and the poverty of its vision of freedom. While it is possible to present wage labor as freedom due to its consensual nature, it becomes much harder to do so when talking about slavery or dictatorship, and let us not forget that Nozick also had no problem with autocracy, see section B.4. Then the contradictions are exposed for all to see and be horrified by. All this does not mean that we must reject free agreement. Far from it. Free agreement is essential for a society based upon individual dignity and liberty. There are a variety of forms of free agreement, and anarchists support those based upon cooperation and self-management, i.e., individuals working together as equals. Anarchists desire to create relationships which reflect, and so express, the liberty that is the basis of free agreement. Capitalism creates relationships that deny liberty. The opposition between autonomy and subjection can only be maintained by modifying or rejecting contract theory, something that capitalism cannot do, and so the right-wing libertarian rejects autonomy in favor of subjection, and so rejects socialism in favor of capitalism. So the real contrast between genuine libertarians and right-libertarians is best expressed in their respective opinions on slavery. Anarchism is based upon the individual whose individuality depends upon the maintenance of free relationships with other individuals. If individuals deny their capacities for self-government through a contract, the individuals bring about a qualitative change in their relationship to others. Freedom is turned into mastery and subordination. For the anarchist, slavery is thus the paradigm of what freedom is not, instead of an exemplification of what it is, as right-libertarians state. As Proudhon argued, if I were asked to answer the following question, what is slavery, and I should answer in one word, it is murder, my meaning would be understood at once. No extended argument would be required to show that the power to take from a man his thought, his will, his personality, is a power of life and death, and that to enslave a man is to kill him. What is property? p. 37. In contrast, the right-libertarian effectively argues that I support slavery because I believe in liberty. It is a sad reflection of the ethical and intellectual bankruptcy of our society that such an argument is actually proposed by some people under the name of liberty. The concept of slavery as freedom is far too Orwellian to warrant a critique. We will leave it up to right-libertarians to corrupt our language and ethical standards with an attempt to prove it. From the basic insight that slavery is the opposite of freedom, the anarchist rejection of authoritarian social relations quickly follows. Liberty is inviolable. I can neither sell nor alienate my liberty. Every contract, every condition of a contract, which has in view the alienation or suspension of liberty, is null. The slave, when he plants his foot upon the soil of liberty, at that moment becomes a free man. Liberty is the original condition of man. To renounce liberty is to renounce the nature of man. After that, how could we perform the acts of man? P.J. Proudhon, Op. Cit. p. 67. The employment contract, i.e. wage slavery, abrogates liberty. It is based upon inequality of power, and exploitation is a consequence of the fact that the sale of labor power entails the worker's subordination. Carol Pateman, Op. Cit. p. 149. Hence Proudhon's support for self-management and opposition to capitalism. Any relationship that resembles slavery is illegitimate, and no contract that creates a relationship of subordination is valid. Thus, in a truly anarchistic society, slave contracts would be unenforceable. People in a truly free, i.e. non-capitalist, society would never tolerate such a horrible institution or consider it a valid agreement. If someone was silly enough to sign such a contract, they would simply have to say they now rejected it in order to be free. Such contracts are made to be broken, and without the force of a law system, and private defense firms, to back it up, such contracts will stay broken. The right-libertarian support for slave contracts, and wage slavery, indicates that their ideology has little to do with liberty and far more to do with justifying property and the oppression and exploitation it produces. Their theoretical support for permanent and temporary voluntary slavery and autocracy indicates a deeper authoritarianism which negates their claims to be libertarians. F.3 Why do anarcho-capitalists place little or no value on equality? Murray Rothbard argued that the rightist libertarian is not opposed to inequality. For a new liberty, p. 47. In contrast, genuine libertarians oppose inequality because it has harmful effects on individual liberty. Part of the reason anarcho-capitalism places little or no value on equality derives from their definition of that term. A and B are equal, Rothbard argued, if they are identical to each other with respect to a given attribute. There is one and only one way, then, in which any two people can really be equal in the fullest sense, they must be identical in all their attributes. He then pointed out the obvious fact that men are not uniform. The species, mankind, is uniquely characterized by a high degree of variety, diversity, differentiation, in short, inequality. Egalitarianism as a revolt against nature and other essays, p. 4 and p.5. In others' words, every individual is unique, something no egalitarian has ever denied. On the basis of this amazing insight, he concludes that equality is impossible, except equality of rights, and that the attempt to achieve equality is a revolt against nature. The utility of Rothbard's sophistry to the rich and powerful should be obvious, as it moves analysis away from the social system we live in and onto biological differences. This means that because we are all unique, the outcome of our actions will not be identical, and so social inequality flows from natural differences and not due to the economic system we live under. Inequality of endowment, in this perspective, implies inequality of outcome and so social inequality. As individual differences are a fact of nature, attempts to create a society based on equality, i.e. making everyone identical in terms of possessions and so forth, is impossible and unnatural. That this would be music to the ears of the wealthy should go without saying. Before continuing, we must note that Rothbard is destroying language to make his point, and that he is not the first to abuse language in this particular way. In George Orwell's 1984, the expression "all men are created equal" could be translated into Newspeak, but only in the same sense in which "all men are red-haired" is a possible Oldspeak sentence. It did not contain a grammatical error, but it expressed a palpable untruth, i.e. that all men are of equal size, weight, or strength. Appendix: The Principles of Newspeak, 1984, p. 246. It is nice to know that Mr. Libertarian is stealing ideas from Big Brother, and for the same reason, to make critical thought impossible by restricting the meaning of words. Equality, in the context of political discussion, does not mean identical, it means equality of rights, respect, worth, power and so forth. It does not imply treating everyone identically, for example, expecting an 80-year-old man to do identical work as an 18 violates treating both equally with respect as unique individuals. Needless to say, no anarchist has ever advocated such a notion of equality as being identical. As discussed in section A.2.5, anarchists have always based our arguments on the need for social equality on the fact that, while people are different, we all have the same right to be free, and that inequality in wealth produces inequalities of liberty. For anarchists, equality does not mean an equal amount but equal opportunity. Do not make the mistake of identifying equality in liberty with the forced equality of the convict camp. True anarchist equality implies freedom, not quantity. It does not mean that everyone must eat, drink, or wear the same things, do the same work, or live in the same manner. Far from it, the very reverse, in fact. Individual needs and tastes differ, as appetites differ. It is equal opportunity to satisfy them that constitutes true equality. Far from leveling, such equality opens the door for the greatest possible variety of activity and development. For human character is diverse, and only the repression of this free diversity results in leveling, in uniformity and sameness. Free opportunity and acting out your individuality means development of natural dissimilarities and variations. Life in freedom, in anarchy, will do more than liberate man merely from his present political and economic bondage. That will be only the first step, the preliminary to a truly human existence. What is anarchism? Pages 164-5. So it is precisely the diversity of individuals, their uniqueness, which drives the anarchist support for equality, not its denial. Thus anarchists reject the Rothbardian Newspeak definition of equality as meaningless. No two people are identical, and so imposing identical equality between them would mean treating them as unequals, i.e. not having equal worth or giving them equal respect as befits them as human beings and fellow unique individuals. So what should we make of Rothbard's claim? It is tempting just to quote Rousseau when he argued it is useless to inquire whether there is any essential connection between the two inequalities, social and natural, for this would be only asking, in other words, whether those who command are necessarily better than those who obey, and if strength of body or of mind, wisdom or virtue are always found in particular individuals, in proportion to their power or wealth, a question fit perhaps to be discussed by slaves in the hearing of their masters, but highly unbecoming to reasonable and free men in search of the truth. The Social Contract and Discourses, p. 49. This seems applicable when you see Rothbard proclaim that inequality of individuals will lead to inequalities of income, as each man will tend to earn an income equal to his marginal productivity. This is because some men, and it is always men, are more intelligent, others more alert and far-sighted than the remainder of the population, and capitalism will allow the rise of these natural aristocracies. In fact, for Rothbard, all government, in its essence, is a conspiracy against the superior man. The logic of action 2, p. 29 and p. 34. But a few more points should be raised. The uniqueness of individuals has always existed, but for the vast majority of human history we have lived in very egalitarian societies. If social inequality did, indeed, flow from natural inequalities, then all societies would be marked by it. This is not the case. Indeed, taking a relatively recent example, many visitors to the early United States noted its egalitarian nature, something that soon changed with the rise of capitalism, a rise dependent upon state action, we must add. This implies that the society we live in, its rights framework, the social relationships it generates and so forth, has far more of a decisive impact on inequality than individual differences. Thus certain rights frameworks will tend to magnify natural inequalities, assuming that is the source of the initial inequality, rather than, say, violence and force. As Noam Chomsky argues, presumably it is the case that in our real world some combination of attributes is conducive to success in responding to the demands of the economic system. Let us agree, for the sake of discussion, that this combination of attributes is in part a matter of native endowment. Why does this, alleged, fact pose an intellectual dilemma to egalitarians? Note that we can hardly claim much insight into just what the relevant combination of attributes may be. One might suppose that some mixture of avarice, selfishness, lack of concern for others, aggressiveness, and similar characteristics play a part in getting ahead and making it in a competitive society based on capitalist principles. Whatever the correct collection of attributes may be, we may ask what follows from the fact, if it is a fact, that some partially inherited combination of attributes tends to material success. All that follows is a comment on our particular social and economic arrangements. The egalitarian might respond, in all such cases, that the social order should be changed so that the collection of attributes that tends to bring success no longer do so. He might even argue that in a more decent society, the attributes that now lead to success would be recognized as pathological, and that gentle persuasion might be a proper means to help people to overcome their unfortunate malady. The Chomsky Reader, p. 190. So if we change society, then the social inequalities we see today would disappear. It is more than probable that natural difference has long ago been replaced with social inequalities, especially inequalities of property. And as we argue in section F.8, these inequalities of property were initially the result of force, not differences in ability. Thus to claim that social inequality flows from natural differences is false, as most social inequality has flown from violence and force. This initial inequality has been magnified by the framework of capitalist property rights, and so the inequality within capitalism is far more dependent upon, say, the existence of wage labor rather than natural differences between individuals. This can be seen from existing society. We see that in workplaces and across industries many, if not most, unique individuals receive identical wages for identical work, although this often is not the case for women and blacks, who receive less wages than male, white workers for identical labor. Similarly, capitalists have deliberately introduced wage inequalities and hierarchies for no other reason than to divide and so rule the workforce, see section D.10. Thus, if we assume egalitarianism is a revolt against nature, then much of capitalist economic life is in such a revolt, and when it is not, the natural inequalities have usually been imposed artificially by those in power either within the workplace or in society as a whole by means of state intervention, property laws, and authoritarian social structures. Moreover, as we indicated in section C.2.5, anarchists have been aware of the collective nature of production within capitalism since Proudhon wrote What is Property? In 1840. Rothbard ignores both the anarchist tradition and reality when he stresses that individual differences produce inequalities of outcome. As an economist with a firmer grasp of the real world put it, the notion that wages depend on personal skill, as expressed in the value of output, makes no sense in any organization where production is interdependent and joint, which is to say it makes no sense in virtually any organization. James K. Galbraith, Created Unequal, p. 263. Thus natural differences do not necessarily result in inequality as such, nor do such differences have much meaning in an economy marked by joint production. Given a different social system, natural differences would be encouraged and celebrated far wider than they are under capitalism, where hierarchy ensures the crushing of individuality rather than its encouragement, without any reduction in social equality. At its most basic, the elimination of hierarchy within the workplace would not only increase freedom but also reduce inequality, as the few would not be able to monopolize the decision-making process and the fruit of joint productive activity. So the claim that natural differences generate social inequalities is question-begging in the extreme. It takes the rights framework of capitalism as a given and ignores the initial source of inequality in property and power. Indeed, inequality of outcome or reward is more likely to be influenced by social conditions rather than individual differences, as would be expected in a society based on wage labor or other forms of exploitation. Rothbard is at pains to portray egalitarians as driven by envy of the rich. It is hard to credit envy as the driving force of the likes of Bakunin and Kropotkin, who left the life of wealthy aristocrats to become anarchists, who suffered imprisonment in their struggles for liberty for all rather than an elite. When this is pointed out, the typical right-wing response is to say that this shows that real working-class people are not socialists. In other words, if you are a working-class anarchist, then you are driven by envy, and if not, if you reject your class background, then you show that socialism is not a working-class movement. So driven by this assumption and hatred for socialism, Rothbard went so far as to distort Karl Marx's words to fit it into his own ideological position. He stated that Marx concedes the truth of the charge of anti-communists then and now, that communism was the expression of envy and a desire to reduce all to a common level. Except, of course, Marx did nothing of the kind. In the passages Rothbard presented as evidence for his claims, Marx is critiquing what he termed crude communism, though this type of communism in the passage Rothbard quoted but clearly did not understand, and it is, therefore, not surprising Marx clearly did not stress this dark side of communist revolution in his later writings, as he explicitly rejected this type of communism. For Rothbard, all types of socialism seem to be identical and identified with central planning, hence his bizarre comment that Stalin established socialism in the Soviet Union. The Logic of Action 2, pages 394-5 and p. 200. Another reason for anarcho-capitalist lack of concern for equality is that they think that, to use Robert Nozick's expression, liberty upsets patterns. It is argued that equality, or any end-state principle of justice, cannot be continuously realized without continuous interference with people's lives, i.e. can only be maintained by restricting individual freedom to make exchanges or by taxation of income. Anarchy, State, and Utopia, pages 160-3. However, what this argument fails to acknowledge is that inequality also restricts individual freedom and that the capitalist property rights framework is not the only one possible. After all, money is power, and inequalities in terms of power easily result in restrictions of liberty and the transformation of the majority into order takers rather than free producers. In other words, once a certain level of inequality is reached, property does not promote, but actually conflicts with, the ends which render private property legitimate. As we argue in the next section, inequality can easily lead to the situation where self-ownership is used to justify its own negation, and so unrestricted property rights will undermine the meaningful self-determination which many people intuitively understand by the term self-ownership, i.e., what anarchists would usually call freedom rather than self-ownership. Thus private property itself leads to continuous interference with people's lives, as does the enforcement of Nozick's just distribution of property and the power that flows from such inequality. Moreover, as many critics have noted, Nozick's argument assumes what it sets out to prove. As one put it, while Nozick may wish to defend capitalist private property rights by insisting that these are founded in basic liberties, in fact he has produced an argument for unrestricted private property using unrestricted private property, and thus he begs the question he tries to answer. Andrew Kerhohan, Capitalism and Self-Ownership, pages 60 to 76, Capitalism, Ellen Frankel Paul, Fred D. Myler, Jr., Jeffrey Paul, and John Ahrens, eds. p. 71. So in response to the claim that equality could only be maintained by continuously interfering with people's lives, anarchists would say that the inequalities produced by capitalist property rights also involve extensive and continuous interference with people's lives. After all, as Bob Black notes, it is apparent that the source of greatest direct duress experienced by the ordinary adult is not the state but rather the business that employs him or her. Your foreman or supervisor gives you more or else orders in a week than the police do in a decade. The Libertarian as Conservative, The Abolition of Work and Other Essays, p. 145. For example, a worker employed by a capitalist cannot freely exchange the machines or raw materials they have been provided with to use, but Nozick does not class this distribution of restricted property rights as infringing liberty, nor does he argue that wage slavery itself restricts freedom, of course. Thus claims that equality involves infringing liberty ignores the fact that inequality also infringes liberty, never mind the significant negative effects of inequality, both of wealth and power, we discussed in section B.1. A reorganization of society could effectively minimize inequalities by eliminating the major source of such inequalities, wage labor, by self-management. We have no desire to restrict free exchanges. After all, most anarchists desire to see the gift economy become a reality sooner or later, but we argue that free exchanges need not involve the unrestricted capitalist property rights Nozick assumes. See section I.5.12 for a discussion of capitalistic acts within an anarchist society. Rothbard, ironically, is aware of the fact that inequality restricts freedom for the many. As he put it, inequality of control is an inevitable corollary of freedom, for in any organization there will always be a minority of people who will rise to the position of leaders and others who will remain as followers in the rank and file. Up. Cit. p. 30. To requote Bob Black, some people giving orders and others obeying them, this is the essence of servitude. Up. Cit. p. 147. Perhaps if Rothbard had spent some time in a workplace rather than in a tenured academic post, he may have realized that bosses are rarely the natural elite he thought they were. Like the factory owner Engels, he was blissfully unaware that it is the self-activity of the non-elite on the shop floor, the product of which the boss monopolizes, that keeps the whole hierarchical structure going. As we discuss in section H.4.4, the work to rule where workers do exactly what the boss orders them to do is a devastating weapon in the class struggle. It does seem somewhat ironic that the anti-Marxist Rothbard should has recourse to the same argument as Engels in order to refute the anarchist case for freedom within association. It should also be mentioned that Black has also recognized this, noting that right-libertarianism and mainstream Marxism are as different as Coke and Pepsi when it comes to consecrating class society and the source of its power, work. Only upon the firm foundation of factory fascism and office oligarchy do libertarians and Leninists dare to debate the trivial issues dividing them. Op. Cit. p. 146. So, as Rothbard admits, inequality produces a class system and authoritarian social relationships which are rooted in ownership and control of private property. These produce specific areas of conflict over liberty, a fact of life which Rothbard, like other anarcho-capitalists, is keen to deny, as we discuss in section F.3.2. Thus, for anarchists, the anarcho-capitalist opposition to equality misses the point and is extremely question-begging. Anarchists do not desire to make people identical, which would be impossible and a total denial of liberty and equality, but to make the social relationships between individuals equal in power. In other words, they desire a situation where people interact together without institutionalized power or hierarchy and are influenced by each other naturally, in proportion to how the individual differences between social equals are applicable in a given context. To quote Michael Bakunin, the greatest intelligence would not be equal to a comprehension of the whole. Thence results the necessity of the division and association of labor. I receive and I give, such is human life. Each directs and is directed in his turn. Therefore there is no fixed and constant authority, but a continual exchange of mutual, temporary, and, above all, voluntary authority and subordination. God and the State, p. 33. Such an environment can only exist within self-managed associations, for capitalism, i.e. wage labor, creates very specific relations and institutions of authority. It is for this reason anarchists are socialists. In other words, anarchists support equality precisely because we recognize that everyone is unique. If we are serious about equality of rights or equal freedom, then conditions must be such that people can enjoy these rights and liberties. If we assume the right to develop one's capacities to the fullest, for example, then inequality of resources and so power within society destroys that right simply because most people do not have the means to freely exercise their capacities. They are subject to the authority of the boss, for example, during work hours. So, in direct contrast to anarchism, right-libertarianism is unconcerned about any form of equality except equality of rights. This blinds them to the realities of life, in particular, the impact of economic and social power on individuals within society and the social relationships of domination they create. Individuals may be equal before the law and in rights, but they may not be free due to the influence of social inequality, the relationships it creates and how it affects the law and the ability of the oppressed to use it. Because of this, all anarchists insist that equality is essential for freedom, including those in the individualist anarchist tradition the anarcho-capitalist tries to co-opt. Spooner and Godwin insist that inequality corrupts freedom. Their anarchism is directed as much against inequality as against tyranny, and so while sympathetic to Spooner's individualist anarchism, they Rothbard and David Friedman fail to notice or conveniently overlook its egalitarian implications. Stephen L. Newman, Liberalism at Wit's End, p. 74 and p. 76. Without social equality, individual freedom is so restricted that it becomes a mockery, essentially limiting freedom of the majority to choosing which master will govern them rather than being free. Of course, by defining equality in such a restrictive manner, Rothbard's own ideology is proved to be nonsense. As L.A. Rollins notes, libertarianism, the advocacy of free society in which people enjoy equal freedom and equal rights, is actually a specific form of egalitarianism. As such, libertarianism itself is a revolt against nature. If people, by their very biological nature, are unequal in all the attributes necessary to achieving and preserving freedom and rights, then there is no way that people can enjoy equal freedom or equal rights. If a free society is conceived as a society of equal freedom, then there ain't no such thing as a free society. The myth of natural law, p. 36. Under capitalism, freedom is a commodity like everything else. The more money you have, the greater your freedom. Equal freedom, in the Newspeak Rothbardian sense, cannot exist. As for equality before the law, it's clear that such a hope is always dashed against the rocks of wealth and market power. As far as rights go, of course, both the rich and the poor have an equal right to sleep under a bridge, assuming the bridge's owner agrees, of course, but the owner of the bridge and the homeless have different rights, and so they cannot be said to have equal rights in the Newspeak Rothbardian sense either. Needless to say, poor and rich will not equally use the right to sleep under a bridge, either. As Bob Black observed, the time of your life is the one commodity you can sell but never buy back. Murray Rothbard thinks egalitarianism is a revolt against nature, but his day is 24 hours long, just like everybody else's. Op. Cit. p. 147. By twisting the language of political debate, the vast differences in power in capitalist society can be blamed not on an unjust and authoritarian system but on biology. We are all unique individuals, after all. Unlike genes, although biotechnology corporations are working on this, too, human society can be changed, by the individuals who comprise it, to reflect the basic features we all share in common: our humanity, our ability to think and feel, and our need for freedom. F.3.1 Why is this disregard for equality important? Simply because a disregard for equality soon ends with liberty for the majority being negated in many important ways. Most anarcho-capitalists and right libertarians deny, or at best ignore, market power. Rothbard, for example, claims that economic power does not exist under capitalism. What people call economic power is simply the right under freedom to refuse to make an exchange, and so the concept is meaningless. The Ethics of Liberty, p. 222. However, the fact is that there are substantial power centers in society, and so are the source of hierarchical power and authoritarian social relations, which are not the state. As Elie Reclus put it, the power of kings and emperors has limits, but that of wealth has none at all. The dollar is the master of masters. Thus wealth is a source of power, as the essential thing under capitalism is to train oneself to pursue monetary gain, with the goal of commanding others by means of the omnipotence of money. One's power increases in direct proportion to one's economic resources. Quoted by John P. Clark and Camille Martin, eds, Anarchy, Geography, Modernity, p. 95 and pages 96-7. Thus the central fallacy of anarcho-capitalism is the, unstated, assumption that the various actors within an economy have relatively equal power. This assumption has been noted by many readers of their works. For example, Peter Marshall notes that anarcho-capitalists like Murray Rothbard assume individuals would have equal bargaining power in a capitalist market-based society. Demanding the impossible, p. 46. George Walford also makes this point in his comments on David Friedman's The Machinery of Freedom. The private ownership envisaged by the anarcho-capitalists would be very different from that which we know. It is hardly going too far to say that while the one is nasty, the other would be nice. In anarcho-capitalism there would be no national insurance, no social security, no national health service, and not even anything corresponding to the poor laws. There would be no public safety nets at all. It would be a rigorously competitive society: work, beg or die. But as one reads on, learning that each individual would have to buy, personally, all goods and services needed, not only food, clothing, and shelter, but also education, medicine, sanitation, justice, police, all forms of security and insurance, even permission to use the streets, for these also would be privately owned. As one reads about all this, a curious feature emerges: everybody always has enough money to buy all these things. There are no public casualty wards or hospitals or hospices, but neither is there anybody dying in the streets. There is no public educational system but no uneducated children, no public police service but nobody unable to buy the services of an efficient security firm, no public law but nobody unable to buy the use of a private legal system. Neither is there anybody able to buy much more than anybody else. No person or group possesses economic power over others. No explanation is offered. The anarcho-capitalists simply take it for granted that in their favored society, although it possesses no machinery for restraining competition, for this would need to exercise authority over the competitors, and it is an anarcho-capitalist society, competition would not be carried to the point where anybody actually suffered from it. While proclaiming their system to be a competitive one, in which private interest rules unchecked, they show it operating as a cooperative one, in which no person or group profits at the cost of another. On the capitalist anarchists, this assumption of relative equality comes to the fore in Murray Rothbard's homesteading concept of property, discussed in section F.4.1. Homesteading paints a picture of individuals and families going into the wilderness to make a home for themselves, fighting against the elements and so forth. It does not invoke the idea of transnational corporations employing tens of thousands of people or a population without land, resources, and selling their labor to others. Rothbard, as noted, argued that economic power does not exist, at least under capitalism. As we saw in section F.1, he does make highly illogical exceptions. Similarly, David Friedman's example of a pro-death penalty and anti-death penalty defense firm coming to an agreement, see section F.6.3, implicitly assumes that the firms have equal bargaining powers and resources. If not, then the bargaining process would be very one-sided and the smaller company would think twice before taking on the larger one in battle, the likely outcome if they cannot come to an agreement on this issue, and so compromise. However, the right-libertarian denial of market power is unsurprising. The necessity, not the redundancy, of the assumption about natural equality is required if the inherent problems of contract theory are not to become too obvious. If some individuals are assumed to have significantly more power, are more capable than others, and if they are always self-interested, then a contract that creates equal partners is impossible. The pact will establish an association of masters and servants. Needless to say, the strong will present the contract as being to the advantage of both. The strong no longer have to labor, and become rich, i.e. even stronger, and the weak receive an income and so do not starve. Carol Pateman, The Sexual Contract, p. 61. So if freedom is considered as a function of ownership, then it is very clear that individuals lacking property, outside their own body, of course, lose effective control over their own person and labor, which was, lest we forget, the basis of their equal natural rights. When one's bargaining power is weak, which is typically the case in the labor market, exchanges tend to magnify inequalities of wealth and power over time rather than working towards an equalization. In other words, contract need not replace power if the bargaining position and wealth of the would-be contractors are not equal, for, if the bargainers had equal power, it is doubtful they would agree to sell control of their liberty/labor to another. This means that power and market are not antithetical terms. While, in an abstract sense, all market relations are voluntary, in practice this is not the case within a capitalist market. A large company has a comparative advantage over smaller ones, communities, and individual workers, which will definitely shape the outcome of any contract. For example, a large company or rich person will have access to more funds and so stretch out litigations and strikes until their opponents' resources are exhausted. Or, if a company is polluting the environment, the local community may put up with the damage caused out of fear that the industry, which it depends upon, would relocate to another area. If members of the community did sue, then the company would be merely exercising its property rights when it threatened to move to another location. In such circumstances, the community would freely consent to its conditions or face massive economic and social disruption. And, similarly, the landlord's agents who threatened to discharge agricultural workers and tenants who failed to vote the reactionary ticket in the 1936 Spanish election were just exercising their legitimate property rights when they threatened working people and their families with economic uncertainty and distress. Murray Bookchin, The Spanish Anarchists, p. 260. If we take the labor market, it is clear that the buyers and sellers of labor power are rarely on an equal footing. If they were, then capitalism would soon go into crisis. See section C.7. As we stressed in section C.9, Under capitalism, competition in labor markets is typically skewed in favor of employers. Thus the ability to refuse an exchange weighs most heavily on one class than another, and so ensures that free exchange works to ensure the domination, and so exploitation, of one by the other. Inequality in the market ensures that the decisions of the majority of people within it are shaped in accordance with the needs of the powerful, not the needs of all. It was for this reason, for example, that the individual anarchist J.K. Engels opposed Henry George's proposal of nationalising the land. Engels was well aware that the rich could outbid the poor for leases on land, and so the dispossession of the working class would continue. The market, therefore, does not end power or unfreedom. They are still there, but in different forms. And for an exchange to be truly voluntary, both parties must have equal power to accept, reject, or influence its terms. Unfortunately, these conditions are rarely met on the labor market or within the capitalist market in general. Thus Rothbard's argument that economic power does not exist fails to acknowledge that the rich can outbid the poor for resources, and that a corporation generally has greater ability to refuse a contract with an individual, union, or community than vice versa, and that the impact of such a refusal is such that it will encourage the others involved to compromise far sooner. In such circumstances, formally free individuals will have to consent to be unfree in order to survive. Looking at the treadmill of modern capitalism, at what we end up tolerating for the sake of earning enough money to survive, it comes as no surprise that anarchists have asked whether the market is serving us or are we serving it, and, of course, those who have positions of power within it. So inequality cannot be easily dismissed. As Max Stirner pointed out, free competition is not free, because I lack the things for competition. Due to this basic inequality of wealth, of things, we find that you enter the regime of the commonality. The laborers always fall into the hands of the possessors, of the capitalists. Therefore, the laborer cannot realize on his labor to the extent of the value that it has for the customer. The capitalist has the greatest profit from it. The ego and its own, p. 262 and p. 115. It is interesting to note that even Stirner recognized that capitalism results in exploitation and that its roots lie in inequalities in property and so power. And we may add that value the laborer does not realize goes into the hands of the capitalists, who invest it in more things and which consolidates and increases their advantage in free competition. To quote Stephen L. Newman, another disquieting aspect of the libertarians' refusal to acknowledge power in the market is their failure to confront the tension between freedom and autonomy. Wage labor under capitalism is, of course, formally free labor. No one is forced to work at gunpoint. Economic circumstance, however, often has the effect of force. It compels the relatively poor to accept work under conditions dictated by owners and managers. The individual worker retains freedom, i.e. negative liberty, but loses autonomy, positive liberty. Liberalism at Wit's End, pages 122 to 123. If we consider equality before the law, it is obvious that this also has limitations in an, materially, unequal society. Brian Morris notes that for Ayn Rand, you enter capitalism, politics, state, and economics, capitalism, are separated. This, of course, is pure ideology, for Rand's justification of the state is that it protects private property, that is, it supports and upholds the economic power of capitalists by coercive means. Ecology and Anarchism, p. 189. The same can be said of anarcho-capitalism and its protection agencies and general libertarian law code. If within a society a few own all the resources and the majority are dispossessed, then any law code which protects private property automatically empowers the owning class. Workers will always be initiating force if they rebel against their bosses or act against the code, and so equality before the law reflects and reinforces inequality of power and wealth. This means that a system of property rights protects the liberties of some people in a way which gives them an unacceptable degree of power over others. And this critique cannot be met merely by reaffirming the rights in question. We have to assess the relative importance of the various kinds of liberty and other values we hold dear. Therefore right-libertarian disregard for equality is important because it allows anarcho-capitalism to ignore many important restrictions of freedom in society. In addition, it allows them to brush over the negative effects of their system by painting an unreal picture of a capitalist society without vast extremes of wealth and power. Indeed, they often construe capitalist society in terms of an ideal, namely artisan production that is pre-capitalist and whose social basis has been eroded by capitalist development. Inequality shapes the decisions we have available and what ones we make. An incentive is always available in conditions of substantial social inequality that ensure that the weak enter into a contract. When social inequality prevails, questions arise about what counts as voluntary entry into a contract. This is why socialists and feminists have focused on the conditions of entry into the employment contract and the marriage contract. Men and women are now juridically free and equal citizens, but, in unequal social conditions, the possibility cannot be ruled out that some or many contracts create relationships that bear uncomfortable resemblances to a slave contract. Carol Pateman, Op. Cit. p. 62. This ideological confusion of right libertarianism can also be seen from their opposition to taxation. On the one hand, they argue that taxation is wrong because it takes money from those who earn it and gives it to the poor. On the other hand, free market capitalism is assumed to be a more equal society. If taxation takes from the rich and gives to the poor, how will anarcho-capitalism be more egalitarian? That equalization mechanism would be gone. Of course, it could be claimed that all great riches are purely the result of state intervention skewing the free market, but that places all their rags to riches stories in a strange position. Thus we have a problem: either we have relative equality or we do not. Either we have riches, and so market power, or we do not. And it's clear from the likes of Rothbard, anarcho-capitalism will not be without its millionaires. There is, according to him, apparently nothing unlibertarian about hierarchy, wage work, granting of funds by libertarian millionaires, and a libertarian party quoted by Black, Op. Cit. p. 142. And so we are left with market power and so extensive unfreedom. Thus, for an ideology that denounces egalitarianism as a revolt against nature, it is pretty funny that they paint a picture of anarcho-capitalism as a society of relative equals. In other words, their propaganda is based on something that has never existed, and never will, an egalitarian capitalist society. Without the implicit assumption of equality which underlies their rhetoric, then the obvious limitations of their vision of liberty become too obvious. Any real laissez-faire capitalism would be unequal, and those who have wealth and power would only increase their privileges, while the weak and poor would go to the wall. Right-wing libertarians merely want freedom for themselves to protect their privileges and to exploit others. Peter Marshall, Op. Cit. p. 653. F.3.2 Can there be harmony of interests in an unequal society? Like the right liberalism it is derived from, anarcho-capitalism is based on the concept of harmony of interests, which was advanced by the likes of Frederick Bastiat in the 19th century and Rothbard's mentor Ludwig von Mises in the 20th. For Rothbard, all classes live in harmony through the voluntary exchange of goods and services that mutually benefits them all. This meant that capitalists and workers have no antagonistic class interests. Classical Economics, an Austrian Perspective on the History of Economic Thought, Volume 2, p. 380 and p. 382. For Rothbard, class interest and conflict does not exist within capitalism, except when it is supported by state power. It was, he asserted, fallacious to employ such terms as class interests or class conflict in discussing the market economy. This was because of two things: harmony of interests of different groups and lack of homogeneity among the interests of any one social class. It is only in relation to state action that the interests of different men become welded into classes. This means that the homogeneity emerges from the interventions of the government into society. Conceived in Liberty, Volume 1, p. 261. So, in other words, Class conflict is impossible under capitalism because of the wonderful coincidence that there are, simultaneously, both common interests between individuals and classes and lack of any. You do not need to be an anarchist or other socialist to see that this argument is nonsense. Adam Smith, for example, simply recorded reality when he noted that workers and bosses have interests which are by no means the same. The workmen desire to get as much, the masters to give as little as possible. The former are disposed to combine in order to raise, the latter to lower the wages of labor. The wealth of nations, p. 58. The state, Smith recognized, was a key means by which the property-owning class maintained their position in society. As such, it reflects economic class conflict and interests and does not create it. This is not to suggest that economic class is the only form of social hierarchy, of course, just an extremely important one. American workers, unlike Rothbard, were all too aware of the truth in Smith's analysis. For example, one group argued in 1840 that the bosses hold us then at their mercy, and make us work solely for their profit. The capitalist has no other interest in us, than to get as much labor out of us as possible. We are hired men, and hired men, like hired horses, have no souls. Thus their interests as capitalist, and ours as laborers, are directly opposite and in the nature of things, hostile, and irreconcilable. Quoted by Christopher L. Tomlins, Law, Labor, and Ideology in the Early American Republic, p. 10. Then there is Alexander Berkman's analysis. It is easy to understand why the masters don't want you to be organized, why they are afraid of a real labor union. They know very well that a strong, fighting union can compel higher wages and better conditions, which means less profit for the plutocrats. That is why they do everything in their power to stop labor from organizing. The masters have found a very effective way to paralyze the strength of organized labor. They have persuaded the workers that they have the same interests as the employers, and what is good for the employer is also good for his employees. If your interests are the same as those of your boss, then why should you fight him? That is what they tell you. It is good for the industrial magnates to have their workers believe this. As they will not think of fighting their masters for better conditions, but they will be patient and wait till the employer can share his prosperity with them. If you listen to your exploiters and their mouthpieces, you will be good and consider only the interests of your masters, but no one cares about your interests. Don't be selfish, they admonish you, while the boss is getting rich by your being good and unselfish. And they laugh in their sleeves and thank the Lord that you are such an idiot. But, the interests of capital and labor are not the same. No greater lie was ever invented than the so-called identity of interests. It is clear that, they are entirely opposite, in fact antagonistic to each other. What is anarchism? Pages 74-5. That Rothbard denies this says a lot about the power of ideology. Rothbard was clear what unions do, namely limit the authority of the boss and ensure that workers keep more of the surplus value they produce. As he put it, unions attempt to persuade workers that they can better their lot at the expense of the employer. Consequently, they invariably attempt as much as possible to establish work rules that hinder management's directives. In other words, instead of agreeing to submit to the work orders of management in exchange for his pay, the worker now set up not only minimum wages, but also work rules without which they refuse to work. This will lower output. The logic of action 2, p40 and p41 notice the assumption, that the income of and authority of the boss are sacrosanct. For Rothbard, unions lower productivity and harm profits because they contest the authority of the boss to do what they like on their property. Apparently, laissez-faire was not applicable for working class people during working hours. Yet this implicitly acknowledges that there are conflicts of interests between workers and bosses. It does not take too much thought to discover possible conflicts of interests which could arise between workers who seek to maximize their wages and minimize their labor and bosses who seek to minimize their wage costs and maximize the output their workers produce. It could be argued that if workers do win this conflict of interests, then their bosses will go out of business, and so they harm themselves by not obeying their industrial masters. The rational worker, in this perspective, would be the one who best understood that his or her interests have become the same as the interests of the boss, because his or her prosperity will depend on how well their firm is doing. In such cases, they will put the interest of the firm before their own and not hinder the boss by questioning their authority. If that is the case, then harmony of interests simply translates as bosses know best and do what you are told, and such obedience is a fine harmony for the order giver, we are sure. So the interesting thing is that Rothbard's perspective produces a distinctly servile conclusion. If workers do not have a conflict of interests with their bosses, then, obviously, the logical thing for the employee is to do whatever their boss orders them to do. By serving their master, they automatically benefit themselves. In contrast, anarchists have rejected such a position. For example, William Godwin rejected capitalist private property precisely because of the spirit of oppression, the spirit of servility, and the spirit of fraud it produced. An Inquiry into Political Justice, p. 732. Moreover, we should note that Rothbard's diatribe against unions also implicitly acknowledges the socialist critique of capitalism, which stresses that it is being subject to the authority of boss during work hours which makes exploitation possible. See section C.2. If wages represented the workers' marginal contribution to production, bosses would not need to ensure their orders were followed. So any real boss fights unions precisely because they limit their ability to extract as much product as possible from the worker for the agreed wage. As such, the hierarchical social relations within the workplace ensure that there are no harmony of interests, as the key to a successful capitalist firm is to minimize wage costs in order to maximize profits. It should also be noted that Rothbard has recourse to another concept Austrian economists claims to reject during his anti-union comments. Somewhat ironically, he appeals to equilibrium analysis as, apparently, wage rates on the non-union labor market will always tend toward equilibrium in a smooth and harmonious manner. In another essay, he opines that in the Austrian tradition, the entrepreneur harmoniously adjusts the economy in the direction of equilibrium. Op. Cit. p. 41 and p. 234. True, he does not say that the wages will reach equilibrium, and what stops them, unless, in part, it is the actions of entrepreneurs disrupting the economy. However, it is strange that the labor market can approximate a situation which Austrian economists claim does not exist. However, as noted in section C.1.6, this fiction is required to hide the obvious economic power of the boss class under capitalism. Somewhat ironically, given his claims of harmony of interests, Rothbard was well aware that landlords and capitalists have always used the state to further their interests. However, he preferred to call this mercantilism rather than capitalism. As such, it is amusing to read his short article Mercantilism, a lesson for our times, as it closely parallels Marx's classic account of primitive accumulation contained in Volume 1 of Capital. Rothbard, Op. Cit. Pages 43 to 55. The key difference is that Rothbard simply refused to see the state action as creating the necessary preconditions for his beloved capitalism, nor does it seem to impact on his mantra of harmony of interests between classes. In spite of documenting exactly how the capitalist and landlord class used the state to enrich themselves at the expense of the working class, he refuses to consider how this refutes any claim of harmony of interests between exploiter and exploited. Rothbard rightly notes that mercantilism involved the use of the state to cripple or prohibit one's competition. This applies to both foreign capitalists and to the working class, who are, of course, competitors in terms of how income is divided. Unlike Marx, he simply failed to see how mercantilist policies were instrumental for building an industrial economy and creating a proletariat. Thus he thunders against mercantilism for lowering interest rates artificially and promoting inflation which did not benefit the poor, as wages habitually lagged behind the rise in prices. He describes the desperate attempts by the ruling classes to coerce wages below their market rates. Somewhat ironically, Given the anarcho-capitalist opposition to legal holidays, he noted the mercantilists' dislike of holidays, by which the nation was deprived of certain amounts of labor. The desire of the individual worker for leisure was never considered worthy of note. So why were such bad economic laws imposed? Simply because the landlords and capitalists were in charge of the state. As Rothbard notes, this was clearly legislation for the benefit of the feudal landlords and to the detriment of the workers, while Parliament was heavily landlord-dominated. In Massachusetts, the upper house consisted of the wealthiest merchants and landowners. The mercantilists, he notes but does not ponder, were frankly interested in exploiting the workers' labor to the utmost. Op. Cit. p. 44, p. 46, p. 47, p. 51, p. 48, p. 51, p. 47, p. 54 and p. 47. Yet these policies made perfect sense from their class perspective. They were essential for maximizing a surplus, profits, which was subsequently invested in developing industry. As such, they were very successful and laid the foundation for the industrial capitalism of the 19th century. The key change between mercantilism and capitalism proper is that economic power is greater as the working class has been successfully dispossessed from the means of life, and, as such, political power need not be appealed to as often and can appear, in rhetoric at least, defensive. Discussing attempts by employers in Massachusetts in 1670 and 1672 to get the state to enforce a maximum wage, Rothbard opined that there seemed to be no understanding of how wages are set in an unhampered market. Conceived in Liberty, Volume 2, p. 18. On the contrary, dear Professor, the employers were perfectly aware of how wages were set in a market where workers have the upper hand and, consequently, sought to use the state to hamper the market. As they have constantly done since the dawn of capitalism, as, unlike certain economists, they are fully aware of the truth of harmony of interests and acted accordingly. As we document in section F.8, the history of capitalism is filled with the capitalist class using the state to enforce the kind of harmony of interests which masters have always sought obedience. This statist intervention has continued to this day as, in practice, the capitalist class has never totally relied on economic power to enforce its rule due to the instability of the capitalist market. See section C.7, as well as the destructive effects of market forces on society and the desire to bolster its position in the economy at the expense of the working class. See section D.1. That the history and current practice of capitalism was not sufficient to dispel Rothbard of his harmony of interests position is significant. But, as Rothbard was always at pains to stress as a good Austrian economist, empirical testing does not prove or disprove a theory, and so the history and practice of capitalism matters little when evaluating the pros and cons of that system. Unless its history confirms Rothbard's ideology, then he does make numerous empirical statements. For Rothbard, the obvious class-based need for such policies is missing. Instead, we get the pathetic comment that only certain merchants and manufacturers benefited from these mercantilist laws. The logic of action 2, p. 44. He applied this same myopic perspective to actually existing capitalism as well, of course, lamenting the use of the state by certain capitalists as the product of economic ignorance and or special interests specific to the capitalists in question. He simply could not see the forest for the trees. This is hardly a myopia limited to Rothbard. Basquiat formulated his harmony of interests theory precisely when the class struggle between workers and capitalists had become a threat to the social order, when socialist ideas of all kinds, including anarchism, which Basquiat explicitly opposed, were spreading and the labor movement was organizing illegally due to state bans in most countries. As such, he was propagating the notion that workers and bosses had interests in common when, in practice, it was most obviously the case they had not. What harmony that did exist was due to state repression of the labor movement, itself a strange necessity if labor and capital did share interests. The history of capitalism causes problems within anarcho-capitalism, as it claims that everyone benefits from market exchanges and that this, not coercion, produces faster economic growth. If this is the case, Then why did some individuals reject the market in order to enrich themselves by political means and, logically, impoverish themselves in the long run, and it has been an extremely long run? And why have the economically dominant class generally also been the ones to control the state? After all, if there are no class interests or conflict, then why has the property-owning classes always sought state aid to skew the economy in its interests? If the classes did have harmonious interests, then they would have no need to bolster their position, nor would they seek to. Yet state policy has always reflected the needs of the property-owning elite, subject to pressures from below, of course, as Rothbard rather lamely notes, without pondering the obvious implications. The peasantry and the urban laborers and artisans were never able to control the state apparatus and were therefore at the bottom of the state-organized pyramid and exploited by the ruling groups. Conceived in Liberty, Volume 1, p. 260. It is no coincidence that the working classes have not been able to control the state, nor that legislation is grossly the favor of the rich against the poor. William Godwin, Op. Cit. p. 93. They are the ones passing the laws, after all. This long and continuing anti-labor intervention in the market does, though, place Rothbard's opinion that government is a conspiracy against the superior man in a new light. So when right-libertarians assert that there are harmony of interests between classes in an unhampered market, anarchists simply reply by pointing out that the very fact we have a hampered market shows that no such thing exists within capitalism. It will be argued, of course, that the right-libertarian is against state intervention for the capitalists, beyond defending their property, which is a significant use of state power in and of itself, and that their political ideas aim to stop it. Which is true, and why a revolution would be needed to implement it. However, the very fact that the capitalist class has habitually turned to the state to bolster its economic power is precisely the issue, as it shows that the right-libertarian harmony of interests, on which they place so much stress as the foundation of their new order, simply does not exist. If it did, then the property-owning class would never have turned to the state in the first place, nor would it have tolerated certain of its members doing so. If there were harmony of interests between classes, then the bosses would not turn to death squads to kill rebel workers as they have habitually done, and it should be stressed that libertarian union organizers have been assassinated by bosses and their vigilantes, including the lynching of IWW members and business-organized death squads against CNT members in Barcelona. This use of private and public violence should not be surprising, for, at the very least, as Mexican anarchist Ricardo Flores Magón noted, there can be no real fraternity between classes because the possessing class is always disposed to perpetuate the economic, political, and social system that guarantees it the tranquil enjoyment of its plunders, while the working class makes efforts to destroy this iniquitous system. Dreams of Freedom, p. 139. Rothbard's obvious hatred of unions and strikes can be explained by his ideological commitment to the harmony of interests. This is because strikes and the need of working-class people to organize gives the lie to the doctrine of harmony of interests between masters and workers that apologists for capitalism like Rothbard suggested underlay industrial relations. Worse, they give credibility to the notion that there exists opposed interests between classes. Strangely, Rothbard himself provides more than enough evidence to refute his own dogmas when he investigates state intervention on the market. Every ruling class seeks to deny that it has interests separate from the people under it. Significantly, those who deny class struggle the most are usually those who practice it the most. For example, Mussolini, Pinochet, and Thatcher all proclaimed the end of class struggle while, in America, the Republican right denounces anyone who points out the results of their class war on the working class as advocating class war. The elite has long been aware, as black nationalist Steve Biko put it, that the most potent weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. Defenders of slavery and serfdom presented it as God's will, and that the master's duty was to treat the slave well just as the slave's duty was to obey, while, of course, blaming the slave if the master did not hold up his side of the covenant. So every hierarchical system has its own version of the harmony of interests position, and each hierarchical society which replaces the last mocks the previous incarnations of it while, at the same time, solemnly announcing that this society truly does have harmony of interests as its founding principle. Capitalism is no exception, with many economists repeating the mantra that every boss has proclaimed from the dawn of time, namely that workers and their masters have common interests. As usual, it is worthwhile to quote Rothbard on this matter. He, rightly, takes to task a defender of the slave master's version of harmony of interests and, in so doing, exposes the role of economics under capitalism. To quote Rothbard, "The increasing alienation of the slaves and the servants led the oligarchy to try to win their allegiance by rationalizing their ordeal as somehow natural, righteous, and divine. So have tyrants always tried to dupe their subjects into approving or at least remaining resigned to their fate. Servants, according to the emphatically non-servant Reverend Samuel Willard, were duty-bound to revere and obey their masters, to serve them diligently and cheerfully, and to be patient and submissive even to the cruelest master. A convenient ideology indeed for the masters. All the subjects must do, in short, was to surrender their natural-born gift of freedom and independence, to subject themselves completely to the whims and commands of others, who could then be blindly trusted to take care of them permanently. Despite the myths of ideology and the threats of the whip, servants and slaves found many ways of protest and rebellion. Masters were continually denouncing servants for being disobedient, sullen, and lazy. Conceived in Liberty, Volume 2, pages 18 to 19. Change Reverend Samuel Willard to the emphatically non-worker Professor Murray Rothbard and we have a very succinct definition of the role his economics plays within capitalism. There are differences. The key one was that while Willard wanted permanent servitude, Rothbard sought a temporary form and allowed the worker to change masters. While Willard turned to the whip and the state, Rothbard turned to absolute private property and the capitalist market to ensure that workers had to sell their liberty to the boss class, unsurprisingly, as Willard lived in an economy whose workers had access to land and tools while in Rothbard's time the class monopolization of the means of life was complete and workers have little alternative but to sell their liberty to the owning class. Rothbard did not seek to ban unions and strikes. He argued that his system of absolute property rights would simply make it nearly impossible for unions to organize or for any form of collective action to succeed. Even basic picketing would be impossible for, as Rothbard noted many a time, the pavement outside the workplace would be owned by the boss who would be as unlikely to allow picketing as he would allow a union. Thus we would have private property and economic power making collective struggle de facto illegal rather than the de jure illegality which the state has so enacted on behalf of the capitalists. As he put it, while unions were theoretically compatible with the existence of a purely free market, he doubted that it would be possible as unions relied on the state to be neutral and tolerate their activities as they acquire almost all their power through the wielding of force, specifically force against strike breakers and against the property of employers. The logic of Action 2, p. 41. Thus we find right-libertarians in favor of defensive violence, i.e., that limited to defending the property and power of the capitalists and landlords, while denouncing as violence any action of those subjected to it. Rothbard, of course, allowed workers to leave their employment in order to seek another job if they felt exploited. Yet for all his obvious hatred of unions and strikes, Rothbard does not ask the most basic question: if there is not clash of interests between labor and capital, then why do unions even exist and why do bosses always resist them, often brutally? And why has capital always turned to the state to bolster its position in the labor market? If there were really harmony of interests between classes, then capital would not have turned repeatedly to the state to crush the labor movement. For anarchists, the reasons are obvious, as is why the bosses always deny any clash of interests, for it is to the interests of capital to keep the workers from understanding that they are wage slaves. The identity of interest, swindle, is one of the means of doing it. All those who profit from wage slavery are interested in keeping up the system, and all of them naturally try to prevent the workers from understanding the situation. Berkman, Op. Cit. p. 77. Rothbard's vociferous anti-unionism and his obvious desire to make any form of collective action by workers impossible in practice if not in law shows how economics has replaced religion as a control mechanism. In any hierarchical system it makes sense for the masters to indoctrinate the servant class with such self-serving nonsense, but only capitalists have the advantage that it is proclaimed a science rather than, say, a religion. Yet even here, the parallels are close. As Colin Ward noted in passing, the so-called libertarianism of the political right is simply the worship of the market economy. Talking Anarchy, p. 76. So while Willard appealed to God as the basis of his natural order, Rothbard appeal to science was nothing of the kind given the ideological a priorism of Austrian economics. As a particularly scathing reviewer of one of his economics books rightly put it, the main point of the book is to show that the never-never land of the perfectly free market economy represents the best of all conceivable worlds, giving maximum satisfaction to all participants. Whatever is right in the free market. It would appear that Professor Rothbard's book is more akin to systematic theology than economics. Its real interest belongs to the student of the sociology of religion. D.N. Winch, The Economic Journal, Volume 74, Number 294, pages 481-2. To conclude, it is best to quote Emma Goldman's biting dismissal of the right liberal individualism that Rothbard's ideology is just another form of. She rightly attacked that rugged individualism which is only a masked attempt to repress and defeat the individual and his individuality. So-called individualism is the social and economic laissez-faire, the exploitation of the masses by classes by means of trickery, spiritual debasement, and systematic indoctrination of the servile spirit. That corrupt and perverse individualism is the straitjacket of individuality. This rugged individualism has inevitably resulted in the greatest modern slavery, the crassest class distinctions. Rugged individualism has meant all the individualism for the masters, while the people are regimented into a slave caste to serve a handful of self-seeking supermen, and in whose name political tyranny and social oppression are defended and held up as virtues, while every aspiration and attempt of man to gain freedom and social opportunity to live is denounced as evil in the name of that same individualism. Read Emma Speaks, p. 112. So, to conclude, both the history and current practice of capitalism shows that there can be no harmony of interests in an unequal society. Anyone who claims otherwise has not been paying attention.